The players.
Yo, chat, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Doing good, dude. I'm doing good. Maximus, good morning. Good morning. Mac and cheese for breakfast? Holy hell, you're living the dream. Well, that's the whole year, man. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's the rematch, the Pride of Pacific, Gen G and Paper X, two teams that were at the top three of the world recently at Masters Madrid. But another side to the story is Paper X going through
Alex talked about my molly on Lotus. Oh wait, really?
To try to buy back the hearts of the Korean fans once again here in Seoul. My name is William, joined by Paper Thin, and we'll be bringing you this first match of the night. And boy, what a way to start.
No, I mean, this is like a day that you had to have had marked on your calendars once you
Mushy
saw
FPS,
the stage
thank you so much. Thank you.
Obviously, this could be another rematch coming into our Stage 1 finals.
Thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate it, 11.
Like
thank you for the prime.
What the semifinals could be. I mean, like, it's such an exciting day overall. So, like, you want to see some interesting stuff here from both teams. I would Jing back. It's going to be interesting with Paper X pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, and that's the interesting part here is that this Gen G squad, obviously individually they've done it before, but as a team, they've actually never played against the Jing version of Paper X, right? They never met each other during the off season, and now they'll have to go through this
Gen G kept grinding. Yeah, that's where I was
I'm really
at.
curious, how does that affect Gen G, and of course, how does it
That's
affect
literally the only reason that I picked them.
Was discussing that, but now it's time
this
to
is a
see how all the
50-50, and I
players
probably
are
would have
looking.
picked
Getting ready
Paper X
for
in
their
terms of
match
like
today,
Jing coming
trying
back.
to get a couple more championship points, and of
But
course,
honestly, as soon as I
leading
watched,
their group
as soon as I saw
to
the
try
molly,
to
man,
secure their spot into
it
the
changed
playoffs.
everything in
First
my
up,
mind.
It's going to be Gen G, of course,
The team that
followed
still
by their
grinds, even though
nemesis
they've
now
just
in
done the
Pacific
whole
Paper
of
X.
Madrid.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
like
it's a great storyline coming into this year with the way that already both of these teams
good
had to
sign.
square up against each other multiple times, including at Masters Madrid. So this is really, really interesting. You know, with Paper X, going back to what worked for them previously last year when they got second at Champs with Jing in the lineup.
Why do I have 50 minutes timer before I wake up? I literally
But
go,
Gen
as soon
G,
as I
in my
wake up,
opinion, does a pretty
I
good
go to
job
the
of
stream,
managing some of those
turn the
teams that
stream
try to
on,
get aggressive
put the
against
timer
them,
on,
that
go
try to
have a
push
shower.
space, that a team like Paper X
I need the time
is
to
definitely going
shower
to
and
try
wake up.
to embody. We know that. We've seen it time and time again. So let's see exactly how both teams are going to kind of move their chess pieces around against each other. And with Lotus as a start, a map that both teams are pretty familiar with. So it's
I
going to
put
be
product
really
in my hair?
fascinating.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
I'm
did just
glad
straight
that
out the
there's not gonna
shower,
be any
bro.
asterisks here in that
But it's
first
still
map,
wet
right? The
as
second
well.
map of Icebox, obviously some question marks still remain. But in this first map, sure, Gen G a very comfort pick. And while this is one of those maps that's always plagued Paper X in terms of how do we figure out our own meta, do we even follow the regular meta, etc., they've always been able to at least put up great numbers on it, win or lose. Of course, most recently still showing that they are willing to return to that double duelist with Something and Jing at the helm.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot of that today, most likely. You know, definitely Something is very comfortable on the Jet, Jing very comfortable on the Raze, and they're good enough and they're
Scrim
smart
against
enough
Sugetsu before
that they
he
can
joined
make those
FBX?
kind of things work. So I'm
Yeah.
just curious on Lotus.
Yeah, we
Every
did.
once in a while, Paper X, you know, likes to mix it up a
We
little
used
bit.
to scrim
you know
against
what I mean? But
every
yeah,
team,
you
so-
know, they will throw in the Reyna maybe sometimes.
Maybe some teams
with
we shouldn't
Something,
have,
but
but
generally I think you can expect the Jet Rays and then some other things to follow. And that other things do kind of change from time to time. Sometimes Forsaken does move away from the Cypher.
Yeah.
It all just kind of depends on what they've been able to cook up, and like they were talking about during the interview, right? Haven't had a ton of time here for Paper X. I would expect some pretty comfortable agent picks would be my guess.
Yeah, it's actually very.
But
I
VCT
found
never
it
started
quite
on time. I
amusing
mean,
that Coach Alex
it's
said that they
not. I mean,
think
yeah.
they're pretty
Honestly,
much
you're
on
right,
even
but
ground
it's more
because
just
while
like
sure, you both had the
the
same
warm
amount
up
of
time, and then
after returning from
sometimes
Madrid.
because we
Again,
don't get tech
this Gen G
delays,
squad
what we
got to
miss is
basically
the fact that they
use
go
now
to the
Masters
PCs
Madrid
and like
as
set them
experience
up
to continue
earlier.
building on as a whole team.
Maybe
Whereas
there's
Paper
like
X
a
is
sound adjustments
readjusting,
that they
of
need
course,
to make
their old
for
form,
people's
their old
headsets.
core, but readjusting
But I think
nonetheless.
Paper X will
they've
play on
talked about it even
Icebox.
in that very-
I mean,
their
Something will
opening
be on
match here in
Gecko.
Pacific of
I know
Jing
that
being
much.
used to the current meta, right? What pros are doing in scrims and in matches, things like that. So we'll see. Was 1 week enough to get Jing really dialed in perfectly? Because we saw
You
a
reckon
lot
Reyna?
of hits of their old colors in that first week.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
Sounds
you know,
sick?
it's
Nah,
funny,
it's just, dude, it's
you
just
know,
the
Jing
morning.
was
But
watching
my
all the
body's
matches, obviously,
working out what the hell's
streaming
going
Masters
on.
Madrid, but then I was talking to them, and he said even when he got into the games, like for the practice again, he said already Paper X was playing way different than he was
Monty,
expecting. It was
happy
still
birthday,
taking
mate.
him time to get into things. So it's even though you watch it, even though you've seen it, even though you think you kind of understand the concepts, it's actually playing at that speed. is very, very difficult at the pro level because things change so quickly like you're talking about.
Well,
Hey, Lotus, nothing changes too much. But by the sounds of it, PaperX have at least been doing a bit of research, realizing that they're putting the molly into the most recent game as well. So that's good from them. They realize they can't insta-hit over towards C. But honestly, they could insta-hit over towards B if they had A control, I think.
It's really exciting to watch. I think especially the way that Devi can work with something on this Sky, I think is really impactful. The way he can set him up with those guiding lights is often really destructive. Like, PaperX is a team that has a lot more success taking the A site.
What if PaperX's admin account?
Because of that combo, because of the ability of Ilya.
But just mid games, just in chat.
Shorty, very, very powerful on some of those corners, and it's a lot of Devi oftentimes.
Flash initiators? I think the flash initiators are starting to combo well together. Gecko's like some weird spot in the middle. Like Gecko and KO. Gecko and KO are like no hard info initiator, and together they kind of give you enough info. I did like Fnatic leaning into the Gecko Sky. I think that suits them well.
No doubt.
I wonder if they can use that on more maps, because they're a team that will always try and run like a Sova or a Sky to have a Skydog.
Exactly how this is all going to shape out. And already kind of a different look here for Gen G on this pistol round. 3 right down to B.
Okay, Gen G on defense, PaperX on attack.
On what PaperX likes to do. You're going to see this. These three in particular play a lot together on this map on the defender
Dude, we got some banging games today. T1 DRX is next, right?
The combos here really, really devastating with, you know, the haunt.
Okay, PaperX maybe already wanting to start hitting B all the time, and Gen G wanting to early stop this.
He's really grown into one of his own, and it's going to be a read, but Jing's going to get the first shot and leading in numbers as well. PaperX not going to pick up the tempo though.
Has he got that kill already? Smoker goes down. Yeah, what a nightmare. Smoker goes down now.
Other parts of the map. Now rotating over.
This is cool.
They would have control
Leave a
of the
crossfire,
well.
take C just in case the reaction is to push B.
Well, from Devi. So yeah, Mindfreak taking quite a bit of damage there in that exchange, but able to get him up a little bit. The door is open and looks like PaperX.
Heavy question mark, heavy question mark.
Really highly
Going at
considering
Devi.
a full-on C exec.
I bought heal, right? But they've taken so much damage.
All topped up just yet. Munchkin, can he get the nice
Oh,
shots?
guys.
The poison cloud comes up
At least they all did it together.
He still somehow crouches through, continues moving
Everyone's
forward,
pretty
dodges
low,
the
but
bullet,
most of them.
And now Texture. I mean, it's a 2v3. No real point of waiting for backup. He's got to dwindle the numbers, but he's been.
There's lots of nice smoke though. Okay, we got some low HPs here.
PaperX, they've taken their post plant positions, 3 spread
The
apart.
lovely trip. You notice how since.
But a nice headshot from Meteor, kicks things up, and before he catches the trip, he's got to get the second down to a 1v1.
Damn, bro, that's a nice 2v3. Holy hell! I was about to yap about the fact that, do you know that everyone after watching like Sentinels has started saving trips more.
Unaccounted for.
And look at them here. They're saying, why do we face when we had a trip here? See the ping coming into the minimap. Like he was saying more, we should have swung off this. I mean, both of them playing in front of the trip there, they could have tucked in.
Gen G there, well read, even though they lose that opening.
Yeah, so they're talking about that on the minimap. I saw that much. Nice 2v3 because they got the plant. They get double, triple sheriff out.
Shift their weight over to that C site, and Meteor so clean on this map on that Killjoy. He's so devastating post plant. He's so smart with his timings. He's so accurate. Such a difficult.
Early Omen flash over towards A. I comes out, and maybe there's a molly there. Oh no.
They're not going to push just yet, of course, set up their own one-way for a little bit.
I do think when I watch Gen G and you know they're doing fast A, you could reactively push B. That is something that I'm expecting from PaperX. When I've watched the latest Gen G, when they do this molly, that probably is the weakness. They're pretty much always here to defend B. You can use that well.
Their sights onto the A side, pushing Charon back on a timing.
And he's going to have a smoke back up in a second. Let's see if they can take advantage of
Hey,
that.
Smoke goes down. Smoke up. And flash if they get contact. Flash from Omen ready if they get contact.
Especially with the eco, especially with PaperX and Texture, not going to greet it either. They recognize the push has come through.
Karen on site has to do a lot here. Door opens, pivot over towards B, save the Omen flash for Heaven, hits both. Damn, that's nice for them. Do they go get the guns?
2-for-2 trade for PaperX, pushing Heaven, picking up weapons. Texture recognizes the danger, has to keep them at bay. Now
Dude, look at how aware he is that they're going to push him. Any other team there, he goes to the side, uses Boombot. Paper X, double satchel, they're about to swing me.
Gets a kill on the drop. Caron hoping for backup from Texture.
Okay, nicely done. Yeah, that was a good sign from Texture there. Just hold up. I'm playing against Paper X. You gotta remember this.
Rarely not attacking together when there's at least a couple players.
Good damage, great damage. Yeah.
Flank timings are really, really good. That means the communication.
We used to do this a lot where we would practice against like Turkish teams. You gotta change up your style a bit because you know that they're gonna kill you every single round. Also gets you super aware for teams that are like Paper X. It's kind of the closest you can get in EMEA.
Giving it really much opportunity to find an easy headshot.
Just everyone wanting to take aim duels on you.
By him buying time as well. So very nice for Gen G. So they get the expected win, but still a decent amount of damage done here by Paper X. Leaves it on only a couple Guardians, some Ghost, and 2 Sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, you lost a Bulldog and a Guardian.
Okay, and late. Oh, this might work well for Gen G. They got their late punish over towards A. 4 people set up. Wall goes down. Flash. Viper. Oh, it's a really nice hit. It's a really, really nice hit. Like, that was beautiful. I'm not gonna lie.
That is Rubble taken over. No weapons dropped.
This guy needs to get 2 somehow.
Upgrades coming through, but Forsaken, we've seen him lurk through so early once again. From Baby
3? Damn, bro. It looked so good for Gen G. They picked up some guns, they got aggro, and yeah, Forsaken.
Fight solo on either side of the map, while Paper X
very decisive though, but it was similar to what I'm saying, right? They realized that when they go A, you can go fast B. In reaction, they took B. They were in this space very early, kind of before Gen G realized. So Gen G going with a similar, Paper X going with a similar game plan I would have used against Gen G from what I've seen.
Timer of the spike.
Texture able to upgrade the gun, cannot win the duel against Devi though.
And it's just Meteor who doesn't actually have a weapon either, so he'll have to go for whatever damage he can get, trying to isolate the 1v1s. He gets one.
Yeah, nice damage. I mean, nice damage. They're going to feel a little bit hard done. I think they probably should have won in the 5v3. It's just Forsaken things, man. But again, this is good game plan, good coaching. Just good from whoever looked at the demos, which I imagine is Alex, and it's just like, well, we can take so much space on B. You hear anything aggro A, your instant reaction is to just send it into B.
So this was like something they weren't really doing in the
big Byron. Let's see what happens. It was a very nice trap play, basically. Gen G. Let them take the space and then retake it back.
Very different look. This is much more like what they usually do on these takes. You can see a boombox.
This is interesting. This smoke here to give yourself a little bit of freedom.
This was something Talon never really addressed, and Karen's going to go to try to get up top again. Paper X doesn't want to mess with this right now. They're going to wait things out, spread the map.
Yeah, nicely done from something. We're going to see this all the time when there's an aggro A, and Gen G are going to have to pause at one point or find an answer for B.
But he will be picked off. That forces Gen G to reinforce their B site, and that's just going to leave something here as a distraction.
Yeah, pressure there.
They'll even open the door to make sure that backup does not arrive onto the C site. Meteor, can he hold on to this alone?
He's so dead.
Perfect paranoia, and he's been surrounded.
Hey, he did good to try stay alive, man. Forsaken is a beast right now. Forsaken is pretty much working as like a second duelist, really. Because he is taking so much space. Really good.
And looking forward to a flawless round here.
Jing did great as well.
It's just so difficult to play against the speed and aggression of Paper X and the combos of all that utility flying in there. I mean, time and time again, every team in the world that's had to face them has had to deal with it, and you never quite know what to expect.
Oh yeah, third duelist, sorry. Well, no, he kind of is acting like the second duelist in terms of the second person in. I did actually speak right, as in he's going in here, and then the second duelist would normally just like path over towards this. But it's the fact that they're using the second duelist as a lurker, at least on this round.
Some kind of safety, and there was none.
Yeah, and I think a lot of something that Paper X has learned as well is that Gen G will oftentimes be prepared for those trades, right? So they don't want to take any chances. If you're going to go
on
to
Twitch
the site,
too, yeah,
we
Twitch
might
and
as well
YouTube.
dump everything we have. Make sure that we are coming out on top.
Either works
that is
well
something
for me.
that plagued them both times where they made up against Gen G so far in 2024. Take a look at some of these replays as they just barrel into the C site. Now,
hey, double hero gun saved onto this one, and Paper X's time to potentially
still have a couple
back up a lot of money. One away from Razor as well.
For a half armor buy.
Gen G started talking about B. This is good. Analyst is just what they do when they kind of have low buy.
Never count out Meteor with the Marshall. He's one of the best.
They're going for a punish over towards B now because they've realized there's a lot of pressure here and they can't let them have all this space for free.
Although the cam did go up here for Paper X, so they know that they can push a little bit further. They could take advantage of this site, which maybe Gen G is expecting them to have backed off a little bit. Now, Forsaken over towards B as well. Really important here.
I mean,
look at this timing.
They
just decide to leave B as Forsaken gets relatively close.
And they're going to start
so with Forsaken over towards B here, they can open doors, see what the pressure is like from A in terms of the defense pressure, and then if they want to, just straight up walk into B. Skydog goes in. I only spotted one, but they're still not in for that, which is something might have seen people over towards door here. Ooh, that's a gun down. A gun for Munchkin.
For Gen G to pick up. This could be a bit danger. Paper X recognizing that, they'll start to push out.
That was tough there for Jing. Couldn't quite
this is like the one thing where it's like you watch Paper X and it's like you need to... W Gaming needs to sometimes relax on the ecos.
Yeah, it looks like Gen G.
Lovely omen flash from here. Yeah, and that's the picked up gun.
High-low crouch as well, but now it's back to a double from the side of Paper X. They're not letting this go.
Damn, bro. This is something that's so good as well. Really nicely done. It was looking rough again for Paper X, but that was sick from them. Dude, another 3v5?
I mean, Mindfreak looking really sharp here today on this omen. Not only with his utility, but his shooting. Chris
2, right? 3v5, 3v5.
For him. Showstopper for Jing. A little bit whiffy, but you know, Jing just taking a little bit to get into it. We've already seen that after a couple maps, he felt pretty comfortable in the first go around against T1.
My only criticism is here they got to commit.
Pick up the pace, and are we going to see
like one person committed, and then I think it's because the other guy had a Marshall. He didn't want to like wide swing commit, but kind of had to.
Exactly, the double satchel into the showstopper. Definitely something to be considered.
Ended up being alright for the money of Paper X. 3 people surviving.
They're not masking any sound here.
Oh boy. So Omen Flash could be incredible when they head into sight. Let's keep an eye on it. Omen Flash goes in. 1, 2, 3. No way Paper X come out on top of that. And Forsaken's got this kill.
Continuing the spree. He takes one down, and that opens up a timing here for Paper X to enter the site. Meteor, can he hold on to it?
Great flash, man. Look at the util from Paper X right now. Got to keep an eye on Forsaken. Perfect timing over towards B. Didn't have his gun out. Still wins the duel somehow. What the?
Didn't have his gun out, and still Karon couldn't quite get him in time. So tricky to deal with. The showstopper comes out, and Forsaken's already lurking on your back line.
Oh my goodness, that's a dink.
Doing some damage, but there's just so much to get through, and you don't have much space to work with. Lakia will still
dink as well. They might be tempted to go for this. I think they were going to save.
Timer's already run down. The spike ticking away. They're still going to go for it. Prowler on pressure.
Yeah, same trip as before, and this time we're seeing people actually play further back from the trip. There we go. That's what they wanted to do on the pistol.
He doesn't have a way out either. Just trying to fight for his life, making sure that they do not chase.
Yeah, and you see them learning from before, right? On the pistol, they talked. I saw the pings on the minimap, just like why are we facing this angle when we have a trip to swing off of?
Stabilizes at a 4-2.
Yeah, they're learning on the fly.
It's really interesting because normally you expect Paper X to kind of just come at you off the rip, you know, when Jing's got a showstopper and things like that, but they're slower with it. They're not quiet about it because the footsteps were being given away. It's almost like Paper X is trying to bait out
It's a nice trip. Yeah, teams are getting so... It's pretty much since John QT and Sentinels, I'm telling you.
So crisp right now. He's just ready.
Like, other teams have done it in the past, don't get me wrong. It's not like they invented it, but it's something that, like, they rely on heavy. When they know they're going heavy sight, or if they're doing, like, a BC default, sometimes you don't need trips in certain places. So they'll just take trips, and then you enter into the site, and then you have this trip for after plant. And it's incredibly strong.
Understanding that Gen G will always have a plan to provide backup. If not, the site's going to be left empty, right? They had things like the lockdown. So Paper X
how do you deal with teams like Paper X that just face check question marks? You got to shoot them, man. First 6 rounds, you got to show them that you can actually aim duel them. Otherwise, you've lost.
Starting to get tested all the way to their limits. How much deeper does your kind of baseline fundamental
Who do I think will win this,
playbook
Gen G or
go, right?
Paper
It's not about
X?
the set
I
plays
went for
anymore, it's about how
Gen
you're adjusting
G,
to the
I
tempo
think, in my
of the
pick'ems.
opponents.
But it is, I'm
We'll
telling you,
have
this
to
is
see how much their
this is
homework
real
has been
50-50.
done.
We're kind of in a
Taking
little bit of
look at
unknown
round
territory because
7
Paper
that
X, we've
Econ
only
once
seen him
meant
once
quite
with
broken on
Jing
the side
back.
of Gen G, just the lone Vandal carried over
I only
here.
went for Gen G
We'll be
because I saw
relying
them
on a
doing
trusty old Marshall once
changes
again.
on some of their
On the other
maps
side for something.
since
These wins
Madrid.
are so
It's a
huge
good
for
sign.
Paper X because they keep those ults in a weird cycle. They're not able to really get those down and start cycling them back again. So you're just, essentially eating through
Something
ult orbs that you would love
gets
to
the
have.
op out,
Instead,
and we
not
have
able to really get like the
Ollie that I was
nightfall
talking
there,
about.
the lockdown as well in play in that previous
and
round.
then
Able to find any availability to use them.
double cage to
That works
potentially
so
create
nicely in
pressure
Paper X's favor.
later.
And by the
But they
way,
can
this is a
just
map where
group
both
up
teams
and
are
literally
really
head
good
over
on their
towards
defender
site.
side usually.
Looking at Forsaken
Gen
right
G
now,
has been
he
really
waits for them to
stalwart
make a
in their defense
decision,
on this.
then he
Now they're
trips,
gonna
then he
overstack
trips, and
C.
now
I'm
he's in
expecting
charge
this
of
is
holding
been where
behind.
Paper X feels
He's done
like
a
they
trip
have good
over
read
towards site, and
on
they're probably going to be
Tamir,
like
just
Cypher's
positioning.
playing site,
Yeah, but
and he
backup
knows
all
that,
arrived,
and now
right? And
he
this is
instant
even
shot.
with that snake
Now he
bite, trying to
instantly
bait
goes
them out
to,
away from A
okay,
side.
they
It's
know
going
I'm on
Texas
site, they
trying
might
to
try and
make sure he
flank me
blocks
now.
off, but he's a little too scared to fire the first shot.
Ooh, the
Wants
shots
to
are
line
not
them
here
up,
on
and
that
that
one.
gives time for Jing to turn around for a double. Uncharacteristic of the star duelist of Gen G to hesitate on the trigger. Let the round slip away. Caron, the rookie, last one alive. And
Yeah, man, Forsaken is
continuing the
so
duel
good,
for
it's not
another
even
round
fair.
win.
It's just
individual adjustment as
the
well
timing
is
and
sick.
the coordination they can already find here.
There's a chance
Gonna dive
something
in
was
with
mentioned in the
shorty,
timeout,
as you
but
kind of expect. But then you have Jing up on the box to cover you as well. So this executes so good. The late paranoia right on top of Munchkin there. Even if he had maybe gotten a kill on
okay, full
Jing or
buy
something
round
like
for
that,
Gen
didn't even
G,
matter,
and
but
Paper X just
still,
have so much
love
money.
what Paper X is doing.
Lose the
Really
pistol
nicely
rounds,
timed
win
hits,
every
kind of
single
waiting
buy
things out,
rounds.
feeling out
Couple of
Gen G
3v5s.
enough. And then they're able to do what you were talking about earlier, Will, that they're just dumping
DP
utility
out,
when
nade,
they know
Tether
they can get
close,
value
everyone
out of it.
far back.
It's been really powerful.
King
Big
doesn't
hit,
get hit by the
trade,
flash,
Meteor
and the
as
B
well.
jewels.
Mindfreak
Nicely
trying
done
to
from
stabilize,
Meteor.
but eventually goes down, and Paper Rex really chooses to stay and fight. Forsaken wondering if the Prowler would spot him. It does eventually, but he's on duty now. He has to lead the
Like that
forces
from-
as something still
like that
sticking with
from
the
Gen
operator
G.
for the time being.
Not like obviously
Both trying to
the
open up the right side
inch
of
is
the map.
incredible, but
Targeting
the
E-site and rubble.
just them
Something's
chilling
going to
out.
make a lot of noise,
Getting
waiting
the
for
passing
Forsaken to gain
advantage and
some
just
intel in the
chilling
middle
out.
of the map. And Gen G, they don't want to
We're
fall
definitely
for
going to be
this. They're
seeing
trying to
this
make sure they
fade
group
ult
up all the
for
way in defender
retake
spawn
info.
and make sure
You
they
might at
don't
one
let
point see
Forsaken know
the...
of their whereabouts.
Okay, no, you won't.
Spike plant,
Yeah,
heard
you're
by
just going to see
Meteor.
fade ult fast flood.
Going to try to drop
They need
it,
to
and
get
Forsaken's
numbers.
going to pinch even with the Nightfall to make sure.
Well, they
Does
do.
get tagged right at the
Yeah,
end,
it does
has
hit,
no
and it's
audio.
only
A
one,
little
so
bit
they
of
can
that
go a
tree
little
as
bit
well.
faster. They can look at the trail. They know that one is tree, but they have no idea where the other person is. Yeah, and this is one of the better Killjoy ults because it goes all the way to door, so you have to leave door and you can just full defuse. Yeah, so they can just full defuse and win this. Because the door takes so long to open that you just win the round automatically. But there's like something that teams had to like work out when the new Lotus came in. Because most teams would plant over towards here. You can see them talking about it. They're like, you could have planted here and I can see it if you open the door. But if they don't plant anywhere else and you can Killjoy out here, then they're just fully wracked. You see this ping coming in? Like, okay, against Killjoy, so we have to plant here. This is the strong thing about Paper X's, man, is they learn. Like, I'm looking at the minimaps pings and they're learning fast.
It was able to be a punch through for Gen G, get a much needed round win, especially with rifles in hand to bank up a little bit of extra comment.
Do I prefer standard comps or teams who can cook? I prefer. I do prefer teams who can cook. But just well. Because teams who cook bad, it's really painful. But teams who cook well, it's like, man, it's fun to watch. It's cool to see how other people like want to approach the game with a bit of freedom.
Gen G, one of those teams that does like to wait for a little bit of a surefire way to send that ultimate, even if it's on a timer near the end of the round, something like that. So we'll have to wait.
A real thin line.
Eyes on Munchkin. But like you mentioned, Gen G's ult
and you got to have the right players as well.
Up, whereas Paper X, they've got their options even with the operator. Now Texture waiting on the C side for Gen G with his own operator that allows his teammates to be ready with
just a full contact round of just let's see if the op can get us a pick. How much space can we get for free?
Have to wait for the crossfire. The tripwire sent, no reaction for
yeah, these attack trips are nice though.
This door is open for a reason, and now the execute on through the revolving doors.
No way, he's still alive.
Sends it, uses the showstopper as an extra boost to move forward, dodge all the bullets.
Lakia is the most patient player ever right now.
Open. So we do see a bit of a trade near Baby Door.
Double scope for something.
Is the guard. Can you get through him?
No idea.
The barrel.
Yeah, it's so patient.
No idea. Locky
Gotta use
still
util.
hidden right by it. They snipped
Use
something,
more
but not
util.
how close enough it was. Now the retake. Gen.G.
Yeah, Teva's close, saves the fade eye.
Just trying to draw a lot
Fade eye goes in once his team starts going. Now he realizes he can go out for free. Omen ult goes behind them all. Wait, Omen ult sick. Kings go in. Gives away his position. Texture had an off to hit that.
Still going for it. Half already done by Munchkin. The defuse, they just want to try to stick it. But the spam's coming through. It's ticking down. You have to stick it now. And he's pinpoint on.
Oh man, Mind Freak's ult here was so good, dude. As soon as they realized they started to heavy flood over towards here, just TPs into the cubby. That was awesome.
At the perfect time, putting himself right at drop. An interesting spot to go. You might expect as Gen.G that he goes a little bit deeper with it. Have to invest the Viper's Pit. Try to make this retake a little bit safer. But the crossfire good. Texture
Yeah,
just
and Gen.G win one buy round and then they instantly lose the next. Their money bonus gets fully reset, so they can't buy much into this. You got 3 sheriffs, 1 guardian.
Got that 3-man execute towards rubble for Gen.G, but nobody.
Man, Paper X when they're like on it is by far the best. Like, is by far the fun, like the most fun team to watch. Oh. They just do so much good stuff.
Take down 2. It's going to be the Raze and Sky down something, also taking a big hit. And that will slow down Paper X. So Meteor, a bit of an adjustment there. Instead of waiting in the site, pushes out towards
Jinx, nah, it's fine. I changed it to fun, so it's okay.
C-site have been flooded. They will be found through the neural theft.
And now they're going to change ideas. Saw too much pressure. Try to make it work onto beat. Forsaken looking for the pick off the ping, but not quite able to find himself that kill. Plant going to be able to come down. Switch to the Vandal.
Oh, what the classic!
Classic.
Oh, takes
yeah.
him down. That's a rifle upgrade. Now Forsaken's
2v4.
lurk. Are they ready for this? They have no idea. Forsaken,
Lovely reposition from him.
He's happy to buy
Oh,
time
and then goes back to it.
To bring home this round. Tries to
After the
flick up,
reposition
but
was going to be
that's a
great. I
tough
think he was
one.
worried about his
Locky will
teammate
be able
getting
to find that
fast
kill.
flooded.
Mindfreak dodges, and he won't be able to connect to the second one. Munchkin.
Hey, nice.
Taking
I mean,
another with the
honestly, just
Sheriff,
all Meteor,
and it's going
really.
to be
Those
the
double kills.
Thrifties of Gen.G that return.
Yeah, the classic Gen.G Thrifty. So good at this, and Meteor just a little bit further ahead than maybe Paper X was expecting. They got the ping off the flash, and I could see some level of potential preparedness there for Paper X that maybe somebody would be at that mound, but Meteor was just too fast and too good. And Forsaken tries to double pump a bit after he got that 1 lurk kill, but Lakia reads it perfectly, that he's still going to be trying to pressure that angle. It's so nasty from
Yeah, the
Meteor
shots are
there.
good here.
I mean, you can see they're firing at him, they're pre-firing, trying to get to him. Meteor's just too quick, too good.
He's been in that position so many times.
Okay, 2
before.
more rounds, and Texture gets
with
his
those, like you
op
said,
out.
one-tap weapons, there's few that are better.
Well,
Something
now
has
Texture,
knives.
They'll have to get an operator bot from his teammates. They were trying to look for one, but little did they know Paper X didn't invest in another in that previous round. And there won't be another this time either as we go into the last couple of rounds of the first half.
Okay, fast,
still leading
fast
6-4,
out
so
A on this
dashes
one,
ahead
just
of
the
Rubble,
jet.
takes all this space, and he's
Holy,
ready for it as well.
that
Sees
is
the tag,
mad,
sees Lakia
bro.
getting hit right
Go
through the top of the
fast,
screen.
we
No
flash
idea
through,
what hit
just
him.
insta-sends it. Is this
And
their
now
smoke,
two
so they
members
have
of Gen.G still on
freedom?
the A side.
And
But
full
a lot
vision
of risk.
block.
Tries to take the
It is
shot,
really
but
cool.
he's a little too late. Only hits the Trailblazer. And
Shot.
another swing out, but Texture, good for another. Oh, that's going to be
It's
the
almost
double
calm
blast
on
back.
it, but lovely from
Completely
Jing. I'm
draws
telling you,
the crosshair
Forsaken being the
away.
second guy in on this Cypher is
Seems to have good
scary.
control of this A site once again.
He's so
Reaction
good right now.
protocols from Paper X are so good.
Jing is making
Right on the back
space
of
and
that
Forsaken's just
Trailblazer
cleaning up.
to try to set something up. Yeah, he dies, but immediately Jing satchels past the operator, knowing that he's stuck in place without using.
They had a really
satchels
cool
of his
strat
own
here
out.
from
There's no
Paper
quick
X.
out for Texture
Very
there,
simple.
and Jing and Forsaken
Just like
take perfect
fast
advantage
A,
of it.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
the
it's
jet
just
literally just paths like
absolutely
this,
honest
and then
moment
just
of,
flash in
was it
front,
playing?
and then
No,
just
it was
swings.
Jing. But
We
by the
just,
time he
it's
figured
just
that
here
one
so
out, Texture
early,
was down and out.
and because of these angles,
Now it's
unless a
going to
guy is
be
like
the
here,
seventh
I'm
round
pretty
win for
sure,
Paper X.
just
Finally bringing some good old
50-50 duel,
meta
and they're most
balance
likely
to the
flashed.
attacking and defending
pretty
win
cool.
rates to Pacific.
Yeah, it was about time. I mean,
We haven't seen this.
So it's not a
I know,
50-50 duel.
I know. Lotus has been
But you get what I'm
super
saying.
defender-sided map, but it is going to be the team ace for Paper X. They will
Sick
clear
rounds,
the seventh round.
another thing with
Positive
Gen.G.
half, no matter what.
Win one round, lose the next.
Genji
Loss
can make it
bonuses
7-5.
in play.
Money
2 people are like
should be
2,000. Well,
just
3
there.
people are like 2,500.
Exactly sure for
Yeah, that's the
Genji.
flash I was talking
Mostly,
about.
so.
And honestly,
Yeah,
he
take down
pops
just
right
to get
side
through
through the
device.
smoke, so
I
he
mean,
actually
it's
can't
so
get traded there.
Jing, what do you do against this?
Yeah, and then
More
he
teams
still
will
gets
adopt
Karon
that,
as
I
well.
think.
Karon trying to figure out where he
It's
needs
hard
to provide
because you'd have to
backup,
have.
but it's just too fast.
It works well because
While
they have a
Jing has
double
to adapt a
duelist.
little bit.
Like, this is the thing that I
Okay.
love about Paper X, man.
Alright,
They'll do
so we're
something a
gonna
little bit
go for a
different,
Sheriff,
but they
a
just
Bucky,
cover it
and a
up with
Spectre
really
on the side
good
of Gen
plays.
G, all to make sure that Texture can get an operator. Just so we're clear, he hasn't fired too many shots with that weapon in this first half.
No, it is quite the mixed bag here for Gen G. Try to see if they can shut this down.
If
And
you
look at
rotate
Paper X
goes
kinda
in,
ping-ponging
they got
here. It is so
Lakia
fast. They're
and
already on
Texture
B.
with their
Forsaken
ult
already
close
taking
over
space,
towards
already trying
B.
to see if they can clear
Do
this
they
open.
use it?
I mean, it's as if they have
Another
a hard
attack
read on
trip
this off
for
buy, right?
Forsaken.
To force up, seeing that the weapons probably all over the place. We just have to make sure we don't run into
Over
the
towards
operator.
Heaven.
Nor any of the amazing ultimates on the side of Gen G. Nightfall gets used. 2 members will dash out.
Damn,
but something
dude,
gets ahead of
something
it.
just
Doesn't need audio
actually
when he's
runs
up in
at
the air,
them.
and it's going to be the
That is the
showstopper,
W
trying
gaming.
to keep the rest of Paper X at bay, but Jing jumping forward gets a lot more kills, and now just Meteor left alive. Picks up the operator. He's always been good for 1, but can he be good for 3? Not even a single kill,
Holy man.
as it will be an 8-4 half
That was lovely.
for Paper
Dude,
X.
I
Lost
mean, this is
Pistol,
starting to
8
look like
rounds.
2023 Paper X for sure.
Then.
I mean, yeah, there was some really good ideas here early on where Paper X was kind of baiting utility, trying to figure out exactly how Gen G was going to play things. You weren't seeing some of that same control either from Gen G towards Rubble that they were doing time and time again against Talon. You know, a lot of times Gen G, you would see the Fade, the Omen, and the Raze all taking that Rubble control early and then using that to kind of box Talon in. However, Paper X was kind of like waiting it out, and they'd say, okay, we could send something forward a little bit. Okay, they don't like what they see, they're going to pull back, and they're really brutalizing Meteor on that C side early
Texture and
often.
Karen struggling a
That
little
kinda
bit.
set things
And
off kilter
playing
for
against
Gen
like
G.
Paper
Didn't
X
really
when they're
feel
playing
like
like
they were ever comfortable.
old school
Then a lot of
style as
times,
well is
Gen G's been really
it's
good
so
far
hard
this
to play
year with
against.
anticipating, like,
The amount of
some
times they're
deep
just
pushes
running at
after
them
a plant goes down, and they did a really
with
good
pure
job absorbing that
confidence in
pressure against
situations
some
where you
talent.
probably
Sure.
shouldn't be
But
W
today,
King is
I mean,
nuts.
it's 'cause it's
Also, Paper X
because
have
they
got some
stay
new
staggered
stuff.
so many things at you so
And that's
quickly,
pretty
it's so tough to
impressive.
deal with.
And the tempo changes as well from round to round. It's not just the old W
And
gaming all the way through.
Forsaken's, I swear, Forsaken's just like feeling of the game of when he should and shouldn't be doing stuff is so impressive. Also, this hasn't happened for a while. Mind Freak is having an absolute game.
Toxic screen set up on A, the default screen to help take control of Rubble, and it's going to be 4 ghosts, just a half.
He's been a little bit
for Karon.
quiet this year
Looking to stack towards
until
B.
this.
They will meet each other once again.
This is looking just like our previous pistol round. It's just different teams on different sides,
Yeah.
but it's like almost the exact same setup. So
Yeah,
you're gonna rely on
three-person
Forsaken
shut
for
down
Paper
at
X
B.
to kind of lock down
Looks
the
like a
A side, get the
3-person
info,
walk towards B as
or
well.
retake potentially, but it looks like it's gonna be another brawl right at the front of B.
And they'll run into each other right away. The guiding light, and it is going to be antied, and there's a paranoia, counter paranoia as well. Do they recognize where it came from? No, they're going to spot Mind Freak a little too
Damn,
late.
look at the
And their
util.
crosshair is shaken up
The
by the
util
boom
with
as
the
well.
face
Double
as
kill for
well.
Jing. The answer back from the door from something as well. The backup is there for
That was
Paper
cool. They
X.
get the
Now
person
3v2.
advantage and they have a lot of info over
Force
towards
of
A.
battle, still 2v2
Meanwhile,
as
this was
Forsaken
going on.
awaits
Forsaken had double
the approach
trips
on the
here.
A side.
He picks up a trip,
Read now.
changes it over
Gen
towards
G
this so he has
towards C,
info
seeing if they
so that he
get it,
can
but of
then
course,
push over towards B
as
and
is
start watching
tradition,
behind at
Paper
C.
X not letting
Not
go of
pushing
those
over
W
towards B,
keys.
sorry, I was
He's going to
watching
keep
this
right
instead,
at their
push over
heels,
towards
right
B.
behind them. Now Lakia
They
is
push over
watching
towards-
it. Is he going to be able to get it? Nope,
No.
that's spiked
This is
down
great
too.
reactive
Not
play
quick
from them as
enough,
well.
and
Just
Munchkin,
no
he's
sound over
afraid of the
towards B,
flank
double
now,
push.
recognizing that they're pushing
body
him from
system.
behind, you got to be afraid of where's Forsaken coming from, because surely it's going to be a pinch
Okay,
and
very
a
nice
wide
pistol
swing.
each,
Something's been
and
loving
man,
those here at VCT
Paper
Pacific
X looks
to
so
continue the
good.
lead in the second half.
I mean, many try to brawl with Paper X. Few succeed. And I like it from Gen G. See if you can get a confidence win here. See if you can get a boost. But it just isn't ever really able to be dealt with. That boom bot not quite cleared. Causes some serious problems as well. So, again, the slight delay with some of these util timings from Paper X, they're playing off of contact with their utility. This is something they do so well, time and time again, that a lot of teams don't really understand or anticipate until they played against it, especially with Jing in there, because Jing is
Yeah, it looked
full
like
on
this guy wanted
confidence.
to
He
get
does-
hit, so
he
they
does
keep a
not
lot
care
of
at all
people
what
over
you're doing.
towards
He
A
is
so
going
they can
to
burst into
take
B.
the fight too when he feels like it's time.
Yeah, I mean, Jing is quite frankly, overheat Incarnate, but
They both
PaperX
seem to
work
be, or
really
not?
well with it as an active drone, and it also gets a lot of kills at the same time, so it's a bit unfair sometimes. But we'll see Gen.G. It's not going to be this round as they
Okay,
are
so
just sitting on a
BC
singular
default,
sheriff,
they clear
but
all of this.
can they stabilize in the
And then
upcoming
they go
rounds, 'cause
back
they
to
don't have too
taking,
many
oh
left.
boy.
PaperX are only 4
Well.
rounds away. We've been seeing the outlaw a lot from Jing. He misses the
Damn.
first, he misses the second. He's
Okay.
in a bit of danger now. He's got to run away, but something is there with a Vandal. Gen.G, you did not account for this one. The hate shells will knock Jing out. As Jing wanted to greed for another off with a reload, but now back up a ride from Divai. Gen.G, all their eyes set on something. He's trying to draw aggro. But it's going to be Meteor who's just checking. There's the jump peek, but it's going to be Divai who swings out first. And now just trying to spray down the close members. The classic comes
Okay,
into
nice
play
cleanup
as
in the
well.
end. Nice
And
util
Divai
here
doesn't
from
need the PaperX
Gen.G
buff.
though
He'll
as well.
just get the kills himself alongside Mindfreak.
Yeah, there's just nobody else in the world that does these setups. I mean, PaperX just does bizarre stuff, putting the Outlaw up on top of the rock there, and then you've got something just holding the angle out in the open.
This nade Teva was
Jing
so
sticks around
nice.
Just a little bit longer.
I'll tell you what
and
teams are
that's
getting a lot
potential.
better
He
at.
has to buy some extra
I've been
time
watching
there.
it recently. I saw one in Americas as well. It's like
maybe we can isolate Jing. Maybe he overstayed his
just the
welcome.
Tevas
Like you
in
were just saying,
general,
sometimes he overheats,
because with
sometimes
Teva,
he
because it's a circle,
kind
you
of
want to
goes
like,
for those extra big
you want to
plays when he
make sure
doesn't
that
need to, but
it
it's all
just gets
made
round
for
the
something.
corner and gets people in this area,
he
so they
whiffs the
don't have
shots,
far to
there's
run,
there's
so
an extra
the
layer
nade
there for
nuff can
PaperX.
like
I mean,
kill
of course,
people.
also the fact that they're double
This was
duelists,
really
right?
good.
Both
They
of
do
them
it
have
here.
enough ability to
It
continue
just
to
has like
extend
this
that
area
fight
where he can't
until
get out of.
Divai or Mindfreak, other members
I
of
saw one in
PaperX
Americas,
arrive.
which was honestly on the same map
Gen.G,
where they did
can't
it
get
here.
the kill
And
right
so it
away.
just
If
goes
it's
around
not
the
a
corner,
headshot,
so anyone
one
trapped
tap,
can only
you
like get
gotta
to these
question whether you
positions
wanna
max,
continue the fight
and
or
then they just
not,
tank
as
the nades.
PaperX, they love
Like
to drag it
people,
out,
the
that mud fight. Now it's going to be texture
the
planted
Teva
in
nade
for
is
this round.
still
Gen.G, they've taken
like
over
Teva
that
in
space,
general
but
is
at the
still
cost of
like
quite some
really
big util like the Paranoia
not
already being
used as
spent
well as it could be
by
used.
Charon. Now planting the lurk into B as well. Classic
It's good in
Gen.G
there.
coming out. Classic default with this composition. Spread out the lurks across the map. See if you get a reaction. Now at 50 seconds, they still haven't cleared the
Who's the best team in EMEA? No idea. I have no idea about EMEA, bro.
Go signal for PaperX to start.
It
pushing
feels
the
like there's
rest of the
6
map.
teams
I
who
like what
just
PaperX
beat
did
six,
here,
like
really trying to
all
hide.
beat each other on their day.
Setup's done.
Oh, they got him.
Yeah, this is nice. The person that was in charge of holding A control so they could go back.
But now they'll have to just start to walk
Yeah, this is a
in and
nice
clear
reaction,
all
though.
these traps. They have no idea where Forsaken might be. They're creeping forward. They thankfully will clear out the Cypher. And now taking over the site, it's going to be a
All the
quick
space taken.
surround by PaperX. Revolving
Yeah,
door
and this was still
something
moving
now
forward,
from Defender
something-
Spawn as well. Trying to clear the
Hey, look at
angle.
this guy go,
He draws
man.
the side of one, and
So
that's going to
good
be the
right
cue
now.
for the rest of the team to start pinching it forward. Divide trying to draw aggro, but he goes down. Now a 2v2. Gen.G, can they win the duels? It's going to be Munchkin who wins one.
Gotta be
Now a
careful, low
2v1
HPs.
Mindfreak, he gets one. Can he get the second? The spray
Holy,
down,
it was
not
close.
quite
First
landing.
big buy round for
And
this one, and
Munchkin
PaperX
finally
nearly
gets one
nearly
more on the
finish
board
it.
for Gen.G.
He almost had that.
Almost.
He almost had that. I think you got to ding through the wall there. Absolutely bonkers stuff today from Mindfreak. I mean, he is playing some of the best Valorant
Foot?
we have
Yeah, I
seen.
include Foot in the 6,
Omen
man.
stuff. This is a huge win
Pretty
right
good.
there. If Forsaken gets one before he's traded, now, if you want to fault PaperX at all there and say that Forsaken gets a little bit ahead of things, but Forsaken just trying to see if he can catch him off guard a little bit, but fortunately for Gen.G, they know, they're wise to the trickery of PaperX. They know that you never know when one player is going to be pushing ahead of the rest, trying to see if they can find that extra value. Texture out ahead. Be grabbing that orb early again, but a 3-man stack here. Got Jing, Divai, and Mindfreak ready to rumble.
Nightfall available for
Yeah, and
Lockheed.
he wanted to
Set
go
up for it.
close to see
Now,
if he
are
could
they
hear
ready
any
for the close
trips.
hold, though?
Is
The
nothing.
audio may not
Double
matter
push
as much.
over
The
towards
GK is
C.
gonna be something
Turret
they're
gets
looking
hit.
forward
They
to,
might
trying
speed
to
up and
hold
just
them,
force into
bottleneck
this.
them in tree, and so far
They know that they
PaperX
can't go
just
back.
a bit. Divide trying to bounce back and forth. He gets sight of Martian.
Holy,
Texture
man,
with a nice
shots.
flick back around. He
Yeah.
clears the entire site
I mean,
on
the
his own,
Fatal really
alongside
helped
his
that.
trusty Boombot.
Minus
And
80
that should be
AoE
a
onto
quick
all of them.
round
That
for
was
Gen.G
strong.
as
That
they
was like the
look
only
forward
reason
to
that
a
was actually
6th round
doable.
win. Only 2 members left to
Lovely
live.
Fatal from
PaperX,
Lakia to make
Bulldog,
Texture
and Vandal in hand.
able to actually do that.
Save now, although Forsaken has
That's
taken a
nuts,
position.
man.
He's going to try to find cheeky exit frag potentially. Something going on a bit of a lookabout. Just seeing if anybody's
Yeah,
gonna come
it
through
kind
that
of
quick, see if
ended
we
up
can
being good timing
freebie.
for
Not
Gen.G
gonna be
because
given
just
over
as they
there.
wanted
Great
to like
execute from
prod
Gen.G
for
on the back of
info,
that Nightfall. I mean, I like what Divide did there, where he kind of sidestepped the
the
boom
turret
bot, was
picked up
gonna hold
info
the
over
angle,
towards
but
C,
Texture
so
just
they
so
realized they
fast.
had to go
And the
because they
transfer
didn't
over
have
on Mindfreak
B
as well,
info as
absolutely
well.
nuts.
They couldn't pivot over towards B, so it was like, we got to force right now.
Time and time again this year that Texture can pick up these big multi-kills for you and just completely
Lucky's ult was everything here. I mean, were they all body shots from Texture?
And that's something that really carried Gen G forward and impressed a lot of people around the world, was that they could take turns having those moments.
The 2 headshots, really?
Very truthfully, we haven't seen too many yet here on the first map of this best of 3.
That's actually pretty nuts then, fair play.
Into the highlight reel to make sure that Gen G's not out just yet. PaperX not close to map point.
Okay, yeah, only the second kill, really. I mean, I guess Phantom, but first was close enough.
And there we go. The replays are coming back for Texture.
Yeah, Sado's way gets to the second
he's
so
getting
far.
the feel of it now, for sure. And that'll help.
Yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, where's that? Oh, there's the tone. Here we go. This is how we start that song. He's back in tune.
I just love Texture, man. He's so funny on camera. He's just always singing or reacting. And
he's a jokester.
He is. It's great to see. So now you got to kind of rethink what you're doing here, because that extra space you're giving up at Rubble hasn't really worked out. It's intentional for sure from PaperX, holding back, trying to see if you can, again, get these contact reactions. But the Nightfall in particular, really challenging, even with the Paranoia and all those flashes and stuff that
who's my favorite caster to listen to any game? Probably Sean. I like most of the stuff that Sean brings up.
I think we're going to see some more Rubble control. I think that's something that obviously worked out in their eco round win when they had the extra advantage of having an outlaw and a
Sean's really good
for PaperX when it was just, the weaker buy for Gen G. So certainly
he goes pretty nerdy with
you gotta
it.
be thinking about that. You also gotta be thinking about these alt orbs. One away from the showstopper.
Yep.
Blade Storm and the other thing not as important, but that's something you gotta consider here as Gen G, that the mound hit. I think this will be showstopper given order to Jing.
Still, yeah, still. Bill's unique style is pretty fun. Okay, PaperX, go down to an eco and walk push over towards C. Got double info. Well, we got info, kill, and info. And the turret once again getting info, and they don't have B control, so they got to force into A again. And dodges one trip.
Goes in. Does he send it? The showstopper. It's not checking drop just yet. He's not wise
Might
to
just
it
shoot
at
it, drop
all.
though.
His teammates are going to start to funnel in. One gets seen. It's a burst, but only one, as Forsaken wonders where the double peak will be. Gen G thanking their lucky stars on that one, as they haven't taken too much damage just yet. Texture holding close from heaven, but I'm not sure if he was spotted.
This pause, man, this pause. This is why people use this wall as well now.
That's one down.
Because this is like one of the after palm positions that most of the raises are favoring.
For another gun, might bring in the short. He won't find its targets just yet. The Nanoswarm keeping them at bay, and Gen G, they've got the post plants, they've got the angles. The Nanoswarm will be cleared by Jing. He's quick on that, but they have to push. They have to get kills. It's a 2v3. The spike is ticking down, and they are just getting pressured as Meteor gets yet another kill. The paint shells, but Jing only
Nate's
8
good.
HP. Gets one kill. Can he at least drop all the weapons? No,
nicely done from Lakia as well. Just counting in his head, was going to swing up the last time. Okay, very nicely done from PaperX, to be honest, to get this as close as they did.
Again, Texture
That was a really good eco. Or low buy.
Great entry, great gunplay, but just a positioning thing that isn't accounted
Texture,
for.
I mean, Texture saved them.
You can see on the map if you were watching, Devi sends a flash towards drop that doesn't get any contact. So then they throw the Trailblazer, but does not see Texture. They're trying to set up Jing to find that player that's a little too close that he can blast back into, get that free pick onto the Flood retake. But the one player that probably you would have liked to have knocked out of that round, left unaccounted for. Great stuff there from
Fade Eye goes in. They shoot it, and you can only shoot it from this cubby, so they know as soon as this Fade Eye gets shot, the people are over here, so that prompts a lot of util to be used and dumped. And honestly, PaperX did great to get out of here without taking any damage.
Their control of this attacking round.
Okay, there was a bit of damage, and we had to heal.
Taken though, just waiting for contact.
Either that or he forgot to buy armor, but I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure he took damage.
Something sliding over, but there's been no pressure at A, so now you have to kind of start to assume that maybe C might be being thought about. Spike's still in spawn for Gen G, so they're trying to figure out exactly what PaperX's bigger change up after that timeout was going to be, right? The previous round was
actually
a little
true,
bit of an eco, so you expect that this is the round.
What does he do now, Uber?
Maybe there's going to be a response. Maybe there's going to be a crunch out of Baby Door or something like that, but instead It's all towards C.
I saw that he was trying to do some
right?
American
They're
stuff.
aware that Gen G could rotate to either side, so on a timing, since the Trailblazer that
Okay,
brings
and
Jimbo
Paper X get a
just
heavier
in
stack
time
here. 3
before the
people here,
execute
30
happens. Is
seconds.
3
They have
going to be
no
enough
map
for
control
Paper
again
X?
to be able to
As you
pivot.
see the spray coming in
Every
through the
single
smoke,
time I
moving
look at the
close to
minimap,
7, clears the second trip,
like,
but it's going to be
Gen
something
G
that
don't
goes
have
in. First
options.
Forsaken good for a double. Jing still alive on the site. Something trying to bounce back out as Jing flies forward.
Hold up.
He's just going in through aim.
Let's
trading
hold
as all
up.
these targets
We got a
fly
nade
at
as
him.
well that might
1v2.
enable him to
Can he
plant.
get the clutch? He's already been
Ah, he's
spotted.
dead.
He's going to plant with the help of the
Whoa.
Finalization. Finds one. Doesn't have time though. He has to stick the plant. Will he have it? He stops it. Divine knows. And
Damn, bro.
peak.
Nah, that should
Texture
never
with
ever
ace.
happen.
And
How
once
on
again,
earth has he done that?
Gen G out from
That's
the
one of the
depths
most
of hell.
wild
This map
ones.
won.
What are you supposed to do against that?
That is one of the
That's
most.
unbelievable.
That is one of the most
He's just insane.
mad rounds.
Paper X does so many of the right
Nah.
things here. Forsaken, something
Nah,
Jing all
bro.
there. They're trying to
Ow.
cover for this. And yeah, he gets Forsaken.
Okay,
You know, Jing does
so
a good
1v4.
blast back, try to buy a little bit of bait. He gets up on top of the box. Texture's just better.
By 5
He plays this
HP.
timing perfectly. Divine, you kind of have to think that Divine might be trying to push you with the timing after that. Of course, he's
Holy.
fired up.
I mean,
What
you see
the
Lucky's face there
hell?
too. His teammates can't believe it either. I mean, yes.
I mean, that's
he's
one of
your
the most
star
mad
player,
ones we've seen.
But this is not
Really is.
normally Texture.
Just wins
and then
out
he just
4
chuckles
1v1s
it off.
basically.
Just another round, just another day for the Korean duelist on Gen G.
Mind-blowing. I mean, the way he plays that time at the end of it, too, just absolutely brilliant. You can see Devi a little bit befuddled, not maybe expecting that last re-peak, maybe not quite reading.
Pause afterwards.
time
Yeah,
situation
it's
as
okay.
well as
Just
he could.
forget it. Maybe play
rethinking
together.
that one, but, you know, you want to try to push him, but there just isn't enough space there. When he starts planting right before that 4 second, right? It takes 4 seconds to plant the spike. And you gotta kind of wonder, all right, what's he gonna do? All right, well, I'm just gonna try to go to a different position, I think is what Mindfreak is thinking. I'm gonna let him get the plant, and I'm gonna reposition from behind that pillar and try to go somewhere else, somewhere unexpected. Texture just reads it perfectly.
Yeah, with that he
Now
gets
he's
his
up to a
ult as well.
positive KD
I think it was
after that
perfect. I
ace.
think the
Yeah,
last
it's
kill
fine.
literally
It's
gave
been
him
a
his
rough
ult.
going so far in Lotus, but he's back on top, and now Meteor
Okay,
finds a
jump
pick
spot
on C
over
as well.
towards
That
C
will slow
gets
things down
punished
for
as
Gen
well.
G. They know
And
they
we
have
might
options.
actually
With the
see them
Cypher
cancel for
down,
the first
they
time,
can
yeah.
go anywhere. The immediate call
Uh-oh.
comes out. They've been spotted, and something
Uh-oh,
follows through.
Garen tried
You
to
have
save
watch
his
out for this.
teammate.
Paper Rex, when they see an opening, they will not let go. They will drag
No
you back.
way,
And
the
Meteor
team
says,
assist.
Welcome right into my arms. 2 down with the Outlaw.
No
Tries to
way,
peek around the
bro.
boom bot, not going to find an opening. Now he's just trying to play for time as the rest of his team is creeping into the site. Guiding Light comes out. Gen G has to make a decision. The call comes out to try to reinforce, but Meteor may not need any assistance. As he gets
What are they
another,
doing?
still
They're going
only
back
half
to
armors
A.
on the remaining
Look
members
at the
of Paper Rex
minimap.
as well.
Yeah, this is not the fight you want to be taking with just stingers in hand for Paper X. So
Yeah,
now
they really think there's
gonna
someone
back
over
off and
towards
try something
C.
a little bit different, but Gen G hot on their heels, opting to try to take a little bit more contact. Love these Outlaws coming out from Meteor against the ecos of Paper X. Save a little bit of extra cash, able to cover the flanks really nicely with it as well. So this little adjustment for Gen G has caused Paper X quite a bit of grief.
30 seconds left.
This is just so good. They know that the Cypher was gone from C site,
Yeah,
but
it's
instead
done
of
good.
waiting
It's
to
worked
see
out well.
if the rotates have already happened, you don't know if Paper X is split or not. They decided to just deathball it into the site, playing with the advantage of numbers. 3 inside tree, Meteor holding from
that-
afar next to
that
Rebel.
round.
Mindfree will try to
That
cause
round.
a ruckus with the shrouded step. They definitely heard it through the wall, but are they aware of where he might have landed? You won't get a reaction. Gen G, they are just patient. They know they are so close to trying to tie this up on Lotus, their map pick. This best of 3 in stage 1. Tapping the spike, Mindfree recognizes the members, but Meteor's there for the flank. That's a 4K now. Outlaw
Yeah, but
picked
he
up
doesn't
for
wanna
Jing.
save
He'll
this
try to
gun,
do what
so-
he can, but it's only got 1 shot left in it. He can't go for the double, and Munchkin will clean things up.
The big buy around
That's
Paper X
an
obviously
interaction I
buying down
didn't
to
really ever
nothing.
think about with the Outlaw, but
Yeah.
it's a rough one for sure.
You had to gamble a bit there, right? It just did. I don't think it quite clicked with him. Or unless he's looking for the headshot, but
Sure.
yeah. I mean,
Not
still,
even a
Meteor,
jump
though, so
peek?
good
That's
with
really
it.
risky, man.
4 kills in the round for him. Getting tons of value out of that Marshall. And that gives you a little extra bank to utilize as well. Now you've got a lot of ults for both sides. Both sides
Maybe
are
you're gonna mix it up.
You have
Who knows?
the Neural Theft and
Okay,
the Seekers.
massive buy
Viper's
round
been in
for
lockdown,
Paper
so a lot
X.
of counter utility
Oh boy.
play. Genji
Into the Omen.
this time gonna be taking mountain control with a TP in the back.
Paranoia
Okay, does
out,
he
but he's
distract
not gonna land
enough?
the
Where the
shot.
hell is
Goodbye
that
will
ult
stop it.
gone?
Should
That ult
stop
back
the
is much
advance
better
for
though.
entirely, as Jing will slow
Jing
things
gets
down
another
just
on
for
top
some
of this.
thinking
What
about
is
sneaking out
this
of this
map?
revolving door.
Bro,
Well, that guy
and they
deployed as
used
well.
both
The team
ults into
thumbs
it
are
as
right
well.
back and forth for
It was
Paper
such a
Rex,
big round.
as they will get another
Could have
round.
reset
And I
them.
do just want to let Achilles
Jing
know on
pretty
the
much
desk
shows
that
him
Paper
how
Rex finally got a round
how you
back once
raise
they
ult.
bought the
That was
Odin.
nuts.
So, I don't know. Causation, correlation, not quite sure where it lands, but it's there.
Okay, they can still, like, this
It
is still a massive,
very
massive
powerful
round
gun in
because of
Forsaken's
this.
hand.
Wasn't exactly
Like, a
used
1-9
that
loss
round.
bonus, so that someone would take a hit.
But it was there. That's all. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I went behind him.
Jing there gets so much air.
Dude, as if
And then
he
the fact that
as
he's
if
able
he
to-
satchels again to
nobody
start
recovers
swinging.
faster from landing after blast packs than Jing. He
Absolutely.
is just unreal at his ability to stabilize his aim.
Yeah, he like slightly satchels down as well, so he hits the ground faster, so he's accurate faster. It's pretty cool.
Forsaken somewhat aware of it, but not
Like,
able to find any.
Up
he
and
found a
left,
little
so he
bit of
goes
damage.
down and right. That's a
Okay,
great
Meteor.
pick,
All
though.
right, Meteor, he's definitely had to play Jing a couple times before.
Oh
but
my.
Heron goes down. So much damage done. Texture took a big chunk earlier as well. Now
Yeah,
you
this
wonder,
gun
is it
over
even
towards
worth
it.
pushing for this Odin?
Killjoy
They're gonna try to
ult
draw
on
that
B.
aggro over to the B side. This is all set up for
Mate,
Texture.
Meteor's
He can
just
get a kill,
solo
he can
winning
immediately
rounds
rotate
at the
back as
moment.
well. But it's just going to be the neural theft, and Texture
Ult goes
knows
in, they realize they
there's
can
no
pivot
way out.
towards
You have to
B.
push the B site.
If they get over
Post-plant,
towards
we'll
site
have to
with
worry about
Viper
that
ult,
afterwards.
that's a Viper ult.
We'll look to
Okay, and
push
he
everyone
decides
out.
to do the
Big
after
use
plant
for one
Viper
side.
ult, so
Texture
everyone
takes
else is
over
going to be
heaven.
dueling in front of
The
this.
rest
Might have two
will
people
choose
dueling
to
in front,
stay
two people
inside
inside.
the pit. So
Double
Texture's gonna have to
Killjoy,
buy a
Molly
lot
on
of
Spike.
time before
And
the
they have
retake
Fade
happens.
ult.
This is
Oh
tricky
man,
for
I don't
PRX
think they can
because
retake this.
There's no money left for Forsaken. Got enough to buy.
Yeah,
but
I think
he's
this
gonna
is
have
the
to
right
work over
call.
that Odin.
Wait, did that
Jeez,
work?
he knows these angles so well.
Yeah, I mean, barely just
Oh my god, that
scrapes
works.
the
That's
cap
sick.
off of Raze's head.
I had no idea.
But overall, Gen G, they get the read that with the Odin spam and no approach, that this might be a save. They read the credit situation here for the potential Odin. Want to do some damage. Of course, not entirely necessary. Lakio, of course, has his Nightfall as well. Other
Wait, that
members
makes
sitting
it
with
really
enough to
strong.
buy into the next round.
I wonder
Gen G will
how
let the
much of
round
this angle
pass,
you can
10 to
actually like
11
tag
score
up
line.
from here.
We'll have to take a look how this impacts the next round as Odin saved over by Forsaken.
I want to ask you, Will. Did you feel like Paper X was going to try that retake anyway? Like, did you have it in the back of your mind?
You know, yeah,
Okay, so
somewhere in my
insta
mind, I
reset
feel
of the
like really saw
money.
mine
Paper X
really
just
sit at
managed
the
to
other
buy.
end.
They go
I'm
down.
like,
Obviously, they
only
save
mine.
some.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah.
is
It's in your mind, right?
like
Yeah,
if
I
Gen
mean,
G get
they've
this,
done
it's
things
most
where
likely
it's just Forsaken
12.
spamming
So
and
you're
everyone
definitely going to
scrapes
see the
across,
Fatal
masking
into this
their
round.
audio. Like, they've done some crazy things with weapons they shouldn't have. So
Exactly.
you can never count them out, and I think that's why Gen G was a little cautious.
Double
But
info,
now,
and
round
honestly might work
22
out as
is
kill
gonna be the
trips.
big one. Gen G.
They hear the
continue
Odin
their
again.
opening.
Does that give them
Take
heavy
over Rumble,
info?
and Paper
Oh
X, they wanna
man.
punish it this
I
time.
mean,
It's
they're
gonna
going
be
to
a fast push
insta-react.
out.
Bro,
Meteor,
this
he's good
kid
for one.
is
He
so
makes the
good
dash
right
go
now.
away from the other. And now the backup has
Wait, did
arrived
they
for Gen
give
G
him a
as well.
smoke
They
to
cut
play
off
off
the
of and then they
forces
fight back
pushing out of
towards
B
B?
main, and
Dude, he's
Meteor,
pushing
if he can get that
forwards.
kill, if he had gotten it, the map opens up for Gen G, but something will back off.
That
This
close
was
for
sick from
something.
Gen G though. I
Just
like the
enough time to
instant
get out, but he
smoke
still
for
has
him
no
to
help.
play
Everybody's
around.
leaning towards
So
A.
they couldn't
The
trade.
raid a little bit
And then
off
they group
kilter.
up, they clear
Finally,
B.
With that prowler coming through, now they're starting to
Yeah,
shift
so they
back over.
kind
It's
of
a
clear
immediate
this
change in
and put a
direction from
question
Gen
mark
G.
here.
They're working the map
I haven't
so
cleared
nice.
deep over
Yeah,
towards here,
still
but
a
this
full
is the
minute
question
as
mark
well.
now.
Now
So
the big
this is
benefit
very
of
nice
course,
calling
Cypher set
from
up on
Gen
A,
G.
and Mindfreak understands he can't
They're
give up
very
too much space
reactive
on
and they're
B
very
main. They need to
together.
get that
Like I
information
actually don't
nice
think
and
I've seen a
early.
team like
So Paper X,
5
they will
person as
hold
much as this, and
2-1-1 spread
apart
out
from like
across the
maybe
map. Trailblazers know
Crew
they're bound
for like
on
their
that
first 2
timing.
years of
It's going
playing.
to be the Odin pressuring,
They
seeing if
always
there's a
5
reaction to the smoke
stack at the
to help
moment.
hit the tripwire. The Boombot will take the hit for that one, but the Nightfall, it's going to force Forsaken now. Does he stick around? He tags one with the cam, makes sure that they don't approach, and that buys him just enough time to try to get away. Still no audio, and he has no idea that the rope's been taken. Busy with the
Big
reload on
jaws.
the Odin.
Something
Mindfreak
is
takes
a
over
lunatic,
drop.
jumps down
Spike
early,
already
everyone
planted
gets off
though,
his
and
sight.
Gen
We've got to
G
keep
set
an
up
eye
for
out.
the post-man
Dude, the
texture.
raise here with no one
Bit of a
coming stairs
curveball
is
to
scary.
wild card.
Oh,
Something might have seen
no,
him 'cause
not
he
at all
catches
scary,
the
it's
barrel,
fine.
chases
Whoa,
him down,
what?
and immediately swivels for a second headshot. And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin. 2v2, but the health not on their side. Nanoswarm buying time. The second one has to
No, he
launch right
doesn't
away.
get this other
It's
molly
a
off.
lot of time
Meteor is
bought.
just too
They
good
couldn't
right
clear
now.
it in time. Half not done. Now switching up that position, trying to push it. They actually just get it with the spray, and if Munchkin can't get it, it's going to be Meteor, who's just buying time. Still enough for Mindfreak.
Holy hell, man. Meteor deserves, like,
sliver of an angle
everything at the moment. He's been insanely impactful. 22 to 20, and it feels like some of the impact of the 22 is through the roof. Keeps getting fast kills.
The sidestep, something with an impressive double.
He keeps getting fast kills, like it's non-stop.
Get into those post-plant positions, hold those angles just long enough. Trying to play a little bit of game.
And that forces them down to what you would think would be a eco.
Too much at all, but
they get double Bulldog Guardian.
Kind of anticipation of the
and
pressure,
maybe missing some
it,
util.
and working the map nicely. Here we go, fast hit now out the open.
Right through the screen for Texture to pick up
What is
a
going
triple.
on, man?
Paper X, they tried to adjust.
Oh god, it's his turn. Nah, dude.
It's a totally different story. Now a 1v2 for Forsaken. Can he do it when Paper X needs it most?
As if this game is delivering on this level, though. Like, as if it's delivering on this level. Like, we knew it was going to be hype, but this is mental. What is going on there? Okay, 1 round.
Map point for Gen.G as the crowd goes wild in Seoul.
I mean, again, Paper X tries to challenge a little bit sooner than they have been on this Rebel take. The Texture is so ready for it. He gets enough comfort with that initial hit, and no real bothering by the utility there. He gets ahead
the
of the
fade eye,
Skyblast.
dude.
The reveal from Locky is so good, and then Mindfreak gets even deeper than Gen.G's ready for, so he picks up 3 huge kills, but still the round win comes from Gen.G, so it's either going to be map Gen.G or overtime forced by Paper X. This attacker side, for both teams, have been really good.
And they go for the exact same play because it works so well. Fast control. Dude, look at Paper X. They were just all the time waiting for this push, but it just never happened. Like, they're waiting for C aggro. Just never happens. They keep going out towards A.
Sees if there's a reaction. It's a classic setup, and Paper X, they might have to go for a bit of a Hail Mary here. Just make sure that you stick
because they've
to
been
your
like,
guns and say that
this is a lot of the
Gen.G, they will
time,
try to push and pull
unless
us, but
they
are
show
set up on Rubble.
pressure.
That's
They
the
have
correct
just
call
been like, take
for
map
Paper
control,
X.
hit site.
Now you're worried about some
It
kind of
looks like they've
counter-trap
realized that.
developed by
They
Paper
stacked
X
heavier.
in between rounds
Say
on
that.
this A side. I think
Stacked heavy
something's
towards
looking
B.
potentially to get not just a pick, but maybe get an orb
Omen
as well.
all
Get
out
that
towards
Blainstorm
C,
going.
sees no one.
Clear on the side of Mound, though, so now
Yeah, and we
Paper
have
X,
no
they
one
know
over
for certain
towards
as
B
the door
against
is
it. They're
open,
just going to hit in
it's going
towards
to
A,
be
and there's
hit.
only 1 kill trip that
Forsaken,
might give
does
him
he look for a timing? He
no
creeps
trips.
in. He hears the Cypher Cage, but that's just bait from Munchkin. The absolute 200
Oh
IQ
my.
play baits out the Cypher Jing.
Meteor got a really important kill once again.
But they've
Fade
already lost quite a
can't
few.
plant.
Divide,
Dude,
trying to
Fade
clear
got
the
an
sights.
important
Might
kill.
still not plant it.
Going on
The
here.
showstopper will have
Okay.
to be used by
Oh,
Texture
so that he
to
can
make sure
plant.
they have enough time. 3v2 for Gen.G. Munchkin holding from afar by Rubble. Tries to cover their bases. The showstopper set.
Okay, that's a good amount of
to
info.
cover
Munchkin, wall up so
Now
he can
spike
reposition.
planted. Mindfreak, does he use the Cox screen against them? The smoke to see if there's a peek, but not quite just yet. Drop gonna
Oh,
be
I'm
pulled
nervous
up
for
by
this guy in
Jing. It's going to be a
sight.
pinch from Paper X. Mindfreak's creeping up, but the barrel shows as Lakia turns his head. Texture gets the kill onto Jing, and Mindfreak knows he has to get it, but not in time.
70 HP. Gen.G managed to pull it back. 8-4. And Texture's just waving at them. Dude, the 1v4 changed the whole map.
And
Texture really deserves Texture and Meteor really deserve shoutouts. Honestly, Meteor more. It was nuts.
Gone to 3 maps. They've gone the distance. They have played an insane amount of games already here in 2024. You can see.
Yeah, I guess it was 10-4, right, at its peak.
They are holding fast. They are holding firm. Attacker side for both teams really good. Something I want to mention. It's been the defender side.
Why does this happen when I upload the VOD now?
Bread and butter this year so far, but
closes this?
both teams having some great adaptations.
Absolutely. Paper X came out swinging with a lot of new ideas, with a lot of good reads.
Yeah,
but they
4-10
ran
to
out of steam near the end, and
13-11.
we'll have the analyst desk coming on to the show to break down the action a little bit further.
And just when you thought maybe Gen.G was going to lose their map, they said, nope, this is our map pick, Lotus, and they bring it back. But it didn't look like it was going to be that way.
It looked really dominant in the first half. I think like all of Wars fought with deception, and Forsaken was a shadow. Like the way he was lurking
34,
around,
yeah,
Gen.G,
a young 34.
They just wouldn't expect him, and when
Yeah,
they do
I'm
expect him,
35
he's on
this
another
year. That's
part
so
of the map.
mad,
It's just
dude.
so confusing for them.
It was an incredible run back. It felt like the the insanity of that texture ace, which was
all my
effectively
years
a 1v5
into esports.
is what really cemented it. I will say though, for William, who is making a bit of a note towards me on the cast, and I'm saying this because he's walking past the moment. Yeah, they were looking good with the Odin.
6-1.
I seem to recall that Gen.G didn't use the Odin too much, and they happened to win this map.
First kills are pretty even overall. Meteor went 6-1 in first kills.
This was a hell of a banger opener, and if this is what we can expect from Icebox as well, with the confidence of DRX to pick that map coming in, oh boy, it's going to be one hell of a series.
Yeah, both of these teams definitely did not let us down. 12 first kills on both sides, and I think you're right, Achilleos. The moment
300
Texture
ACS.
got
I mean,
that
Mindfreak had an
insane
absolute
kill,
map as
everything
well, to
started
be
turn
fair.
around. That's when you start to see Gen.G's
Mindfreak had a
confidence.
sick
Coach
map.
Alex was saying that just now. Once Gen.G gets that confidence, that's actually the most unstoppable thing about them.
Ridiculously, yeah. I mean, it's that confidence for sure. I mean, at the start, you know, they were starting to struggle a little bit. PaperX started to push out against them. PaperX won the pistol at the start of the second half, but slowly Gen.G
the 1v4 ace, oh yeah, bro, it changed everything. It really did. It was like one of those rounds where it's like, well, we have to win now. He's done this. Like, we can't have a round like that and not win. Like, you got to win it for that guy.
Couldn't retake anymore. After that, Gen.G started to pick up momentum, and that's where the confidence starts to build up.
Okay, chat.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be back in a little bit. Just gonna spam some ads so we don't get it into next one.
In kills to where he ended up is absolutely insane. It was just, yeah, it was just a crazy turnaround from him. But Meteor, consistent the whole way throughout. It felt like Meteor and Lakia were really the ones like holding on by a thread. We weren't seeing that impact from Garon, from Munchkin, from Texture at all that we're really used to seeing in that first half. But I think that, yeah, that rallying cry from the Texture ace is what really just got everybody on the same page. But I gotta say, solid efforts to Mindfreak, because good God, from the whole map across, he was absolutely on point.
Yeah, he's consistently getting kills and just kind of anchoring down a lot of spots. Sometimes even in those clutch situations like that one that we just saw, he's able to pick up a couple of multi-kills here and there just to bring his team back from the brink. And that really gives them the even odds that PaperX needs to sneak away with these rounds sometimes. The only thing is just that, you know, although everyone from PaperX was chipping in, we didn't quite see that same kind of like in flow state highlight performance from, you know, someone that we expect, like perhaps Jing, for example. There were great entries, there were great performances, great team plays, but nothing quite as like magical or as highlight worthy as what Texture did.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think that that's just something that's going to take a little bit more time for PaperX to get back into that flow state, get back to having just the hive mind gameplay that we were seeing from them so consistently throughout last year. And I think that that's perfectly fine. All ready for them to come in, and then, you know, Alex, he was saying that, you know, okay, it's 9 days for both teams to widely get prepped. He thinks that it's mostly even. I do kind of disagree, just given that Gen.G didn't undergo any changes. It was just them going to the event, playing with this 5-man core, and then coming back and practicing straight up with this one. So I still would give them the edge in preparation for that. So for PaperX to still make that as close of an opening map as it was, I think is a clear indication that PaperX is back. They are going to be one of the teams contending to be top dog here in Pacific once again.
But is it going to be enough for them to win this series, though? I think that's the biggest question on all our minds. I'm still like a little bit bummed out from this first map loss.
Well, if anything, I think Gen.G gave PaperX a taste of their own medicine. You know, coming back with a hero play like that and just turning things around when everything falls into sync, becoming their own version of their hive mind. And I know Mindfreak definitely has a girlfriend buff right now. She's here in the audience. Yeah, you can see her with Auntie Jing's mom. Now, Icebox. We have not seen PaperX play this in a long, long time. And Gen.G, the last time they notably played Icebox, it was against Sentinels. It was the map they dropped to Sentinels when they were so close to getting that Masters trophy.
Gen.G has played this an immense amount, and I was a little bit surprised to see that they were leaning into it as a pick as heavily as they had been, because it hasn't been the cleanest map form. It's similar to like Zeta with Ascent in the past, where like you go to this map, you get wins on it, but it's always a struggle. It's always so damn close when you're able to get those wins. But with PaperX, I mean, clearly they have a lot of tape that they have studied, that they will have studied coming into this one. So for them to not show it for the longest time and then feel comfortable enough to pick it into Gen.G, they have to have a very solid idea about how to counter-strat this team.
It is a bit worrisome, though. I mean, still, you know, everything that we know about PaperX, they prefer some of these like wider open spaces. They prefer to be able to work around the map. Icebox, it's like a little bit execute heavy. You might be able to work around mid a little bit, but other than that, mid has been opened up so much more because of that tiny little window around tube. And yeah, PaperX, we don't really know what kind of composition they're going to run. We had Jing with the Battle Sage before in the past. We had CGRS with the Gecko. What's it going to be this time? I mean, so far, you know, 9 days of prep. Is Jing just going to stick to Raze, I guess?
You could. I mean, there's still solid entry paths on Icebox. I think that, and there's probably even more. I can't really think of any Raze performances that we've seen widely on Icebox since the changes came in. So there's probably a lot more that you could do. There's probably some crazy lineup you could do from mid and just completely land in window. You know, you come straight up and then hook your way left into the window and just annihilate anybody that's there in kitchen or two. But I'd be curious to see what they are going to be putting together. If I had to guess, I think it is probably just going to go back to things that they had done before. But we'll have to just wait and see, I suppose.
I think you're right, though. I would be surprised if we didn't see something a little bit crazy, a little harebrained idea like we saw in Sunset with that Sage Wall and Monyet going up on the Omen. You know, little fun things that you see the rest of the Valorant ranked community start using afterwards. I'm sure we're going to see some of that in Icebox.
You probably could find decent value running something like Sunset Comp on Icebox. I think that you could just implement that, go no duelists, just add you know, some more control and initiators into the mix there, have something play the Gecko instead of playing the Jet. And I think that you got to actually find relative success with it on Icebox.
I feel like they still probably, I want to keep that Jet in, especially with something playing. But, you know, that's the thing. You got this idea of a Gecko now, but still.
We have a game.
So, before we talk about that, we're going to talk about agents. Like, there's more to talk about agents.
Our ranks.
But we got to do our game where we will adjust our ranks. You saw this at the beginning. I'm currently at Diamond. These guys are Gold. This is not our in-game rank, but our Pacific rank based on this question. I feel like we need to clarify that. Because these guys are definitely not Gold.
Ooh.
They're better. They're much better.
Which player will record a higher kill count?
Yeah. So Texture or Jing will get the higher kill count on this. I think this is a... Do you want to talk to the process, or do you want to share your vote first?
Yeah, I'll just go for it.
Let's just go for it.
Okay. I got mine.
I got mine too.
You guys ready?
Are you ready? Wait,
Let's go. Let's show it. Let's show it. Show it. Show it. All right, you guys are all picking Texture.
How can you not?
I'm amazed. I thought for sure both of you were going to say Jing.
Come on.
No, look, we like Genji and we like Texture too, but why do you actually, Quack? You should explain it.
I just said, how can you not? After watching that ace, how smart, how like calm he was, how zoned in he was, that has to say everything.
But what if he's playing a Sentinel? Then we're screwed.
Well, no, because he was dropping big value kills on GE last year. So even if Texture goes to play Sentinel, I think it would be totally
he's playing an Omen.
But
Sage.
Jing is on Sage. Okay, so we're not seeing a double duelist.
Okay, so this is kind of what I expected from PaperX. This is not what I was expecting from Gen G.
Duelistless comp?
So they're doing...
We're not diving in anymore.
Yeah, they're doing what I said PaperX could do.
Well, that's a bit of a curveball, perhaps from the coach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both sides are trying to cook for each other.
I'm not gonna lie though, this I kind of mess with this a little bit because we have seen
this
a lot of
gives me hope that they might use Sage on
and looking absolutely deadly on it.
Sunset
I mean, Ken's is the
as
biggest
well.
example of
Prodigy,
that.
thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Very smart about their movement, about the decision making, moment to moment. Put them on Omen, they can absolutely thrive.
Thank you so much, Prodigy. Appreciate you.
All right, we're going to go to Icebox first.
Say the gifted.
From PaperX and a long
NG Gods,
time. Let's
it's
go
real,
to
believe. There you go. Welcome into the
Paper
Slug Club. Just for you.
Well,
Prodigy.
everyone wondered what Texture was doing last year, but now the question's back as he's no longer on the duel list. Picking up the Omen, and the desk has talked about, the shift. Yes, we've seen it. Obviously, Omen oftentimes used as a sub-dive agent as well. But a very new look from Gen G, where they've always had some sort of hard dive as part of their compositions.
This is truly shocking.
Genji on defense, PaperX on attack.
Texture
And we got
so
5 ghosts. 5 ghosts, Genji, and they want to fight over towards B. Retake over towards A. Push on middle. 5 goes towards A, doesn't hit anyone. Wall invested. And it's going to be a 5-person retake. Finish to swap in spots.
Let's see if they can hold out for this retake. Gonna clear the nano as well. So
Theo as well. Theo, thank you so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 19 months. That's a long time, dude. Thank you for all the support.
Trying to figure out exactly where they're going to come from. Looks like
they go behind, they managed to kill the turret, right? Then there's a lot of pressure created. Looking over towards Gen G, it's hard for them to defuse this. They do have Lil Bro though. Okay. Just before the Omen Flash came, I'm pretty sure.
That'll dwindle down to numbers.
Either that or just spam.
Already in action by Divide. We'll keep our eye on that on the middle of the map. As he's already cycled all
Smoke goes in, Lil Bro's going out. There is a molly here, but Lil Bro's going to tank it. Damn. Okay, you got to give him his props here. This was nice though. They used like the retake smokes that they're talking about now, and Lil Bro hard to hit, and he did just tank a molly. He did great here.
Just too good on point.
This was nice from Gen G. These smokes, this is something that who used it the most? Like old C9 was it? 100 Thieves also. I think it was what was the team that used Brim? The MC that was with them. MC or Cupid? Guard.
Yeah, it's going to have some good value too, though, as this Force Bite comes out with the half armor.
Yeah, where they used double smokes here. It was the guard, right? The guard with Brim.
So we'll see what ideas they have. It's going to be a high pop flash from the KO.
So it's a similar thing. Just this time we had one smoke. Box most of the vision off. They got to just spam. They did force into this, so I need to stop yapping.
Dash, but Munchkin already there from behind the side, and Texture gets another with the Outlaw. Mind Freak's already close with the Stinger, and he's going to be able to kill Texture.
And they heal up.
Not able to
they get Fnatic plant, so they got to fight over towards site.
And the spike will be planted. It's surrounded by the walls.
Yeah, he's not expecting him so close. Big kill from Lakia. He also has Wingman to defuse, so he could create a lot of pressure, and they could pretty much get this person out of position, which is probably why Jin goes close, because he knows he wants to fight on his terms.
The judge actually gets the kill from about medium range from down below. And we will see Lakia pick up
That's so silly, man. I mean, he had no armor. He had no armor. We got to bear that in mind, right? Because he tanked down to 60 HP and healed himself. But
he just had a ghost or something. It wasn't one of the other upgraded SMGs that the rest of Paper X opted
That's so
for.
silly.
And he just loses out to Charon. Could have been expecting some early aggression, able to use that against him. The rest of the guns not really revealed until they get on the site, but it's not managed very well by Paper X.
And Paper X go for another. Okay, I tell you what though. It looks like a force, but it's just a low buy. 2-9 loss bonus. Oh Jesus. 2-9 loss bonus. It's okay.
So this Outlaw could get a ton more value as well for
this might farm. There is a chance the Texture can really farm this, and they are going towards his site. Everyone on light armor.
Now they will back up the utility.
Couple of body shots. Let's see how he does. I mean, the vision block is there. Munchkin on his own does get traded. There goes the gun. Did he push through to this angle? Oh man, he really wanted to save his teammate when I think he had to accept that it was done. That's a great molly. That was a great molly. Teammate comes in. Fish ult to secure it.
The rest of the forces to push through. The Thrash will clear out all the areas.
No, man. Insta defuse as well. Holy, this is nice from Gen G. The retakes look good. Yeah, the retakes look good.
Lands in time to get the kill without taking any damage. It's going to be the third round nonetheless.
Shout out to Meteor again here. He got the important kill, then he mollies the person out of position and enables everything to fall apart over towards site.
Losing some pieces of the puzzle along the way. I think it's Divide that started with the rifle in this round. That's so dumb. Munchkin, you're so good with that gun. It's not even fair. There's good trades here for Paper X, but the weaker weaponry certainly hurts. And a good start. Yeah, let him know, Lakia. It's a good start. For sure for Gen G.
Okay, fast buy round for Paper X. 4th round in. 5v buy. Lakia is trying to bait out a good amount of util. Knife goes close to see if he did push all the way close. No, he didn't. Omen flash at the ready, and they are going fast. And this Omen flash hit everyone.
They're going to push forward. The Dizzy tags him as well. They're ready for
oh, no trade on this.
Not able to get the kill just yet. So down to 4 members, 4 rifles for Gen.G, a dash in, but something, he's been surrounded. Lakia tries to push him, but something's just waiting for that opportunity. And that allows the rest of Paper Rex to try to swarm the site. Munchkin and Meteor holding true in the back of sight, trying to
and everyone can just swing off that one contact. Some of the HP is low, but
at the back, Kara not able to res as Munchkin eventually gets taken out. A 3v1. Kara, the rookie star, quiet in the first map. Can he find an opening in the second? Gets pinged, uses that against him, isolates one. Ready for another, goes for the repeat, but can't find
dude, I'm telling you, if Forsaken doesn't crouch there, he's dead. 45 HP.
Well, tempo of this match certainly feels very aggressive for both teams. You wouldn't think so without a duelist on the side of Gen.G, but they're happy to try to take space. They're trying to catch Paper Rex, you know, over-aggressing onto those orb touches. Munchkin's been aggressive on them earlier. This time, it's going to be Lakia who goes for it, wisely backs off. I don't know how something wins that battle, but
is it worth rewatching Lotus? 100%, bro.
On the other side,
not a doubt in my mind. You got to watch that map.
Swing around towards the box.
You're considering it, you got to watch it.
Able to lock it down, but it's been very chaotic so far. As obviously, we haven't seen Icebox from Paper Rex in quite some time. This push out Forsaken, good for one.
Yeah, and just the eco.
Is nuts. How is he always so good with these guns? He's one taps.
They do pick up a rifle. Karen's close, can give his team a lot of info in terms of what map control they've taken, and that is a straight up one tap.
No, Jing just shuts down right away. And Gen.G, despite having a 3-1 lead, of course the econ very low. Munchkin gets the kill from afar as we see a
there's something secured this by
with the right click. Now just trying to retake some space, but with the rifle recovered,
he expects this eventually though, right?
Call for the save. Try to bank up some econ once again. He's ready for it. Sees the leg, and he will swing right back, trying to clear both corners at the same time. That might be the opening they needed. Karon eventually goes down. Munchkin, does he get the call that someone's close? Might have caught a glimpse of him, and he's
no way, man. He's on for an insane round. Insta swing off tap.
He needs to defuse the spike as well.
Oh my god.
Not sure about the position. Waiting for Devi, who's oftentimes lurking, but not going to find him just yet. Devi will tease him with the timer. Munchkin just wants to take away the weapons one last time.
That was impressive, man. He did a lot of damage there. Hit some absolute shots.
Yeah, you get the win as Paper X, but you don't get much else.
He pre-aimed for the jump shot. Yeah, that's why I got excited. I was like, oh my god, he's going to jump peek, and he's pre-aimed for it.
Great opener, but Munchkin's just so good. That's a nasty shot. Jing there using that wall to get up top. And just barely, they're able to get through it. Jing, when they used to play this map 2 years ago, was playing on the Sage a lot, so kind of going back into that comfort pick here for Paper X. No Devi on Chamber. I was kind of curious to see if we were going to get to see a repeat of it, but certainly in this current meta, Killjoy able to
Gen.G are close to a lot of ults. Munchkin one away, Karen one away, Extra one away.
Meteor be the Killjoy.
Honestly, kind of similar situation, Mind Freak. Devi 2 away, so yeah, the big buy rounds, especially in considering the Gen.G if they lose. I mean, actually, we did so much damage from Munchkin here. It's just a massive swing round, and they can be a little bit loose with some of their swings with res.
The null command comes through though, so it's not going to be allowing the Killjoy
nice trade over towards middle. There goes the res.
Just to hold an angle.
Still no.
Sees the gun barrel. Okay, the spike will get planted, but it's going to be Gen.G who already has so much
space. Gotta keep an eye on the Killjoy here. Looks like we're going around the world.
Now the alarm bot goes off. They know that they're still bouncing around the entry.
Yeah, around the world is on, so we'll keep an eye on that.
For Gen.G, all of them grouped up.
Flash hits the person at yellow.
Something, but they can't find him right around the edge just
Damn,
yet.
he still gets a kill.
When he swings around. Something will barely get
bro
that
for
kill with
plant.
28 HP. The snake bite clears it right at the
Ball
end.
goes in, that blocks vision from the Killjoy. Killjoy's gonna speed up. Damn, Lucky did great. Little Bro's still on it. Damn, so nice. Yeah, good ult from Karen as well. Dude, Lucky is looking really nice. He's never like rushing his util. Here as well, he's like swinging to trades, little bro. It's nice.
He actually does find a kill, but by the time he
Gecko's been great so far.
The pit's already in. What are you going to do against this? And it makes it so challenging for them. Okay, you get the 1-for-1 trade earlier. Meteor, great positioning, great footwork. And then Devi feels like he has to go for it. Had the lockdown, didn't really have time to commit it. Able to hold on is Gen.G, finding their 4th round win. Now you've got a ton of ults available for Paper Rex.
Yeah, Stinger's over towards A. It's a classic for them.
Seeing if they can maybe get that lockdown into play right around the corner. Texture watching for that belt.
They could have bought a hero gun and someone like peeks this because of res, but maybe they want to save it more. Damn, it's a really early KO. They'll be happy to just wait this one out.
Space. It's going to be the null command used as well, and Munchkin actually moves away. They're just, they're trying to just empty A site and see if they bite on the side of Paper Rex.
He's hurt so much.
By the smoke. He catches the side of the blade, sir. Lakia wants none of that from something. Obviously, one of his debut highlights here on Icebox itself. Munchkin ready with a flash.
They gotta accept this.
The double flash is being prepared.
They gotta leave sight. I don't want to see anyone go here. I think it's not worth.
And it should just be able to clear that lockdown now, but still so much utility used by Paper Rex.
Actually broke it.
Will respect it. Paranoia early to take the site. Something should be wary of this. The wingman clears the corner, and Lakia swinging around already. Gets one kill.
Still no plant, and they broke wall. Oh, this is a done round.
Cleared out. Forsaken now wrapping around. They want to protect the pin, and it's going to be an all-out brawl right outside the pin. As we see
as soon as they didn't get the plant down there, you got no hope.
Not able to pick up an upgrade to the weapon.
It was a nice instant reaction to maybe make it doable from Paper Rex.
Outside of his comfort zone.
I think that was like the only saving grace is someone just said we need to wrap left side like now, and they all did. But as soon as that plant gets stopped,
trying to isolate the members, but Lakia is still
I mean,
around
Lakia
the
gets the
corner.
kill.
No time left.
No time.
And it will be the round for Gen G as Mind Freak will get a consolation kill.
Doesn't matter in this the no time, but still impressive
everything
shot.
Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this round by Paper Rex.
Yeah, they put a lot into it. Killjoy, all like it's a huge win. Huge win.
Perfect placement on that frag bet by Munchkin.
Still got Sage res. They might maybe need one to actually make a plan around this.
It has to land so perfectly because there's only a small circle that the fragment can clear just by itself on that lockdown that's right next to where it lands. So really
I think there was like a Viper molly over towards like the G2 plant. I'm not entirely sure. The normal part of the wall.
Really nicely there, and certainly Alex trying to get them back on track, but with all those ultimates used there, Will, now you start to worry about Paper Rex, because even in a round where you feel like you've got that opportunity, you can get that pit down, you can use that lockdown, okay, it gets cleared, so what?
Genji come good for attack? Yeah, it's not too bad. It struggles a little bit on B, but it can fight well.
But it doesn't come through. Genji's just too good right now, controlling the edges. I think Forsaken gets a little greedy, trying to go for that rifle up on top of Nest there. I mean, I get why he did it, but that costs them, you know, maybe it's safer to just play in the pit at that point, make sure you get the plant.
Yeah, I thought he had a moment, but of course, I mean, this is something that Paper Rex is so good at in the first map on Lotus, was recognizing that Gen G will also never let go of the pedal once the fight starts. The trades always continuing to flow in. But as you mentioned, the ult's gone, but it's going to be a force up into the rifles, only a Sheriff for Forsaken on the side of Paper Rex. Meanwhile, Charon still happy to pick up the judge here.
Not gonna duel with his res though, right?
Going to keep up the pace to 11. Really push the sights in. That's going to be the trap play set up.
Knife goes in. Knife only hits one. I'm pretty sure.
Allows Charon to set up close by the door. Forsaken caught a glimpse of it on that jump, but not quite the weapon just yet.
He's just going to be holding that angle. Actually, he's going to try to push it.
And
oh no,
so
the pop
dangerous.
flash.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and he
good
beats
info
out the
though.
weapon sound as well.
That's
so
good info as well.
Meanwhile, Mind Freak was already all the way up tube.
Munchkin,
takes a bit of a hit. Divide there.
That's really confident, but he's been hitting some shots. I kind of can't blame him for that.
And that gives Paper Rex
That's a nice shot as well, speaking of it. They also, when he was middle here, he saw the Viper, so they should know there's another person middle.
Planting Forsaken back in tube as well. Paper Rex.
Yeah, and that's why Lakia is looking for it.
Of mid. Nano Swarm used to allow for Lakia to hold a little bit safer on the
Res
side
goes
of
in. Anything for this? No.
Yeah, and you got to be real careful here as Lakia. You have a Thrash, so you're a real
Dude,
big
Mind
piece of this
Freak
puzzle.
is
just...
Yeah, Mind Freak is strolling over towards the side. No way. 3v5.
This site, but Meteor trying to defend his own lockdown with his life. Can anyone get here to make
3v5.
That it's going to be
one person low. One person has a judge.
Killjoy. Something pushes out just in time. Kitchen taken over by Devi. And Texture, it's too many angles for him to try to clear with an operator, but he's still going to go for it. Already posted up in Snowman. Doesn't catch something up top. Doesn't catch anybody else up top either,
Yeah,
and Divide
dude,
will swing out on a
one of the most questionable ults I've seen for a while.
Shot, and that's going to be
Comes
the
Killjoy
operator in something's hands.
Yeah, showing us quite a different look after this. Putting some
this was not the one.
PaperX.
Let's run from PaperX. They get a good. I mean,
frag there on the Divide.
let's see if they can get 2 in a row because this money's low.
It's a good little bait and switch there with that lockdown, knowing that the operator is there to cover it. You know, Meteor aware that they're going to have to try to push that angle. At least able to take a couple down with him, but at the end of the day,
what is this Killjoy, bro?
Too strong. Not exactly sure what happened with Lakia behind yellow, but he got taken down quickly by Mind Freak. That's a big piece of that ult puzzle. That was taken down, and immediately a counter timeout for Gen G.
Yeah.
Trying to see if they can reassess what's going on. I'm pretty curious about this. What they see that they didn't like in that round. Maybe it's the mid-control stuff where they tried to challenge it.
And it has to be something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
Just about the recognition of the potential trades, perhaps getting, you know, maybe just too drawn out by PaperX's initiative around mid. I mean, of course, if you can fully control mid, it's a great area here.
Why don't people play Raze and Icebox? Some do.
Oftentimes, it's one of the least looked upon areas because
Too many,
hard to get
too many
full control,
corners
right?
with Raze as well in terms of like the nade isn't going to do as much. It's actually not too bad.
So just saying,
like every time I watch teams use Raze on this map, it's honestly not too bad.
There's so many angles you got to worry about there.
Just the fact that
PaperX,
I don't know, a lot of the time it's just better to not have a duelist. I feel like.
Took that space and worked with it because they're just that confident.
The more I see it, the more I'm just like, damn, no duelist is the one. I do think Gen G's comp struggles slightly against yellow. And like clearing yellow, and if someone fights yellow, but that's pretty much it. And obviously on attack, it struggles to like plant.
It takes a lot more health damage.
It's K, Jin can heal.
Yeah, that's true. That armor gone
the
forever,
Jet, nah,
though.
I do think the Jet is better.
We'll see. It's going to be Sheriff's nonetheless, so...
Just the dash away in some of these positions is nice. And also, like,
really, once again, a trap play.
the dash and just fast flash stuff you can do over towards B is just easier. Shot, man.
They don't want to let PaperX approach. They know PaperX.
Yeah, they went for a heavy shutdown over towards B, and I mean, they just don't have the guns for it.
It's going to fall flat as there is the aggro drawn by something. Great teamwork from PaperX. Wall goes up, spike goes down. And that should be the round as Munchkin sitting solo close to the wall with a Sheriff. See if he can get a cheeky kill or two.
Hoping that maybe Jing is going to go up the rope and get a freebie.
Restraint from PaperX. A rare breed indeed.
Oh, bro, imagine it. Yeah, see his face.
Attempted it for
It was
sure.
a good attempt, man.
Why not, right? Like, you might as well.
Oh, yeah, I mean, if he hit that other shot, there's a world where he hits 3.
Yeah.
See if you can just take away from PaperX as much as possible. A change in angle there, or something. The player on his left switched over to the right. And the bait setting up Forsaken. Get that second kill. Really nicely done by PaperX, but now Operator invested for texture again. Couple half armors here and there. Thrash still going to be in Lakia's pocket. Forsaken has a null command though, so let's see exactly how PaperX wants to play this.
Yes, this time they have guns and low and knife hits, but it only hits the one guy close. 4 people to fight here, no util though. Yeah, they just didn't check him, solid spot.
3 members down on the side of PaperX. Gen G only taking damage on the side of their Gecko. So that takes away the threat.
Very nice round for Gen G, but I mean 4 people here, they're good angles. Something had to like at least check this, I feel like. Or at least this person needs to go faster. Check the angle.
Trying to get past 410 and see what they can do, but
it's hard on A though. Like A's such a weird, it's such a weird site, man.
One angle unaccounted for can swing around real quickly.
So hard to get everything right when you go in.
Great job by Munchkin.
And similarly on defense.
Very nicely. Yeah, that's just a shutdown from there. So what do you do? GG go next for PaperX on that round. Just not much you can say other than oops, we forgot to check pipes.
Yeah, they'll have to remember that one. Now something going back to what worked a couple rounds ago, just pressuring mid, trying to draw out some of that pressure on the side of the map. But they'll still have to deal with Texture's Operator if they choose to go B. As we can see on the mini-map, Texture trying to decide which angle to hold, trying to back out further towards Snowman. As Gen G's made the decision, they're just going to hold near Boiler, near mid, make sure that they're ready for a flood on either side.
Thrash going to be used to check mid, and It's not going to find anything, so
Okay,
right back
it's a bit of
towards
info.
Lakia's hands it will go. Just Devi, the lone lurker.
Any flash to swing this, or...?
Oh, this angle.
Yeah, Texture.
No, literally no flash to swing this. Use double flash already.
Loves to swing out wide here on yellow. You see it all the time.
Oh, Texture's waiting for it, but he won't find the kill just yet. He will get pressure with the fragment as well. Now, the spike absolutely getting planted with the pit as well. What's the answer? Is there still a lurk from Devi on the A
That's
side?
a lovely early tap of the spike, though, and create a bit of pressure so the spams have to go in. The nice Viper ult, though. Might be all down to little bro. We'll highlight him. Let's see how patient Lakia is. Look at him, just sitting back. He's taking zero risks right now. Munchkin's going to get half. Dude, he might stick this.
Not quite sure, and now it's going to be PaperX who has to flood the pit itself.
Nice and easy for them on that. That was good. Official to push them back, and yeah, I feel like they had to go forwards when they went backwards. It's hard though, because it's like the official in the Viper. Official against Viper ult, it's so hard to actually be able to kill it, because you see it late, and then obviously you only see it and your mates don't see it, so the official against the Viper ult, especially in this situation, just so strong.
Just sneaking in there right behind that box, able to take a little extra space, just in case when those taps start coming through that he's able to play from an unexpected angle, but PaperX there showing a little bit of some of that rust.
Boy, they go fast over towards middle. Okay, give me Karen. Oh, he's here so early.
Oh boy.
It's going to be a lot, and they check the corner, but not quickly enough as Karen gets 2, and that should be enough
28
to slow
HP.
things out. Paranoia keeps Jing at bay.
Dude, look at Lakia. Lakia's just going to swing middle.
Close, but Texture goes down from afar. Mindfreak will equalize the numbers. Meteor picks right up where Texture left off.
Jing did good to get around the corner. They must heal this. Oh man, there's so many people here. Yeah. Okay, nicely done, dude. 8 on defense. Normally the harder half, but their comp is a lot better on defense. It struggles slightly on attack, more towards B. Struggles to clear yellow, struggles to plant. Spike on B. Everything else is pretty good at.
On the jet, Texture able to find a bit of impact, but really this is like Munchkin and Meteor just shutting these rounds down. And Lakia maybe not.
I think Clover will replace Omen and Genji's comp. It depends how much they like weight they put on the flash. I'm pretty confident it will.
One of the few rounds that caused them a little bit of damage.
I would use them instead of
Otherwise,
Omen.
you can see PaperX looking a little bit dejected after that first half.
I mean, so many Stinger buys as well, right? But not much fruition from them. The idea is there. Sure, you have a Sage
it's out
as
next
well.
Friday,
you can
right?
force a plant. You can cause some close quarters combat to go
6
crazy.
days.
But not quite seeing it. Lots of
We
parents
won't
bring
see it
their
till Split
kids
2.
to watch some Valorant as well, as Valorant's really been taking over kind of the younger generation here in Korea. Of course, with all the Korean teams playing tonight.
Mortal Motions with the 4 months. Thank you so much.
It was getting raucous in the crowd when Genji started stringing those rounds together on Lotus. You know, those Texture aces certainly lit them afire.
I mean, surely a round like that, everyone around the world,
Okay,
right?
must,
No matter who you're cheering
must win
for,
pistol for PaperX, and if they're running the Sage, they should at least be using it in the pistol, so we'll look at the wall.
They'll look for the defense. Killjoy set up on A. A triple stack
Yeah,
on B.
and fight over towards B, retake over towards A, wall invested over towards A, and then when we get over towards the site, Genji need to make sure that they fight site heavy because Sage will. They're the things that we've got to keep an eye on. And also we need to keep an eye on where the plant is, probably top of site with Lil Bro.
Genji gonna get the site for free. Can they kind of turn the tables? Last time it was the defenders who were able to get this, but it's a much faster retake attempt here. PaperX already finding one. Munchkin down, the trade from Mindfreak as well.
Yeah, the flank coming in very fast.
Yeah, the flank is here fast, but the flank is with the Sage. So this might backfire a little bit, because if this Sage goes down, the whole plan I thought was to wall defuse.
Goes for the trade there, and Jing, everyone solo.
Okay, nicely done this. Still low HPs.
Lakia and Karon goes down. Texture still at 27 HP. Devi at 89.
Oh my god.
Texture, here the drop, but he
Okay, nicely done from Devi. Holy hell, he tried to get timing on him, but Devi's instant decision was to take the rope and go close after tapping the spike.
The beginning part of that round looked kind of similar. It was a much faster retake from Paper Rex. As soon as that spike started going down, they were just like, all right, let's go. Let's do it. The late flank there from Mindfreak catches a ton of value. Once again, having a phenomenal map. I mean, even though
must win pistol and they win it, so that's good.
Paper Rex's way so far, Mindfreak has been a shining star today. Devi able to just get enough.
Robbins, thank you so much, man. Robbins with the prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
And all the way through on the replays.
Thank you for doing that, mate.
Obviously, I mean, not too much to cheer for.
Lunatic 30 as well. I missed that earlier. Thank you for doing that as well, man.
And now,
appreciate you, dude. Thank you all for the support.
Want to get back the lead on Icebox.
Goes in, hits 2, maybe 3.
Nah,
just 2.
Things kind of looking a little bit more normal, but Munchkin, these tricky positions, are they going to be accounted for? He gets hit through the grate. Yeah, the grate of that.
Wait, this is looking like a pretty good round. A little bit of damage done. Meteor gets involved as well over towards B. I don't know what gun that is down, but...
Swings out, well aware of the lurk-in from Meteor.
Oh.
And Wingman not even going to get the plan, and it looks like Gen G perhaps losing a lot of that value. Texture will pick up a kill. Mindfreak not quite aware of Charon's position. Nice to regain a bit of an angle. Texture gets another at long range around the
damn, the molly to push him out into the open to 1v4. Everyone's low HP apart from one. Damn, dude, and they get so many upgrades. It was a must-win pistol, but that was a must-win anti-eco. Yeah, they did so much damage. I mean, Texture's just hitting shots as well.
On the other side of the coin, they were being a little bit more diligent about checking for some of those cheeky positions that Munchkin might take. Like, if you give up A space early, you know, we saw this at Masters.
What is it now? What is that, though?
Push right towards your nest and push underneath belt. This time around, he hides a position that does a ton of damage, but the other end, so Sheriff singing
like what is that
song for Meteor and Texture, doing a ton of damage, and yeah, just sneaky positions, something that Gen G has been so good at on this map, using just those little micro timings to get ahead of your information, and it costs dearly for Paper Rex. We're now in Sheriffs of their own, couple rifles for Gen G, a Spectre and a Bulldog as well. So now Paper X just trying to see if they can guess correctly where this is going to go. Gen G's been very quiet, very slow.
Stack is there. All the Sheriffs, like you mentioned. 3 already on Evan, 2 by Boiler. They should be a quick backup as well. Flash drives at the ready, so is the
they want to fight site heavy. Yeah, this might work well. Numbers are here.
They might have to reconsider things.
And they stop the plant. Doesn't look like it. They can see this guy's legs though, and he can't see them. They have Sage Wolf retake.
Now Nana Swarms at the ready.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this.
Paper X, they're ready to push things out.
Gang wall's up, they gotta break this wall. Gotta break that wall. Yeah, nicely done from Paper X. They do it back to them. Everyone alive? Yeah, all the upgrades, let's see. It was nice. Just wall goes up, top of the spike, everyone goes in front as they spam the wall.
Both teams just kind of thrifting each other all over the place.
Yeah, what is this?
I mean, this again, these timed retakes from Paper X, where they're going to wait for you to start getting into position, and that's when they strike. And it makes it so difficult to recover because they're happy to play these scrappy games. They're happy to play, like, trust in your own instincts.
It's actually the best swing that he's meant to do, though. That's the mad thing. It's so mad that is what he should be doing.
He's done a pretty good job overall handling it, but this time does get the better of them with those guns. So now Thrash going to be used early by Lakia. Get a little, it does get the detain onto Mindfreak. He has no help.
Yeah, they're trying to chase through with the Shrouded Step as well, and Texture barely lands in time to get that kill. Mindfreak, all he could do was turn around and crawl away for his life, crying for help. But help was too far. Now Mosh at the ready, so is the Paranoia.
Lovely trades on site.
Though. 2 for 2.
Where does this one go?
The shadows. They recognize that everyone is here. Meteor already through tube. Does he?
This is nice, so they get the spike down so early, and they have to deal with people that are here and here. Oh, this is such a well-played round.
Deep in attacker spawn, and Meteor trying to hold on to mid. Now hasn't quite checked out the window just yet. Forsaken and him. They will. Okay,
Oh,
now they'll be aware of each other.
Yeah, look at it, man. Like, what are you actually meant to do against this?
Away from Kitchen. And Forsaken now he has to find the remaining members. He has to clear them out.
Nice
He
shot.
gets one on Delakia. He's looking up above
There, now
two.
he's got to deal with
Now
another
Texture
one.
already out of the site.
Meanwhile,
Meteor,
he's still
no
got to
risk
go
rush
all the way
in.
over towards
Just
A
gonna
and
force
defuse
him
the
away from
spike.
the
So it's
spike.
probably planted on towards heaven, so it's easy as
Gonna try
well.
to
Dude,
tuck
that
it
is
in
a
the
sick
garage
round.
area, and we'll get
That
there.
really is. That's so cool.
The real question is he going to be hunted down? Still a
They
little
played
bit
this
of
like
time.
perfectly.
Ping's coming down for Gen G. Shots ring out.
Like, this was
Forsaken
a
knows
done
the
round
Meteor's over
by
there. Knows he
position
has to be
alone.
tucked behind that bridge. Gonna watch it. The turret coming out, though not gonna be able to find the kill. I love what Gen G does on this round. First of all, they read that there's just gonna be potentially just a solo player holding down that B side. A lot of attention being paid towards A by Paper X so far. So they're able to use that.
Okay, this
thrash
is.
to make sure,
I mean,
excuse me,
you've seen them eco
yeah,
them as
thrash
well,
to
though.
get that
But
pick.
this is a big round.
And then it's just
Back and
they
forth
read the
is
rest
just
of the
going to
map so
suit Gen G
incredibly
being
well.
the
They're
head.
trading, and then they see, oh, there's only two. We have an Omenal. Over to A we go. And then from there, there's just no hope for Paper Rex. They're trying to do what they can, but
Holds on to the entire map, right?
Yeah.
Just to spread out. Normally, we kind of speak against that, obviously trying to stick to numbers, but just understanding how much the Paper X would have to clear to approach the retake. Now Gen G pressuring A site once again, and this time Paper X, it's a reactionary round. They try to go for a spread out 2-1-2 default. Now scrambling towards A. Gen G, though, no lurk, just a turret to watch their flank. So they don't have too many options to rotate out, no matter how much time is left. Just going to be a set execute, but an immediate clearance of all the utility makes him think twice about this one. The paranoia to allow Texture
And the
to
movement
dive
is
in
so
with the
nice.
Shrouded Step. He's already under, but he
The
gets
movement
spotted.
is
The
so
slower
good.
keeps him tied up. He will go for the trade for Forsaken with a
Nicely
quick double,
done with
and
this.
another
Holy
from
hell, that
Divine
was cool
and
to
Jing
watch.
each. It's going to be a perfect defense from Paper
Yeah,
Rex
and they
as
just tried to
hold
force
on
through the wall
3
here and got
members.
well, now
absolutely
you can see
punished.
kind of
4
part of the
people
game
on
plan
site.
here for Paper Rex. Understanding, yes, we talked about the fact that
Now what?
they're really good at finding these timings when Gen G
Stinger by
wants
or
to make their
something?
executes and shutting them down. You're seeing it here again. But part of that is also because of the fact there's no jet. It makes it a lot harder for Gen G to take space
Hate
here.
this map.
And Paper X has
Yeah, it's just not
recognized
good to
that.
watch,
They're
not
shutting
good
it
to
down.
play.
They're putting them at the point of attack, knowing that
Doesn't make
Gen G has
sense.
to rely on those util dumps.
Don't
You
have many
called it. They're
positives
clearing
about
a lot
it.
of that utility when it comes out and sidestepping it, taking really good angles, really good crossfires, making it really tricky for Gen G. So Gen G, they want to start thinking more about this B site, more about using some of their utility to clear these angles. Ooh. See if they can get a plant down. Divide does find one.
Yeah, it's another
towards
eco.
mid. A lurking
This
meteor
one
accounted for.
might be a string 2 in a
Yeah,
row.
Lock gets a
Looking
good
good.
hit through his own Dizzy as well. Forsaken still holding on. Wasn't quite ready for Texture to swing out.
How do you
but
fix
will
this
get
map?
out
You gotta
safely.
change
Jing
these 2
finds a little
signs,
Munchkin. Paper X starting
which
to get a
is pretty
pulse
much the majority of the
onto
map. So
the opponents
I'd
and
be
their
better off just
abilities
getting
to
rid of it.
rotate and lurk. Now,
Stuck in that garage area.
yeah, not much to do on this round. Just trying to see if the opponents approach them.
So everything?
Cheeky
Yeah,
kills
basically.
Like that.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like a...
Trying to dodge all that
I'm trying to
fire,
think
but
of it. I'm
eventually
trying to
Jing
think of
is
like a
going
good
to find
example
him.
of this. But you know when you could like
down.
RNG maps, you know like
Texture
games
did
where you
pick
could
up
just
a Phantom
you put it in. I'm trying to
midst
think
of
of
all
games.
this.
There's a
6-1-8
few, I guess, where you could
Not
like just
looking
go. Can you just like
ideal,
randomly
and
generate
it
a map,
turns just at the last
and then
second.
this one
9-3.
comes up.
Good for
You're
the
like,
final
oh sure, we'll
kill.
just play it.
It's Paper X
It
up to
literally
8,
feels like
starting
that.
to catch up towards Gen G.
Oh, we've seen this
It just feels like
already
it was just
tonight.
randomly
I'll see if
generated.
Paper X can make the same magic happen.
And with not much thought behind
We've had
it.
a lot of Paper X fans visiting Seoul for their games even since last year. Try to get
AI
that
map.
side of the arena, bearing up a little bit of that energy, get them something to cheer for, as they're now only 2 rounds away to tie things up. Trying to make this go to a map 3 unbind.
Look at that green bar of ultimate.
Yeah, they want to go aggro with
That's
this
so
one.
scary now as Gen G, you finally get into
So
a buy round.
flash into
There's so much
jump
available.
up
They're just
dash.
gonna
No,
go.
okay.
Oh, it's the wall up. I've been
Yeah, it's a
waiting for something
4-person
like this.
push.
Paper X, there is never
Damn.
just a clean game of Sage. It's always something
Damn.
tricky, and it's
While
just
they're
a
all
push
focusing
across
on the
the
A
entire
push, you
map.
push down
This
all the
Gen
way
G just
through
dropped like
tube,
flies,
just walking.
all
That's
near
sick.
their
What a
spawn,
sick
never
round.
able to leave
Bring that out
home.
into the big buy
And
rounds.
Paper
That
X
was
shuts
nice,
the door
bro.
in front of him.
Yeah.
Double
Well,
flash
use
as well.
one ult
Flash
there.
early, then
That's the res.
flash.
You get your guns back. You keep
So
your
you create
economy
so
great.
much pressure here,
More Paper
and then
Rex.
just the
I mean, I would do the
slow
same thing with
walk
the
as
Nova Gun,
everyone
start
is
res them up
just
again.
focusing on
Exactly,
behind.
why not?
Pretty cool.
You got reses for days as Paper Rex. I mean, it's just
Where's-
crazy what they do sometimes, man. I mean, I'm just like trying to like
Yeah, this was sick.
talk about what happened previously, and I'm like, forget it. they're just gonna rush him.
I mean, yeah, this is just a tempo change, right? Catches Gen G entirely off guard. I mean, probably something that Gen G thought about at the start of the map, but the fact that it has not happened at all the way up the round.
Yeah,
19,
even the molly to just make sure that they're far back ramp. Really cool strat.
DRX strikes. The boost up, the elevator.
Some of the stuff they're best at.
You know, great timing, great
Like their
thought
set strats are
processes
just
that
always
PaperX is
so
able to
well
figure
thought
I
out.
mean, you see this all the time with PaperX. They lose a map or they go down early in a map, and something changes inside of them. I'm not just talking about the player, just the team in general. Their thought processes, their mindset. They're so unflappable. Is PaperX.
Attack, yeah.
That they're,
You gotta attack after they
just
see
kind of
that. Their
still
big
in the
buy
game
round
and
just
they're
got
not
wrecked
getting
and they're about
overheated,
to
you know,
force
in the
down
traditional
to...
sense where they're,
I mean, honestly, if they get a plan, they can buy next pretty well.
For these pushes, and they can make them work because of how good they are. They've got these plays in the back pocket that can start to change the momentum without needing a timeout or anything like that.
Gotta
These
buy
ideas
an
that
extra gun on this. We get a few shorties
typically
out because of the
IGL is
Viper
gonna be
ult,
calling some of the
and
bigger idea picture
we got a lot of ults in.
has in his mind that they've worked in a short amount of time. They haven't had a ton of time to practice.
Ult towards
Icebox, just a
A.
couple days.
Yeah, and it's just going to be an
Pressure
early pit as
towards...
well
I mean, honestly, just a 4-1.
right outside of pipes, doesn't want to risk that pit getting caught off guard just a little bit. So making
Love
sure
this.
that he denies the entry point.
They wait for the knife and then they go close yellow.
Do
they think that knife is clear? Sorry, they think that yellow is clear.
There's a cheeky sage wall going on somewhere.
Flash in from the KO.
Everybody's here.
Oh, the flash
Oh,
gets a big
it's unlucky.
tag.
They got a little bit unlucky they didn't get
Now
anything,
just
but
going
everything
to
here
be
was
a
really
hold
nice from
here onto
PaperX.
the B site. Now with the pit
Last
up
few
in
rounds
A,
have been great
unless
to
Gen
watch.
G takes over some part of mid for a pinch, not going to have too many options.
Yeah, they're trying to get
Munchkin
to the corner
over
so
to
they
the
can get
TP.
ball.
Yeah, very
Step
nicely
gets
done.
spotted before the flash. A bit of a
And again,
mismatch.
this is what I'm
not
saying,
something
right?
we
It's
used
hard
see
for
from
them to
Gen
clear
G
yellow,
in the
so they
beginning of
play
the
yellow
year.
heavy,
But
and
now
they're
with
playing
the
it
open
like
in the
really
mix,
well.
They haven't quite cleaned up the timings just yet, and PaperX will punish that mistake like there's no tomorrow. Wingman trying to get the tag, but it's just way too many members. Locky will do his best something impersonation,
luck.
but it doesn't end with a kill.
Did it right.
As we see Meteor
Oh, imagine he got that
last
kill.
one
Would have been a close
not able to
1v1.
land it onto
Game
Jake.
nicely done from PaperX, and again, just
Right now,
good
PaperX
set
is
strat,
starting to read the
and
map
then
really,
good
really
idea
nicely,
of
starting
what
to
this
understand
comp in
where,
terms of the comp
Gen G
that Gen G is running
A,
struggles
so they're
at,
gonna start
and just
moving
heavy
their
pressure
attention
over
to
towards
Viper's
yellow,
mid
and this is
helps
well
them.
thought out. Flash goes
Gives
in,
you a lot of
and then they
control
know
over that
when
space,
they're over
and they
towards
use it
yellow,
nicely, but
their plan
Gen G
is that they
never
flash and then they
really
omen
shows any
TP, trying to
other
do
look.
similar to what a
They're
Jet
just gonna
does, and they
plant
just
their
go
feet
close so
here.
they can see the
Flash
TP.
goal.
Doesn't matter if they eat the
Just a little
flash.
bit too late, perhaps, from
So,
Munchkin.
This is great from
And
PaperX.
Texture wasn't able to get through that from the shadows correctly in time, where something had got a glimpse of him as he got flashed, was able to get the kill. So you're also maybe seeing a little bit of this new comp change for Gen G, kind of showing a little bit of polish that is lacking. Oh my god.
Yeah, something just looking for an early pick. Now, PaperX, they should be wary of this.
Holy,
They've already
look
pushed
at the
him out of
movement.
B
Oh,
with
the
0
flash was
points.
nice on
They
this.
won't quite finish.
Yeah, been a couple of nice rounds from
Kieran
PaperX.
down to
This
5
one might be a little bit
HP.
harder.
As
Fast
Gen
flood
G,
site,
they will
4
still
people.
relentlessly try to go forward with this wingman getting spammed through the wall. He cannot
Yeah,
finish
plant
the
goes
plant.
down
The
as well,
lockdown
and they
already
get 2 kills
committed
before the
from Gen
ult
G,
goes
but
in.
PaperX
Gen G a
has
little bit
slowed
all
down
over
the
the place,
onslaught.
right? Killjoy
And
ult
Gen
to
G
try and
will
get back
have
a
to
site, but 2
recover
people
the
are already
spike.
committed
Still
trying to
battle
defend
during
the
this retake.
bike
Along
plant.
with the lockdown, a potential
Like,
no
this was
command.
not pretty to
Everything
watch.
in the arsenal of PaperX, and it's going to be the classic aggro draw as Forsaken gets the trade, swings out for a third.
Yeah,
and he
Gen G
goes
are
for
melting a little bit
fourth.
on this one.
And that is
Nicely done from PaperX.
taking
Forsaken did
over the
unreal.
lead for the first time here
But
on Icebox.
Gen G made that easy for them.
I just love the quickness that PaperX makes decisions to do things. You know, they stick around a little bit for
That's
the lockdown.
very
They
true.
don't have the
They're so
fragment to
fast
clear
at
it.
decision making.
So they're just looking for a few picks and
It's
other
literally,
things.
you
They
can
get
tell
those, they
in their
back
team
off.
it
As
is
soon as it's done, it's
someone
down.
calls one
You know,
thing and they all
it's
go,
just
yep,
gonna be
that's the one that we're doing.
something charging through
And they
Forsaken
instantly all react.
immediately, holding another angle off the different direction. Protocols there so good for PaperX on this retake. Everybody looking where they need to. Do
Just
the right
fast
things
call
at the right
goes, it
time.
feels
Don't
like.
even have to invest that counter lockdown that you mentioned, Will. They were able to hold on to it, so they've still got it. They've still got an
Yeah,
command.
they got, I mean,
Something's got a blade
they managed to
storm.
just
Maybe
squeeze
he
out
wants
by
to
him. Maybe they're missing
switch to an
something,
op.
but
I'm a bit surprised.
yeah, missing 1 KO flash.
All this extra
Not too
money,
much.
but you don't need it when you're that good.
Yeah,
Dude.
might have even heard
PaperX
that
has
one.
done such a
Texture trying to
good
scout it
job
out,
at
but something
changing
just
up
too
like
good
the
on
last
swing.
4 or 5 rounds.
Now the flash
It's been
used from
so
Forsaken
good to
try to
watch.
put extra pressure onto Garage. Gen G has to keep clearing all of that. Meteor
Yeah,
tries
and they're
sneaking
just
upon himself to
stun
open
locked,
the
man.
map a
Look
bit
at them. They're
further
just
in
going for
mid, but it's
individual
not there,
draws
so they
now.
continue pushing. Green,
They don't know what to
something's
do.
still here.
Yeah, they managed to
Whiffs
get
on
the
that
trades
first shot,
back
not
in
able to stabilize.
2v5, looking like one of their better chances of winning the past few rounds.
You've still got the Dizzy, one more flash drive as well. They do have the tools. If they can catch Divine here in mid, if he can pick up that kill, and Divine knows, as long as I stay alive, the backup's there. Munchkin takes a lot of hits for his trouble.
Yeah, and they're going to try to split the map, see if they can confuse Paper X, but Paper X is fully committed towards A, especially with that knife there.
Goes in towards A, does it from far back, Fish ult as well.
So you're thoroughly confused as Paper X to which side of the map this is actually going to be.
He might as well just go for this. Bro, you got to just go for that. Think about it. Your mate just faked over towards A.
Yeah, they weren't able to capitalize on that.
I didn't really understand this. This one didn't make too much sense, to be honest, in terms of what was going on. I feel like their plans at the moment are lacking slightly.
The swing off of the flash drive. Jing not able to stop the plant. This might be the best chance that Gen.G has had. The drop, the quite check for Lakia, looking for another. Can he get a second?
So still a close 2v5, to be honest. Okay, two chances for Paper X to take us to bind.
Bring home Paper X right up to a map point.
I already thought maybe that was going to be the round when you lose that lockdown, that maybe Gen.G is going to be able to hang on, but Paper X's gunplay so on point. Something now getting aggressive on B. Something we haven't seen from Paper X.
I think it'd be more fun or stressful to be a Paper X coach. Probably more fun. I think as long as you, because you got to accept that they win more rounds than they lose over peaking. And so as long as you just did the strict rule of don't do it against ecos, you as a coach can't be raging, really, I think. I mean, you can, but you can if it's like ridiculous situations.
Lone man on A with some of that KJ utility. Oh, excuse me, I just saw something now.
I think
I didn't see that earlier. He was buried underneath.
You have to accept it.
I mean, they are
you have to accept it. It's just part of the team.
Against each other, waiting for the trades. So we shall see. Lockdown and no command still in the pockets of Paper X. Like you mentioned, something now peeking out. Jing covering him for any peeks out from Belt. So A side secured for Paper
It's like,
X.
dude, I'm telling you, they have a similar situation to what we had in Liquid. Like, Scream would do some mad stuff, but he would win us way more rounds than he would lose us. So he's allowed to have the freedom. And it's just that, just with everyone on the team.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it down this time. Buy a little bit of extra space. Mind Freak re-aggressing.
Yeah, and he's trying to hold close. He doesn't want this pit to come up. He wants to strike when the iron is hot, and he'll try to swing out. They're trying to make sure that Gen.G dumps all their util before they're able to do anything. Forsaken trying to go for a long-range trade, but it's going to be Gen.G who still just wins out in the numbers. More angles covered. The smoke eventually dissipates. There is the jump up on the wall.
That could have been different. Okay, there is some damage done. Is a lot of damage done. Viper goes in, that might secure it. Omen ult gets stuck towards here, 11 HP. This guy might just stay alive, to be honest. Yeah, nicely done on this. Doesn't matter too much, everyone can buy. Okay, 2 chances down to 1.
We'll answer back. We still go yet another round.
Okay, I mean, again, these cheeky positions, both teams just finding these nooks to hide it, and this time they're going to use a smoke to cover Lakia's spot.
The orbs are everything at the moment.
Through there. Jing's
the
like,
orbs
okay,
are
everything. I'm just
everything.
going to drop down, and all of a sudden, that's 2 members down. Pushing through on the site here, Karon, find that angle, able to get that trade. Big part of Gen.G's gameplay is.
Let's see how Paper X approach this, because they don't want to give him an orb, really.
It feels like there's always another player there.
They fight heavy for both of them at the moment. Yeah, they gotta accept this once the knife hits. Still kind of in a situation where they can fight this a little bit. We'll see. Question is, who gets the ult? You would imagine Munchkin does, and then it's Lakia able to farm.
Once again, Paper X, are they ready for the 5-stack? It looks like it's slow orb keeping them at bay. The null command used as well. They still have a lockdown for potential
Munchkin gets
or
ult.
another push back out.
It's a bit of a small win for, everyone, to be honest, in terms of Paper X.
They don't see anything yet. A ping comes out on the B side for Gen.G. They have all the intention to rotate over.
Gen.G obviously got the ult around off them, but
it's his job to hold
they forced them back a little bit.
Nanoswarm to disrupt.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. This comp struggles at yellow. The knife goes in. How are they going to handle this? Do you imagine it's a flash? Wait, that's the person that's meant to flash yellow.
Just trying to drag this fight out as long as possible. A wide swing from Texture, but Jing gets yet another kill.
It's decided from that duel.
Long range hold from something, and now it's all
this comp can't clear yellow, I'm telling you. Nicely done from Paper X for realizing that.
Paper X They finally answer for their own nightmares on Icebox.
They like heavy prioritize it all the time.
And on Icebox of all maps. I mean, you know, I think Paper Rex,
Yeah, it was really cool. And they could have tried to punish like early B a lot of time because the wall goes over towards it, but
yeah, the attacker
why
side
can't this comp clear yellow? What are you going to use to... Someone tell me with this comp how you want to clear yellow.
So much disruption of Gen.G's timings on their execute.
What
things
utility
like
are
that
you using
made
to
it
clear
really,
yellow?
really tough.
The knife
And it
hits.
seems like
Okay,
every
let me
time
give you the
Gen.G
situation, chat.
finally
Knife
found
hits, then what?
A little bit of extra idea.
Mosh pit?
It was
Okay, I can
countered
avoid
the
that
next round
without
by
being
Paper
shot
Rex.
still.
Well, Paper Rex after 8 bans
Omen
on
Flash?
Icebox
Okay, Omen Flash,
2024,
I just
the
walk
first time they
forward, so
pick
it's
it,
still a
they'll bring home the
50-50 duel.
victory. Let's take it to the desk to break down how it all went down.
How it all went down. We almost thought it was over. We almost thought
Like
it was
the
going
only
to be
way
a
to
2-0,
do it
and then
is
Paper
combining
Rex
like the Gecko
finally
and
start
the
showing some of their
KO
crazy
nades,
harebrained
really.
ideas. And
Multiple
how much
mollies, yeah,
shedding that
that's
they did,
pretty much it.
especially on the
But then your knife
defender's
hits,
side.
then you
And
have to
yes,
line up
this is
multiple
the
mollies.
Rex
It's a bit of a
bundle.
disaster.
Also by the Gen.G bundle. Anyway, we're going to a third map, Achilleos.
No, we are. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it. That this.
Well,
this is
Agent
what
can
we
clear
wanted.
yellow. The
Just giving
KO flash
these two
into
teams we
Jet
wanted to
dash
see
is
as much
normally
as
like the
humanly
cleanest
possible.
way of doing it.
Things look at a lot
Because
rougher
like
than
the
we anticipated, I
Omen
think, going into
flash
that
here,
Icebox,
it's just
for
the Omen
Gen.G
like
struggling,
TP.
a
It's just
minor
too easy to
attack
counter. That's
chance
the
of trying
issue.
to extend that into that overtime, but just barely
You have to use a
falling
lot
shy
of
the mark there.
util.
Felt like a little bit of a, I don't know, just a change
Gecko
up.
flash,
And,
KO
I
flash,
do
mosh bit,
question a
KO
little
molly
bit now,
all together.
texture getting
Four
shifted over
four
onto
bits
the
of
zone. It's the
util.
first time that he's
That
played
that's
for
I
Zipper
agree.
played
That's kind of how you have to
anything
clear it.
in
But
his
then you have to use
career.
4 bits of util. So if you
He's
punish
just never
A,
done that before.
sorry, B yellow early,
Well, I think
then they have to
overall
then
it
use
was
4 bits of
okay.
util
Having
once a
the
KO
impact
knife
of
hits
him
you,
on
so
a
you can just
duelist
then
was
let them
something that
take
felt like
yellow
it
but
was
use all their
very much
util.
lacking.
And then the
They
comp
need that
still
dive
struggles to plant over
capability,
towards
right?
B.
Especially on the
Again, I'm not
attacking
saying
side,
it's a
but on
bad comp, I'm
defense,
just
you know,
saying
they
it
were
struggles
quite
at taking
able
yellow. Every
to
comp
kind of,
has a
you know,
disadvantage, something that
disturb
struggles
Paper
at.
Rex's hits,
This
very,
struggles
very
to take
often.
yellow.
Every time Paper Rex tries to
I mean, a
dive
lot
right
of comps
in,
struggle
you
to
got
play
something
yellow,
going
to be
through.
honest. I would say that it's
He's
very
right up
underutilized,
there.
and
Texture's
that's
able
one of
to
the big
throw out
reasons why I
the
think
paranoia,
Clove is going to be
Lakia with
so
the Gecko
unreal
Dizzy,
on
of
this
course,
map
and
is
it's just
because
that much
all
more
of these comps that I
difficult
look at the
for Paper Rex on
moment
attacking half. That's why they
really
ended
struggle
it at
against
4 and 8.
yellow.
And there were so many of these moments
So
where
it'll be fun, but
sometimes
this comp
Paper Rex were just
especially.
trying to rush in, going with that aggression, but corners weren't quite checked. It's only down to the second half where, I mean, yes, Gen.G were still able to come up with some pretty good rounds. They actually won
Harbor wall was really good.
round
Just
after the
harbor
pistol.
wall over to create a lot of
However,
pressure, and then you can't be shot from a sight. Yeah, that's where the extra smoker really comes in for that stuff. And maybe they could do an Omen smoke, but it's like they would have to smoke Heaven, then you kind of low over towards floor. Like that's probably the better way of doing it, right? Smoke over towards Heaven, and then you can kind of just dual contact it a bit more.
Basically on Icebox
But again, teams aren't used to it.
That's the Paper Rex
If you don't have someone that
creativity
plays
we've come to know and love.
like
Just,
heavy
all right,
yellow
I'll
in
just say
practice,
boost us all up
you
on the
don't
valve,
work
we
out.
rush
Oh,
them
sorry,
down, we
don't work out
spin
like
all
what the
apart in, like,
protocol
10
is for you
seconds.
to take
It was, there
yellow
were some gorgeous
without
sights
using like
here
4
in
bits of
this map,
util.
and I am very happy to see that this is going to be going the distance because now the pendulum swings back over to Gen.G. How do you look going into Bind versus Paper Rex, where they're feeling maybe overall a little bit more comfortable?
I mean, they had a 14-12 against T1 last week. It does feel a little bit more comfortable. It's where their, kind of their home ground is, and you have that Reyna composition as well.
Does Clove clear yellow? No, Clove heavy
They
fights
mainly
yellow.
stuck to their one with, texture on the rays. You got the Brimstone, the Gecko, and everything. So you kind of have to wonder how that's going to go. I mean, is either team
Clove means you can
prepared for
play
it?
yellow
Because
pretty much
Gen.G
every
does have
round.
a bit of tape to study in that game against T1. But at the same time, I mean, right now, it's just, although it looked like we were starting to lose the map a little bit, Paper Rex start to look a lot more cohesive towards the end, especially with the whole team just knowing what their role is and just kind of watching for the information, Mind Freak watching for the rotates. That's like the Paper Rex that we've all come to know and love.
It looked like that. It
Why is
looked
Clove
like
different
a
to
lot of what
Omen?
they had
Because you
prepared
can die at
was
yellow
for
on
the
defense.
defensive side. And
Like
to
the
your point
one-for-one
about
trade of
the
you
team
being yellow and the amount of
compositions
pressure it
on,
creates,
the
meaning
agent
that they have to
compositions
use
for
like
Bind,
4 bits of util or literally
they've
react in
shown
a different way.
variety, and you're
Like they have to
right
prove that they can
Gen.G,
take yellow by
did
smoking
have
over
some
towards
tape to
top
study,
sight.
but at the same time,
Like you
Paper
going
Rex
yellow,
is pretty
dying,
notorious
you
for
can then
changing
smoke once you're
their
dead, so you
comps
can do the one-way smoke for the
at the
retakes, you can
nth
smoke the
I
spike.
mean,
Like the one-for-one
yes,
and
in
you
the past.
dying is
we were
100%
talking about
worth
this
of
when they
Clove
did
in
go
that
up against
situation.
T1,
That's why it's
opening
different to
series
the
for
Omen.
Paper Rex here, stage 1.
I'm not saying the Clove is
said I
better
think
for
that they
taking
are
yellow.
going to have to lean
Like a Clove
on
comp would
strats
still
of
struggle
holes,
at taking
not the
yellow.
no setup or anything like that, because that
you could
one's a
maybe
little
do
bit
the
more
damage
complicated.
over the
That's gonna
top
take
if you
some
had a
more
lineup,
reps to
but
really get into the...
They play Euro, I'm gonna laugh.
I mean, hey, at this point, it could happen. I was not expecting Texture to play Omen.
I'm telling you, every comp that I watch right now, and every game I watch on Icebox right now, I just think when I watch someone play yellow, I'm just like, teams don't have a protocol to take yellow right now. Like if someone plays yellow, and I'm even seeing teams play like Viper on their own yellow, just fully committed, and it still makes sense because they're still getting so much value in terms of the amount of util that they're doing. And maybe they have a smoke to get out.
Our rank.
Like the one thing at the moment which I'm watching, I'm just like, man, yellow is so strong right now.
It was going to be a 2-0 and we would rank up.
Strong talk. I'll be back in a little bit.
Gen G pick with Texture.
Okay, so I think, so overall, here's the issue.
Okay, what's the issue? What's your argument?
I was fairly confident that Jing was going to be playing Sage. So I said, okay, well, Texture on Jet, likely to have more impact. Yeah. I had no idea he was going to be playing Omen. Had I known, had we asked this question after I saw the agent select, I would have said, Jing, how do I predict the future? I can't win any points. I'm Achilles.
Imagine if you could argue your way out of rank to argue your rank. That would be like, Seth would be like
Seth
radiant.
Would win, though.
He would be radiant. But you know what? You're right. I was totally kidding. Seeing Texture on a different role than he plays the Owen. I was like, oh no. Anyway, I go down to Plat. Here we go.
No, I'm so sad for you.
Yeah, you're right. Silver is worse. It's a nice color, though. It's very flattering.
You know, that's fine. But you have to.
Wait, where's Wingman?
That's the problem.
Wingman is the audience.
Wingman goes up.
Oh, the audience got it correct?
That's what's the most frustrating to me.
Oh. Whoa, they know.
Wow,
and you know what? I hope Auntie Pearl's not watching this because she's gonna be like, how dare you not pick Jing?
She is watching.
She's in the audience. But look, on bind, if this was a bind vote, I would 100% pick Jing. If it was like it was a bind map instead of Icebox. Icebox was a little bit hard to predict on this one.
If I knew what Texture was going to play, I 100% want to pick Jing as well.
Yeah. Well, Texture just wanted it. He was just screwing you over specifically. All right, but Forsaken and Munchkin were phenomenal on Icebox.
I mean, yeah, Munchkin was very much putting up a solid fight to try to keep them in this one, but things were just way too scrambled overall. I think a lot of the calls and the attempted executions from Gen G were pretty lackluster and counteracted really swiftly by Paper X. They did have some really nice retakes on the defensive side, but overall, this was just a team diff, I'd say, across the board. Mind Freak as well continues to look absolutely astounding today. I don't know what he ate for lunch, but whatever it was, it was amazing. But he's just crushing it. And I mean, one of the big reasons why that first half was so dominant was because of Mind Freak.
He's securing a lot of these like impactful frags and getting great positions for the team. But I also believe, I mean, Forsaken as this KO, you saw a lot of these clips where something was able to get kills around yellow, but that's enabled from Forsaken splashes, and that's something that I think is so effective. But not only that, once they start to get rounds like those, then the whole team starts to feel more confident, and then you have that Paper X again, because there was that one round, I think it was round 21, where the whole team just kind of waterfalled off of like A Heaven, A Raptors, and everyone just started to dive in. Forsaken got 4 kills off of that.
Binds? Oh man, this could be fun.
And you're absolutely right. The way that Forsaken has been playing with something and pairing up with those KO flashes, it's been fantastic. And sometimes it doesn't always work out, but you can see the ideas are there, and you can see that confidence come back in for something, which may not have been consistently there before.
I will say my heart goes out to Munchkin because that one moment when he was lurking alongside the Sage wall by himself.
The sheriff.
If he had hit the 3K, it would have been one of the greatest plays ever. But
cool, the command, but then I would have to type it. That's the issue.
It wasn't the I'm tucked behind box outside ascent A. Yeah. I'm gonna now try to back and just
whipping
everything.
We don't talk about that.
But
yeah, chat. Going back to what I said. Hold up. I can show you a little bit. Going back to what I said, let me just put this there. Sorry to Achilles. So it's like, if the knife hits, and this is like one of the big things, right? We have a lot of these, right? Knife hits, you would then have to use a lot of util. The reason that Sova is still really good in my mind is like the Sova recon that goes here that can't be shot from sight clears yellow. You don't have to worry about all the yellow. So every comp has a different weakness. You just got to find out what the weakness is. It's similar to like Ascent when people are playing like no Sober as well. You can play deep middle, deep B main. There's no drone. You can play right side of A by itself. What you got to do, and all teams are like slowly adjusting to doing, is just my camera's blocking. Oh, okay. But you guys get it. Basically, teams are going to work out what weaknesses are, and it takes some time. And I think that's probably like the most critical I am to a lot of teams. I think their adaptation of comps is very slow, but when you're focusing so heavy on your own stuff, it's hard to think outside of that. Okay, Harbor. Okay, so Harbor Brim sticking with this, but this time we get the Gecko in here.
So far, and both teams are just keeping up to date.
You know, it's only day
The
5
something,
of
yeah,
stage
it's
1,
the
but I
CJRS
feel
comp.
like we're already watching a grand final event. This has been so incredible.
I mean, they have
watch.
they have stuff for
We're
this.
gonna go to our third map of this
They have a
series.
lot of stuff
Let's go
that
over
they've
to
used before
casters
for this.
William and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. PaperX bringing out another change, a bit of a throwback here for their own composition, going all the way back.
Prefer Gecko? Yeah,
Masters
Gecko's good in this
Tokyo,
comp.
where they had CGRS the Gecko
I mean, they can
main,
do
and
the
made this
same
comp work. It
combos
was,
that we
in
saw
fact,
from
last use in the match
Fnatic the
where
other day in
we had
terms
something
of
we
just
like to
double
call
flash.
the Cove incident.
I mean, I've seen other teams do it.
Moved on from that one. We'll see if they can do it again today.
Damn, bro.
My eyes out for it.
Dude, someone's
Seen it
still getting
since.
called
I
out.
think Forsaken cleared that one up a bit, or just has to stop going for that lineup, really. Felt like it wasn't
Wait,
quite there.
or is he talking about the Cove? Is he talking about the other one?
Paper-X.
Dude, every time I hear the Cove incident, I only think of one incident. Is he talking about the Cove that landed on the roof here?
Advantage in your skill diff. You could take
Or was
advantage
it
of that
actually
arena. But this is
the
gonna be a
Cove
much more
incident?
chess match oriented battle. As we've already
He's talking
seen
about
quite a bit.
Forsaken?
So
Oh, okay, he's talking
hard
about this
rotate
one.
From Paper-X off of just a little bit of utility contact. and
He
it
talk about the
is
distraction
work
Cove.
treat for Gen
Bro,
G.
the
They have
distraction
fooled
Cove
them
just got
mightily.
deleted in my
taking
brain
over
until he
short
mentioned it.
entirely. However,
There's
PaperX
only
will be
room for the
positioned
Som Cove.
for potential TP as well. The teleporter, they're thinking
Okay,
about it.
Paperx on
They're
defense,
just gonna
Gen G on
jump
attack,
right
and they
it.
go
As
for a
here, the
fast
guiding
flood.
light's
I mean,
coming out
they hit
onto
3
A
TPs.
site.
Are they not going
No
to TP
fear,
in
clearing out
reaction?
showers, and suddenly the position's very good for PaperX. They will
No, they
take
don't
a
want
big
to. They
hit
got spawn
from
control.
something. The high Dizzy along with the Trailblazer. It's just their own 2 comp right now, and that
It
draws
takes.
all the
Oh, this is
aggro
a
as Mindfreak's
lovely
able to
harbor
sneak
wall.
out from his own
They
smoke.
harbor wall
He's
them
now just
off. They
holding
know that
Evan.
they're going
They
over
know that
towards
people are
heaven.
missing. He's just trying to buy time as
Okay.
everyone's missing their right click.
Still got the
But
defuse on this.
finally lands
Nicely
a shot.
done.
Something trying
Yeah,
to
this
hold
is
on to
great.
the site,
This is
and
great
of
from
course,
Paper-X,
eventually
really.
it
I
is
would
just
have
going
liked to
be
have seen Gen G
the
once they
round
had the
ending here
triple
as
TP
PaperX
to
gets
TP
defused.
themselves, to be honest.
No,
But it
according
felt
to
like they
plan,
were
I think
happy
that didn't
getting
fool
map
Paper-X
control
at
here.
all.
And the big thing that
This was
changed
all
it was the
according to
harbor
plan.
wall, right?
You know, they're gonna
Harbor
overcommit
wall went
towards
like
that
this,
B
so they
side
isolated the 2 on
because
site when the
everybody
others
and
were
their
going
grandma
for the
knows that
play
it's really
towards heaven.
to retake B.
A cool pistol.
And so they're going to commit to trying to stop that plant. If it doesn't come through with TP.
Yeah,
My
Mindfreak did
concern
incredible.
here is Gen G doesn't really react to this the way I expected. I thought they get the plant down and then hold U-Haul and kind of the back part
Little
side
bro,
short,
yeah,
and
he's
they
I'm
don't.
telling you, in
They
a
just
team situation,
commit deep into A and they don't
someone to
account for
defuse like
Mindfreak being
this,
up into
so the
A
rest of
heaven
you can
already,
just relax
waiting.
and you
He had
create
eluded
pressure.
any of their detection
It gives you
on
so
that
many
take.
options.
And that
Dude, I'm
cost
telling
them.
you,
That cost
this
them that round.
this with like
That
a
texture comes in there and
this
gets
is
them
why
the
I think that
frags, but
teams don't. I see
you're
loads
gonna
of
be
people
on
talking about Clove, and it's
a
just like it
variety
doesn't
of
make sense
pistols.
of
Yeah.
why
On the
you
side
would
of
use
Gen G,
them, but
the
it's
frenzy
like
from Munchkin, you
I
never
think
see that.
just the
Usually you're just gonna
risks
grab
of
something
being
else that's
able
gonna
to
be a share
gamble
with,
stack
but
with a Gecko, knowing that your retakes could
Great
have
flight path
50%
there,
plus
sent it all the way through
win
the
rate
window as
anyway,
well as they had
and
already
having someone that
remained.
could still enable you the smokes, and you can
The only
enable
place
that
that's missing
one to
Divide
be
is
able to
going
sit
for
in
a
the
spray
site
off
and
the drop.
just use a
Knows that
judge,
they have to
use
be
crazy
somewhere
guns
near
that
the
can potentially
smoke.
get you 2 kills. I'm
Wait
telling
for
you,
a
man, I
backup.
think
It's
that
just gonna
people are
reset
thinking
onto
too
the
like
headshot
structured
against
when they
Texture.
think
The
about
spike
Clove
will
and some of
get
these other
planted,
agents.
But it's going to be Forsaken who just puts up the Cove, waits for them to flood it, and the Stinger good for 2.
Okay,
Meteor not
very nicely
having his
done. What
sheriff
do we
out
have? A
just
little
in
bit of
time.
armor
It's
damage,
going to
that's
be a
it.
flawless for PaperX.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, again, even though they give up space, PaperX knows how they want to react to that situation. The Hawk to confirm, great timing from Devi. Gets the first one for free. A little bit of a
Yeah,
whoopsie
Fischl
there
is
from Texture.
online
He
as
snuck
well.
His gun out of the smoke, but yeah, I mean, what do you do against that? Forsaken's so fast with the Stinger, mows 2 down.
The
even though
Clove
they're trying
PM
to
emote,
obfuscate
that's
that
sick.
position with that classic.
Yeah,
for
I'm a
Gen G.
believer. I really am.
Yep. Good old Uncle Abe. He's very good with it. No doubt about it.
But if you think, the problem is if you think too
what a round for PaperX. I
fundamental,
mean,
you're
already
going to
very
think it's an awful
unorthodox
agent
play style here from
in
PaperX.
pro
Nobody
play.
plays the maps that the way that they
But if you
do
think think
with their willingness
risk
to give up space
reward
like
percentage-wise, good retakes other agents to combo with it. I think it's really strong.
I love this.
They've been doing that for the default.
The mad thing is just how good it combos with Viper as well, because you can have all the Viper util just on the other side as well, and you can just have Viper just helping out the Clove with some of the mollies. One committed, one a little bit further back, help the Clove out. Potentials through the roof. Okay, let's stop talking about it. We got a fish ult on defense, like we said, and don't know what info they got, but we have a rotate coming in, and Device just popped him.
Gets Lakia off the rip. Texture not going to get tagged by it, but PaperX well aware that Gen G has not moved an inch. Just cutting audio. Texture now been spotted. He has to pick up the tempo. The rest of the team has to come through. The Thrash is going to tag a bunch of people, and Jin's going to go for the cleanup as Texture just has to hide himself in hopes that he can recover the round.
My goodness, this was clean on this. This is their first buy rounds. Go get the upgrades.
This is
What's going on?
One-sided start to map 3.
Again, it's the reactions from PaperX.
Yeah, they could have juggled some guns here.
Got
a little bit wrecked.
By that high tide, works a treat with the Thrash already available for something, and he shuts that push down. You know, an attempt at a pretty decent looking execute, I thought, with the stake bite and the paint shells in the back to clear the tube area.
Okay, they buy the upgrades anyway, so it's all good. Molly over towards long.
By PaperX, they're reading this every
Gen G took about a minute to decide which map side they wanted to pick, really. Dude, this team in map VOs, they got to get timed out at one point, man. They got to start having a time limit on map pool picks.
Very good from Jing, though. They sense the Trailblazer early. Going through the high tide. Texture will track him through the wall.
Yeah, weird situation. Gun down. Do they want to push to try and protect the gun? Do they want to get the gun out of there? No way.
The trap wire.
Wait, does the camera see him?
Spotted on the cam yet either. Meteor still waiting for it. He's not aware of it at all. Mind Freak somehow enters the Matrix and goes by all the Cypher setup.
Yeah, that was mental. Some of the best timing we've ever seen. Speaking of timing, push over towards here, no one looking behind. One person now has to check showers because the person over towards showers dies. Oh my goodness, something kills so many here. Wait.
To clear out Bats. Something with a nice answer back. Spike still not planted. Gen G waiting to see.
They kind of get away with that. They really get away with that.
Taken to reposition. Munchkin, he's got a weapon, but something spots the barrel first, and that's Gen G's numbers dwindling. Spike still not planted as Karon just cannot figure out the exact angles to hold here. No weapons in hand, just a Sheriff. Been a pistol that's really been one Gen G can trust upon. Spike finally goes down, wants to isolate the 1v1s, but unaware entirely of something's position as he was last seen in A short. It's coming through showers, and Karon has no clue.
Very nice on this. Few chances here, but something really owned it. Especially getting this kill over towards short is what it kind of all came down to. Still nice damage from Gen G, but money is
these timings that PaperX
very
is so
good.
confident to take. Even though they lose a player, they know that they can get ahead of you. They can outthink you if you just push. Because, you know, you expect maybe that there's going to be a player watching this, but nobody needs to. You know, you would think, okay, we got our kill, we can leave, we got our showstopper, we're good to go. There's no way they're going to try to chase that down, right? We saw this on Lotus a lot, too, where they would just, when there's the rotates coming through from Gen G, PaperX is so confident that it's going to be a pull-off that they can just go right through and get those kills.
Out.
And that breaks
Gen
the round
G
open. Something with
gets to get on the board.
Good job. Oh, the flash catches Munchkin. Gonna have to back off, and this is what I'm talking about. They're just happy to start taking this
round now, they're
space.
using something like a duelist. Yeah, the two duelists check over towards here. Skydog goes in.
On the side of A short, by the way,
at least shows a lot of pressure here, and they hold on to the map control. Well, they hold on to some of the map control. They don't fully give it up.
That's going to be a rude surprise for them. As PaperX has now stabilized back onto the B site. Munchkin,
and he might, once he hears util over towards long, like they just had the boombot, they might think that they left Uka.
They were so good on map 2, but they isolated to the 1v1s.
Look at this guy go, man. It's a full buy round. It's out dueling everyone. Spike in, gets info.
They all group up. They don't want to let the fights get into the advantage of Gen G. The TP as well, as they look to protect the spike. Run down the clock. Lakia, a nice peek out against the operator. But still, so many more to go. Mind Freak's position unknown to Gen G as he creeps on the rotate.
I'm expecting Jing to blast out of here at some point. cheapest to try to deal with it, but he's going to hold the position on top of the box.
He's not spotted. Finally, they get an inkling of where he's at. They did pick up the spike, but they all run in. And Texture barely getting away with his life, but he's got 20 seconds.
He still wins that duel. That is so nice from Something, by the way. What a round from him. 2 rounds in a row, back-to-back. Mad impact.
On map 1, one of the best to land back on his feet.
He's unbelievable. When his aim gets broken, when he gets punched, he's so quick
He's
to
still,
recover.
yeah, he's still good in the
nobody else
duels.
in the world that I think does it nearly as well as him. There's some great raises out there, no doubt about it. Zekid, of course, absolutely phenomenal as well in those situations, but time and time again, he's been so darn good. And these lurks have been all over the place. Something doing a great job on this Gecko, using his utility. There's one in the previous round that I really liked during this, not the very previous round,
worst position to be in. 5-0 start. 0-5 down. Got to call a timeout.
Throws the Dizzy, and Forsaken immediately reads, because the Dizzy doesn't get any contact, that there's probably somebody lurking in the smokes by the boxes on the site. And it's things like this. It's these mental protocols, this huge IQ that PaperX actually has. You know, I think so many times people are like, oh, you know, what are you going to do? They make confidence plays and stuff like that. Sure, they do that. But they also have a tremendous understanding of the map, of the space that they have, of the utilities, abilities, and things like that. So you're seeing it all the time. I love this Gecko because it's getting so much more information. It's helping them maintain control of this hookah into market area. It's making it really difficult for Gen.G to get anything done, and then there's always some player. You never know who it's going to be. I mean, for the most part, Mindfreak has been planting his feet.
And these two combo pretty well. Seekers, Brimall.
This time he comes around, catches them at a very unexpected timing, basically shuts the round.
A timeout goes in, and they want to take long control heavy. Molly goes in, we might even see a double satchel or like a single satchel to get Hirali. We'll see.
Runner-up on PaperX. We'll see if that continues.
Just going close. Flash goes in, gives them info, but
that will get everyone from Gen.G
they're forcing hard long control.
By landing, PaperX are going to back off, look to hold at a distance as Something tasked with holding onto Hookah all on his lonesome. Hit available for Munchkin if Gen.G is able to get onto the site. Something they can use to try to get their first round win, but of course, good ultimates on the other side as well.
Good camera placement here by Meteor, knowing that they've been pushing space all over the map. And of course, they're going to try to reaggress it. Mindfreak going for it. He's got that ultimate in the bag. Trying to play a little bit of defense here for PaperX. Have the Seekers as well.
Oh, the Bosch timing's very good. Forces them to have to clear it out from afar. And Divide will get one. Something he's stuck behind the box.
No way.
Stay alive?
I was going to say,
wait. Land it. And there, it's going to be a kill onto Jake but Mindfreak's already way past.
No way, they were looking so good for this round. Mindfreak pushes over towards here and just aim drills everyone.
They were not aware of the re-clear from Mindfreak.
Can't believe this guy tanked a Molly at spawn.
And Gen.G is starting to lose a grip of this map, one piece at a time.
Mindfreak is really stepping up in this one.
It's just so fun to watch. The way that PaperX plays, the way they think is so different. A good Dizzy setup there for that corner.
Wow, that's so impressive. They knew he was there. The Seekers went to him.
I think there's some awareness of
like Seekers literally locked onto him and he still wins 3 angels.
It's just those cabbages kind of take a moment to turn that angle, and by that point, Mindfreak's already ahead of you.
This shouldn't be... It shouldn't ever be possible to do that.
This time, expecting an A hit, and it's just Forsaken all alone on this A site. Everybody else pushing out. So again, the protocol is so good here for PaperX, where this lone player isn't overcommitting, trying to take a trade. They're waiting this out. Now there is a spam, and somehow Forsaken gets one.
Oh, and the code to keep himself alive as well. He repositions. They would have to push it if they want to clear, but Charon waits patiently from afar. Gets the one-to-one trade. The Seekers now coming out from PaperX, leading them back into the site, and there is the Orbital Strike, does quite a bit of damage. Something all on its lonesome. It's going to be
Where are we?
But how does he stay alive?
Yeah, they put the Vipro into this one. It's a 2v4. They really put ults into ecos very loosely.
Was born. Carries him through, keeps the pit at bay. Now the Orbital Strike from the other side as well. Charon just trying to buy time, but Something, he's already entered the pit. Munchkin has to be aware of this, and Something snaps on. Already down to 1 HP.
I mean, no time, right? Doesn't get to the angle.
And he cannot
yeah, Molly is just a little bit too late. Holy hell, PaperX are insane right now.
It's just brutal. They're just everywhere.
What was this duel on short?
Is PaperX. I mean, you know, Forsaken
Something
does a great
is just
job
a beast,
time,
I'm
playing
telling
his
you.
life as best as he can. Gets the one kill, uses that cove brilliantly, like you mentioned. And then it's the Seekers out, and they're able to trail that Seekers to get another kill. That Dizzy is so insane. Something throws it at his feet
Oh,
behind
man.
him as he's jumping away to buy himself just a little bit of extra time.
He tried to
Causes a little bit of
body
extra
block, but it
confusion.
still hit the defuse.
And again, it's those instant reaction plays that PaperX has. Such
7-0.
brilliant knowledge of their agents, the way to play them, how to react. This deep
Forsaken has
understanding
his Harbor ult.
of the game that they actually
2
have
away.
is
Check
just
textures to get ult.
incredible.
Holy hell, like,
right as the poison cloud
yeah,
lands.
they're just
Wants
trying
get
to,
ahead of it before
they're
he
just
balloons.
trying to
And this has been a recurring theme
get
even
early
since Icebox.
controllers
PaperX
short.
knows that Gen G, if
And-
they're able to clear the site where they're util, they are near unstoppable. Wants to get one step ahead. Take the tempo back as an advantage for PaperX. Now audio cut, and Caron will use that advantage to get the angle he wants against Jake, but they haven't quite
Play
cleared
this so
something for atop
patiently.
the box. And it's going to be Forsaken again with another kill. Meteor with the trade. Something spotted. Caron swings back out, regaining some of that confidence that we saw from the rookie.
Yeah, and they know that someone's behind, right? Gets hit by the cage.
2v2.
Bro is incredible right now.
Puts Caron back in his place.
Can't win this though,
Meteor will
right?
swing around, but he can't land the shot. And the whiffs are starting to
Let's
come in
call it,
from
man.
Gen G as they're
We gotta
getting
call it.
shaken
He's
up.
too
We
good
haven't
right
had
now.
a tough
He
map
is
like this
fully
in a
back on
long
form.
time here in 2024.
Everything's just going PaperX's way. The luck
Bro,
as well.
the
Mindfreak
duels
found
that
the
he is
perfect
winning
moment
should
to cut
never,
through
ever
out
be
of a link
happening.
there. He had it under control, did Meteor. He was watching it. That's a really tough angle for defenders now that they have that bench outside of A Showers. But Meteor looked away to throw.
This one,
his
so
smoke.
fine. This
And
one,
that's when Mindfreak cuts in. It's so well timed out here by him. And he's, even Forsaken starting to pop up.
And he's
All
just
right,
chilling
they
as well.
Smell the victory right at their doorstep. It's been a tough going for both teams, but PaperX, they haven't lost a single beat here on Bind. Mindfreak at 12-3-3. Back at championship level for sure. As we see Munchkin getting chased away. PaperX.
and they create a little bit of pressure here, and something keeps on going because they're 8-0 down, so you might as well with Gecko apparently just keep on pushing. Gets the early info so the 2-person rotate can come in, so we get 4 people. We have an Odin spam over towards Long, and he's killing people. It's through the wall.
And now, Gen G
It's
playing
through
with
the
numbers
wall.
down. Something will have
man.
to hit the trip eventually.
This is like the worst ever team to get such a good start, because then they start doing the most mad stuff and it works so well. Guys buying an Odin just purely to go for a spams they push out. We have a Gecko that's taking timings within the first 10 seconds of the round.
No, all down to Caron to try to hold on into the site as his teammates are busy with the flanks. Caron gets one. Meanwhile, the Dizzy pushes Meteor away. Munchkin with a trade, but he goes down. Meteor holding
Look at
on,
it,
but
dude.
Forsaken's there.
Holy,
And
man, I'm worried for
PaperX
Gen
strings
G.
together
They need
yet
to get a
another
round,
for
man.
9 on the board.
They need to get
This
just
is
one
so
round.
incredibly well thought out here by PaperX. They get the space early. They send the long lurk again with something.
This team with
but
confidence.
they have so much money.
I mean,
they're
this
max
team
buy
always
that
has
the buy's
confidence,
like, I'm gonna
but when
grab
this
two
team
guns this
has
round, I'm
like
gonna grab
enough
an Odin
rounds
and a
where they
rifle, 'cause
can
he
just
swapped
do
out after he got that first
essentially
kill.
dumb stuff.
And they just know they know
It's-
where Gen G wants to
it's
go, so
insane.
they give that space up willingly. It's something you've been doing.
Bro,
time and
honestly,
time again
it's
on
like
this
an
map,
anti,
and it
it's like an
works
anti
every time. It's such a great game
raise
plan here,
or
drawn
way
up
to
by
play
Alex
it.
and
It's not too
PaperX,
bad.
because they have so many answers. And Gen G finally feels like maybe we've got some comfort. We can get that beat post plant. Yeah, you got to call the second timeout. What are you going to do?
Yeah, trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. But you let go of another round here, and it all comes down to the pistol round in the second half.
Second
so
timeout,
Gen
dude. I
G
can't even blame him.
now hoping
Like,
for the ever infamous
they gotta get around.
9-3 score line to
they
carry them
need
over
they
into
need
the
all the
second
help they
half.
can
You
get to get
see
around.
On Meteor's face, they haven't been pushed this far in a long time. I mean, I would say even at the Grand Finals of Masters Madrid, it started to slip away near the end, but it felt like they always had a fighting chance.
Yeah, until that last map. I mean, that was really, up until then, you know, the backbreaker was split. It felt like for sure for Gen G, but they were fighting through the nail through those first 4 maps, no doubt. This is absolutely the most they've been tested. I'm with you, Will. This has been just absolutely brilliant the way that to watch PaperX's game plan for this, because Gen G has not been able to find answers. It's always these stacked pushes that PaperX is willing to do, because they're happy to scrap with you. They're happy to take those big death ball battles and see if they can come out and just rely on their tremendous individual mechanics to get them over the line. And then if that doesn't happen, they start taking tons of map space, and then they have answers for when they give that space up. It's whether it's an Odin or just, you know, good play, good cautious play by Mindfreak or Forsaken. All of these things working so well for PaperX.
So Gen G this time Perhaps trying to use the timeout as a bit of a mind game, making sure that they don't actually lose the tempo.
What's the
They're gonna
timing?
pick it up just a little bit. They've already tried to
Couldn't be any better.
They take a headshot, but it's going to be unanswered.
I mean, it was
back
a
from
nice
Munchkin,
reply.
so texture low, but
I'm
something
actually
down.
getting this, and this is
Gen
by
G
far,
leads
oh my goodness,
5-4.
by far
That
looking
first
like their
texture
best
lands
rounds.
right outside of
We've got
that
no
link, all
ults
the
to
way defend
retake.
your spot. Now they'll
No
get
one
the
took
spike
TP.
down.
Everyone
Have the
coming
orbital
from
strike.
spawn.
They've got
Okay.
the tools to finally
Should
get
be very
around.
hard
The Cove
to
comes
lose.
in and tries to
Cove
build it
to
again.
actually get out
Forsaken's
through
ready
here.
for it. One
Ult
step
goes in
ahead
with the
yet
kill.
again. The Reckoning will tie up Lakia. It's going to be the pop flash. You'll be good for one.
Forsaken has
But it's
vision
going
block.
to be another cascade. Vision now
Oh, no.
blurred away from Gen G. Orbital
Ult goes
strike
in
has to be
early,
used
but
to
they
buy
tap the
time.
spike pretty
The spray
early.
to ensure it allows Devi to close the gap. 2v3 for Paper X. Devi, can he get the kills he needs to protect his teammate? No,
Nicely
it's
done
going
in the
to
end. Yeah, a
finally
lot
be
better. Just
a
disrespected the
three-man win
wall
for Gen
early.
G.
Contact,
They
got a
their
good
first
kill,
win
and then
on
got
the
into
board.
sight.
Yeah,
I
good
still liked
tempo
it from
change
Paper
here
X, though.
for
That's the
Gen
mad
G.
thing.
No longer
The
playing
Cove that
cautious.
like leaks out
The
so that you
fact
can
that
take
Paper X
these
doesn't
duels
take
on
full
either
control
side.
early this
Actually
time
get up
cost them a
choke
little
point.
bit.
Like they had a good
Something gets a dink, but he's
had a good
caught
plan
on the
with
way
this.
out by Munchkin. Good read by Forsaken there, knowing that Texture was going to get aggressive into that Cove. Shorty at the ready, well before Texture was pushing in there. Then he's able to
Okay,
find
they
a
got
couple
one.
big kills.
It
He
took
can
2
cascade,
timeouts.
take a little bit
Took
of
10
space,
rounds.
early tap of the spike to try to
They
bait
got
out
one.
that ultimate. Do a lot of good things there, does Paper X, but it's just deeper this time for Gen G, and that first kill is huge for them.
Man, the
fact that
coach
they
must
come out of
really
that,
be
they're
regretting
able
picking
to
attack.
move to a much more comfortable post play.
He said
They're
he
trying to
took
hide
a
the
minute
mind
to
freak.
work out what
Not sure if he got
side of the
spotted
map.
or not by that
But he
hero.
is heavy
Still
regretting that
gets
decision.
one. That's the best that Gen G could have hoped for. So now a 1-for-1 trade. You heard all the TPs. Gen G
He took
wants to plan
forever.
here to try and push
Yeah.
the defender spawn, but the spike is already dropped by Lakia. He's caught
Sometimes you
unawares
can maybe
away
get
from
it
his
just-
teammates. There's the flash
might be
towards
easier for him
backside,
to
and the
say that's my bad.
showstopper will be the one to secure the kill. Texture noted as well. He's tied up now in a crossfire between 4 men.
Nah, look what
Paper X
Jing's doing,
and
dude.
Jing throws across here.
Look at
Gets
what
the kill
Jing's
himself,
doing.
And the judge will not do anything
Oh,
as justice is served by Paper X.
Last round before the switch.
The judge be judged to finish it, but really interesting here. We're watching Forsaken's perspective on A.
Jing,
Gets
yeah,
that
man.
kill, swings
I'm telling
the
you, this
box,
team with
can't steady
confidence
his
is
aim.
scary.
Over on
Check
the
this
other
third
side,
kill.
and
This
then
third
Jing
kill is
has the
sick. Like he's just
showstopper,
having
and
so
he
much
pulls
fun.
off. He doesn't want to give up that extra kill. So he swings
Like,
back to
look
the
at what
box,
he's doing.
Trust Jing to take care of it. So great coordination between these two players, as you would expect. Been playing together for so long. Just the bromance there between Forsaken and Jing coming through. I mean, this is unbelievably dominant right now.
They're just
That's
all,
something
they're
that
all heavy
everyone around
fragging
the
as
world
well. That's the
started to
thing.
notice, right? It
12.
wasn't about
Everyone's
individual player
like
skill
3 of
level or
them on
anything
12
like that,
kills.
but these are just soulmates now back in form, playing together, and Texture's trying to tear apart the link between those two. Jing now goes down. Gen G trying to take over the site, but they haven't quite cleared Hookah just yet. Something's still lurking around with the judge. He finds a site briefly of Meteor. Now just trying to keep him tied up. Something will continue to
What's
push
going
away.
on?
Spike's still not planted just yet. The site surrounded by Paper X.
Spike planted.
Something trying to throw a curveball.
Something's
going
flanking
all
long with the
way around
judge.
B-long, but Karon will swing out, get two. The rookie putting some numbers back on the board, trying to bring home just one more round, trying to keep the hope alive for Gen G as all 5 remaining members will hold on to dear life here on the site.
Last
Mind
player
Freak gets
standing.
one through the spam, but it looks impossible. As cold as he can get, it's just too many targets. And
They
Texture
double the
with
rounds.
3.
Oh man, this was
Going
fun
be
to
a
watch.
2 to 10 half.
Paper X got
X
away
leading
with,
a
like honestly, the first like
only real
8 rounds
success.
was
Gen
actually
G
very,
finds
very
the
impressive.
entire
Paper X
half.
did so much
Those
stuff.
fast B
Then
hits,
after
everything
they got
else just
to
didn't
8,
really
they started doing
work
some.
because Paper X
They
was
started
reading
doing
them
anything they
throughout,
wanted
or
to.
at least making their own reads off
Any
of
and
the
everything.
information in the space that they're gathering. Just absolutely mind-blowing stuff that Paper X does in that half. Every step and turn, it felt like Paper X was reading the situations incredible. It felt like the discipline and the protocols that they prepared for this map were really, really good, especially when there was pressure on
Bro,
that
when they're all
lone player
firing
who was
like
left
this,
to a
it's
site
just
by
such a
themselves.
sick team
Whether
to
it be
watch.
Forsaken or Mind Freak or Devi or whoever, they're able to play it really cautiously, buy some time for the rest of their team to make those long flanks, make those rotates, cut players off, get them in unexpected positions. That's something that Paper X could do better than anybody else. See how it comes into play in the second half, as Gen G will desperately need to win this pistol round if they want any hope. Lots of fans from all across the entire country
that's a
here in
wild
Korea
drone.
coming to watch. We had a fan earlier From Daegu, about 4 to 5 hours away to watch
people,
this match.
People are way too talented, man.
So far,
like, what is this? I don't know how many years it would take me to draw anything that is even
well, it is their defender side and
5% that good.
Map, even in Pacific.
I feel like in 10 years I couldn't get anything that was 5% that good. That's so crazy.
Or else you're gonna have to go for a force buy of some kind. Let's see what they want to do. Looks like some kind of hookah pressure going to be established. Maybe Devi setting up Jing on the blast packs. Something like that. Although there are no blast packs to be found. I take it back. Jing's got the boombot and a...
Yeah, just a ghost.
HLs. Yeah, just a ghost. So hold that thought. Sometimes looking to see if there's going to be any aggression here.
Oh, both sides waiting for it. I mean, Paper X, they've had to deal with T1 pushing out a lot as well from that hookah position, and of course, back at the grand finals of kickoff, Gen.G also
how everything's going though, they're just gonna group up and go A, right?
Well, down 2 to 10. So
they're gonna pick the most perfect site. Oh boy, they're picking the bad site. 4 people here. We got contact into Molly dump.
Cypher set up on A to just
they all go here.
Snakebite at the ready. It's going to be a crossfire with Charon, but Charon has to make sure
if
that
they
he's
somehow
not the
win
one that's
this,
first spotted. The Snakebite has to be good, but it's a wide swing out. But the flash actually gets everybody. Keeps Charon alive. He's going to be hit by the
was good. Hey,
no
they get a
exit.
1-for-1 duel and they realize that it's a stack.
Paper X,
They saw at least 2. Wait, they saw 3. Viper, Molly, this guy. They might not have seen the Cypher, honestly. They cut sound like they could have gone back.
30 seconds.
Just
if
walk
they
towards
were to
long.
TP away, they'd have to do it on a snap as they run into more members, and they're just looking to flood.
Gotta get through, yeah, gotta get through the Viper wall. Right, step 1, get the pistol, done. Step 2 against Paper X, obviously you have to win the anti-eco because they're a scary team. We'll include that in the steps as well. Normally we would skip the anti-eco, but Paper X is just scary.
Push through hookah. It was a good idea from Paper X, but not really able to find that value off that flash from Devi that they would have liked. They connected, but they weren't able to get the kills. Then Locky is just full blind, gets 2 through there, and okay, a good hold. Now Paper X, mostly classics. A sheriff
1
for
sheriff
Devi.
to work with, that's it.
Be the only purchase outside of utility. And let's see what can be done by Paper X. See how much damage they can get. Camera in showers, so it's gonna
back in some orbs over towards Jing.
Not clear just yet, but he heard all the utilities. So Meteor actually cutting sound, not letting them know that he's
when does Meteor check the camera? Did he just check it now when he heard it?
And now, realizing no more checks to cam, realizes Shower's been let go by
yeah, so they hear the camera, and with that, they instantly changed their original plan. So they were running away like they were going to go try and do a similar hit, but they heard the camera, so they now know that they can probably time over towards this, maybe get the orb, then TP and fast rush out. But they probably commit some people to B first.
Meteor lurking. Gonna confirm.
Trying to just create some space for his team.
Yeah, just trying to make sound.
Does find sight. Right through the toxic screen.
They got seen over towards A though, but they do their wall. And Cypher disrespects this, and great nades.
Will push them away with the paint shells, trying to just make sure that they clear the plant. They do. And Meteor, he's gonna land the first one.
Recovery was unreal. Oh, the recovery was unreal. I thought he was gonna go down here. I'm glad he didn't commit to the spray. That was nice.
Yeah, great discipline here from Gen.G. Nobody over-aggresses. Great anticipation of where that hit was going to be. Texture perfect with the paint shells. Makes it way more difficult for that plant to come down for Paper X. Meteor using that high tide against Paper X very, very nicely. Something, again, every once in a while you see this with Paper X where they don't check angles, they don't check corners.
The sound
on
this replay.
Now, it is the eco, so
okay, big buy rounds, and in terms of the bonus, I mean the bonus is looking good. Got a judge towards hookah, and you got 3 pass and stack over towards him, Bulldogs.
This is a big round now. Can Gen.G start to turn this map around?
Oh, we've seen this at the Grand Finals kickoffs as well. There's Dizzy. He doesn't quite find it. It bounces right off the
get
wall
out of there.
Too early,
but it's okay because the backup situation is good. They also have Sky that could potentially get the judge back onto the angle with the Skydog or a flash. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm just going to do this.
Is where Gen.G will start to have to make some snap decisions. The camera no longer giving them free control of Showers. Munchkin fills it. Forsaken goes for a swing, and he actually wins the duel.
Yes, the Skydog goes out to clear all this to put him to that angle. Meanwhile, while that's happening, they just lose double duel over towards A.
Texture, he's caught right in the middle of the site. He has to make sure that he clears his angles, but he can't. Lamb's already taken over.
It's so funny because this is what a lot of teams should do when they do these smokes. Just actually just fully send it. But Paper was going to do it. And a convincing buy round. I'm not entirely sure how these two went down on the site early, but
so tough. So tough. Although Lakia just bypassing something there. So some damage still could be done. He's only got a Bulldog. Fishing to see if he can get that gun upgrade maybe before the round is over.
I mean, they'll take anything right now because they need to scrap together everything possible to try to continue here. So many teleports coming in. Lakia's a little scared about this one. Not quite ready for it. Chooses to go for the double triple, but only good for 1 kill. No gun upgrade, and Charon will die to the spike as well.
Yep. Now it's starting to look rather dire for Gen G. Thought maybe with that buy they could get something
I mean,
done,
yeah, they gotta
really nice
win.
anticipation of that position by Paper X, having in the back of their minds that sometimes there's a player behind that box with the judge, and the Dizzy notes it.
Dude, that's how he went down. That's so unlucky.
Gets into that angle and
I guess he was seen,
really
maybe.
Forsaken winning that 1v1 against Munchkin.
It must have been seen before the smoke went down.
Because that showers control lost, then you're able to get deep into sight, cover heaven from there. At moments like that, that Paper X is so good and so confident in, every team in the world struggles against that.
Yeah, it's going to be the same cam here for Showers once again. I mean, obviously, gets him a lot of information right up until it's cleared, so we'll see.
A heavy exec.
Just a straight set
Nade goes close to break the trip, does break the trip. Volley goes towards Showers. Make sure they can't flood out Showers once they push over towards short. Both to spawn.
There goes the Dizzy. It's going to be the blast back in.
Up the site in half. Meteor uses a cage and just sits in it close.
The left side of the site taken over. Waiting to see if there's a peek out, but Meteor not going to bite the bait just yet. Just waiting for backup to arrive.
Yeah, they tapped the spike to see if there's any util. Pretty cool. Nice shot.
Good to cover on Lamps as well.
Yeah, they got a TP, but
it's going to be a rush to TP over.
Should be good here.
Ready for it. They see the pings coming in from the neural depth. That's one. Can he get the second? He wants
to nicely done from something. Makes this doable. 2v4. 2v3, sorry.
3v2 for
Great
Gen
flash.
G. Paper X double swing out for
Fast
Hookah.
over.
They will continue to charge forward. They don't want to miss a single beat. Something actually gets 1 kill. Now a 2v1 of the site. Meteor has to come in for backup. They need to get this crossfire right now for Gen G. Lakia gets 1. Dizzy noted, and something wants to isolate the angles, wants to
They're
group
pinging
them
long.
He's going to go for the far wraparound. The spike planted for him an elbow. He'll wait to see if a push comes through.
He made a footstep, and they think he went long. Oh, it's bad comms.
Exited. Neither of them checking elbow. He gets 1, realizes he's not going to get the transfer. Thrash at the ready, sends it on a timing. Doesn't matter if he's, oh, but he's going to wait.
That was so sick.
And Meteor heads up play over the
That
thrash.
was so sick.
Gets the absolute
There's no way. This guy's brain is too big.
The big brain counterplay from Meteor. Knew the thrash was
No
coming,
way,
but
man.
Gets above it. Oh, that's something that you expect Paper X to do, that kind of play, and Meteor outdoes him. I love this.
He was jumped up right before the thrash even activates, right? Just knows it's coming, given that something hides away.
That was incredible.
Knows that something's not one to shy away from a fight.
It was actually incredible. It was so fun.
For trying to play it safer and around.
You love it. I mean, I thought someone played that great.
It was so smart.
Couldn't use the thrash in the 1v2. I really like that execute from Paper X, even though it doesn't really work out, where they use the high tide in the cove, so Jing
and they pretty much go for the exact same round, apart from this time they heavy put an extra person over towards Showers. The Raze goes Showers this time. Double trip over towards short, doesn't get them a kill because of the cove covering the spam. Oh, he's dead. Almost beat it. Meteor almost did the same thing they did to the Fischl, just jumping close. A lovely Sky Flash.
Texture and Munchkin are good with their shot. Something trades for 1, but it's still a 3v2 advantage for Gen G. Now Showers control and backside control for Gen G. They're going to start to pressure onto the spike. The Molly already having gone down. Paper X, they will have to fight for this round. And my freak gets dinged. Something tries to go for the trade, but Charon gets
Lovely
1.
shots, dudes. I mean, maybe we start believing soon.
String together a couple more rounds.
Okay. Stabilizing a little bit is
I can't get over that 1v1.
To look really good.
One of the best played 1v1s I've ever seen.
Able to just kind of weather the util storm that gets thrown their way. Meteor winning a big opening duel. Yeah, he gets taken down by the showstopper, but that makes it a lot harder for Paper Rex to push space on the backside of this plant. So calm, so collected.
So great early timeout. Yeah.
Going to be time for Paper Rex to
one of
take
those ones where it's like, you don't want to look back at this and be like, damn, I should have called a timeout way earlier. But plenty of time to make sure that this doesn't get out of control.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any type of force up. Of course, quite a few rounds ahead, but not quite at match point just yet. So Paper Rex will have to make some of the tougher decisions. If they want to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, or if they will choose to let this one slide and regroup. As we see Gen G regaining some confidence. You saw some laughter on the side of Gen G during halftime, despite the scoreline. And perhaps just having faith in their ability to defend here on Vine, waiting for that half to switch. Alex, looking a lot more calm today than usual as well. We'll see how long that lasts. It wasn't earlier, that's true. And I feel like there's probably a reason we didn't see too many of his cams during Lotus either. Perhaps a bit more animated during that time.
They're going to be able to string together a few rifle purchases. The rest is going to be Sheriffs or Paper Rex, but you know, we see it all the time with these two teams. Thrifty buys, they're actually going to downgrade to a Spectre, but Thrifty buys are something to be feared.
Gen G's money still pretty low.
Have that orbital strike
They're still not got great money. Judge is coming out.
On the post plan or something like that.
But I mean, anything to buy time.
Yeah, exactly.
Elite trip, but this guy saw the trip.
Meanwhile, Paper Rex, they're close to another thrash, so could be something that they're working towards. They'll actually go towards the
a nice bit of map control. Use the wall for just this little segment, but it is worth. They get over towards showers, they clear the trip, they hear the camera, so they can break this once the wall goes down. One person pressure over towards showers, question mark created while that's going on. Dog goes out over towards long, and the dog got shot though, so this is good pressure at the moment, just from Paper Rex.
Kind of set up some kind of crunch there.
Question mark over towards showers.
Necessarily accounted for by
is getting cleared by the Cypher. I imagine it was a boom bot. No way he'd be taking that on his own. Okay, yeah, so they boom botted over towards showers. And then he takes the angle. So this question mark got cleared. Question mark is still over towards long, which means that the three-person stack stays there. Looking alright for Paper Rex at the moment. I know that's eco, but good overall pressure.
But they have to destroy the tripwire. That's the cue for Texture to fire off once again. So all these smokes on the side of Gen G doing their job. Dizzy taken down, tries to clear the wingman. He actually gets it, goes for the blast back, stays alive.
This guy showered, needs to activate.
So much, but eventually he gets
uh-oh, he ate the flash.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god, he ate the flash.
Able to stabilize the name before the Cyber Cage comes up. Lockia's here for backup. Now a 3v3, but weapons upgraded for Paper Rex. Spike will go down. Paper Rex get another lease in this round 18. Something spots the side of Munchkin on that jiggle. Munchkin as well goes for the check.
No way they win this round. Dude, they did everything pretty well. It's just that stray flash wrecked everything. Ult goes in, it forces them aggro. The flash at the top. The Vi hero.
Yeah, there's good ideas here from Gen G. The trap wire placed inside of those
6 chances. But the overall map control from Paper Rex is really good as well, right? Showers into pressure here, into group up. It was cool. Yeah, this was the kill that decided it for me.
Off the back of using that ultimate doesn't seem to be quite accounted for by Gen G. And that costs Meteor his life because he's going for the Cyber Cage. He's going for utility. Doesn't expect something to be pushing out
money's in the bin. We get a Stinger, Sheriff, triple.
Going to be that Odin coming out just to pressure Gen G. Sure, a quick swing out, but not going to be able to pick up that weapon upgrade.
Stay close. Oh man, the Odin, bro, he brings it out twice.
Letting them know that they will not push out ever again on this map, as it's about to end in the hands of Paper Rex. Seekers used. Lakia stuck in guarded. He will get surrounded, and Meteor is too far away. Lakia goes down. Meteor all alone with just a Gen G Classic and a Stinger. Is it going to be enough against 4 members of Paper Rex? Quickly trying to go.
Listen to Divine, man. He's just spamming it non-stop. He's actually going to run out of bullets.
Now it's going to be the orbital strike
goes in, dog goes out.
End this map right here, right now. And by pushing out this far, they should be aware. Even without
look at Forsaken. Forsaken might let him pass and go for the 9th.
Picked up, but so much time spent. And Forsaken, he hears it. He's ready for it. Mind Freak there.
Wait, he's actually going to check
In
this?
case things go awry. Meteor.
Oh, okay.
Would have to be a 180 flick of his lifetime to get this. He finds one, trying to spray down, but too much time.
Nicely handed, man. What a map from PaperX. What a series in general. This is really, really fun.
Putting down
Lived up to the hype of it.
Throne once again in VCT Pacific as they win 2-1.
Man, some of the clips from this best of 3 is insane. The 1v4, kind of, I mean, ace, and then that 1v1 there really got me.
Completely shutting down Gen G other than 2 rounds where Gen G had to turn up the pace. And yeah,
PaperX with Jing,
coming out
undefeated
Lotus
since
Gen
he's
G.
back.
You think going into Icebox, a map that PaperX has been shying away from for a very long time. Other than when they picked it last year, to sort of give it a farewell as it left the map pool, but now it's back. They look pretty darn good on that map, going up against a very tough Icebox team. But Vine was really the icing on the cake for PaperX. Just unbelievable the way they played it. Unbelievable.
Absolutely recovering their own flavor, their own color. And giving
Plat chat, dude, why do we keep doing it? Dude, if I'm on Plat chat again, I'm going for the opposite team, man. No matter what. These other guys are cast, man. They're taking me down with them. There's no way it's me. It can't be me.
Hit his hand a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some static or something as well. Mind Freak getting caught off guard there. He might be ice cold in the server, but not always IRL. But what a match, and so much to talk about as we send it over to our desk.
Yes, there is so much to talk about. PaperX defeats Gen G today.
The gifted worked again, yeah.
Back on the roster.
That's solid record.
And it looks like
was never in doubt with that on the Plat chat, guys.
Going on between these two teams.
It's going to begin. I feel like the coaches, they're going to go at it again at some point, sometime, you know, in the future. There's so much to study here. But right now, PaperX have adapted on the fly. PaperX have shown, especially in this round, round 6.
I'm missing the point, as in it's, they were secured to win because we did it.
PaperX instantly knew how to play around
it. But then we just know the outcome of every game, so it's no fun.
Yeah, this felt a lot
looks like
more
PaperX
the
are back on
Gen G
top,
that
bro.
we
They look
saw back
very
in the
good.
one that was dropping
Very,
maps here
very
and there to
good.
their
Even
opponents, the one that was
just like
struggling
little
to
things,
have
right? Obviously, they're all
full
firing
state from the
incredibly
players
strong. Like
across
everyone's
the
looking
series.
insanely
It
confident.
took a damn long
The
while
game
for us to really
plans,
start
new
seeing
strats
Meteor
that they
heating up.
added, like
Nothing
Lotus, the
was
new
really
strats they
happening,
added,
obviously,
really
until
cool.
we got
Game plan
into
onto
that
Icebox, especially
defender
defense,
side of the
really,
map
really
that,
good.
well,
Like
yeah,
literally,
Vine
no
is
team
a
at the moment is
defender
doing
side
what they're
map for the
doing
most
against
part.
the
It's not
teams
so
when they aren't
one-sided
using a
that,
server. Like
Gen
they're a
G
little bit ahead in
scoreline,
terms of the
11-1s,
mind
all
game
this
stuff
kind of
as
stuff,
well
like,
that I'm
where
seeing.
that's gonna be
At least on
acceptable for you to
Icebox.
take on
I
your
didn't think their
attacking
attack was
They were
great,
not hitting
but
shots
I
at
think that's
all
fine.
at the beginning of the map. I don't know what
Their
happened
defense
to
kind
the
of looks
team
like that.
coming out of that
Probably needs a
Icebox,
little bit
but
of work their
they
attack,
looked
but
so different at the beginning. They found their footing for a bit. They tried to make a run back occur, but it was just way too far gone. They could not afford to have had that catastrophic of an attack after.
That's really what it came down to. It was too far gone. You can see it like towards the start, after they lost like
classic
5,
thing. Yeah,
6
this is
rounds
sick.
in a row. At some point, it got up to 9 rounds in a row. Like players like Texture, like looking at his player cams, he's really trying to kill himself back into the game. He wants to get those frags.
Okay.
Not like that. Sorry, Achilles. Not like that.
Interesting phrasing, but I know exactly what you mean.
He wants to find those frags so that he can find that groove going again. But then, you know, it just doesn't quite happen. It's only easier on the defensive side because he's holding these positions.
Getting back, oh, it's always a big deal.
Where he's doing everything
Just the fact that
right,
Gen G looks so good, but man,
behind Forsaken's high
PaperX looks so much better. I think the mad thing is this Mind Freak as well. Mind Freak is looking back to like top form, and that's something that was missing when Anya was playing.
The damage is done, and even though he's able to find these little moments of victory, it's just not quite enough. And still, though, you gotta admire that movement that Meteor had against Something's Thrash. That was so fun.
That was definitely the highlight of the map.
I mean, yeah, this is the best the Mind Freak's played in this year so far that we've watched.
And it was like the one moment where it's like, I have happy feelings again.
No doubt about
it. As a Gen G player on stage, like that was the one moment that they could smile because the energy was just completely cut off. I mean, William was talking about it during the cast. It never felt like even in the grand final versus Sentinels that the game was completely out of their hands until it was over. It felt like it was so far out of their hands, and right when they started getting some kind of steam built up,
good luck, Lexi. Good luck,
it was just far too late. And one of the things that shocked me looking at the previous graphic was that they had 8 first kills.
lower rated player in this tournament is 1.07.
Yeah,
it
felt
that's
like
nuts.
they had like 4. Because it just seemed like every single round they went into, PaperX was getting that early advantage, just taking somebody down. and it just felt like Gen.G was never really able to find a solid reply.
This is almost must-win territory for T1. No, I think it is must-win territory for them. I think they got to win this.
Great pivots and everything like that, but ultimately, like, they were just nailing shots.
They have to win.
Marking these positions. I think we definitely have to, credit Mindfreak a little bit.
The loss to DFM really wrecks their group, man. They got to win that.
And he's like able
to win this one.
Position his crosshair and connect onto every single shot that comes through.
There was moments
was
in
this
there
the last Pacific game? No, we got one more.
Because it felt like
T1 against
so
DRX.
Far too sus. He was so damn clean. Not just in bind though, across the whole day. Honestly, like this was just an incredible performance.
Yeah, it's what he had for lunch.
Yeah.
Apparently.
And whatever it was, it was just it worked.
PaperX had answers for every single round, especially in that first half, and it was undeniable. But what's also undeniable was this matchup between these two teams.
Does the PaperX Gen.G game matter much in terms of the groups? Yes, it does. It does for sure in terms of like PaperX, because whoever comes fast skips that second game. Like whoever comes fast is secured like top 4. They only have to win one game. Where these other teams that are like come second and third, that's singular limb as well. So the actual advantage of winning your group and coming fast is massive.
First T1 and DRX.
Yeah,
so it is big.
There's a lot of games to go through. We have a lot of iterations that we need to.
Everyone wants to avoid singular limb
really determine, who that,
because it shouldn't be here.
Team, I think that right now it's decently safe to lean on these two to say like, okay, probably going to Shanghai, but who's the third? And that's what's going to take some time to really figure out. But I think Gen.G looking a lot more exploitable in this one, and that is something a little bit concerning. The fact that double time.
Yeah, I'm not even concerned about Gen.G after watching this.
A handful of round wins for Gen.G.
I'm not even concerned about them. It's just like, like some of the rounds the PaperX were winning individually was mental, and then they started just taking those big risks because they were up so much. I'm not even concerned for them. Like this was just PaperX being PaperX. When they all fire, they're done. Like when they all fire, they beat every team pretty much.
You need to be able to bounce back when you go into these game 3s if you want to be able to close out series. And we have seen Gen.G do that in the past, where they just played a 5-map series at Madrid. And,
man, Shanghai could be their time. Don't want to say it, don't want to curse it early, and I know I was on board with it for Madrid, but
I know exactly what you're talking about.
This one actually feels like it has some potential. This was very good from them.
Maybe they didn't expect
I might start believing again, man. I might do it again. I can't get a PaperX game right, but I'm feeling it again.
For it if they left it open. So for the map to go this way, especially that first half to go this far into PaperX's direction, makes you wonder like what went wrong. But
another grand final.
They did manage to come back a little bit at the end. So I still have hope for Gen.G, but right now, I mean, it's just PaperX doing such a darn good job.
Pacific doesn't have a chance. That makes you sad, bro. Pacific have a chance. Pacific have more of a chance than EMEA. I'll say that much.
Last year. So to see them back in this dominant fashion, very convincingly, it's very different. Even in Madrid, while they did place third, there were a lot of struggles back and forth, and I can't say they were all convincing. It was a lot of heroics from Forsaken or Mindfreak, or each of the PaperX players, but this was very cohesive.
Congrats, BBL, on winning Shanghai.
What do you call it? The mind meld, hive mind that we say
based
about
on based on the performance that I'm seeing in the EMEA,
based
on the last 2 weeks in the EMEA.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with PaperX's Mindfreak now. Massive congrats, Mindfreak. Revenge is complete at last now. Tell me how you feel.
I'm feeling relief. I'm feeling great. It's been like we lost 2 matches against them, so finally happy that we won against them.
Now, we saw a lot of curveballs from each team, and we saw a lot of changes from your side throughout today's series. So I want to start with the Icebox pick, because you guys haven't played this map for so long. You've banned it 8 times so far. So why today, and why against Gen.G?
The reason why is because like last time we don't play Icebox is because we don't have much time to practice in Icebox. So coming to this event, I mean like coming against them, we know that Gen.G Icebox is not their strongest map. So we took a gamble and yeah, it showed up today.
Well, when it comes to gambling,
why are there 50 admins standing behind T1?
had the texture on Omen on Icebox. So did that kind of catch you off guard, or what were your initial reactions?
Honestly, for myself, I'm pretty surprised why he play Omen, because like I thought he played good last time when he played against Jet, yeah. And yeah, I was surprised a little bit, but I don't really like bothered by it, so yeah.
And also, we see you guys on Bind kind of moving away from the Reyna comp and more into solo duelist comp. So is there a specific reason why, or is something trying to play more of Gecko?
Honestly, I don't know the reason why. Okay. Just like Alex wanted something to play Gecko, so I don't really know why actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that Gecko. Something on the Gecko, especially with the operator, deadly. Now, last but not least, you guys are facing Team Secret on Sunday. What's your mindset? They're struggling a little bit. So.
We're not gonna underestimate them, even though like they look a bit off, but we want our revenge because last year we lost against them in Pacific League. So yeah, we just want another revenge, I would say. Yeah.
Another revenge. Well, thank you, Mindfreak, so much, and good luck on Sunday. Now that was Mindfreak, and we're gonna head off to a short break, but stay tuned because we have T1 taking on DRX. We'll see you soon.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Chance, ads are coming your way.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
We saw Gen G just now, but it's time to witness the showdown between the other two Korean titans, T1 and DRX. Now, DRX has been coming back into full form, but T1 here, we're going to go into an interview and see how they're feeling after the last two matches.
Hello, Saya. Now, with what happened in week 1, winning today's match will give you a lot of breathing room, I guess. So what's your mindset coming in today, and how have you guys been able to recover from the last DFM series?
From the last game, we decide to play confidence, and then we don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
So more confidence today, do what you're good at.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, good luck today, man.
And yes, welcome back to VCT Pacific. This is the T1 roster that we've been seeing playing all of this year. And yeah, they're a little bit broken, but not... Sorry, they're a little bit battered, but not broken, I would think, especially with an answer like that from Carpe.
Broken-hearted, maybe.
Yeah.
After the loss. But ultimately, I mean, while it does feel bad for the team to lose that matchup, you also probably are still somewhat simultaneously happy for DFM. So it's probably a really weird emotional roller coaster to be on if you're T1. But if you're a T1 fan, you're very much not happy because you expect, okay, DFM, yeah, they rebuild, they do look stronger, still weren't able to find any wins over at kickoff, and T1 was looking like an incredible team. They should still have this one in the bag. T1 looked very disjointed in that series.
At least Lotus still looks good.
Oh, yeah.
Look, they're still pretty great on Lotus, but DRX has been looking stronger and stronger with every game. Let's go over to their interview.
Mako. Now, T1 of course lost to DFM, but you can't really let your guard down against them. So is there anything you need to watch out for today?
Whatever, they lost the FM.
Okay.
So...
Easy game?
Never mind.
Oh, Mako.
Never mind.
The gentle giant with a little sense of humor. He's great. He's also a crazy Viper, and we saw him come back into form actually a bit in his last game.
Yeah, I mean, the series that we've been seeing from Mako so far have been just kind of like vintage Mako, which was something that we were missing for a decent little while there, you know, especially in the kind of arc of DRX going over and having their stumbles at Masters Tokyo, etc. Even in Champions, he had some flashes of it, but it wasn't nearly as consistent as we had been used to from the past. So far, here in Stage 1, Mako has been right back on it.
Yeah, right there. And it's a different game, you know, that they played as well, you know, up against Global Esports. But what I really did like was Foxy9. You know, before he's on that duelist role, maybe running amok a little bit too much. Now on the Sentinel, without the mobility, he's forced to kind of play it safe. And that's how he finds these kills, these individual one-on-ones.
I mean, if you can't keep a leash on a player when they're playing duelist, leash them to their util on a site. But the adjustment here from Foxy has been absolutely incredible. You know, Renaissance is the word that I keep throwing around for him. And, you know, some people would say, like, oh, he didn't get a fair shake playing duelist. They were really inconsistent and whatnot. But, you know, ultimately, right now, it doesn't matter what happened in the past. I'm going to just focus on this season, this year, this moment right now. And DRX have been looking really good, and a lot of it has been because of Foxy9.
Yeah, and DRX, I mean, I know we're all hailing Gen G right now, but it wasn't that long ago DRX were undisputably the kings of Korean Valorant, and it looks like they're coming back into form. Meanwhile, for T1, they were definitely on the rise until their recent series. But, you know, despite their loss against DFM, they're not looking very shabby at all.
They were the team that brought down Zeta last year. They are still that team that, you know, can put up some decent numbers up against PaperX. They forced PaperX's bind into overtime, losing out only in 12-14 last week. So I do believe they still have a lot of gas in the tank. They are able to, you know, find some moments. But whatever happened in that match against DFM has to be addressed, because you could see that players sometimes weren't really feeling themselves. They weren't really communicating as much, and it just makes the whole team look a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, it really felt like the the wheels came off the cart a bit in that set, and a lot of that did have to do with DFM's play. It wasn't just T1 having a bad day by any metric, but they certainly.
What are we expecting from this?
So they need to come out here and they need to have a much better headspace.
Bro, what are my pick'ems right now? I don't think I've got a game right.
I completely agree with that. Now we're
I think
looking
I'm like
at
0-6
Tizu
or
right
something.
now. These are, I would say, the newest players in Pacific for both sides.
Yeah, I got Na'Vi
Bane,
right.
This was
Like
actually
1-5.
his coming into the DRX roster for Stage 1 is why a lot of us had question marks initially for DRX, but it seems like he's fit in, slotted in
Oh, I
quite
got Fnatic
seamlessly,
right.
and it looks like he's just been playing with
2 out of
Yeah, overall, it's been
7.
a very good performance from him. I mean, has he had to go
2
out
out
and
of
make,
7. Dude, literally, I might as well
clutch
just flip a
plays?
coin. I'm telling you.
No, he hasn't necessarily been put in the same position that
You have
Karan was in
T1, dude. I have
their
T1 too
matches
as well.
during
I don't know
kickoff.
if that's what you wanted to
he has
hear,
just
but
been rock solid. He's just, his util timings, the way that he plays around with the rest of the squad, it looks really good. Clearly, the comm structure has been overall quite strong here for the side of DRX, and for them to take yet another duelist player and start molding them into
T1 lose, are
something
they
that
out?
previously were
No.
not.
Technically, they can
It seems
still
like DRX just continue to have magic
make
in
it.
that regard. Izu is somebody
Gotta
who
have
had
2
some
wins,
fantastic
basically.
moments in that last series, especially with Sheriffs in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Some really great multi-kills that he was able to pick up to try to turn the tides of some of those rounds versus TFM. But I think otherwise has been a little bit lacking in some of the more, just neutral play. It feels like where we were seeing him find incredible, immense amounts of value during kickoff, we haven't been seeing those same peaks from him so far.
Kind of quiet. He had some impactful frags, but the numbers weren't quite there. Not enough to bring T1 over that edge up in that last map against DFM.
Yeah, I
so
actually might.
You can really feel the
Dude, if I brought back me against the
before
pets
we go
for
into the
predictions,
map
I would
ban
100%
picks,
lose right now.
Here is how these two teams have been playing out over the course of this year, and they have very similar map ban picks.
A little bit, but I mean, DRX, just basically playing everything so far, and overall looking pretty good. I'd be curious to see, where this veto ends up going, and I'm also curious that Termi is once again not wearing a suit.
Changing his style.
He's got 100% win rate when he does this, though.
And somebody pointed it out, and I'll talk about the veto in a second. Somebody pointed out, like, the last time that Termi was not wearing a suit was when they got absolutely bodied, I believe, by Gambit.
Oh, okay, well then.
So it's been a while.
At least for
but
2024.
He's going for it. As it's going to be Icebox banner.
DRX get rid of Lotus.
Okay, Lotus
That's a good
banned away
ban.
here by DRX. I think that makes absolutely
T1
perfect
pick
sense,
Breeze
even
as
though
their
Lotus in their own
backup.
right is a strong map.
I do wonder, do we go back towards something like Ascent or
Split.
Yeah.
Okay. DRX, I mean, this was kind of old faithful for them. Their longest win streak ever was on this map. And yeah, exactly. So I'd be fully anticipating just, Bane playing that Omen Mako on the Viper again, just going for some kind of crazy lurks. But
it does make me wonder how T1 will perform, though, because still, although we did have Rossi consistently on the Viper, last week he started to show that KO a little bit. And sometimes, not really quite working together, not gelling too well with the team, except for, certain rounds on Lotus and
okay.
Sunset.
Well,
bind decider.
Re-split bind?
Should this go to the distance? So,
Just
I think it's
to
going
go
to be
well.
very, and this is going to be very different looks, I think, as far as the bind compositions. I know, obviously, we fully expect that Carpe would be running something like the Gecko, but I don't necessarily think that it would have, maybe the Harbor and whatnot around it. So this would be a completely different look compared to what we have seen in the past, but I'm very curious to get into this first map.
Yeah, one of these teams to try the Paper X Copenhagen comp.
Historically how they've each
I
performed.
don't think
Very
we'll be
evenly
saying
matched. Even the comps, a little similar.
They had Neon, right? And Neon gets so wrecked right now against
Issue
Cypher.
on that Yoru from kickoffs was definitely something that was very fun to watch. I don't know if it's going to be the same this time comparing to his performance from last week, but hopefully, there's a bit of recovery because you have to be.
Yeah, I mean,
up there.
You have to be having that impact if they're going to be sticking to the Yoru composition. For the side of DRX, I'm curious if they also decide to do that. Because I mean, it was
that bind game was just
a very
mental.
different setup for them. I mean, you had like
roster,
Stax, Stax
It was
playing,
fun to watch,
like the Sova and whatnot. And while I think overall he looked much improved, Buzz has never been much of a Yoru player. So with Bane in the roster, I actually.
Go Rum, how we doing, mate? Good to see you.
I'm
Thank
a little
you,
bit
thank you. I
curious
like
if they
the
would
banner.
shift Bane onto Yoru and then have Buzz play Jet or something.
Finna stayed silent for the first 9 rounds. The moment he speaks, Genji got a flawless. This guy is owning the system. He doesn't even have to speak.
But I do
Doesn't have to
believe,
speak
you know,
and he
this
spams
could be
ads.
a bit of a test
Dude,
for
I need
Vayne.
to finesses.
This
It
will
needs to be
show
studied,
whether or
man.
not
He's
he's up to
owning
snuff,
it.
up to task, if he's able to flex on these agents and still go back to that duelist role. Meanwhile, you know, Foxy9, hopefully it's going to be that still consistent performance because he's been doing a pretty good job as the Sentinel.
I was PaperX Gen G worth a VOD
You're,
watch for
watching the
sure.
game on
It was really sick.
The laptop there, the little dudes.
Looking up stats.
Definitely start with
I
Lotus.
think
It was good.
it's a lot safer back here because there's no paper thin to throw them around when you know teams win for the first time in ever. Let's talk about predictions. This is I'm not sure if we're evenly split. We're not actually. Okay,
Whoa.
we're all predicting
Wait,
our
what?
DRX win.
Except.
Yeah, but William always does that.
Yeah, I was
so-
going to say, who could have seen it? William
I
with a
know.
punt prediction.
I know.
Wait,
William
what?
being William. That aside, did you guys change your predictions based on T1's last 2 matches, or?
They had
hell
to
yeah.
have.
Okay.
Absolutely. I thought that. I mean, look, I don't think that this is hopeless at all for T1. I think that.
Wait,
if
what?
they
I
are
would
gonna
say
be
the
coming out, they're gonna be in
T1
solid form,
favorites.
especially if Izu is gonna
DRX
be able
looks
to find
insane.
similar impact from kickoff on Yoru.
I think we all need to
that
relax
T1
a bit. Maybe I've
absolutely
been watching different stuff to other
take this
people.
series. It just does that carry across all of these.
They've been
maps here,
looking.
'cause
They look
DRX right
good.
now, I think
Don't get me
overall,
wrong. They look good in their
very
games.
solid.
Foxy
it's
looks
a little
very,
bit
very
difficult
good.
to kind of pick things apart and say, like, well, this is
Um,
something that they
but
really
in
need to
terms
start
of-
working on. I think there's some minor stuff, but for the most part, they look very
don't
clean.
know.
whereas
I don't think
T1,
they should be
last couple series, a
favorites.
hell of a lot more to point at.
How
For
about you,
me,
Black?
I mean, like, if this were kickoffs T1 versus kickoffs DRX, I might still have.
Hey, take
leaned
that from Mr.
towards
27. That's
DRX.
very valid,
T1,
man.
you know, they've been
That's
looking
very, very
to,
valid.
you know, improve and show us a lot of new things. But DRX is still just that good. They know everything. They are able to set up. Unless T1 shows that they are able to counter some of these.
Maybe I
plays,
need to be
it's gonna
more
tough.
recency biased.
Well, I know the crowd's ready, and
Maybe
they're
that's where I'm
going
going
wild
wrong.
because we have 2 Korean teams about to face off. Let's go over to our casters. William voting for T1 and paper thin.
Thank you very much at the desk. And it's crazy that you think it's just because I want to make silly predictions, because what I want to do is not diminish DFM's victory, all right?
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at.
Well-deserved victory against a very strong team. I think T1 should be able to regroup from a lot of the mistakes they made. But of course, I mean, DRX is looking better and better each match they play with Vayne.
No doubt, and that's kind of worrisome for T1 because you're in a state where maybe your mental isn't where it needs to be. You got beat by DFM, a team that you know you're not expecting necessarily to go down against. But I mean, I think they can bounce back. It's just going to be whether or not. To me, it's a mental game for T1. That's really the biggest thing.
Absolutely, for sure. It has to be
There's
a
some
confidence
respect
play
on
between these two
DFM's name.
teams. Of
That's what
course,
I'm saying,
a lot
bro.
of history between the orgs as well, but also here in VCT. T1 yet to get that ever-elusive victory against DRX, who used to be the original Kings of Korea.
That win was
Can
just
they
so
do
impressive.
it
They
here
looked
in
so
Stage
good
1 of
that
VCT
I think that's why I'm not even
2024?
worried for
Let's
T1.
find out as we welcome the
I mean, this
players
is
to
a
the
close game.
stage.
This is still like a 50-50. But I just didn't expect it to be that landslide.
DRX.
I think DFM makes chance they continue to improve. Actually, genuinely think they have a chance, man. Like, I think they're going to struggle a little bit because the first time the team saw their comps, like that Ascent is never going to look as impressive again, even though the whole macro was really good. It's not going to hit as hard as it did because it was the first time that they saw it. But if you look at game plan of how they played on certain maps as well, like if I just look at... What is this? If I just look at Ascent in terms of how they played just their own game, really sick, and then I look at Sunset of how the game plan was to play against the copy of the Heretics comp, that gives me a lot of faith in them moving forward. I think they could. I don't want to get too ahead of myself because I've only seen one game. But I think they could finish like a 4th maybe. It's still unlikely, but it was really good showing. I think it's like really recency bias from what we saw. I would have to see more, but I have quite a lot of faith in them at the moment.
T1 versus DRX. T1 just looking to get back into form, while DRX looking fresh with their new looks. representing their U.
Dude, man,
Here, of course, featured on
people on the
team
internet.
capsule
Dude,
as
imagine
well.
typing that
DRX
stuff out, man.
2024 has said, can they continue that upwards trajectory is the big question.
No doubt. I mean, you got to be looking at DRX and thinking, man, it's looked really good for Bane. Only having
looks
a
so
couple
weird
days
without suit,
before
yeah.
the stage started.
I'm telling you, they got a good win rate with it.
With this roster. And for T1, the hopes have been high for them coming into 2024. This is a roster they were really confident in. And so far, it hasn't panned out. Is this going to be the turning point for T1? Excuse me. Can they recover from this loss to DFM is the big question on everyone's mind. Certainly they can, but it is a difficult task. You know, they've never beaten DRX yet. It's a different looking DRX. But man, oh man, a lot riding on this match already this early in the stage.
Absolutely. I mean, T1, they built up so much excitement during the offseason, coming out with new looks, new comps, confident clutches, great comms, great vibes on stage. People said this was a squad to look forward to, a global squad on a Korean team.
Whoa.
And we take a look at the desk.
Double duelist.
On what would be the roles
Foxy
here at DRX,
on
but it looks like
Cypher.
we hit it spot on. Bane will be filling in that Euro role. Allows Buzz to continue to be that fixed primary duelist.
Damn, some of these comps.
Foxy 9, of course,
Some of these
continuing
comps are
as that sturdy
really
set.
out there.
Yeah, and when you think back to this comp for T1 in particular.
Harbor for
When
Cypher,
they last played
basically.
this map, it was against Bleed. It was a multi-overtime
This is really meta at the moment
I'm
in
looking for here for DRX
APAC.
is to shut down Saya player if he gets an op. That was where a lot of the damage was done for T1. Saya player went plus 15. The only person who was able to take the op out of his hands was Ye on that Neon. So for T1, you know, you want to get to that op early and you want to use that to shut
The
DRX
Sentinel,
down.
yeah, they
DRX,
might
if
struggle on
get to
defense. Let's see
that
how
are you going to have the
DRX
ability
want to
deal
play
with
it.
that doesn't require a Neon like running.
The thing is, the inferior Yoru
that's a big
covers
question
up
for
the
Saya's
fact that you
operator.
don't
The
have a
Marshals,
Sentinel
the
with the
Outlaws,
fast
anything with the
rotate.
scope, Saya
That's
will use
the
it
thought
to great
process.
effect. See if DRX can shut it down or perhaps
But
even
obviously,
just
if
deny
you
the
use both your
opportunity
TPs
throughout
early,
this
then you
map as
can't
they
get there.
start on the
And-
attacking
Or-
side. Of course, this
I mean, so it
map
kind of just
pick
depends on how you play against it. T1 against DRX, and
playing with that no
yeah,
sentinel
so I
off
mean, we
touch
get to
trend
see the
for
no
Ion
Sentinel on
Exterior to
defense,
see
so
if
it might
there's any
struggle a
sort of
little
push
bit.
out to
Again, I
try to
want to
gain
see
some more
slow
control of
play
the
from
map.
DRX
Try to cut it
eventually,
up a
not
little
for the
bit more
pistol,
with
not for the
things like
anti-eco.
the
Don't really
Cascade
care
and the
about those
High
two
Tide.
rounds
So take a
in
look
terms
here,
of like
setting up
macro play,
on
but
the A side
for
a
the
good
actual
contract
big
early on.
rounds, they gotta make sure that they time this out and they create a lot of question marks of where they could have got to in the map.
Trying to work his way through so that Yoru utility, just a flash, available for him. Cleared the dart.
Sheriff at the ready for Carpy, but it gets dropped immediately at Mako.
Holy
Kicks
hell,
things off
Mako
in
just
perfect
solo
fashion for
holds.
DRX. Excurate will try to stabilize with the Cascade, but he's so low
Yeah,
on
and they
health.
split
15
over towards
HP
sight
Saya
on this,
player. Now with
and
the Sheriff, he'll try to find
you
the
would
timing
imagine
as
Excurate
the
is
opponents on
absolutely
DRX have
wrecked
already
here.
gone through the stairs. Excurate just trying to stay
Ooh.
alive. He just wants to buy time until his teammates arrive, but Saya player can't land a shot. A single one onto Buzz,
Well.
and Foxy 9 will get another. And it looks like
That
it's
wasn't too
all
convincing.
down to Rossi. Picks up the Sheriff. He can land the shots. Still doable considering the health on Mako. He can dwindle down the numbers. But DRX, they're just not giving him an angle at all.
Look at where Bane is tucked away right behind that crate. Already taking a little bit of damage to Rossi, not much at all. Buzz just tagging him up.
Yeah, this is pretty much impossible to win with how they're playing.
Buzz as well, just goes in between the pyramids. Doesn't want to give that long range sideline to the Sheriff. And Bane's ready for the peek out. It's going to be
Okay,
four
nicely done
members
from
up the
Mako.
line
Manages
for
to get
DRX.
two once they push over
Good
towards
picking
A
up
main
the
here.
Sheriff here on the side of Bane, and
Lovely
a great
shots.
start for the Korean Kings.
Yeah, just looked like a really good read here from DRX, kind of expecting this push out from A. Mako's just waiting with open arms. You know, they can see they get two. They lose Carpe and Izu. A lot of that retake utility taken out of the hands. Had it come to that, didn't really. Saya player not able to find his shots. Rossi in a near impossible situation. Only going to be an investment into that Marshall for Saya.
Yeah,
You were
Marshall
talking about
goes
it,
in,
Will.
and
He
DRX,
loves those scope guns.
Yeah,
DRX
he'll
are
buy as
doing
long as he's
this.
got 950 in the
They're
bank
allowed
for
2
sure.
deaths.
See if it finds a target, though. Now scoping down to allow for his teammates to position for a push up, but that's going to be spotted by Mako. DRX, do they wait for the entire push out? The rest will be pushing into Cave. Continuing with the old FPX current Na'Vi buy with the 3 rifles, 3 Vandals in hand for DRX.
That's not the typical buy for DRX either.
Yeah,
this.
I mean, it
Yeah, it might be something that they've been improving on, but it honestly could just be this map. Some of the maps where the rifles are like the best
They're trying
at.
to bring this back into Pacific. Curious to see kind of what data they were looking at to rejuvenate this. We'll see if they can make it happen as the Marshall awaits. The drone not going to spot him in time, but the TP in, and it's going to be Izu who gets
Izu gets a tag on the person behind. He picks up a gun.
trying to get another
So
as
they
he
gotta.
pushes out onto
Wait,
the
no, he
site. Now
doesn't.
everyone corralled on the backside of the pyramids.
The gun is
Buzz
down there. I
finds the
thought this
timing
is
as he swings back out, trying to expand their territory here for DRX in the post plant. Izu, he's
Okay,
been
nicely
noted
done.
low
So this
on
was just
health.
a
Mako
ghost then,
finishes
I
him
guess.
off, and it's all down to Carpe with only 10 HP.
All right, let's see if he can do any more damage. You can see that they're watching for that flank. Izu even TP'd back over there to make sure that this angle was covered. Set up the quintessential DRX crossfires where everybody's on point, knowing what their job is. Now they leave the site, expecting maybe
Confirmed ghost
actually one
now.
player lurking. See if they can catch it.
Yeah, Buzz very low, so if they want to carry over as much as they can, maybe send someone else first, as everyone already took a lot of damage on their armor, and it is going to be stacked.
All right, and that was a nice round from them, and they keep their 3 guns. That's all they care about. Got some armor rebuys, but other than that, very, very nice for DRX. They get the bonus round, looking like a gun round, and scary start for them, especially for T1.
Relatively cleanly. Good job there by Bane, taking space early with that TP, catching Saya player in a bad spot. Able to do some good damage. DRX seeing if they can turn this map on its head. It was a pretty even affair for T1 on both sides of the coin on Breeze. 6-6 against Bleed the last time they played it.
They TP over towards spawn as well if they need to. Fast A control, and maybe just orb. Yeah, orb and TP out.
Bane gonna be farming those orbs as the orbs do on this particular.
Okay, we go down towards middle for Izu, and 1 TP is out over towards site as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts in the AVL. Just absolutely insane.
Never seen so many different dimensions being opened up since Doctor Strange came by, but boy, oh boy. Don't think Bane's going to get there anytime soon, but of course, orb control and
here's the jump down.
Good nonetheless. Kind of disrespecting the high tide as well. That's 4-6 Skira to hold a far back position.
Yeah, with the jump down, you kind of know that they're pretty committed, so you'll be tempted to over-rotate into this one. Ed Size just checking it, thinks he's behind the box. Dude, that is the biggest tunnel vision I've ever seen. From one bit of sound cue, him jumping down. Like, I know he checks this, but you gotta check this more. It's actually just not a good play in your first buy round to go clear this.
It's been so good for DRX. It's going to be a couple players from a lot of different directions that DRX is.
Yeah, that was really, really bold.
It's like now, though, they're going to move away from elbow, 2 from Link, 1 from the site.
They'll approach the site itself, Cascade to cut off that angle, but it's going to be Bane who tags him a little bit, forces Xkira to just stand there, wait for another peek out, and look at this, just the ping pong back and forth in the aggro, and DRX looks like they never lost a beat, even with Bane entering.
That was a nice flash on top of this. Dude, really bad call from T1. So bold to do that. Nicely done from DRX. T1 have to do another eco, and DRX kept a lot of life, so their money is out of control.
And every round that they get, again, keeps Saya player away from that operator. The harder you make that, the better. For a little bit of a
Why would you push into a crossfire when you think that there's a good chance that someone's over towards the right corner, the one that's hard to get to?
From Bane. Nice! And so far, so good for DRX. Just
Oh yeah, really nice from them.
Really not doing anything too crazy. Just finding some of these aggressive pushes from T1 and eliminating them pretty quick. This high tide gonna maybe try to set up for Carpe.
Yeah, but now it's a dimensional drift. Now he hasn't checked both sides yet. Carpe still hit it, but Buzz is ready for it as they did.
Yeah, and they don't.
Well. So DRX,
maybe they do have an anti-Euro ult, so maybe they just didn't decide to do it in the eco.
The ultimate as well for the cycle for DRX. Dimensional drift now against the eco, and then they'll have other ultimates cycling through in the next couple of rounds. Meanwhile, Foxy9 on the lurk. I mean, using the eco round to start this type of conditioning is huge as Rossi gets 1 kill from afar. Plants Izu close, but it's still just not enough
Dude,
weaponry
4 people surviving?
to try to make
They
a
would love
dent
that.
against DRX.
Almost impossible here. Saya with that
push out.
Marshall. Yeah.
Trying to get a kill. Izu gets 1, tries to land the second. Has to readjust, gets pinged, waiting for Saya to go for the trades. Spike is taken down, so at this point, just looking to do some damage on the economy of DRX. But look at their creds, they're not going to be too sad one way or another.
Okay, nicely done. 3 people alive though, and they don't need to rebuy armor. So, straight into this one. Mako 1 away from an ult if he gets a plant into one of these rounds. And T1 with their second buy round. Still, I mean, could be an off, no armor, if he wanted.
Yeah, I like the way that this is set up. It's a good ping out from the dimensional drift, setting up the rest of the team there.
Cross-checked with my video, I'm 5 out of 10 Preds this week. There's no way I'm 5 out of 10. How have I got 5 right? It feels like I'm getting everything wrong.
They're being very diligent about watching that ropes entrance to see if another player is going to come through there.
What's saving me? My China predictions or something.
Surprises that has caught them off guard so far was when they lost a player there very early on in this half, but this time around they're looking for it because as T1, you got to be thinking about those deep Mako post-plant setups with those snake bites. This is something he's so well known for, is these lineups he has from that ropes area outside of main. And really tricky to deal with unless you've got flankers.
5 right is the issue, bro. I thought I had 2 right or something. I thought if you asked me, I thought it was like 2 out of 10.
So certainly something DRX is already looking to be aware of. How can T1 find a way to break through?
So that early timeout coming out to surely discuss the
okay, timeout for the big buy rounds.
They haven't really been able to take control of any one part of the map.
We get a backup.
Again, something we talked
I mean,
about.
honestly, on this map, it might be pretty smart to do that. Backup Outlaw for the Jet Knives.
The timing where DRX has been one step ahead. Looking at the minimap, T1, the answer, trying to take a little bit more control of mid.
Smart. I'm really curious about this Outlaw buy for Buzz. Is this expecting a half armor purchase from T1? In fact, they go full.
I think this is backup.
There is the Bladestorm, of course, as well, which is certainly what Buzz is, you know, as that backup potential that he can use.
Here.
But looking for that
Double short push, and Cypher is kind of expecting something different in terms of short push. Drone goes in towards middle, doesn't check this angle. Do they expect? Oh, this is kind of nice. The Yoru goes in, breaks the trip. Wait, they're literally pinging it. It's actually pinging the Cypher could be here. Cypher still gets a kill, even though they were pinging out this spot. Nicely done from Xgrad. Whoa, we got a second there. Yeah, and this guy TP's over towards spawn. Oh, that's unlucky. Big 1v1. Wait, he has no idea he TP'd. Oh my god, he has no idea he TP'd away. Yeah, and Snowplant. Yeah, and it was looking good. Man, Mako getting this extra kill over towards site is the round. How did he do this?
But then they get a little lost in the sauce. You know, Bane reveals his position with some shots that whiff onto Rossi, but Rossi's expecting the aggression towards the bridge angle.
Yeah, they even ping this angle out, so they're expecting this. What is the second kill? Oh my. Okay, that's out. What an absolute shot that was.
It's going to end up, where that gate crash actually landed. You expect it to have gone back to main, potentially. That's where they have been going. But he just isn't able to track it. So now you're going to have to use this Viper's Pit to try to control some space. Continued push out towards mid. So the idea is for T1 carrying over from the previous round, but they weren't able to make it work. This round, can they?
Yeah, and DRX, they want to try to see if they can make a pinch happen once again. But this time, T1, they pushed out much earlier in the middle of the map.
And T1 are going very aggro middle. Man, Carpe is lucky to be alive here.
One too many people going drone just to confirm. DRX, they will just go ahead and show the double peek, force T1 to back off.
Do they check this? Yeah, hard clear.
Aware of it, but he swings right into the crosshairs. There's a gate crash out, still able to hold that.
Yeah, they managed to trade back with this one, the double push, double trade, do pass and push, and again, because they have no sentinels, they feel like they have to start doing stuff like this, where they're just in all of these areas taking duels. And DRX are playing it so well, just slow, just everyone just holding defaults, just taking their time, let them take some map control, and then late take map control. And the longer they leave it, the longer they have to guess. And Izu's gonna get shot in the side again.
He's too distracted by the trap wire.
3v3, he goes aggro searching. Big buy rounds, they go searching on B. Oh my god, they're getting so wrecked. Dude, they look lost.
By every single piece of utility from DRX.
It's masterful. DRX has a great read on this map so far, and Bane using that fake out so well. It looks like
yeah, DRX is sick right now, though. Like, this is the most perfect way to play it, like I'm saying about.
Every step of the way. Rossi, though, sees the back end of Foxy9, tags him up for just a little bit of damage, but has to be saving this gun at this point. The economy is once again in the dumpster.
I got Fnatic, K-Corp, Na'Vi, FPX, and Wolves right.
To DRX once again. Definitely, we've seen a lot more laughter from them on the stage coming into this season for Stage 1. But at this point,
I kind of forgot about the K-Corp game.
And they're pretty much the Batman to T1 right now. T1 is just fighting their own demons, shooting at everything but the players of DRX. They're getting distracted.
I know. You're absolutely right. Well put. Yeah. After a timeout too, man. It just seems like DRX is so confident right now, able to spread the map so well. Bane looking super comfortable on this Yoru. Util really good. The shots are great too. That helps. Yeah, just.
Yeah, and I understand that they need to go proactive, but I think they can.
That trap wire. Didn't want to clear it. Didn't want to.
I think a better way of playing for them is to just like relax a little bit and just do what Gen G did against Sentinels when they slow played. Because it's a similar comp, so it has to do a similar thing to how Gen G play it, where you just wait out the TPs. They're playing slow, they're not doing anything for the first like 20, 30 seconds, so you don't have the TP for that.
I mean, you see how confident they are. Oh, but look at this. Wow, not checking for Saya on that.
That's nice though. That's the hero gun going search, and Rossi still has a hero gun as well, over towards site.
The forces of T1 back on the site. Over, backup arriving. DRX well aware of this timing. We need to see if there's a reaction, a push out, anything to try to recover the weapon, try to swarm DRX. A T1, they've already cleared out.
I mean, everyone's a one-shot here.
That out on the minimap by Excurate.
Jeez, Buzz.
Might have one. Nicely done. Dash out of there as well. That was huge. Sick round from Buzz. Now what happens? 50 seconds? Yeah, and then they're going to cut sound like they could have gone back. They put the wall up, so... I love this, by the way. The position that they just cleared, they go back to it. Rossi has to go above and beyond. Oh, Carpe's killed everyone. 30 seconds. Ult would really help. Ding. Okay, Rossi did great. I like the move from Izu to go over here. And honestly, I still think like DRX did alright. I just think once they got the kill here, they needed to cut sound again. Like I think them cutting sound for like an extra 10 seconds would have created pressure all around the map. Again, it's a no sentinel comp. Like when you cut sound 50 seconds, 40 seconds left, like it's so fine. Yeah, they like cut sound for like what, 3 seconds, maybe 5 seconds, then put the wall up, recon in.
Some nasty shots with Carpe. We know how good he is with that Sheriff. Seen it time and time again.
Yeah, really good angle coverage from T1, like you mentioned. And now, T1 finding some confidence. They'll push out with the dimensional drift.
Oh man, yeah, this combo is just...
Oh.
Wait, he committed. No way, dude, DRX gets such a big win. Double ult combo and they only got a tag.
I like it. It's a good attempt. Now Stacks has Hunter's Fury of his own.
Wait, that's such a big win.
We're going to see that be more of a post-plan idea for DRX. Typically, but Excurate so far out. Izu going for lurk.
Yeah, just readjusted his aim for the duel over towards Heaven. Use their own Euro ult back over towards A. Harbor is fully committed in this one. Oh my god. Wait, the flash blue is sick. This guy's doing great on Euro at the moment. Big 2v2.
Drops the spike away from DRX. 40 seconds on the clock. The gate crash to try to create a crossfire, but Rossi might be aware of it. He's up far. He gets one kill.
Double dink. Bam, dude, Rossi's just dueling everyone. Ah man, I felt a bit, because I think Bane did great over towards site. I don't know what the comms were like with the Harbor. It felt like the comms were a bit off on this round. Yeah, maybe that's why the pings are happening. They thought he went here, but he was actually over towards here.
Worked so well for T1 the last time on this map.
But
it's fallen over to them.
Just still a nice one. Yoru's did a lot.
He didn't quite expect someone to be coming under his nose that quickly. Rossi clean with those 2 kills. Nice angle held by Izu, not over-aggressing on it. Interesting, you know, is this old school DRX on Breeze, right? You grab the op.
Dude, early timeout. Oh my god. Early timeout. What is this? Who is this team?
For those post plants.
They lose 2 in a row and they time out. 6-2 up.
Still want Buzz to, of course, break open the site. Curious to see, you know, Stacks is opping. How does it fare against the likes of Buzz or Zest? But maybe we won't get to find out at all, as, of course, now T1 will have the operator on their side. A timeout from DRX. Of course, with Termi in the jersey.
The biggest change of the year.
Quite frankly, it really is. Forget all the roster changes. Yay to Pacific. Yeah, that was pretty cool for a while. But Termi, not in a suit. Just
shocking the world. Yeah.
I mean, mean, it really just does feel awkward, doesn't it?
It does. It feels off. It's been so long seeing him in those suits. But you know what? Hey, they're winning, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But now, gonna have to be a bit of a change-up for DRX after their timeout.
Let's get set up.
Some of this more disciplined play here from
And
T1.
DRX in the timeout decide to just change their pace, right? And going relatively slow. Then now they just decide to just do a straight up B here. Oops. Wait, is that going to cost him? Yeah, that's going to cost him. Oh my goodness.
Gets both trying to anchor down on the site. Izu, he's providing backup, but he might just be a little too late. He has to stay alive all alone. Goes for the flashes to buy time.
Whoa.
Finds a third. He is able to get that kill.
What are these flashes?
2 members left alive. Finds
They're
another.
incredible.
We still don't know about Mako's position, but Izu might be well aware.
Whoa, and he gets out of there. That was impressive, bro. Fair play. Those flashes were so nice. One off the wall at the top that went high, the one on the floor that goes high as well.
T1's rookie trying to bring home this round. Can Foxy9 answer back?
Tough situation for him. Right over there. Sees the head.
Oh, you see.
Sees the head. He finally notices it. A little bit shaky, but will secure the kill, not taking too much damage.
There's a trip behind.
Still just not quite sure. Did this Euro leave? Is he back? So many angles.
This guy
to
Window
check.
C spying.
Saya will make
So
the
now
call
what?
if Foxy9 ever crosses over.
Oh.
Foxy9 finds him at long range. Saya's just
Big
not looking for
1v3.
him. Perhaps looking around, trying to clear the other side of the pillar. And now Izu. The mind games, it's already been 20 extra
65
seconds.
HP?
Is
Dude, he might
Foxy9
expect
well
this.
aware of
Yeah,
the
he's expecting
possibility?
this.
There's a cyber cage. He taps it. But Izu's just going to wait. He's going to start to push forward. Gate crash used. Is it going to be a fake? Is it going to be a TP? The mind games are on board. He's actually going to TP over Foxy9. He's trying to read that it's a fake. He's trying to clear all the possibilities now that he knows it's not the peak, but Izu will
What
get
the
the
hell is this
quad.
round from this kid?
And
That's
the rookie
nuts,
shines
man.
once again for T1. As he
Dude,
brings
I
over
feel a
a
bit
third round,
bad for
looking the
Foxy9 because he
operator
did insanely
first.
well to
That
actually
is
make
what
this
an
one a
insanely
doable
brilliant
round, but
round
that
here.
is...
Able to then settle down, get his dimensional drift online off of this.
Yeah, that was
defuse
a
as
very
well.
impressive
This
round.
4K is Izu bailing T1 out. Great setup with the gate crash off the rip. It was a 3-man push towards A main.
Oof.
Then he's able to just be there in case it is a full-on B hit. It was. Buzz does a good job getting
Yeah,
up on top
solo,
of getting some big kills, but
solo play saves
at
him
the
a
end of
little
the
bit.
day, Izu's just too much
3 in a
for DRX
row.
to handle, using that gate
That wasn't too
gate crash
convincing
so
from what I
well
saw though.
towards the end of that round, keeping Foxy9 guessing, getting in his head just enough, able to find that all-important final kill and win. Foxy looked like he might be able to sneak one away. It's been pretty nuts, but now you got a bit of a weaker buy. Finally for DRX, the cash reserves have
All
run
people
out.
are here for the duel. We get a 9-person duel in A main.
Again, a jump peek. He
Oh.
gets spotted. He dashes
Oh
forward,
no, the
moving,
vid.
gets
Oh
body
boy.
blocked by his
They
own
got to at
teammate,
least
but
trade
Izu
out
will
heavy.
go for the
Okay,
trade.
it's
Stretch
fine,
the
it's fine.
last round. They have to win it out. If
The
anything,
dash
but for Saya,
block,
and they
dude,
will.
imagine the
And
dash
they should
block
be
didn't
able
pay
to
off.
recover the operator.
Holy, the body
My
block, man.
goodness, I've never been more scared
If
for a
Izu doesn't
player
get those kills here,
during a
that could
cast.
snowball into some kind of
'Cause
argument,
that
but at
is
least they
some-
followed through and
I
just
mean,
went
that's
for
a
it.
moment I think we
He
can
also
all
missed his
relate
dash, so I'm
Yeah,
not sure you can be
well,
too
then,
angry.
That was a nasty shot he hit first, but then, yeah, the follow-up, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, all is well that's done well, so they'll get the round victory. They'll recover the operator. Izu doesn't let
Man,
go, doesn't
Izu
get
is-
shaken up by the body block, knows what the mission
He
is.
did
is to
damage to
finish the
both of
round.
those as well.
It's a good read from T1 nonetheless.
Yeah, and these are these contact plays that T1 is happy to take, especially now with an op in
And we've
hand.
seen this before.
Good combo there with the utility. But DRX is just pushing the pace.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the 5-man push once again into the site with the play.
Molly, Frosty's getting so wrecked on site. Oh my, whoa! Bro, he legged him there. He legged him and then finished him off with the shorty. That was fair play. He hit an absolute shot.
Rifles versus the 2 members of T1.
Still, nice hit. I think Rossi might talk about the fact that he's getting wrecked here and have to move over towards the other side.
Cover the spike in the back sight.
Hit really trying to deny this. DRX, they just want to continue the lead here in the first half. Want to expand it all the way up to 7.
Wow, I would have been tempted to go for that, I'm not gonna lie.
Views to try to get at least to the half. It's not right in the pitch just yet. They're right outside of it. They're not quite sure of it. They're checking for the spam. And
No way, bro. No way. Someone's got to check that.
a crucial mistake. Trusting their utility just a bit too much.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy. That's a heartbreaker.
Did they not hit the?
Did
they not hit the cove? The molly stops. No bullet hit.
From the steady controller for DRX.
Bro, that was.
I thought his timing on that.
That is horrendous. How have they lost that? There's no way. I would be losing my absolute mind if this was my team. Ow. He's tanking a molly all the way down and no one hits a bullet or no one runs in when there's 4 of you.
Is there another Hunter's Fury available for Carpe? Not yet.
Not yet, but he spots pretty much everybody here from DRX. He wants to challenge Foxy9. Shuts him down, rookie for rookie. Saya player blames him out. He needs to sail on the dash out for Buzz. And Saya says, sit right back down on the ground. As we see Bane now trying to chase
Holy hell, what's going on this round?
Whoa. 2 kills. That's the 3rd of the round. Izu now back from mid. Needs to wait for Rossi, but he's going to try to hold on to the site. All on his lonesome. He's done it before, but it's 3 members.
You would
Rossi
think the Stacks gets this kill.
Izu, by the decoy.
He's aiming pretty low.
Okay. Reload, but it's just
what a round.
And now all 3 members of DRX will be set up for the post plant in A main.
Oh, I just scanned him as well.
Izu, the crowd chanting for the IGL to get his moment in the spotlight.
Oh god.
And oh goodness, it is the last round of the half. He'll try to find him.
Hey, this kid's good on Yoru though. Fair play.
Just staying alive. The round surely lost. There's
this kid's really good on Yoru.
And a 7-5
right.
lead at the half.
5-7. I think it's a very good comeback from T1. DRX should still be happy. 7 against no Sentinel though. It's pretty expected.
It's so back and forth. I mean, in some ways, like even some of these rounds,
you would want to get at
like
least 7.
One team's got it, and then somebody has a hero play like Izu or Stacks, and it's a completely different affair. So, not the showing I want from Saya player. The op didn't feel
Man, that was so fun to watch this half.
As I was kind of expecting, but it was so aggressive from T1.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, even in that last round, you know, Izu going out for the solo kill, Saya still trying to hold on to A main. Lots of flashiness, lots of individual play. And at the end of the day, the impact's not found early enough, and that really seems to be the theme for the matches tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and DRX just really confident in their executes and stuff, getting these plants down, which they did pretty reasonably well. Some of those post plants were able to be disrupted. Some pretty good play from the side of T1. You know, that Yoru in particular, Izu looking really comfortable on it. I like the deepness we're seeing. The gate crashers were all over the place, and they were causing DRX some serious fits. Some interesting choices with the dimensional drift, and I mean that in a good way.
Pretty much the same buy for everyone.
You know, using it to set up Carpe for the Hunter Fury, yeah, it doesn't work, but I like the idea. Stuff like that. Got to dig a little bit deep here against
in terms of the pistols, 1-0.
You know, as much as things change, again, things stay the same with them. They're still very good with their protocols, with their discipline. Post plants in particular, very difficult to deal with at times. Other than maybe one small mistake with the utility, might be 8.
Ali AWOL is invested.
Sure. Yeah, that round. I mean, really allowed T1 to try to stay
what
in the
is
fight.
this?
But now on the pistol, can they take the initiative on the attack? It's going to be a sheriff for Rossi on that Viper. So just a toss screen on a deep
out, breaks the trip.
To try to start some conditioning as they
cross map shock dart from here. I think it's this, something like this.
Very wide from the get-go here in the second half. Spike's still waiting.
So that's
for them
the
in
info.
spawn.
Trip over towards B gone. All blocks AMP, and that blocks vision from sight, and especially the camera that is looking for this.
Held position from Saya to cut off any rotates. But right now, actually, the spike's still all the way in spawn for T1. We're just going to be holding back.
Yeah,
Rossi
we minimap watching.
Yeah, that's a big one. Rossi down to 20. Now has to go back, picks up the spike for his team, and while they've taken over mid, they haven't really been able to
and how on top of this is
position. And Carpe
look at this
just
timing.
barely going to miss Mako coming out. Mako, does he have a sense here?
Look at this timing.
Neither of them quite wary of each other's position.
They're checking each other.
Still on elbow by B. Carpe, he watches for it, he finds him, and now both of them aware.
Weird
However,
rounds.
it's a pinch against Carpe. So he's now stuck in A main. The main forces of T1 now down to 30 seconds. They just have not been able to expand
and Bane
their
is in a
territory
really
here
good
from
spot
mid.
to
So the
spot this, and then Foxy can play.
From tunnel. It's going to be a
DRX have a
dash
good
in, check for
crossfire.
Bane, but they haven't cleared Foxy9 just yet. He's only good for 1. Izu, gate crash all the way into the
Oh,
site. He'll get
no
a
way,
double.
this
Opens up
Izu
the
guy
site for his
on
team.
Yoru
Xcuret
is looking
can't finish
great.
that kill,
Xcuret,
but Stacks
not
all the way down.
the same
10
there.
HP.
Easy
with a
finishes
third
him
as
off.
well.
Some very low
The
HPs,
rookie
20 and
from T1.
40. Carpe, the only person with
claim his
HP,
place
might be able to get a kill in the
stage
side
one
here.
as he gets a fourth.
Oh,
Can
he goes
get
down,
the
both
ace
low
now this
HPs.
time? The crowd chanting for it once again.
Damn, this
And it's
kid
the
is
ace for
so
Izu,
good on
the
Yoru.
future prospect of T1.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's great.
Izu showing that potential that we've been hearing about right now on Breeze. 17 and 10, keeping T1 in this match through insane plays. Able to get the better of Foxy. The follow-up on a Bane. Bane had no idea where that gate crash went. I don't think many would expect it to be right back on the site like that.
Yeah, he's just everywhere.
And he's right in your face. So these tricky Yoru plays working a treat right now for T1.
1-1 in terms of the
You give him
pistols.
something where he can get aggressive, of course. Used to be a duelist
Marshall
main
out.
himself. Gets that confidence right back. Had a shaky start to stage 1 last week. But he's back in form. 17, 10, and 2. Hoping
No Yoru flash to take this one. Is it just recon and then...
Carpe watching out for him. He's
Win?
trying to back out. Takes a couple hits. It's going to be trades back and forth. And Bane get more for his troubles.
I was curious if DRX was going to try some kind of forced push off the back of that tap. They waited a little bit. Look where Rossi's got.
Damn, he hurt so much.
DRX is aware of this, though. They
That's a
just
gun.
swarm him all the way
Oh,
on
they
the
might have
bridge.
messed up.
Bulldog picked up. Saya player, he has to defend the spot. He has to
Oh,
stay alive. It's
recovery.
no scope at range. Back scoped in. The Bulldog comes out. And it's going to be Saya
Recovery
player
is
putting
here,
down
and he can pick up the
Stacks as well.
Bulldog as well. So
Only one
it
remaining
did get a
member
little bit
of
crazy
DRX
with that,
on
but...
this eco round.
Saya so good. Those no scopes right on point. Foxy spotted at range, takes some damage. Thinks better of it. See if he can find a better angle. Get a kill. Maybe just a tag on a Carpe. Carpe just bounce it around.
Oh yeah, just buying time for
It turned out to be
Xcuret,
pretty
it
good for
seems.
T1.
going to
Did
be
get
the
scary
final
though.
round.
They saved all of the
Xcuret will
guns
get
they
another
needed to
point
save,
towards his reckoning as
and they
well.
can buy another gun on top of
All right.
this.
Kind of a make or break round now. For DRX in some ways it feels like it's been rough defenders half so far. Now, sure, some of that came on the back of a hero play from Izu, but Saya, no slouch. That Marshall. See it time and time again. Now we get to really see how deep the T1 playbook is.
With a Yoru ult
Bonus,
as
just
well.
like
Okay, let's
DRX
see what
did.
their
It's not the
Yoru
same
ult
kind of buy
strats
for
are
sure.
like.
DRX had full rifles in this round.
What are they going for?
Mostly
TP over
pretty good
towards
guns,
middle,
some
might flash
Bulldogs.
himself to take this TP.
Guardian as well. Damage can be done. Easy with an
Wall
ultimate
block.
already.
Yeah, that's the big one,
Double
right? The
wall
dimensional
block. So you
drift.
block
Can
vision
they
of this
create
guy
the
to
space
short.
that T1 needs?
Then you walk up
Once again, the
close.
same
Again,
default
trying to make
has
sure
the
that they
pistols.
create
Vision
pressure
coming
over
to
towards
play.
mid
Trying to
with
push
this
Stacks,
camera
the
here.
drone.
Because they must be
And a
using this
check
camera
under
all the
from
time.
Stacks. Not
Oh,
quite
and then
aware of
Stacks
how
thinks
this
he's
high
cleared
drive's
it.
been used
Camera doesn't
by
spot.
T1. Saya
And then he
knows
just
he
takes
has
the
an
timing.
opening. He's
Wait,
got a
did the
timing.
camera spot?
Does he see it? But it's
Camera had to have
suspect
spot
out
here.
from
Yeah, look at the
Stacks.
pings.
Still suspects it and baits Saya player right back into his bombs.
There was a fake TP in there, I believe, by Izu as well. They were trying to buy someone to come out that door, trying to bait him, but Stacks too aware.
This,
Really smart
this wall's
stuff from
pretty
the
cool.
IGL from
There's the
DRX.
same thing over towards here, but you have like a lurk
not
wall
easy
on
to
A main, so you
win
never
if
feel
T1 set that
comfortable
up.
holding A main.
Yeah, all
That's
on his
pretty.
Wilson
That's
as well.
pretty
So
sick.
now T1, not too many options. Trying to
It does
consider
give
if
you this
wanna
cubby
use
though to play on
dimensional drift or
defense.
not.
That's the issue.
Trying to get some information, but he's way too out in the open. A bit of a Hail Mary there with the decoy. And now everybody
Jewel on
getting
site
spotted.
coming up
Xcuret
here.
will still thin the
Great
numbers, but that
move
Cloud
back
Burst
from
has
Buzz.
an
He
opening,
gets
and
reconned,
Buzzbomb will use it to
he's
perfection.
positioned here, and
Xcuret
then he
trying to
repositions
do
back his
just a bit more
sight.
damage. If he can take down
Yeah,
Buzz,
and at the moment he just needs to do
down
damage.
to
It's still a bonus.
35 HP, 3 bullets left. That would be
Okay,
enough for
is
some
it enough
happiness on the
damage?
side of T1,
Yeah,
but
2
DRX
and an
will
armory buy.
stabilize with 3 Vandals carried over.
Yeah, it's really just good reading of the situation by DRX. Still good damage done.
Yeah,
Mid
I mean
control
DRX
being
did great.
completely
Camera
seated by DRX
camera
in the
stopped
early
this,
part of these rounds.
and then
Curious to see if that's something they're going to address, if they're going to keep
just
letting
the
T1
camera kill just
potentially
kind of
overextend in
dropped
those
everything in my
scenarios.
books.
Good play here from Buzz. Carpe trying to sneak up next to Buzz, maybe expecting him to, after getting pinged by some damage, for Buzz to go back further. Instead, Buzz be holding that angle. High camera now.
And
Fox Nice,
DRX,
he
with
switches
how
sides of the
aware
map.
this guy
Over
was
towards A,
in
setting up
middle,
those traps and other things
decided
there.
to change up.
Fast push, but the pop flash, he's
Whoa.
looking down at the ground. Saya antes it as well as he sees
Yeah, do they expect Sova over towards here? They wall block, create the pressure like they would be going here, and they go over towards site. 2 kill trips, no one in position to kill it. Very nice calling for T1. The big money round that resets. Yeah, and DRX might want to save this. It's a weird situation, because saving could make sense, because they'd be able to buy into this next one. They also want to do damage, so
they can definitely go for this retake. Not much in the way of abilities.
hard call to make this one. Like the most perfect round T1 could have won.
So it's gonna have to be some good shooting.
I do at least like the small good signs here for DRX, right? Camera spot over towards here, so they decide to do their switch instead of their normal default, not expecting the Cypher over towards A.
They will find Excurate, so that's good information to stack on for future rounds. But DRX, happy to say that the time was not on our side. We will play it safe, just let it tie up 8-8, try to recover in the next round of round 17.
Yeah, again, the mid-control tried to be addressed by DRX, but instead, it's T1 who gets the better of them. Saya just outplaying.
Money Mariko. Holy hell, bro. Thank you for the bits, man. Dude, I almost missed that as well. Mother Bard, you replied to it. That's the only reason I saw that. Shout out to you as well. Money Mariko, thank you for the bits, man.
To have really strong mid pushes. DRX maybe left scratching their heads a little bit. Gonna keep
Don't say that. Can't be believing in the teams that I'm getting for my pick'ems, man.
Against some of those
I'm getting everything wrong here.
We'll see exactly how it looks. But it looks like some kind of
I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the bits.
You can send that gate crash over to the other side by Izu. Just looking to clear some wires potentially. Or if there's any aggressive push, maybe catching a player
DRX going for the exact same play, this time with a drone. Honestly, there might have been a drone before. I'm not entirely sure.
Now, they are fairly well aware, but there's a great angle held by Izu, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
I mean,
Not
Yori
quite
for
ready
Yori.
for the second. Now DRX getting a better idea of what this default setup was. They're going to start to pull
I guess
back.
they have a good read that if they go aggro push over
rotation,
towards
back
short,
over to
that Cypher is over towards A, so they want to avoid the Cypher setup. They just call to insta-hit over towards B. They still have drone. Problem is, Wolf's not committed, so this is actually going to be a struggle. I've got Harbor though, so it gives them the freedom. Harbor wall off, and then just, oh. Good luck to Stacks.
He pushes in, he's trying to find a timing, and he sprays down.
He did great.
But it stops them all together, and they're gonna have to swarm through the poison cloud. Buzz, he's surrounded, can't quite land.
Yeah, Buzz had to somehow get one.
To finish it off and dwindle the numbers. Now Mako already on site.
Whoa, 1 HP. That's unlucky for Mako. Feel bad from there.
Fox C9, the spike hasn't been planted just yet. Notices the jet dropping down behind the wall. Does he check for Excurate behind the box? He has his eyes trained on main and doesn't look like it. He's not thinking about it. Excurate finds him. That's another point back towards another reckoning. And T1 will finally lead in this
3 people surviving. Money's getting good. They got knives as well if they want to drop the gun across, or they could just keep it. Who knows? And the good news is they got knives, so this low buy isn't going to be too bad for DRX.
Recognizes that he's in a, unwinnable position. So just has to go for what he can, gets the kill, and then Buzz is stuck in a bad position there. On top of that, Reckoning. Good utilization of that ult to take space. Cutting DRX players off one by one. Great utilization of that high tide as well to divide that site in half, make it really difficult for DRX to really combine their fire, get any more than one and done. So TRX, the game plan here.
Yeah, and they've hit the right site here.
Really, really good. This time expecting a little bit more free space with this eco.
Let's see what this retake's like. Surely Stacks doesn't all into it. A lot of this is around Buzz. They at least have some sheriffs. Mako has nothing, man. He's got a classic and some mollies. Wait, no map control? Wait, they're pushing against ecos? Oh no. Oh boy. I'm nervous for him. Okay, they win the duels out. It's all good. Yeah, they realize they hadn't got map control and they have no information in terms of Sentinel, right? So they think, well, most likely they're probably pushing behind us. We got to take some map control. And they push over towards spawn. So the call isn't like bad by any means. It's very risky against an eco.
As well as Buzz dashes right into his death. Foxy 9, again the last one alive.
But yeah, they're just doing it because they have no Sentinel, no info.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean,
a couple of B hits in a row. Does that mean with this big buy round they want to change it up?
Aggressive play that they're showing, using that util towards arches.
Let's see.
Sure that it's
everyone was heading over towards A, but now everyone's going back towards B.
Yeah, Buzz got one, but now you're going to get into the operator for Buzz. This will be the round where DRX starts to turn it on its head, just like we saw with T1. Kind of a little bit later into the half than you probably like as a DRX player, but definitely still opportunity to do some damage, but it probably has to start in this round as the cash becomes pretty low. Find yourself on another eco. Meanwhile, it's basically full buys for T1 across the board. Bladestorm for Saya, but not really going to be that important for a couple rounds, most likely.
Boy, it's a fast hit again, right above the trap wire as well.
Good luck.
Foxy Knight just trying to stay alive. You do have the backup from Bane, but he's been spotted around the
Oh my
corner.
god.
Yeah,
and this ult needs to get someone.
They swarm on either side of the wall. Backside clear, sight broken open.
This attack half is looking
and DRX once again,
really brutal, and we've got a double luck, really. All short control. Got a good plant for B main. We've got a TP back to B main that the Yoru takes. The plant's good for him, and we've got double luck. Do they even expect a Viper in this corner? Viper needs to relax. Rossi might be W King too much here.
It's still spotted though on that peak from Mako. Meanwhile, we're going to see Buzz. He finds the shot onto Rossi. Now a 2v2. The op's still online.
Yeah, they really messed this one up. They all got too eager.
41 HP. He wants to isolate the fight. He gets one. He knows that Buzz has the op. Trying to go for the dash.
Holy hell, yeah, he tried to go for a play because he had the op. Yeah, wanted him to miss the shot, but Buzz manages to hit it. It was bold considering the time was low. I think he got to just play like smoke, dash away maybe, but I understand why he did it. Dude, everyone else made the mistake here. That's the thing. Like, I can see a lot of people here will probably look at Sire and be like, what is this play? It's not too bad against an op, obviously should have played time, but Rossi and Izu both misplayed this. They got too eager.
Stacks opening things up, good tracking. That's a good kill for Buzz.
Saya, I mean, just trying to play the mind games, doesn't want to wait for Buzz to take the
DRX
initiative.
needs to try and string 2 in a row because this money would pretty much be the map
DRX
done.
catching back up to 9. The op in Saya player's hands this time, waiting for the peek out from Buzz.
Hey, bro. Dude, I only saw it again because Motherbar did it. Money Mariko, man, relax yourself. You crazy guy. Thank you for the bits, bro.
Nice and calm.
Carpe just looking to see if there's going to be any aggression. Maybe he can find that off angle or at least set up the trade for Saya, but Buzz with tremendous discipline. Not going to be giving that over. A high tide towards B, looking to try to sell a fake. They've been using these high tides for these B executes, but it's a pretty different one. It just cuts off Foxy's corner. It doesn't really fool DRX too much. There's a gate crash sent over just in case.
Oh boy, he's approaching.
Cool. Flash in.
Both sides approaching. They feel like it's been enough.
Damn, full blind shot.
Off of the flash. He goes for the blind shot. Takes
This guy is so wrecked. Nicely done from Saya. Relax yourself, bro. Everyone's a lunatic in the server. Everyone loves W King so much right now. He's not ulting close. Oh god. Man, Izu goes for some of the maddest ult plays we've seen. And DRX gets fully reset money-wise. Fully reset. No money on this one. Unless they mess up, this gets to 12, you would imagine. No knives or anything.
He hit the shot, and then he comes in with the Blade Storm right off the back of that, followed up by the Dimensional Drift to account for Mako.
They decided to go for the aggro play. He hits the blind shot.
Play here from T1, so good. And you can see why they've opted to lead into this map again. Their coordination on this attacker's side has been tremendous.
Just a really impressive showing, and one of the reasons that a lot of people compare T1 as this mix of PaperX and DRX is because of things like that, where they're able to mimic PaperX in terms of just upping the tempo the moment you get an opportunity, right? Saya doesn't lose a single beat as he activates the Blade Storm, dashes forward, and opens up the site, knowing that DRX is in disarray. Izu, it's definitely been an absolute nerve-wracking map for him. Tries to regain some focus and control, but this is going to be the timeout from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see, if they're maybe going to try to.
Okay, full eco. Pretty much got to accept that this is 12. T1 would have to do a big mess up for this one.
I'd rather have a rifle there.
It is nice having the harbor. Like, I don't think the harbor is great for overall play, other than like the fact especially on defense, I don't think it's great. But I tell you what, the actual like freedom you can have of being able to just have pressure on A but be able to go B with walls is nice. Dog goes in, breaks the trip. Yeah, a little bit of pressure over towards here. Wall pressure, obviously. The reason that this guy is he going to drone? Okay. I was going to say, the reason that he goes close to drone here is the drone from this corner can clear, like, deep this corner. That's why you see people droning here, it might look a little bit risky. Wait. Oh boy. Oh, he's got a shorty, and this is what it's for. Okay, gets a gun. Does he get out of there? No, it doesn't get out of there. It's a nice play on the eco, though. Is it worth for this ult on defense? Yeah, for sure. Takes the Viper down. Less pressure over towards A. They might group with B with us. Honestly, I don't mind that.
The two members, Foxy9 and Buzz, they can keep their focus.
If he had got out of there, got the gun, got out of there.
Well, it kind of worked. I mean, you got the kill, but...
Hey, he got his 1-for-1, I guess.
Yeah.
Pape still has drone, still has ult.
Are we grasping at enough straws here?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, I don't know if I would have rather had that ult for a different round when you have guns, maybe. That's the only thing I'm thinking.
30 seconds left.
Foxy9, he's got an opportunity.
Whoa, we walk out.
He sees the barrel, but he actually misses a shot through the poison cloud. A bit mismanaged on the length of the Vandal. Wasn't able to hit the headshot. And now surely DRX perhaps reconsidering that dimensional drift, as we're not going to find an opportunity. Mako will try to pick up a weapon, see what he can do with it. Is he going to go for a save? It might be, but he might not even give.
He saw his gun. Good to spam it.
Yeah. Sees the jet.
Doesn't want to give it away. Just like it could be one of those awkward spams. Sometimes it gets pretty awkward. He just wants to secure one.
Sees the gun barrel. Saya. Trying to just peek out off of that. Mako having a little fun. Time ticking down, though, so Mako will just wait to see if he can take away all the weapons on the side of T1. Another down, but Excurit finally.
It doesn't really matter about the kills in terms of the damage here. Like, money's just really, really good. 3 chances to end this.
Damage in it, but it's a Pyrrhic victory for DRX. 1 round away from dropping this Breeze map after a blistering start. Again, Bane able to find that one, but you know, Foxy just wasn't quite able to find that. He had the opportunity. Excurit barely good for it. Actually, he got dinked in there. He's letting Mako know.
Okay, they got a lot of ults to secure this. 2 ults to get on the site, 1 to win the afterplant.
The taunts coming out online, the ultimates, a lot of them online for T1. Looks like they might look to pick up the tempo.
Yeah, and we go drone claws. Shot does hit, but doesn't kill. Ult goes in. No way. Mako finished him off with a molly. Dude, he got 2. Big jewel. Oh, that's the jewel for the round. Lunatic. He's a lunatic, but honestly, he's got 25 kills. You keep doing you, bro. You keep doing you. He's fun to watch on Yoru. Really, really impressive. From 6-0 to 13-9. Very nice.
Leads 1-0 against DRX.
And that's the bounce back you need after a tough
big bounce back.
for T1.
It was a good map. It was a very strong attack half. Dude, this guy's Yoru is very strong. One of the better ones we've seen.
After a rough go of it, looked like maybe T1 was crumbling. They were able to right the ship, keep themselves in it. And now DRX maybe left scratching their heads a little bit, but I like the Breeze pick here. Not only because it worked, but I think maybe kind of trying to find some weaknesses in DRX preparation.
Absolutely. Targeting their opponents in the right time. That's T1 leading 1-0. We'll send it to the analyst desk to break down the action.
And T1 take the first map in this Korean showdown between T1 and DRX. Izu really stepped up, and maybe today is the day where T1 finally defeats DRX.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been able to do it yet. It's the 3rd time they're facing off against each other in VCT, 10 Invitational, twice. But this is also the 3rd map that they've been able to take off them. They have always just not quite had DRX's number. Right now, they are fired up and looking hot. Izu, the man on Yoru is just the truth. Like, everything else is a lie. He just comes out, looks completely reinvigorated from, you know, the stumbles that he had in the previous 2 sets. This is exactly what you want to see out of T1.
Oh, absolutely. It was a bit of a slow start for T1. I think a couple of us were doubting a bit, but because of performances coming from Izu, coming from Xcuriate, they really were able to climb back and make it
This is
quite
a nice
dominant
comeback from
DRX,
T1. What is the
they
next
have their
map,
own
chat?
Buzz
Again?
player,
Split?
of course.
There we go, I see it
your
now.
player Buzz.
For the mods get
and
angry.
he's trying to do certain things. They started out really strong in being able to entry, with Bane and Buzz and the Jet, but towards the end of it, once T1 start to call some of these timeouts, they start to figure out how to play that defense and get the information that they crucially need to read DRX's movements. The comebacks start to happen, and towards the end of it, apart from Izu's heroic plays, it's just these really slow pushes. They often take so much time to scout out the map, to kind of figure out, or at least cause DRX to sweat a little bit. And then it's the last 30 seconds that they actually push. By that point,
dude,
like
what
2
is
or
this
3 players
slow
on
mo?
a single site, and the
5
whole
fast
team
kills
from
as
T1
well.
are able to take it down.
26 to 13. A literal 2 KD.
Amount of kills. And it was
At
looking really
first,
good, and then he got that ace, and things just spiraled. I mean, 323 here on this Euro, 5 first
Yeah,
kills.
silly numbers.
This was an impeccable performance.
Silly
Everything
numbers.
you could
Okay,
ever hope
chat, I'll be right
from,
back.
A Yoru player in the lobby, just absolutely gorgeous. But one of the other things that we were seeing from T1 is not allowing for Foxy9 to get nearly as much value. I mean, yeah, there was a couple whiffy shots as well, but they're just keeping tabs on how he was going to be playing, knowing what his setups were going to be, and piloting, very much around him over and over again. But like you mentioned, a really hot start. They run up 6 rounds consecutively, I believe, and then are able to close out the final one in that half to make it a 7-5 scoreline. But I think that the timeout that was called by Termi after giving up 2 rounds to T1, probably regretting that, because yes, T1 was starting to kind of inch their way back in, but that did not help them at all. And then he had 1 less to try to work with to get them back into the game once they had swapped sides to the defending half.
Yeah, just kind of ran out of steam as well. I mean, the team couldn't really figure out what they needed to do, especially on the defense side. Because T1 takes so much time, and you could see that apart from the ace, there are these moments where Izu's really able, especially in that 1v3 situation that Foxy9 had against him. Right, Foxy9 managed to isolate 2 duels, and then down to the 1-on-1, he just kind of gets into an uncomfortable position, and Izu knows exactly how to play that duel at that point. Uses the gate crash towards the back of wall on B site, and this happens several times.
What felt very similar to me from what we saw in the first series after we had that texture ace on Lotus was DRX allowing that defuse to happen on that B site. Just not realizing that Snakebite had missed, that Carpe was just going to be sticking through. Yeah. We saw how hard T1 was popping off after that win. I mean, everybody just laughing their asses off, because that's an embarrassing way to lose a round. And it felt like that kind of broke DRX a little bit, especially for the rest of that attack side. And then they weren't really able to get back on the horse at all going into that second half.
Well, Spirits are back up for T1 now as we go into Split, which is the second map of today. And DRX, well, they've won on Split before. How are we feeling about Split? This is DRX's pick.
I mean, yeah, DRX decided to show something a bit different. Not quite the the Team Secret iteration, because they were also going for Breach with Jesse Bash, but sticking to the double controller with that Viper and Omen. And overall, I think it looked pretty good. Anytime you get to see stacks on the Breach, it usually means that you're in for a treat, because this guy is still just absolutely goated on that pick. But right now, T1, they're fired up. They have a lot of momentum. The players are looking a hell of a lot better compared to the previous 2 series. So it seems like having just a couple days to go for a bit of a mental reset, get some extra scrim time in, focus on, Xcuriate was talking about how he's been having some wrist difficulties and whatnot. Focus on things like that. It seems to be working a treat for T1. So I definitely think that this probably does end up going to 3, but T1 could absolutely get 2-0 here.
It's possible. I mean, the T1 being fired up in this way, having that much confidence to go for these plays. At the start when it was at 0-6, really quiet, and then they started to pop off. That's what we want to see. That's what we need to see. And apart from that, DRX, I don't think it's completely over for them yet. Stax did have a pretty nice 4K round, almost got the ace, but also vintage Mako coming back in. What I want to see more of, though, is Buzz as that duelist, right?
Sure.
He's kind of missing a little bit as that Jet, and he's not able to find the best angles to deal with T1. And sometimes because of that, he's not able to perform. Things just start to fall apart.
Well, before we go any further, You know what time it is?
Oh, rank.
It's time for me to down rank almost.
Ranking time. I don't know. This next question is rather interesting. It's who is going to get more operator kills in map 2? And this time, if we tie, we will get everyone gets the rank up. So this is if the two teams tie. To me, I'm fairly certain.
I know which one.
Yeah, I already know. Shall we just show it? So you
yeah,
guys,
why not?
1, 2, 3, yes. T1, I think when you got both Saya player and X-Curate on T1.
Yeah, you have really, really good op players on that team. I mean, Carpe could play it as well if he really wanted to, but you've got 2 excellent oppers and X-Curate and Saya player on that. But
all right.
Also,
Money Mariko, thank you. 14 months as well, bro. I appreciate all the support.
For Carpe, so I feel like there's just going to be
thank you for the bits as well, man.
Weird map to really try that on, but he could do it. And he has in the past.
Please don't use, dude. Please don't use my stuff for that.
For the operator to come in for T1 and Buzz today, some of those shots.
Because when it goes wrong, man, you're just gonna blame me as well.
How about you, Quack?
Same, very similar.
Just try remember the good times when the bad times come.
Just off the cuff last
How about that?
Fracture. Wow, that's been a while since we heard that map.
But thank you for the 14 months,
apart from that,
Mariko. Thank you.
Yeah, you got all of these players. X-Curate. I think they're able to lock down a lot of positions if they are playing that defensive side on split. And DRX, you know, we saw Stacks try the off. It wasn't great.
I mean, yeah, that's true. At least you got the good mindset for it. That's all. That's all that matters to me.
Exact numbers just from last week alone. X-Curate stands at the top at 23 kills with an op.
Turtle, I'm doing good, mate. How you doing today?
Chamber, using Chamber ult. Polvy's next with 20 kills. Saya is next with 14 kills. That's 2 T1 players on the top 3 from last week alone. And Buzz with 6 kills. And they're just not really an op team. So, I mean, it was kind of an easy pick. Maybe they're just giving us a little rank up, a little pity rank. Yeah, they give us a good round.
The viewers to Diamond. Let's go.
Well, I kind of like that. We are going to go into Agent Pick.
The Paper X, man. When was the last time I got a Paper X game right? Wait, I went for them last week, right? I think. I hope.
For T1, I don't think that they're going to...
This team, I will never get right.
I'd be curious if
this one was a close one, though. This one was like a 50-50 going into it, so I'm not too worried about this. But Madrid was haunting me.
Close as vanilla as you could get. And they are going to change it.
A little adjustment, no Astro this time on T1.
Against T1, I picked Paper X, and I'm pretty sure I had Paper X. Pretty sure.
But Mako just going to be there with the Viper. So I think, yeah, this is somewhat expected, and you know, for both teams for the most part.
We get the.
I mean, having that double duelist, Izu as the raid,
the Sentinels,
kind of a little bit different. Apart from that, X-Curate as the Omen is, well, I guess something that he might have done before. I don't know how.
T1 Euro player Izu, yeah, he's insane. I'm glad they're starting to play him on a little bit more of a duelist role.
With this composition.
This can be a weird team because it's like probably got 3 players that could play duelist. You've got 2 players that wanna op.
There's a couple times when they were running Foxy 9 in the roster alongside him that Foxy would come in 4 maps like split, and you would see Buzz playing Jet and.
Did I have Paper X for that? Yeah, that's like the first Paper X prediction I got right, maybe this year.
Maximize value. So I think that overall this should be okay for DRX, but as Quack is pointing out, like there's just so much more firepower when you do have that double duelist coming in, and given that Izu is heated up, Saya player who's winning those op battles, T1, they're in a really good position to be able to take this.
And both of these teams, what I really like from both of them, that they've changed their pace up this year, and they've definitely upgraded. And the question is this the day where T1 finally takes down DRX, or is DRX going to continue rising to the top? Let's go over to our casters, William and Paper Thin.
How split looks. We got DRX on defense, we got T1 starting with attack again. Didn't go too great last time.
Of course, the old Kings of Korea, though that's
the T1 comp valid? Yeah, it's just a standard double duelist comp, so you would imagine site hits early, then they need to test middle to see if it's the site hits can hold. This is kind of like, I mean, this is a lot of last year vibes. There's a lot of last year vibes comp, this is a lot of this year comp. We'll see, both valid.
With Foxy 9. Wasn't stellar on Breeze, but very different map in split. A little more comfort potentially for Bane on that Omen. Already setting up for maybe a paranoia push or something like that.
Oh,
and the dash in, the fake pressure here from T1. Now both
yeah,
taken out
and
very quickly.
didn't really pay off on this one. Tried to create a lot of pressure over towards here. 3 pass and going in towards over towards B, and they are so wrecked on this. Yeah, it's another slow start for T1.
But Mako will clear Carpe. Now, Excurate with 70 HP. The last one alive, trying to isolate more fights, and Buzz will find him right around the corner. A quick and easy pistol for DRX.
Yeah, starting right where they started on Breeze with a pistol round win, a nice little trap play, some contact made, and then they used the Trailblazer along with some of that other utility to crunch in at the bottom of ramp and really just shut T1 out, even though that was never the full intention of T1's
Replay didn't go
game
great,
plan.
but that's okay.
Two players there.
Wanting to make sure
doing a
that they
great
don't
job.
get ecoed,
If
everyone
go off
buys
the
into
util,
it.
able to find one, do a ton
1,
of
2,
damage to
3,
another
4.
Mako.
Bulldogs.
Good for the trade from Heaven. It's good coordination, good game
Daya.
plan once again on this initial round for DRX.
Marshall out.
T1 gonna be left scratching their heads. You'd love to get that pistol round win on that attacker side. You split
They
so
control with
defender
deep
sided.
smoke just to try and get the
Especially going
orb.
up
Who
against
gets the orb?
the
Probably
controller
Izu.
DRX has. You want to try to maximize value on this attacker side with a double duelist setup.
And trying
So
to just
create
get whatever
pressure
it
here,
is they
question
can
mark
now
created.
here
We'll
in
keep
their
an eye on
own
the
eco as
sky,
well.
what
Saya,
Sky's
of
going to use
course,
to clear
still on
this.
that Marshall.
And
We'll delay the operator a
Saya
little
then
bit. We'll
works
see how
out
the
where
test goes
the
on that
Viper
in
is
a
Heaven.
moment's notice. The poison cloud allowing Mako to
And once Mako does
Unaware
the...
of Saya's position
Okay,
so far.
question mark
You
is
are
cleared
already
over
taking the B
towards B main.
and T1's
This is
gotta
nice
be
from
put down the fake
Mako.
pressure, see if
Does
there's
his,
a reaction.
does his molly
Trying to
from
re-clear,
Heaven, then
but
instant
Mako
repositions.
So clever about this. There's the ping, and that's the swing out one. Oh, he's not able to get the second, but Stacks is there for the trade.
Yeah,
Mako
very nicely done.
keeps right back up as he sees
Meanwhile, while
a
that's
little bit
going on,
more of that
Excurate tries
fight
to
going
walk in.
through. Rossi this time, the only
And
one alive on the
very
Classic.
clean.
It's
One
going to be a
armor
flawless
rebuy.
2 Spectres, 3 Bulldogs carried on forward by DRX.
Yeah, I love the instincts here from DRX. Sensing some kind of mid-aggression. They're able to get Stacks there just in time to connect with the flash to bail Mako out. And then he hears that Marshall shot, and instead of trying to re-challenge that angle, he wisely backs down to rope, making it a really difficult trade for Saya to get. Snake fight as well. Saya tries to push it, pays the
Viper
price.
overrated on this map?
Really
Nah,
nicely
it's so
handled there by
strong,
Mako
bro.
and Stacks
Just
in
heavy
particular.
hold of middle with the
Combo,
smoke over
read the
towards here.
situation.
It's instant
Now,
denial on
all
defense.
important
Then on
bonus
attack,
round
you
for
can do
T1.
this, or you can do this, create pressure on your own
damage,
both
get themselves
sides.
on the board.
Like on your own, you can hold 2 people
It's going to be early
on
counter
both
pressure
sides.
from DRX.
It's
Doesn't
so
want any sort
strong,
of
man.
rush up mid. That allows him to
Yeah,
set up
it's not
Mako
overrated.
up near the boxes. Now,
It's
Bane
just
has to back out for
very,
the time
very
being.
legit.
Aggressive smoke from T1. Trying to put some pressure into a potential push in. Now, they're assuming that this draws attention from Heaven as well, so 2 people tied up at B at minimum.
And you think it's overrated on Bind? Oh my guy. You got a lot to learn about the game. I'm sorry, bro.
Wide jump swing on that. Doesn't take too much damage, but he gets all the information he needs. Trailblazer, meanwhile, pushed out by DRX to clear out A main, so they know that all the forces were still focused on mid. They know they still have time to reposition. Trailblazer trying to push down Mako, not able to get the stun onto him. So T1, I mean, things not quite going their way just yet.
But Carpe
Okay,
doing a good job.
we got
buying a little
info
bit of
trip and
extra
kill
time here
trip.
with his util, selling
And when they're
this
double
push
duelist and they
towards
like
A,
to go over
keeping
towards
3
the
players
site,
planted
it's
over
a
towards
nice
B.
setup.
He's really
Let's see how the trips do.
DRX right now. Now these smokes in this
Trips
dash
get
gonna
1.
alert them to the presence. Stacks gets the spot.
Foxy
Trips,
do
they
the
still
same
can't
trip,
clear
got
it. It's
another.
kill for
Oh my
Stacks.
god,
They
3
just
kills from
keep
the trips.
running in, and Stacks all he
This
has
trip
to
got
do
2, this
is
trip
wait
got 1.
and zoom in on the
Oh
crosshairs.
man,
3
that one
kills for
fell
the
apart
IGL.
heavy.
And like you said, Carpe, he did everything he could to set up his teammates for a weaker site. But the traps were too much. And they will fall, giving DRX a 3-0 lead. A flawless with upgrades here on the bonus.
Yeah, and even an orb grabbed at the end by Stacks after that 3K puts him 2 away from the Seekers. Really nice stuff here by him and Foxy. Foxy's utility playing the
Yeah,
pivotal
and that
role
is the
to
most
set
perfect
Stacks
start
and
DRX
himself
could
up
possibly
and
have.
just smother that attempted execute. Absolutely brilliant. I like what T1 tries. It's just, again, these little mistakes that if you don't account for a piece of utility or utility's off, you know, as we saw with Mako Snakebite previously, it completely turns around on its head. So now T1 going to be on a weaker buy. Not about it. Just a huge spot there. Great reposition to dodge the paint shells. I love what T1 did. It just, you got to remember about the Cypher. It's tough to distract
Yeah, and the
his
amount of
util,
money's here. This is also
that's
good,
part
like,
of the game.
double duelist, the thing that wrecks double
Surely
duelist
they
is
start using
normally
the paint shells
Cypher.
there, which on
Especially when you
DRX's
see
side,
stuff
I mean,
like
that's
that.
what Mutual
And a
traded
lot of
as
time you gotta
well.
just
See if
invest
DRX
the
now,
nades
if
to
that
just
ever comes
scatter,
through,
break
meanwhile,
this
for
stuff.
now.
It's too strong.
It's a fast rush into ramps to over that.
Especially if you use your Skydog to check elsewhere.
Now dashing in for a pinch from mid, but the backup cut off by Mako. So now it's just the two duelists stranded on the side of A. Yizu gets taken out by the Trailblazer, and now everyone stuck in mid for the side of T1.
There's just been no kills for T1 right now. No one is dying for DRX.
Cloudburst, that's all they've got to try to sneak in, trying to draw the attention away, and only Carpe
Look at it, the
remains.
max they're getting is 1. This is insane, the money's out of control.
DRX up 4-0.
You gotta love the way this defender side is going.
Look.
If you're DRX.
I mean, they only have 2 deaths total.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's pretty good.
We're in the 4th round. Timeout? Yeah, it's gotta be a timeout.
3
Yeah.
players, no kills. Yeah, they haven't even sniffed an operator, by the way. Buzz picks up 1. So that poll is starting to look good for DRX fans.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of pushing and pulling in mid. You know, Mako finds 1 and immediately retreats. Opens up a little bit of space, sure, but winning that duel out, the early boombot caught onto Izu there in that corner. And that just kind of kept DRX firmly planted at A heaven, watching for that push out. And with Mako getting some kills and some info in mid, made things a bit easier. So
Looks exactly like the first map. Yeah, similar vibes. I would actually say it's way more dominant though.
This is what we saw in Breeze though.
Yeah, same round in fact.
Yeah.
So after that 4-0, we'll see DRX this time. Can they keep with the momentum all the way? Or does T1 start to claw their way back in? Now, considering, sure, even with a double duelist, it is split. So T1 not exactly losing hope just yet. But the econ, the weaponry, they need to win this one, especially with the op
The
online.
money diff is
Otherwise, they're
the
gonna
largest
find
we've
themselves in
seen.
a lot of trouble
For
to
like
fight
the
back.
past, I mean, for a long time.
Crisscrossing toxic screens. DRX
Double satchels with a flash over towards heaven maybe. Let's check the kill trips on site. Just 1. They got 1 over towards B as well though.
Trap wires a little bit deeper this time as well for Foxy.
Yeah, and this camera is going to get a lot of info.
T1 to navigate. The info game going to be very, very important.
Great ping. Oh my god, Stack. Mako got 2, the ping enabled Stacks to get the kill. Mate, this is ultimate lockdown right now.
This executed from T1. It's a common one for the double duelist, but DRX are well set up for it. And now it's just the 2 controllers from T1.
Yeah, the condition of making them scared of instant sight hitting, and then they pivot some of their util towards heaven in terms of the camera.
But the safe fight to keep them at bay. The spam through as well. I mean, both of them getting chipped quite a bit. Rossi all the way down to 25 HP.
1 enemy remaining.
I mean, Mako is just peeking up and down non-stop, switching ropes, keeping Excurid at bay, and then waiting for the peek out from Stacks.
Yeah, this could get disgusting. What is this, 9K, 9?
Yeah, and Mako just
150
so
away.
good on this Viper.
That's insane money, and they don't even have to buy too much.
Showing you why. I mean, he's so
Like
tricky,
everyone next round
so
hits
smart.
9K.
He never seems to over-aggress. He's always holding good angles, using that rope to perfection for himself, mostly baiting the last kill for Stacks, but that's just Mako in a nutshell, man. I mean,
Yeah, every single person hits 9K if they win the next round.
Right away. It's all the right things at the right time. He's 8.
They'll only have 2 kills.
Still only 2 deaths for DRX.
It's not going great, man. When was the last time we saw something this dominant?
Seekers online, so yet another tool to stop the aggression.
Holy. Oh my god. It's so fast. Yeah, no one can follow it up because of the molly over towards middle. They're just walking in.
First off kill going over to Buzz. And every lane has been shut down from T1. Every round, they try to take space, and DRX is just ready to greet them.
It's just an immovable object as Mako. A little bit of a jiggle peek. Gets the attention now. That's a great kill for Rossi.
Hey,
okay.
they've doubled their kills.
Gun upgrades to a Phantom.
As a team.
1v3. Not impossible, but showstopper Seeker. I mean, considering the round lead, DRX wouldn't be too afraid to use that if it comes to it.
Well, you got all the information in the world here. Stacks even going to double check mid to make sure that Rossi is not there anymore. Flashback. Yeah, Foxy 9, not flashback. He's taking a break. Foxy 9 left to his own devices, but
I mean, you know that the trips are here.
left.
Absolutely. So Rossi just trying to clear this out. Actually doesn't quite clear it in time.
Yeah, it didn't hit the trip, I guess.
As Foxy 9 picks up the kill through his own cyber cage.
Yeah, and even though you lose a couple players there as DRX, you did all the right things.
Bro, they gotta avoid the Cypher. The Cypher is wrecking them. They gotta just be hit. I think I would just be hit for the next 6 rounds. Maybe add a luck in middle.
Right there. So fast, so expected is Mako. But, well, a couple more deaths for DRX.
Yeah, just a few more.
Yeah, man, 4 kills.
Finally dying, 11, 1, and 5.
We're on round 7. Omen flash. Oi. Omen flash into Razor. They actually get away with this one. Omen flash Razor back as well. Only one person over towards the site, and Big Jewel. No way he gets 2.
Just cannot happen for T1.
Yeah, and Sire's waiting for a reaction over towards A, but it's a Cypher, so there doesn't really need to be much of a reaction, so this doesn't make too much sense.
Not able to find any value. The Seekers there setting up stacks nicely for that first kill. The second one was just
Bro, they cannot get kills.
insanely accurate. Spirit goes deep. Back into his spawn he goes. And now you're trying to shift over to the A site. Foxy9 has been rather good, keeping himself very difficult to move from this area. Saya with an op.
Yeah, just not giving them a single angle. Another jump peek here from Mako, just teasing Saya player. So T1 knows they've been spotted. Can they even get a kill as DRX has no intention of showing themselves?
They almost got the camera there.
This time if the trip gets cleared as well, Mako's
Walking in, they gotta look for these trips, but when they look for these trips, Mako's just gonna punish him.
It's only gonna be Foxy9 waiting. They're trying to push him out of his comfort spot.
Oh.
There's a poison cloud. They'll get Foxy9. The trips are down, but Mako is here.
That was the big kill.
Unbeknownst to the entire squad of T1, he's freezed down for the double.
He gets a double. They only get 1 kill into this one as well. Surely not. Bro, they got 5 kills. We're gonna be on round 8.
He dodges the bullets. He's running away. They're on the chase. Mako. He senses it.
How?
He wants to kill the cloudburst. He knows it's close.
Don't even hunt him, man. Just keep the kills low. Oh my god, he actually missed as well. He can't get kills. 3, 1, 1, 0, 0. 7 rounds in.
T1. 0 kills. 13 deaths combined. They just have not been able to, land on their feet at all within a sight.
Yeah, no, it's...
What? Check on me, bro. I gotta talk about it, man. I can't not. I'm sorry. I would just be silent otherwise. It's insane. I can't remember last time that it was ever this dominant. Ever. Apart from like when you get like heavy matchups where I guess it's like an open qualifier or something.
Every step of the way. And a big part of this is Mako. He's reading these situations so
well,
playing individually so great, setting up teammates at times to help him if things get a little too spicy.
It's just cutting the audio, creeping in with the paranoia, but the counter paranoia is there. Is it enough to allow Stacks to get the kills? The Seekers come out and they line up behind their own cabbages. Stacks will buy enough time for the teammates to arrive. 3v2, but
not hitting at the moment.
Shot that T1 has ever had this map. Saya player, too many angles for him to cover. The smoke comes back up from Excurit. Only a stinger in hand there. Trying to recover a weapon. Vandal now recovered. Planting, the paint shells come out. They should be landing. Excurit takes a big chunk down to 50 HP. Now
it is a plant from over towards main, and they don't have vision block.
Excurit is low. Side player would like nothing more than to get an early peek. He wants to get one, at least one, dwindle it down to a fair 2v2. But the timing's not in his favor as DRX, they slow creep into the site. He's going to be looking up into heaven. He gets one.
Nice shot.
Foxy9 already in the site. There's a cyber cage.
Ooh, and probably another nice shot. Damn, they did it. Saya's online.
Saves the round.
All we had to do was call him out. Oh no.
And all it takes is
not
that
this scoreline.
Saya's hand on that post
Poor guy.
to make it really tricky for DRX to find the right time to get in there and try to get rid of him. You can see that as soon as it's even in their favor with the 2v3, they don't want to move into heaven. They don't want to push through the alley door.
Even the YouTube chat is at
one of those, that's just insane.
Yeah, nicely done from him.
That's just not even fair.
I was wondering how it happened because he was stuck in the cyber cage. Wow.
Okay, can they get 2 in a row? Double satchel goes in. Instant denial on this.
Not regaining that confidence, the stability
Yeah,
just yet.
and this round looks just as dominant as the others. We have an ult over towards middle. We've got a trip there as well.
Trying to force their way in, but as you said, DRX, not just Mako, the entire team an immovable object for the time being, as they are just getting pounced upon by Buzz.
Oh my. Another round where they only kill one.
It's a rough game for T1. I mean, they
One of the roughest I've seen.
To the Omen, and seemingly they want to just push the aggression even further by capitalizing on the double duelists, things like the paranoia, the extra mobility from the Omen. But it started to make.
Where's the timeout? I mean, they did the timeout at 4-0. You might have to do another one, I guess.
And there's a ton of time left on the clock for this save. So the real question is DRX, do you send players to go for this? Absolutely, you can send Foxy9 and Bane. Plenty of money.
Yeah, you got to get that from the shadows, man.
Yeah.
With the 4,300
That's
credits.
right, that's right, yeah.
I mean, listen, if you're going to send the two guys with a lot of credits, you might as well get the Omen Ultimate for sure. Bane just having the time.
Yeah, I was going to say,
now.
we just cut to their cams and they're just laughing.
Buzz looking like he's in the middle of a 1v5 clutch on the camera there, but surely not as high tensions. I mean, build towards the showstopper. They got time to do anything and everything they want, and Xcurate will just tuck away, spend this time
10 seconds
to regroup
left.
with his teammates.
Yeah, a bit of time left. See if they're going to be able to get there. Back.
Oh boy.
Did you Buzz?
I mean, he's left the cubby because he knows that they're going to chase all the way through. And the round win goes over, but he's aware of it. The wide swing from Bane!
Bro,
It
it's
actually
looking
happens.
rough out here.
Bane gets his ultimate. They take away all the
Yeah,
weapons.
second timeout.
And T1, another broken economy in round 10.
Just brilliant. I mean, the beginning of this round is just completely thwarted.
Yeah, it's not going
Any
great.
attempt that T1 tried to make. Bane pushed up early towards the bottom of ramp, and then he's able to bait a bit for Buzz. Buzz uses that opportunity to bust out the shorty, take a player down. And yeah, T1 going to go for their second timeout, their last one of this map. See if they can find something to get the scoreline a little bit more respectable. But still some laughs. Xcurate's got a smile on his face. I mean, against DFM, it was all business for Xcurate, but still having a good attitude. That Breeze map gave him a little bit of extra confidence to stay in this.
Yeah, you got to have a miracle timeout here.
His focus. As for DRX, there is no option.
Probably isn't a good time to say that double duelist comps normally average around 7 or 6 on attack. That was back in the day though where Sky meant it was way more viable. A lot harder over Sky now.
I mean, this is, both teams seemingly looking good on their map picks potentially. Just a big question for DRX. Can they close it out this time? A much better start.
Okay,
so far
I want to say a change up, but they've been doing this a couple of times.
After T1 rattled together a bunch of rounds in a row.
Double satchel over towards heaven, instant omen flash. When we get here again, they have the same camera, similar setup to what we saw earlier. Does Mako just go join them over towards heaven? Yes, he does. Go crossfire with the camera.
The toxic screens to clear out vents as well. That sets up side player all the way into heaven. From the
Omen ult rotates in. Oh my.
A great one-way to mask himself as he goes for 3. Xcurate
Benji Fishy.
where the shots are coming from. Another tagged as well up in heaven. And this Cypher setup, they just can't break through it. Frosty chasing down for the kill, but the boom bot will finish off.
Dude, even the boom bot's getting involved, man. The boom bot's getting more kills than him. Holy hell.
Throwing everything you have in the play.
Come on, man, this is savage.
DRX has no problems with it. Just looking so good on this map.
Lexi, I'm sorry, but like it's hard to avoid it, man. It's one of those. It's one of those games. I'm pretty good at avoiding it. But my goodness.
But those first two are bananas. That he gets 2 headshots.
I need a timeout.
That camera up very high. Gets spammed through the wall there.
Man, Izu also just needs to come online. 0-10-0 right now. No impact, no value in this map too. Not something you want out of your second duelist, out of your star rookie. Another setup onto heaven, but DRX is just reading through it.
There we go.
Finally logs onto
See, all we have to do is call them out.
Still gets
I think
shut
it's
down
the
by
thing.
Foxy9, but it's enough time bought. The site finally
Wait, this is looking like their best round so far in terms of winning it. Rossi's definitely going to use the ult over towards spawn. They can plant in the ult as well.
He's waiting for the wraparound.
Does Xcurate hear these people?
T1 might be on for
He's
another
not even
round.
looking for. Oh, he's so dead.
Expecting 2 is
Oh, but he doesn't check at all. He's looking for a timing around ramp.
No,
not taking into account at all sewers. And now, Carpe and Rossi both in the pit. They don't really have too much of an option. Carpe checking for screens on the wraparound. Not sure if he would have caught him. But meanwhile, they're going to refill the pit. The paint shells come out. There's the pop flash. Seems like you did see him as he's trying to delay the jump down, but now they're swarming on. They've all landed on the site. The tap onto the spike. They're trying to draw them out. Rossi in elbow. It's close range. He gets taken down. Carpe tries to find a timing before the pit goes down. And Buzz will finish it up, but will they have time?
Done, right? Oh, it was close, man. It was close. Yeah, I think people can rely more on the run and gun when they're over towards Spike here, but holy, this was close.
Good attempt. It looked like they maybe
2 rounds.
had finally,
Maybe 3.
you know,
Honestly, if they got 3, they'll be believing.
stopping them. Did not happen, in fact. It was just enough time with that Viper's pit to keep things done. I mean, it's just unbelievably close. The thinnest of margins for T1 to keep themselves reasonably in this. You'd love to get this to 9-3 at least. Have some kind of, okay, we've finally started to find our footing. We've started to find our shots. Izu continuing this early pressure. Seems to be another just full-on A hit. They're going to challenge this setup again.
Oh no, they haven't cleared the yet, though. They're actually going to chase down onto Mako the kill.
What the?
With the Trailblazer.
I'm not gonna say it, chat. I
Flooding in,
used
so
the line
finally
on the
a bit of a
boom
switch
bot.
up
I'm
here
not gonna
for
say it.
T1, and that's enough to throw them off. The Seekers trying to chase through over by man. Meanwhile, B7 getting swarmed. Rossi still on the lurk. He's waiting to try to capitalize against Buzz, but they hear that the operator was in B main. There's Showstopper. It's gonna land onto a double and the
Yeah, got a double with this. Wait, nice reposition from him. Big 1v1.
Down to a 1v1. Aware of Rossi's position, it seems. The poison cloud. Does he go for a timing? He's gonna try to get both of them. Goes for
Oh man, Foxy's been strong this half as well. I mean, as everyone has. 2 rounds. Seen this
Felt
before.
like Foxy knew exactly what Rossi was thinking there. On the back of that poison cloud, he was ready for him to jump up on those boxes. What a half for DRX.
Oh man.
What a half. I mean, yeah, it just T1 just never seemed comfortable. In
half,
any
yeah,
single round.
crazy
Even the
half.
ones they won, it never felt like they were really kind of getting their game sense on, getting an awareness of the holds. Now, late into that half, they were starting to be able to break open that A-Heaven hold between Stax and Mako, but by that point, it was damage done. It was too late. You still got to go through, you know, Buzz's op, that Showstopper.
God, it was one of the most dominant
Saw a Saya player,
starts to a map we've ever seen.
Right?
Ever.
Just the timing there, a little bit unfortunate for T1. However, that was a great sign. That was really cute.
Yeah, that was really well drawn.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, you gotta have a vibes going when stuff like this happens.
It's Chrissy. And we got some special guests out in the audience. Welcome. Love to see you here for VCT Pacific.
Got to do a little of the TikTok streams with her last year at Masters Tokyo. Super kind.
Love that we're doing that stuff too.
Yeah, she's great, man. She loves Valorant. Huge T1 fan.
Yeah, as we can tell.
Yeah, not going so good right now. But,
but they're winning 1-0 overall in the best of 3.
Exactly.
Get to watch a little bit more maybe for a map 3.
Yeah, you're getting your money's worth today. Yeah.
Well. DRX up 10-2 for T1. It has to start here. And
Raid boss. Oh man,
Izu,
the raid boss. I'm scared of the raid boss for this one.
Really
Everything's been going so well for DRX. So the raid boss on this.
And for now, he's had to be that
armor,
kind of bull
frenzy,
that forward. Has
double
that worked out
satchel.
well for him? Now on the defense, a little bit more freedom.
Yeah. It looked good on the Oru.
Follow the dog or
Breeze,
follow a
that's for
sky
sure, but
flash?
Here on Split, a very different story. DRX just so challenging to play against on these maps where they're comfortable. You can see that certainly Split. There's a big reason he decided to lean into this.
Yeah, pinging the cameras, that's nice. Sky flash goes in, 1 satchel used for that. Still got another sky flash and a dog to play off of. And this is very nice from DRX, right? The camera gets broken here. They realize that they dog pushed. Most likely one should be holding this line or this line. And all they're going to have to do is just push this off and then heavy hit the site. And we need to keep an eye on the Viper luck. And when does Jet give up walking? Wait, Viper's giving up holding.
Meanwhile, going to switch places with Saya player. T1 Carpe will be holding onto the site, but Saya player misses
no,
the shots.
Saya.
He's not able to get the kills. Then that might be the call to rotate. Heaven now broken up. Stax just trying to make sure that he goes down to vents, trying to rotate over to B. It's going to be a quick backup from Execurate. Flanks around. Paranoia at the ready. He just wants to lay them. He hears them running through. Paranoia, but it doesn't hit both. He gets one kill, but not the second.
40
Stax
HP.
jumping down.
Raze here so early. They got a safe
Spike
plant.
not planted yet. 15 seconds.
Oh.
This is a timing for them. Izu takes a couple of shots. Rossi, nice
shot.
and clean right off the top.
Okay,
And
step one,
T1
pistol.
will get a third
Been here
round win.
before.
Well, just with the
For
doctor
sure
order
this week.
for T1. Good stuff here
Good
by
damage and
Carpe.
delay, yeah.
Caught the elbow of a player
Saya is
peeking around that corner and immediately
having a sigh of relief after this, for sure.
From Rossi.
Mother thank you so much, man.
Carpe having a couple great shots of his
Thank
own.
you so much,
That
bro.
is
Appreciate
nasty
you.
from Rossi.
Thank you, dude.
Follow
Appreciate the
there, took a
bits.
few, but job done. And good start for T1. It's a long road, though, towards getting that map win and getting the match win. Still a lot of rounds. Buzz with the
Outlaw.
What?
Outlaw armor.
Mako, it looks like, and then
Uh-oh.
full armor as well. So really trying to punish the greedy buys that we often see on Split, where you're just trying to swarm the sites, make sure that everyone has a weapon to fight back. I mean, this is something. If it works out, could be a new paradigm as well that Buzz is bringing forward to VCT Pacific. He's trying to force up a singular outlaw on the attacking side.
Wild.
T1, they don't have a sentinel. They're
Yeah,
trying
and
to
they're
push
like,
out.
wait, what?
The outlaw
They can
gets
just take
one,
turns in
but
this.
now T1, they find the trade.
Yeah,
They're
Saya
well
down to
aware
10
of the
HP as
outlaw.
well.
That
Good
should
damage,
change
both
the
hit.
hold as well.
Izu
with a nice
gets
timing.
tagged as well.
Peek out as
Yeah,
well.
now they
The
just want to kind of
spray
duel the
down
gun,
to
but
Saya for a
good
third,
damage.
and it's just
Oh
going to
man,
be a
imagine
screw
that
with
one
the
landed as
Bulldog.
well. No
Can
matter
they
what,
get
pretty
the
good
Vandal
damage.
as
This
well?
got to be a gun upgrade.
Should be able
There we go.
to recover those weapons.
Still very, very good. Who gets wrecked then in terms of the buy?
Sort of, it wasn't too bad, but now
I think
your
it was really
purchase
good.
coming into this round is going to have to be a little bit.
I think more teams could do it.
little bit lacking.
It depends on
You know,
on what the other team
Saya.
does,
Yeah.
like
No, I mean, to make
historically
matters
for
worse,
their
right, round 3 out for
anti-eco
Saya
buy.
is scary as heck. Just unscoped at the wrong moment did Bane there. Kept that down. He might have been able to find Izu a little bit quicker, but damage done. He actually landed a shot. Now I see it. He was at 10 HP, so then the classics can come in, do what they got to do. So not a bad idea.
Okay, Op comes in
DRX
early and he beats.
Go
Oh
down
boy.
to Spectre or Mako.
3 clear. Waiting for it. Finds him as he's
Yeah,
thinking
he
about
beat the
moving out,
smoke,
so
but
it
it
has to be
doesn't pay
dash
off.
out.
With a bit of
Shot
B
will
main
not
control,
connect.
we see the dog
But
go out instantly
now
over
found
towards
by
A, and they are
DRX.
using the heavy shutdown
Smoke
A wall
from
with the
Mako.
retake potential.
See Trailblazer trying to clear
Guy
mid.
dog
Meanwhile,
goes over
Fox
towards
Knight's
middle
still
to
looking at sewers
try and
just to
create
check
some
if there's
pressure,
a
but we
push
still
out
have a
of
pretty
A-main.
strong B hold.
Steering
No
for
Omen
now,
Flash
all
anymore.
alone on the side on B. This Poison
And do
Cloud
these
they
guys
could
in
be
heaven
fanning out at any
expect
moment's
this?
notice. The Paranoia is going to be a quick fill from Rossi, but
Whoa,
Buzz is
good
one
luck to
step ahead of
Extra.
him. Picks up 1 kill. Saya, can he go for a peek out?
Got
Buzz still clears out the
deleted.
side
How
though.
was Saya
And
dropped down,
player
got a
has
kill
to
and got
just
out of
run
there.
out to safety. Izu finding one corner around the sneak bite.
They should be
Smoke
saving at
clears.
one point T1
Now
here.
everybody
Because I think they need to save the
around
op.
B heaven for T1, but there's still
The
the
weird
lurk from
rounds.
Foxy 9. You still got stacks over by B main as well.
I think it's
So
like
many
let
angles
the
to
let the
clear. Izu
rifles
trying
do
to
what they
find
can
one.
and then
He
just
finds
save the
both.
op.
They are aware of 2 people's position. He notices the crossfire.
Ooh,
Izu
nice
goes for
swing,
one,
though.
but no trade from his teammates as he
Yeah,
gets
great
taken out by
smoke.
Bane.
This is
Now
done
the
with this
smoke
smoke.
perfect to cover up Carpe as he's trying to peek
Oh,
out. He gets
did
stunned,
not need to
and
do
he
that, my
realizes
friend.
exactly what's going on. 2 members on the site, 2v2, still aware of the potential flank and the lurk around. Saya, he sees Foxy 9, but the spy cam finds him. Time not on his side.
Yeah, just get out of there.
Trying to go for the kill. He wants to save the
He
operator.
wants the op.
He wants to get it. Can he dash out in time? Is he safe? Barely right at the edge.
Yeah. Good round here for DRX. A phenomenal
did alright damage.
entry by Buzz. Like you said, bypassing some of
Saya
that
did
utility
mad
from
things, by the
T1.
way. The fact that he managed to get down here, get a kill, and get back through the rope without getting
Turned out to be the
traded.
difference maker. A really good attempt at isolating
Buzz
some
did
of these
really good, though.
crossfires as best as they could.
And just the
from DRX
util
being
from the
really
Omen's
patient
nice,
on
right?
some of these
This guy
chips.
descends it through the Omen smoke.
Well, okay, Buzz.
And then this
Sure.
duel.
Yeah, jeez.
Why not?
I mean, that's just heads up, right? Expecting something like that to happen. Your crosshair and your free fire trained onto that corner.
Just disgusting, man. Incredible stuff, and as usual, Buzz is just so good at entries. Such a powerful force for DRX for so many years. Pressure on him again as that op's still in hand. Have to be a little bit careful of it this time, our DRX. They got away with one, frankly. that last
Yeah,
round.
so
Saya
their way of
just a little bit
countering
off
just
of
this
Mako, so
smoke, especially in
together.
terms of the amount of pressure it creates, is just
march towards
forcing
mid. Smoke has
through
to come
into
out
B
to cover.
main. Speaking of forcing, they force into it, double stinger.
Oh,
Low. I mean, I want to say lovely shot, but that was a bad
Takes
jump
out
peek.
The lurk from Foxy9. They've already
It was
cleared
real
B main.
committed.
They got Seekers online. They pressured mid as well. They find the main force at Ramen and T1. For what it feels like the first time in this entire split, they have a very good grasp of DRX's positions. But the weaponry isn't going to be good enough. 2 stingers for Rossi and Carpe. Carpe waiting in the smoke. Should be dissipating soon, and there's the pop flash, but
It's
Buzz
out of
is
there.
slightly
Instant
out of it.
Seekers to
The
swing off
Seekers
of
keep them
again.
at bay.
And the
Realize
molly
that
to
they're going
stop
be
this.
stuck here at
Not
B
bad.
main. One Seeker still trying to go towards mid, so they're well aware of the lurk as well. Mako has to back off for the time being. Only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Meanwhile, over towards A as well, by the way, full
Very, very
info.
close shots. This is great anticipation here by Carpe, recognizing that the flash last time went deep.
saving?
This time decided to get ahead of it by putting himself into that smoke, and this gives Saya player the ability to lure.
No way, Saya.
At least get to that early info. No time on this one. Don't do it, boss man. Don't be doing it, boss man. What's going on here?
I mean, this is very close range. There's one right.
What's going on, bro? What's the decision making
Switch off
here?
The operator, give it over to DRX. Maybe. I mean, T1 on the pinch. They don't want this to go for free, but it's not like they have a lot of creds. So they will just be waiting.
Well,
Main
there goes the
securing
op.
a free
With
operator
no one able
for
to
Buzz.
afford it.
Yeah, and more importantly,
The big
keep
win
it out of the
condition
hands. I mean, Saya player has
with
the
him.
Brainstorm, yes, but you don't want him to just keep that power weapon that he's been oh so good with throughout the years. Definitely love to have it over towards Buzz. Buzz is a showstopper though, so is this? I think DRX is really considering what they want to do with this buy. They
Okay, it
just don't
does
have
get the
enough creds to
outlaw
do
out
anything
though,
else.
so that works just
Go
as
for
well. One
classics,
person with
half
op
for
armor
main.
picks up the
Maybe
op,
saving that showstopper
buys
for another
armor,
day, see if Buzz can do some damage. They did
sends it
something
with Volt.
out of the ordinary there. Gives him the
Bro, you had the op. I cannot understand some of the plays I'm seeing in this one.
for T1 to claw back. 2 members still pressuring, but they will not greed for more space. They understand
If
that
they
have secured this position.
if you're gonna do this, give someone else the
Over
op.
by Bane. The next duelist himself, can he get the op kill? He
Whoa.
gets one. He's quick
Yeah,
with
probably
it,
that
but he
guy
shows
as well.
back.
Give that
Mako
guy the
there
op.
for the trade. And T1, what seemed like an absolutely
Uh-oh.
unlosable round, starts slipping away from their grasp.
I mean, it's just imagine the world where Buzz hits that showstopper.
Caster has no words. It's just like,
but
what do you actually
he
say
missed
after
it,
that?
Therefore, he got punished.
What a weird,
Outlaw and the Blade Storm still there for Saya. Only a judge for Rossi.
what
so
a weird
gonna have to
minute we
concede
just
over
had.
the plant most likely as T1. Mako though only on 24 health. Not like he's gonna be able to get the ults here.
24
Slack's
HP.
still
They have
away.
the wall to
Seekers.
retake, but they have no idea where anyone
He's
is.
going proactive.
And just looking for one.
What's the
extra
timing
buzz. They
like?
have no idea where they
Damn, the
are.
timing's
Mako
incredible.
finds it. Saya tries to turn the corner close, and now
Now he has to
Rossi,
do this
just
with a
the
judge. He's got to
has
give an
make
upgrade.
noise
They
if he
might
wants
hear
to
the
upgrade
gun.
a weapon.
Wants to try get a kill before he changes the
One
gun.
close, but he knows that
No
Mako's weak. He
way.
doesn't
4
get the
HP.
kill with the
There's
judge.
no way.
Are you
Oh
kidding
man,
me?
this
The
one was
time that
really
weapon would
painful
fail
to
you.
watch, bro. This whole round was really painful.
I mean, 26
The
was more
push
than enough,
here
I
in the
guess, for
3v2 as
Mako
well.
there. I mean,
Oh.
that round is heartbreaking for T1.
This push
You do
as
some
well.
good things at the beginning, but DRX just reading some of these pushes from Carpe really, really well. Kind of expecting him to be aggressive. I'm not sure if they saw a pixel out of place for Buzz to decide to pop the showstopper, but regardless, DRX there. Just
Was there
ready
a
again
silent
for the
judge
repeat.
enough?
Now the
Nah,
blades
he kind of
in
just
hand,
fluffed it a little
Shorty in
bit.
the back pocket, Izu with
I think he was so
Rocket
confident because the
now,
HP
up
call
zone,
came in
Mako,
that he got the kill, that he was like half aiming, thinking that he needs to pick up the gun and get the
shenanigans
trade
with
on
that.
this
We'll
guy
have
that
to
was
wait
about
and
to
see, but
swing.
DRX playing
He's
very,
like,
very
he's
cautious,
already
worried about
thinking
some
of the
kind
next
aggressive
kill, I'm pretty
push.
sure.
With those blades, use
Yeah.
that judge as well for Rossi, man. That's
Again,
yeah.
right? I mean, just don't have the creds, just
Yeah.
hoping that they come into your arms. But this is the thing, DRX knows that not only the tendencies of T1 to try to get aggressive for space, to try to play for contact, but also the double duelist. I mean, no Sentinel, they have to push out to get information. Saya player has been activating that tailwind time and time again, multiple rounds in a row with no value. And now stuck once again in ramp. T1,
And
how do
big
they
jewel over
control
towards
the map?
B
They
main.
do have B main in garage. Carpe sitting there
Okay,
solid.
decided to leave
The
it.
judge down
The
in
duel in
vents.
vents now.
Buzz, are you aware?
Pretty far back with
There's
the judge
drop,
here.
and once again, the
Really
judge
far back with the judge. I'm surprised Rossi went back for the judge after the judge let him down so heavy.
Player fights for his lives, but it's too many members. Bane clears out ramp.
He also had to like
3v3
just crouch,
for DRX
accept
to
it,
try to take
tap
us
tap
to the
instead of
deciding map of
crouch,
Pride.
move,
Spike will get
inaccuracy,
planted,
3
ramp
bullets
control,
instead of 2.
Bane control in favor of DRX.
Spike planted.
Izu gets through, finds one, not able to
Yeah,
turn
nice
around
trade on
against
this
Bane
though.
on that paranoia.
Foxy has all.
From the shadows.
Wait,
Is he gonna
Extra
finish that
TP'd
TP?
over
He
towards
does.
site.
And Carpe recognizes it right away.
There's so much going on.
Zero theft. Carpe, does he have an idea? They know where the cyber cage came from. He's trying to wait to try to paint Foxy 9 for a peek.
Not a good
Still
plan,
a
right?
bit of time on that spike. Carpe just waiting for the peek out. Looks like he's going to go for the half. And Foxy 9, he's going to rush forward. He doesn't want the half to be done. He jumps. He's waiting to see. He hears that he's not sticking it. He hears the shot still coming through, and he's still jiggling,
Oh.
and he gets the kill
Oh my
through
god,
the wall.
played it really, really well. Holy hell, they
Foxy
wrecked
9
them on this map.
brings DRX across the finish line and takes
Like,
us to yet
really
another map
wrecked
3
them.
tonight here at VCT Pacific.
That
Yeah,
first
love the
half was
patience there at
something
the end
else.
from Foxy 9, but overall, DRX so well drilled on some of these maps. We saw it with Sunset earlier, now we're seeing it with Split as well, that some of these more stock standard maps seem to suit them. However, we have Vine coming up next.
It's going to be an absolute banger. Let's go to the Analyst to break down Split before we head over to map 3.
DRX bundle. I wish I could read that sign.
Wait, do they have?
I couldn't see it. The
Do they have
camera's
all
in
of
the
these
corner.
for the skins?
The
These
one
are
guy who
sick,
speaks
man.
Korean at our desk.
I didn't realize they had like
DRX
all of them.
In a very convincing win.
The swapping
on
and
Split,
changing the
bring
pistols,
us
it's really
to
cool.
Map 3.
This one, one word.
What's the word?
Mako.
True.
Yeah, I mean
Mako.
Mako was.
He just Mako'd all over him. That was just an insane performance. Vintage, a perfect year, nicely aged.
Yeah.
Just, that was
Notes
disgusting.
of
from him.
headshots. And,
Yes. Yes, that was, I just swirl that around in a glass and sniff it
Yeah.
all day. That was just gorgeous from him.
it really was. I mean, you can see
Yeah, when
how
you
the
feel like
entire
he's
map
not
played
talking
out,
about the
especially in
wine
first half.
context, it's pretty.
Similar to what we saw in
Pretty
on
bold.
Breeze, but then DRX really managed to hold
Dude,
on
14
to
to
their
4
lead.
first kills.
14 first kills.
It's
like,
so
that's
silly.
a big number, and it all happens, most of it, I think, in their defensive half, because Mako has that toxic screen that really blocks off a lot of A ramps, A main. T1 like really wants
Tragic.
to break the
I mean, bro, they
just
had like
can.
what,
And the way
5
that
kills
Mako
in
plays
7
around the
rounds?
rope,
It
he was
was
basically like Tarzan up on that thing.
It was
going
a
up and
real-
down and just finding
a real kill bit for the
Stax
beginning.
was even holding all the way from back.
They couldn't
heaven.
catch rounds,
It was
man.
essentially a bit of a crossfire, and T1 only managed to figure it out towards the end when they started to use Izu's utility.
It was just
See what they got for
absolutely
binds.
gorgeously done, and it felt like, you know, for the longest time that this was just going to be
Stacks was 5-0 first kills in Sky.
Like DRX was so
like
firmly in control.
3 of them had 0 kills.
Yeah, we were multiple rounds into this game, and collectively T1 had 5 kills. And in the end, that's how many rounds they could get. It was brutal. I remember seeing Saya play at one point. It was like 0, 6, and 0. Just wasn't finding any impact. Buzz, Stacks.
The
Mako
prediction
for the
ranking
longest
thing, yeah, it's
time
pretty
were
cool.
just not getting
Makes
picked
the
off at all.
makes all of them
I mean,
want it more as well.
21 and 8.
In terms
This
of like
was
actually
absolutely
predicting.
astounding from Mako.
I wonder if he's going to be topping the
I think they'll
ACS
care more
list,
watching.
actually, for also at like 326
Yeah, I mean,
by the end of this weekend.
it was just fantastic. That is exactly the kind of performance that you want to see out of him. But as I was mentioning, Buzz going over to the Rays, it just feels like he's way more comfortable on Rays these days, and shows that here in this performance here. It was just, you know, 19-8 from him, 14-9 from Stacks. Everybody was just
I mean,
doing
it
their
was
jobs and doing
the map
it
was just a
even
weak
better
link
than
for
they
them,
were
bro.
necessarily
Like the map
supposed to.
didn't look good. The double duelist. But the problem is when you play double duelist and you go over towards a site here, okay, and you get wrecked by a
But
cipher.
also, yeah, I think
That
towards
is
the
like
end of it, not just Buzz.
majority of how
Foxy
you
9 also
play
showing
and
a
how
little
you want to
discipline.
play.
In the past, you might have
Just
ego
done.
peeked that one-on-one at the end.
Sure.
But
Because you
he
want
was
to
so
just site hit,
careful
you want to
with it,
use a
so
lot of, you want to
yeah,
use a
masterclass
lot
of how
of
you
just
really wanna
sending it
control
into
the map
site,
on
making
Split.
a lot of
T1 was
space.
just not
But
allowed to entry
when you
whatsoever.
get shut down
Imagine that
over towards a
in that
site, and then
moment,
you have to
Stacks
rely on
just
like
screaming,
heavy
"Scott,
defaults when you have double duelists. Not great. This comp doesn't have much util to just push through middle against like the Viper smoke.
Just across the
It just
board. I mean, these
yeah, it
highlights
doesn't
are
work
just
out
gonna be
great.
a very one-sided
Okay, chat, let me
affair.
spam some ads before this next
Even
game. I've got
from,
Bind coming
the
up.
pistol round, it just was a really
Martin,
rough
thank you so
start
much.
to T1.
Martin39 with the
rounds,
4 months.
it's
Thank you
just,
for the tier 1.
DRX
Thank you,
playing
thank
these
you.
defensive positions.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say it's just some of the best moments, basically from DRX.
I would honestly, and this is just something for the future, I would be curious to see T1 how they would look if they start implementing the Yoru into this, just because Izu looks way more comfortable there compared to the Raze. At least for this map, you know, I'm not sure if it's going to be a map-dependent thing for his comfort on the Raze, but having seen some teams play around with Yoru, mostly in triple duelists, you know, with Paper X and whatnot, there's a lot more confusion and chaos you can add in, and he really thrives in that. I'd be curious to see if they look to try to adopt that moving forward, but either way, you know, something needs to be workshopped for them. DRX, they are a strong split team, but after what we witnessed on Breeze, it feels like this should have been way closer, even with DRX's strength on split.
I mean, with the way that they're playing right now, it just feels as though we always have these strong starts from DRX, and it's really just because they have these setups, the positions, the way they control everything. T1 start to try to adapt, but it just didn't really work out on this map.
No, it didn't, and I mean, Achilles, you're absolutely right. Yes, DRX is great on split, but clearly something wasn't working for T1, so they're gonna need to go back to the lab. If it's maybe throwing a Euro in, who knows? But our own...
it could be worse than what we just
yeah,
witnessed,
I
so
think
might as well try it.
clearly anything might be better at this point. But with that said, we got our own ranks. So op kills, I don't know if you guys are keeping track. It looked like DRX was going to be in the lead. We all picked T1 because obviously, you know, they have the op team there. Saya player got 4 op kills and DRX got 4 op kills. Collectively, Buzz got 3 and Bane got 1. So that means it's a tie. And that means we all rank up as a team. Yippee, go team!
I don't think that's how, you know, SR or anything necessarily works, but we'll take it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? If I could get, if I could get LP or, you know, or whatever rank system you're talking about for draws, then I'm in support of that. So I need the free win.
Also got it.
And you guys see the sound effect of the
Bind?
upright?
Oh man, T1 are gonna do a mental reset after this.
Not a sound I'm very familiar with.
The biggest of all mental resets, but sometimes again you can laugh off this kind of stuff. Like a loss like this is easier than the liquid loss. The 10-2, that's the hardest mental reset. These ones are pretty easy. You can just laugh about it, just say we were awful.
It's not that you're losing them, it's just that you always hover in the same spot.
You need to get Darny up here. Beatboxer, the APAC Rising beatboxer. Oh, right. Well, it looks like we're going to be going to a full 3 mapper again. Everyone in the audience is getting their money's worth on those tickets right now.
They are, and it felt like today was in particular destined for that. You've got the two of the biggest Korean teams going up against each other. Gen.G versus Paper X, this new forming rivalry, you know, coming out of the start of this year. It felt like this was destined for 6 maps, so I'm really happy to see all of these.
No tech balls so far. Dude, at the beginning of the game when T1 was coming on, they had like 10 admins behind them, so I hope not.
Often seemed like it was tied to their LCK
They've sorted
team.
everything out.
They
made sure everything was fine. Every player of T1 had a personal admin to sort all of their issues out at the beginning, it looked like.
I said the same exact words about DFM. I'm like, wouldn't it be nuts if DFM won and then they won? It's crazy. But we are going to go to agent picks now for Bind. We're going to see another Bind decider with 2 very different teams for the earlier match we saw today with Paper X and Gen.G.
I'm curious what this is going to look like. As it looks like, T1 not going to be making any changes, but okay.
Raze,
Buzz, any sort of Gecko.
Brim.
That has eluded them,
it's
even though,
pretty standard. It's like, I mean, honestly, the solo KO can struggle a little bit, but I mean, Foot used to make this work as like a year, so they got no hard re-clear. Like this comp, if I was trying to get in towards hookah, like this is a nightmare. You got like a flash pop, that's about it.
I'm just curious to see how it's going to play out again this time, because previously Paper X
solo KO can be hard.
Challenged them. They did manage to push it to overtime, so still you got that Harbor, you got the Gecko, and that just is a combo that's kind of like a match made in heaven.
Orsak, thank you so much, man. The gifted, thank you. Roy as well. Roy, welcome in. Roy444 with the sub. Thank you so much, Paul.
Second time they played it in that semi-final matchup last year in the playoffs, they were able to crush DRX.
Well, today's the day for T1 to finally defeat DRX. We're going to go into the final map between these Korean powerhouses. Over to our casters, William and Paperthin.
Any raid bosses? No raid bosses. We get a Frenzy out on the brim on defense. DRX on defense, T1 on attack. Double classic armors as well.
That surely lives in the nightmares of Stacks as he realizes that, you know, the utility was
Solo
there,
KO.
He couldn't bring home the
So it might be difficult. We'll see if it matters. It might be difficult for DRX to get hard info to work out where to put the 3, right? To put 3 on A, to put 3 on B. It can be a little bit harder. They at least have the Cypher to try and enable this with like aggro info on the sides.
The KO could be really good against this comp because you can shut it down.
Absolutely.
With the ult or even with the 0 point, kind of buy yourself a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, I guess there's 2 ults to cancel with the KO knife and ult.
Defender side, Foxy what is that, Buzz?
Right before all the utility comes up, Buzz just swings
Yeah, and they decided to try force up over towards A, and the 3-person swing came in perfect timing.
Trying to utilize the fact that you can still have all 5 members
T1 really would have liked a confidence pistol.
Take advantage of that, and now they've slowed down. Still a minute on the clock, but they will
let's see when the camera spots.
Every piece of the map.
Go. Orb goes out in terms of raise.
And meanwhile, we see Izu trying to pressure B site once again. See if he can draw out a little bit more as all the smokes from Bane's Brimstone have been used up.
I feel like X-Curate taking a page out of his brother's book here, using that high tide to sneak himself into a position to look for some frags potentially.
Wall goes up, smoke goes up, this guy walks in towards lamps. In return,
DRX, they want to clear it out. They know that time is running low, and there's a wide swing from Frosty, draws out all the crosshairs.
In return, they try and take showers. Okay, this is a lot up to Buzz, but does he? I mean, he probably gets traded from spawn. There's a big duel at spawn going on. Nice, he's done from Buzz. Does this guy have tunnel vision? Yes, he does. Tunnel vision.
Catching X-Curate from behind.
And that is a pistol for DRX. And they had a nice reaction to the wall smoke going up and potentially losing lamps. They wanted to at least clear the pressure. Oh man, not the self flash. Dennis, thank you so much, man. Thank you. It was a done round anyway, if that makes anyone feel any better. It was a done round anyway.
T1 hoping that they could maybe trick DRX.
Dennis, appreciate you, man. Thank you for doing the gifted.
The other side, but not able to sell that fake at all. And Bane, as he was one of the ones on the other side of the map, coming through at the perfect time to catch X-Curate in the back. A little bit whiffy there from Foxy9, but Buzz at the ready next to this box found a great position, knowing that maybe Lamps could have a player
and potentially
behind that box. Really smart heads up stuff.
Domination continues.
He's gonna grab the orb.
Yeah, I mean, he just tanks that as well. It just doesn't matter. Halfway to his ult, we'll keep an eye on how much he can actually stack up for one person. So they're kind of allowed 1 death. Anything above it is a bit of good damage.
In the smoke to disrupt the vision here from T1. So T1 back to another default. Just trying to condition them on the pressure here in showers, but no cam this time. They're just trusting in the long-range weaponry, the better weaponry here from Mako.
Got a sheriff and a ghost.
Because short is covered with the cam, with the tripwire. A lot of utility to cover that entry point.
And Bane already sneaking over towards A as well. So the full
yeah, and just the camera that sees this. That was a great TP though. He was dead.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, otherwise you were dead for sure, as you've been tagged right in the middle of nowhere. And that is going to allow the rest of T1
Cove to plant, maybe? No cove to plant. Might be hard to plant.
Position as he don't have full control of showers. We're going to try to get through.
Yeah, going to be hard to plant.
Taken out as it's going for the plant. So Carpe picks the spike back up. Dizzy there to buy time, but he gets
keep an eye on the guy's showers. He could take a timing.
Cascade not exactly getting too much value as they're just trying to get a reaction. Zaya's pushed up close.
Could still TP here, maybe. Just barely enough time to know they're going to go for the play again.
But there's a Mosh just trying to push them out, but Mako still sprays down for 2, and the spike plant has been disrupted. Izu trying to stick for it one more time.
It goes in, they do get the plant down.
Does go down, but Izu
still pretty good damage at the moment.
To this area, a Saya player continues to pressure. He gets another kill with the Sheriff. Over by showers.
Wait, he has really good timing.
And Izu has wrapped all the way around.
Yeah, it was fast.
Are they aware? They're not quite sure. Bane
and then the reposition over towards short.
But now Saya They realize enough time has passed.
Okay, they're just on top of it. Very nice though in terms of the eco. Ooh. Yeah, it got a little bit scary. Is there not another rifle down?
Not just in the HP bars, but also economically there. These 3 guns have to be dropped by DRX. So honestly, that's a pretty good round there for T1. Using the smoke from Foxy9, that Cyber Cage against him a bit to get this kill with Saya. Bane, nice job to push that fragment. Go for another kill there. That's, stacks his fragment as well.
Yeah, Nate didn't quite hit the mark there, but
by them. And Mako steady as ever. But now you're starting to see that this might be pretty tricky for DRX. Not looking nearly as clean.
Bonus rounds looking alright, but I say it's a bonus. Do they not?
The good patience there from T1 really paying off. Going for the check again. Got the orb, so Buzz, that's going to give him the showstopper.
Yeah, fires back right on the Tracers.
Yeah, and
perhaps
he has ult.
Look a little bit too much on the spam.
And it gets weird because there's a gun down now which they could potentially get, and that would be an upgrade. They also have a Razor, which in theory you want to run away from.
No Gecko once again. And now trying to creep
no
through.
way.
Mako's ready for it with the Ghost as well. A huge upgrade for
that
DRX.
is a gun upgrade.
Oh, that's brutal now.
Dude, T1 can't be continuing the same form as Split.
Or the side of DRX. There you go, Mako grabbing that Phantom. Still have the Harbor utility.
Yeah, jump spot, sees 2.
Flashes as well.
Yeah, the fragment just
I've rolled in half, so Raze v Raze duel.
Just yet, that high tide. We'll be running out of time. Reposition around the cascade. So Stacks is ready for it. Buzz just trying to hold on to main. There's the showstopper. He finds him.
Holy hell, Stacks got a kill as well. Oh my god, the money. The money rounds. Everyone alive. Everyone gets upgrades. Money rounds. 3 armor rebuys. T1's mental is in the bin, it feels like. Bro, I can't believe on the big buy rounds, they tried to walk up short against the bonus when they only saved 2 guns.
Off the rip, giving Buzz the showstopper, seeing the bullet tracers, and Buzz able to track down the head. Rossi losing that lurk is absolutely devastating.
I mean, it's insane shots from Mako, but...
Send that showstopper immediately in towards the octagon. Instead, he holds it just
yeah, nicely done from Buzz, and it really paid off as well. And just the other rounds, just getting the orbs on the Raze to make sure they can have this ult. Like, it did make the difference in this round. Especially keeping it clean.
Fingers have been pretty good for Rossi, though, today, I will say that.
So by coming in, Saya picks up the orb, gets his ult, knife goes there, hits 2, maybe 3, so they know info, they can keep the 3-person stack, and they actually have a trip here as well.
T1 has to be aware of this if they want to launch an exact set play onto the site. They're going to swarm it with all of the utility. There's a guiding light, there's the Dizzy, but the Molly...
Oh no, the body block as well.
They've been slowed down. They're all getting burned at the feet, and Buzz enters for another double kill. Still... Carpe alive, picks up a Vandal. Wingman will get the plant. Mosh online. The IGL of T1. There's never been a better time for Clutch to bring them back on.
They pretty much know that he hasn't jumped up towards Hookah because the trip's still here. So, like, question mark right now. There's a world where he had enough time to go around the world, but... Okay, well now they know.
So now they know that he's out in main. Identified Snakebite to keep him at bay. Carpe just
he's not going to believe, is he?
He's trying to go for a
yeah, he's not going to believe.
He thinks it's just going to be a fake off of the Snakebite and the
he's just 1v2 of their life. They decide to go long when they had vision block.
Lead for DRX.
I wonder if Saya player got body blocked by his own team there.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, I thought so.
I believe so.
I think that's about the only thing I could think of.
It's another... Wait, is every map so far, all 3 of them, been a 4-0 down into a timeout?
I mean, great timing there from Buzz.
They can't get a good start into these maps.
Fully committed to the site to fly around the elbow, come in and pick up 2 big kills. Diligence, patience.
The coach must be like, not again, guys, surely.
I think Foxy, you know, in the Cypher,
come on. Why?
Free's not so good in some ways, but Split was phenomenal. And this map here already looking like he's right back into a comfortable role as that Sentinel. Now that Bane's come onto the team, he's switching over, doing a nice job. So
every starting pistol and every starting bonus, yeah.
Okay-ish, I suppose.
I mean, necessary,
not really,
right?
Yeah,
I mean, necessary. He started all 3 maps down 4-0.
Was Breeze T1 being good or DRX messing up? It's more other way around way. Oh wait, Breeze. I mean Breeze was just sick. Honestly, both the teams did pretty good on a lot of stuff. Some weird comps going on, which I think was hard for DRX to play. Like the Harbor looked pretty hard to play against, especially on attack. Defense, they probably need to get more rounds though. Like they started playing really well slow, but then they needed to carry on playing slow, and they started going a bit faster. But yeah, I think it was hard for them in terms of this nice molly. Wait, nice molly forces him out into the duel over towards Showers, and his Carpe loses that, even though he's tanked a Viper molly and he's vulnerable. Yeah, I wonder how ready he was for that duel.
And then try to take over Showers as they've drawn away the attention. But like you said, Mako, he trusts Foxy9 Cypher setups, regains control of Showers, and now the Gecko down once again. Carpe getting caught out on these solo missions several rounds in a row.
And that's brutal because the Gecko is such a big piece of getting these executes. Obviously, the wingman to get the plant down
devastating
as well, but the Dizzies in particular, the Mashas to give you a little bit of extra breathing room with space clearage. In fact, it's going to be actually the Bane smoke. It's going to be used to set up that one-way. Mako's just too good.
Yeah, he is annihilating.
Well, as he's jiggling back and forth, Showers now held on. And T1, they're just going for a send. They will have to try to fake things out if they can draw out some of the utility. But look at the minimap buzz, blast back and forward for the
Man, they can't plant.
T1 trapped. They don't want to give him an
They have
opportunity.
a cove, but they still can't plant.
And T1's not going to get it.
Yeah, they're going to take back of side control.
They have to clear out all the members of DRX. But Bane finds one, Mako a second, a third in the round, and Bane with
Dude,
another
it's looking like split again. Not as bad, obviously, in terms of the amount of kills, but another big buy round where 5 people survive. Like the 2 buy rounds, they haven't got a kill.
You pointed out, Will, just works against
that right?
Here because
that
they
is right.
lose some big opening duels. That gives DRX the space they need to just push every angle of the map. I mean, from all 4 corners of A, DRX is swarming at you. There is not much to be done for T1 in this situation. Everybody's so patient. Stacks doing a great job keeping everybody in the right places. I mean, it helps when you have Mako on your team. Guy is absolutely cracked out of his mind.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of first kills at the moment.
A little shaky during kickoff compared to his usual self, but now
okay, this time they have some help over towards Showers. Mako keeps getting the first kill. Does he get this one? I mean, honestly, this kill's coming from short, if anywhere.
And the KO already arriving. Stacks here to help his teammates. They'll have to give up lamps, but not the most crucial of areas.
Oh, lovely flash.
And it's going to be the transfer.
Damn, he really carried on going with it. Flashback. Fish doesn't see anyone.
Forward, Stacks, he finds one. Can he find the Gecko? He's good for a quad, and he's out for the ace.
No, bro, they can't catch a break. 3v5, Stacks just kills everyone.
Remember, the mission still ongoing. Out in the
Past
open,
the official.
Just a stinger for Excurit's Harbor. The 0 point will find him. Lamps secured. They know the objective. And Stacks checking for the box. Cyber Cage comes out. Stacks not watching the ace. Wants to secure the round.
What an absolute round from Stacks.
Over the defuse to
Flash goes in. Smoke covers him.
To say, we hadn't seen Thrash.
The nice smoke to split it up to make sure that he could actually make this play.
Yep.
To not be able to get a Thrash going by round 4. And he finally gets
6-0.
it and Stacks the absolute disrespect. The
wait, second timeout? All the timeouts done?
And then he just sidesteps the Thrash and never sees him. And yeah,
this was, I mean, he did great, but then they didn't need to give away this kill. This smoke to enable this is so good. Yeah, the smoke to split it off in half though.
From Stacks. Just brilliant play from him. One of those classic multi-kill.
Okay, all of their timeouts done.
We're so used to seeing.
Absolutely, and it's just going to be another early double timeout, the earliest it's been. They don't want to let it get past 6.
Dude, they are mentally,
in the second map.
mentally out of it.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is some Paper Rex style timeout calling, that's for sure. But can they find the value off of it?
Hell, I'd be left scratching my head too if I were T1. Maybe now's the time to dial up one of those B executes where you kind of dissect the site with those smokes with the toxic screen and the high tide. Kind of do some of that leapfrogging with the Gecko utility for the solo play. It's time to use this excellent initiator utility you have.
They have
More advantage.
4
The problem
ults.
is DRX
They have
has
4
so
ults.
many
Okay, Harbor ult.
Null command.
If they get over towards the
orbital
site and get a
strike,
plant,
the neural theft,
then Rossi can
the
ult.
Viper's Pit, that makes it so tricky.
Not that he has the spike
Yes,
right
you have
now.
a Reckoning and some
DRX
Seekers,
decides to
clear some space,
3-person swing over towards
Are you even
Showers,
gonna,
goes
like,
super
even if
aggro
you
with a
get that,
KO
doesn't
flash over
matter
the top.
because of,
Pretty
like,
nice.
the counter utility that DRX can have.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things where just trying to do something different on this to mess up the T1's new game plan.
That way they can help reinforce the Cypher setups on B. The cam hidden right inside the entry point. The trips all across right before the spike plant zone. 0 point to pressure them away as well. I mean, DRX has full control of the map so far. Showers being given up just a bit as Buzz backs off. Doesn't want to get caught unawares. All out on his lonesome.
Dude, every time Rossi wants to try go up towards short, there's a smoke in front of him, and he doesn't want to walk for a one-way.
From T1, and this is really now going to be very, very tricky. And now Stax is waiting with his null command.
Eye camera above, double kill trip.
This is going to be really difficult for T1 to make work. They're sliding the rest of the players over. I suppose
Really is going to be
could just
difficult.
save it. Here comes the reckoning.
Harbor ult goes in. What does the kill trips get?
For the retake, they'll have to let the site go.
No one sees the camera.
People have been tagged, and Fox is
Looking for it.
the trip stack
They can't see it.
Cleared. Seekers will identify them, and T1, they're going to try
Great
to push through,
cage.
but the Cyber cage isn't good enough.
Yeah, he gets good info at
Express
least.
swing, but Ease is going to land the shot.
That's
And
a
now
duel.
the rest of the
They're going to keep going.
They have to hold on, but it's 3 members pushing
Bro.
elbow, but the blast back
The
does
3-person
wonders.
satchel.
T1 still answering back 2-1 in numbers. It's going to be Excurid and Rossi. The new members, the global
Let's have vision
members
block
here
for long.
for the Korean squad of T1 up against Mako, the Rock of Korea. Trying
Mako's
to
looking a little
attempt
different.
defuse. Pushes up, and Rossi
Okay,
just gonna
nicely
peek
done.
right
T1
back
on the
in
board.
from the toxic screen. And it's going to be the kill actually going over to Excurid as T1 finally puts one on the board.
Yeah, so this does work for T1. The timeout comes
they have
through.
5 ults.
DRX gives the round over.
This is nice though. Look,
Foxy, just not
the decision to go push elbow and kill the Cypher.
But that many players there, even if you gotten one, probably going to be a quick trade on the back of it. Buzz able to find 2, but by that point, the rest of the site was taken. So nobody really able to pop their ults in comfort for DRX. Now, Foxy kind of covering his bases, going for a bit of a more spread play. Him and Mako still going to be back to holding down that A site.
Dude,
Buzz
they're
has
just
another
taking the orb
showstopper.
to make sure they
They're
can't
one
take
away
it.
from but too late
Yeah,
with
and
that
Saya
spray to
1
catch
away.
everybody.
The orb control has been
They
so
just
good
decide,
by
well, we haven't been punched for the orb
aggressive,
yet, so we
really
might as well take it,
denying
even though we
any of that
literally have full
T1.
ults.
And after a little bit of extra information on the B side, it's going to be the pit up. You still got a tripwire, and it seems like another cyber cage on Showers.
Yeah,
So
this is
you
just
are
heavy
protected
block
from the
over
flank
towards
on
A.
the A side. And now B site already filled up. Like you said, all ults online now, including the showstopper. DRX have their pick on how they want to defend this site.
Yeah, I'd really like to see a quick
Oh, this knife.
null command here from
Knife hits
Stax.
4.
There's a ton of utility. Try to barricade this
Yeah,
push
and
from
this
T1.
harbor
They've
cove was
stalled
to
it
try
out
get
enough.
through the choke
Foxy
point, and now they're a little bit
slide
stuck.
over a
Boombot.
bit towards spawn.
Nade down ult.
Strike that pushes them through, and then the showstopper try to pinch, but Stax
Wait.
still staying alive. Gets the
What?
triple right up against Hookah.
Man, every time a round looks close, Stax just kills everyone.
And now with only
How's
30
it happened
seconds
again?
left, T1 choosing to
Bro, they
go
got
for
a
the
save. Oh my god, the instant reset.
I guess you don't need the ult if you're Stax. You're just killing them anyway, so just
Yeah.
go for it. I mean, just absolutely incredible. The way that they dump mollies to make sure that T1 can't get comfortable in this execute. So well thought out by DRX.
Not another one.
And keeping Bane over there as well.
Prodigy puts the chat
Work
into
a
slow
treat.
mode.
No
I say Death
real
PC.
threat there for DRX. Yeah, Buzz doesn't land the showstopper, but it causes T1 to take a moment of pause. It allows Stax to pick members off from behind.
Give me this
too,
replay of
so
Stax, because how's he done this
crosshairs there
again?
probably as well.
Different site
We're
this time.
looking for where the
Same
heck
thing,
Buzz
right
went.
click flash,
Up in the
or
air, but few ults invested that round. You use the Viper's Pit to force them over to B, right into the waiting arms of the rest of the players of DRX. Well thought out once again. You can see that in these
not
rounds
even,
where
just
they're
tanking a
comfortable,
molly the whole time.
where they have the
Oh
time to
my,
whoop, whoop,
that
whoop.
was
He has
fast.
been quick here on Bind. Just absolute snappy.
Yeah, that was
Like you
really
said,
fast.
And the timing on these ults, just perfect to really secure that 7 round. A nice key mark to secure before trying to move on for some extra ones.
Orb again?
Yeah, banking towards another one, it seems, before the half ends.
What are they going to deal with this? I mean, use the Sky utility or something to try to keep Buzz a little uncomfortable, but I don't know if it's going to come in time.
It seems T1 a little bit afraid.
Imagine being this guy, just seeing this Sky Dog just backing up into you.
So they really want to play these widespread defaults, but as you mentioned, it's something that we've been calling on this entire map. That B main control, it's never been.
Okay, the call is to hit over towards 8. 2 people here, but early info. Double kill trip.
You've got the like long range utility to contest that space, and they just aren't seemingly comfortable to do so.
Rotate coming in.
To be more of a kind of execute
All
heavy
info
style.
over towards long.
Pretty well handled.
Yeah, well, there is the Dizzy and the guiding
Oh
line,
man,
but
it's
Easy
melting
can't
apart.
get
One's
far
taking the
away enough from
TP.
Tripwire in time.
People aren't
Sayonara
looking
covering
over
it back
towards
by
lamps.
Foxy now finally there for the trade.
No
It's still
showers
a 4v3
control.
in favor of DRX. Carpe trying to bait
Xgeo's
out a
big.
little bit of a reaction. They recognize where Foxy 9's location is, but backup has arrived. Backside filled up by Stacks and Bane.
Right here.
Even
30
Buzz
seconds left.
getting prepared to rotate over. Once they hear the spike plant, he's looking to approach. There's the Dizzy, but they're ready for it. It's going to be Foxy 9 Cyber Keys that keeps them held.
How many
allowing
multi
Stacks
kills this guy gonna
another
get?
double in this round, and Buzz will get the finisher. 8-1.
8-1, 2-4 loss bonus on top of all of this as well, so they can't really get a good buy. Everyone's sitting around 3k.
DRX is using their smokes to cover themselves while they spray
What's
the
Stacks
wingman
on?
down.
Stacks is at 11 to
Make sure that
3,
it's
Buzz
even
is
more
on 12 to
difficult when they all
4.
just set up these
Bro, their stat
crossfires
line from
around
this
the
map
edges.
and
This time T1
split
tries
is
to
going to
get
be
ahead of it. I don't mind
outrageous.
the idea, but the Dizzy is cleared too quickly. Once again, the Cypher utility worth its weight in gold for DRX. And they're trying to play off a quick top
Yeah,
flash
they
from
need
the
way
Dizzy.
more map control,
Taken care of, dealt with.
and they just can't get it.
The reaction so strong for DRX. Seems like
The
they
KO
are
is
fully prepared
annihilating them.
for this T1
They just
Gecko
5-1 a
comp
lot,
on
or like, sorry, 4-1 or just
I believe DRX might
5-person
have
hit
been
a lot.
the team to take it down last year as well when T1 started to first introduce it and got some maps with it. But now
Razor
obviously a bit of a
into the
different
low
tempo,
buy.
different roster on both sides. DRX this time just trying to hold on
Yeah,
to
K-Roll
backside.
cancels
It's
this
going
one.
to be the null command that destroys the showstopper, so keeps Mako
You
safe.
go close,
What a way
Visual
to hold on to backside.
with the
Carpe
plant,
noted
but
in
obviously they
lamp
got to wait
side,
for the
player
K-Ult
still
to
hidden,
cancel.
Trying to bait for the raise.
So they
Carpe
popped
just
3 ults
trying
into an
to
eco.
draw out the
Well,
attention. Mako,
potentially.
is he wherever he is? You just cannot fake out this guy. He's been through so
Yeah,
many
3
different
ults into the
rounds.
low buy.
And now a 5v4. Not the best weaponry for T1. Buzz down to 6 HP, but his job now just to draw aggro from Xcure, keep him tied up as the members on
They got a
T1
lot
start
of
to dwindle
delay.
down one by one. Carpe putting down the Moss Shirley, wanting to make sure that the utility is there. He gets 1 kill against Foxy 9. Now they try to swarm in against the same
Yeah,
they all
look
get
at the
sprayed
delay on
down
the
by
spike.
the Stinger.
Okay,
Finally,
nicely
second
done.
round
All of the
T1.
ults used for
Yeah,
this.
it's a good setup. I like this extra poison cloud inside of that Viper's pit. It cuts off one of the angles, and the angle that DRX is forced to take there. So that's really smart planning for the side of T1. Good holds on the
Can't
flanks
repeat
as
that
well.
though. You
So
cannot
that's
repeat that.
huge
I mean, they have
moral
Harbor ult to get
victory
over
now
towards the
for
site, so
T1,
it's still an
who
ult to
seemingly
help
were
them. But
shut out of this half. It's a nice setup for Rossi. I really, really like the way that he put all of his pieces in the right places to make that retake impossible for DRX. So now operator for Buzz.
Up for
able to
Buzz.
buy RT1 off the win of
and
that eco.
oh man, not a lineup though, right?
Trailblazer, and he doesn't bite.
Oh.
He waits for the extra member. He goes for a second. And
Oh
Buzz
my
shuts
God,
down
there's
the
a Harbor
entire
ult as
approach
well.
from Showers. He's still aiming for a third.
Harbor
Foxy
ult
9 will
goes
pick up
in.
that
They've already
kill.
lost
As he
everyone.
gets
Rossi's
tagged by the
melting.
Cypher Util, Mako peeks out
Holy
amongst the chaos,
35
making sure
HP
to
from
cover
the
his teammates' backs.
Grim
And in
Molly.
a blink of an eye, it's only Rossi with 35 HP and a dream. All 5 members of DRX left alive. Allow Stacks to still stay on the B site just in case. Trying to get over.
Some mental
Strip
block.
Bar, he gets
I
tagged.
think they need
Afraid of the swarm coming in.
I think they need to work on
Bane
their
just
attack
drawing
side a
the
lot.
attention. This is
It
all
feels
the
so
Buzz to try to
feels
get
so
what
gambly
seems
sometimes
like
when I
another
watch this in
showstopper,
split.
but Mako says,
I know
"Ah,
that the
this is
split
gonna
comp's
take
meant
too
to be
long."
like gambly,
Blades
like
up the
send
kill.
it into sight, but
A valiant attempt from Rossi, but
I think they would benefit
too
from
little,
just
too
like
late here for
slow,
T1. Buzz
especially as they like ops on
so ready
attack, like
for that
slower map
situation
control
there. Had
default
it all planned
would just
out in his
work well
head.
for them.
Saw that utility and thought, I'm going to stick around for the first and then immediately blast back out before they could even react. Make matters worse, it's Saya, one of the players who can maybe try to quickly challenge Buzz's op angle with some blast backs of his own, who's taken out. The follow-up just shut down. Izu, no comfort.
DRX farming stats.
Rossi
Oh,
can do, to
yeah.
be honest. And yeah.
Wishing he got
easy
the
game.
Showstopper there. But hey, you've been getting
Yeah,
these
and
free
this guy's
orbs.
just been getting this orb every single time.
T1 finally
They
wanted
try
to
and punish
but it
it,
might just be a little too late. They
and he
get
has a
zero-pointed,
judge close.
Trying to go for that pop flash. The fragment. Now the Showstopper. Does he see him? Not quite. Just has to wait.
Dude, he might just throw it here. I mean, Boombot gives him the kill.
Oh, you're in the corner. Welcome over back to the B site. I mean, this is just Buzz having a read.
He's a judge
on
with a
Saya.
backup shorty.
This is a straight up duel between the two Razors.
Judge and the
Buzz comes
backup
out
shorty,
ahead
man.
once
That's so
more.
good.
T1, they just want a third round in this half.
They're just outplayed at every step. I mean, on split and right over here to bind. These maps DRX super comfortable with some players having to shift their agents. I mean, Mako has been a Viper for so long, and he's been so darn good at it. He's just right in his wheelhouse. He's got a couple players coming at him, but they get the spot.
Timing!
Are you kidding?
I mean, you just imagine, because the screen's up for so long and you see nothing on B, is this truly a push? How does he get the tag? But it's all enough to keep Mako alive. 30 HP, he'll now back up. Bane has arrived, and so has Foxy9. Goes for the spray. Carpe down to 3 HP. Carpe trying to plant with the wingman. Rossi's going to spray as the Dizzy tags. Rossi
Yeah, I mean, that
trying
was
to
off
open up the
double
site, trying to
Dizzy
bang
flash.
home just one more round, and Carpe and Excura will both get
3?
another buzz. Now all down to him. He already took down the
I mean, they'll
player.
take it considering
There's
the start,
4
I
more
guess.
members.
Pistol, get some belief.
Recreate the magic of the 10-2 in the first half, but these snake bites have a different idea. Nope, peeked out just a little too early. And that's going to be Carpe taken down first.
Uh-oh.
With the swing out,
Oh,
all right,
man.
Buzz gets 3, and Rossi will
Even-
answer right back.
even
for
that
a
wasn't
9-3
convincing.
score.
This
Okay.
is one of the few rounds
nice-
that T1
nice
is
util
able
there
to
at
get
least.
Showers control and really put it to good use. Most of the time, DRX has been challenging it and really just making it an untenable position. But the control of it is seated this time, and Rossi puts it to great use. The Dizzy to set him up to knock 2 down.
Yeah, I'm not sure some of
Gives
these
Team
comps
Round
make
a
sense for
crucial third round win. So
like the
defender side on Bind,
players that
generally a defender sided
you
map
want to
these
have.
days.
I don't know. Plus, the split
Is
comp's
it
a
gonna be
little
enough, though?
outdated.
Is
That
3
split
rounds
comp
enough
kind of
for
got
T1?
annihilated once
I don't know.
Sky got
I
nerfed.
don't know.
2 was not enough for Gen G. We'll see if 3 is enough for T1. Oh, well, their boyfriend can't really watch 3D games because they get dizzy, and they still dragged him out here to watch this banger.
It's a good choice.
I mean, if you're gonna watch a match, although I don't know, the night with the likes of Saya Player and Buzz flying around and Paper Rex earlier in the night, maybe really doubling down. On
yeah, definitely. And the Gecko in there, throwing literal dizzies at you.
Maybe not the best first impression of Valorant, but hopefully you warm up to it.
I mean, at least
Must
you got
win
a
pistol
banger
for
day.
T1.
That's true. It's been
Anything
exciting,
wild?
that's for
No,
sure.
not really. Frenzy.
That's what it's all about. And the chance come through
ghosts.
for both of our
DRX.
respective Korean teams from the crowd. Still a lot of fans.
Full one
sticking
default.
around late.
Cypher just in control of getting
Coax.
info over towards A.
Nearing 10:30 p.m. and the T1 fans desperately hoping that it gets extended just a bit longer. DRX now on the
Bro,
attack.
17
As
to
the countdown
6.
comes through, it looks like it's going to be a hit onto the B side. Foxy9 just waiting to see, to make sure that if they need to, they can TP and rotate over to A with that shower cam control.
17 kills in that half for Buzz.
Seen them do
It's
this a lot.
absolutely incredible what he's
Wall
able
off
to do.
here,
Some
flash
good
behind
operator
it.
moments for him. But this
DRX has already read through, right? This default that T1's been bringing out. They kind of jiggle back and forth around the high tide. Spirit waiting for it. He's good for 1. He expects another, but it's going to be 3.
They thought it was
and
a
he's
double
not
stack,
able to clean up the rest
why
of the
wouldn't
kills.
it be?
Stacks and Buzz. They won't push their luck any further, and they re-peek, but a quick TP in from side
Uh-oh.
player Rossi.
Keep
Now
an eye on the
2v2.
Cypher.
Foxy,
TP, shots
is
in the
he
side
going to go
potential.
for the teleport play alongside his teammate.
Yeah, maybe missed the
Mako
windows. Good
slide up by the
reposition from
door
T1.
if he's
But
gonna
they have
go there.
no
Instead,
idea where the others are.
Try a different angle. See if they can crunch from sight. Spikes down. So T1 playing it a little bit close to the vest, but now they're starting to push out.
I mean, this is just a timing read
the
on
timing.
both sides. DRX trying to check if they push through, and Mako will turn around in time. And that's TP. Saya with a frenzy.
Damn,
It's
Saya
in
just
range.
rounded the other
And a
guy. Yeah, just
triple
confidence with the frenzy.
for the
1v2,
duelists as
must
they
win
get
pistol.
4
They
on the
get
board
it.
for T1.
Takes the ghost at the end as well.
It's so funny that on every single map, DRX wins their first pistol.
Yep.
And then T1 wins the next one. Just Really great stuff from both teams. You can see how deep they're going to dig. Certainly no give up in T1 at all. That frenzy works a treat. D1 tries to get into hookah. They try to reaggress those angles. But then that phenomenal TP timing from Rossi shuts.
Why didn't they play spike here? As in just hold the spike? Because they could have been anywhere. That's the issue. They could have been all over the map. And they'd have to 1-2, and they could probably just communicate a well-timed like pinch. But going together, you have a good chance of isolating them.
Very aggressive high-low setup right on each side of the toxic screen. Waits for the counter peek, and it's going to be Carpet side player good for one. Side player now continue on with 2. He still stays alive with 6 HP. Tries to check for showers as they get pushed. But it's going
Why does it
to
always
be
just get me worried when I start seeing them drop the deaths?
It's going to be
Okay,
fairly
they lost one gun and Marshall.
And it's the perfect start that they need to this second half. They're able to keep 3 of their guns over. That's about what you're looking for at worst on those anti-ecos. You're able to upgrade to a couple Vandals, Spectre as well. Now DRX with their full purchase. See if they can start working the map. Saya so blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that second shot just catches a glimpse, and Xcurate coming back online as well.
Stones just sparks.
So we'll see, can they continue?
Okay, and they realize how important this is because of just the score, and they decide to double buy into it. So it is literally a swing round early on, no bonus, all rounds.
Not sure if he quite reads it, but he gets a fishy feeling.
He's got the trap wire there, though, to cover his back, so should be A-okay now.
Meanwhile, Foxy9 still has showers control, so if things go south, they could still pinch right back onto the A side. I mean, this is one heck of a default here from DRX to counter out the potential pushes out of T1.
They could TP if
they might just leave one, heavy rotate, and then if they hit sight, this guy can satchel over.
On a lurk is Saya. I think he's going to hold here, maybe until the execute comes through. See if he can catch him a little off guard in the timings.
Yeah, could also.
Yeah, this works well. This is a nice adjustment. 3 people over towards site. See what they can get. 2 people on site. See what they can get.
He's trying to look for more, just being the scout for his teammates.
Oh, team flash. Oh man, it fell apart.
Still gets one.
It fell apart so hard. The team flashed around the side.
Just Saya player and Carpe. Saya player holding on to Hookah. Carpe, he's got.
And did this guy break the
doesn't have as much time as he thinks he does.
Trip?
Needs to find this
with his
first
satchel
skill.
Or something?
Trying to check for
utility. Yeah. Lot to work with.
Sound, but that's just enough time as he backs out for the Dizzy.
You kind of have to save because they bought into it, so they need the extra gun.
Was our bonus round. Not enough creds for myself. Just trying to keep the Vandal, maybe one extra exit frag.
0 point to check to see if he was hanging around. Bane seemingly aware. But now
they were in a pretty good position, but yeah, this kill towards spawn was everything, and then it really fell apart. Team flash, and getting killed after the team flash, and then this guy just can only get a one and done.
Felt like it might be a little bit dicey, but that early position from Buzz on top of that shed is just
then I think on top, Saya tried to go through the trip, and I'm pretty sure he blew up the trip with his satchel, so they knew about it.
Overview of the back end of that site, and he cleans out a player. That gives them a lot more comfort getting through. Nobody hiding in any of the smokes close to deal with them, so Buzz doing tremendous work on the entries. The follow-up from the rest of his team, so strong. Same toxic screen again at the beginning of the round, and here you go. Buzz just up, and just nobody even, no idea.
I mean, perhaps just assuming that their high tide was covering it, right? Because this has become a very common position on these executes onto the B site. So that's something that T1 will have to keep tabs on. Buzz once again left hanging on that fist bump. See if he eventually gets it. He did confirm on his social media that he did indeed get his fist bump from Bane in that last match.
Okay, force into this one.
Bane's so dialed in,
Extra,
man.
Saya kind of close to the ult. No one else anywhere
he's
near close.
For this opportunity
they didn't get enough kills to make this a swing round, so T1 have to win 2 in a row.
And now not squandering
Has been pretty hard.
It's going to be an early orb for T1. Trying to push out, just going for dry contact.
Swings.
They will get one, trying for the pop flash. It's enough just to buy
time.
No,
holy hell,
Buzz catches them on the exit.
22 to 8. 23 to 8.
And Buzz, he's now in the flow state. Gets a triple kill. Trying to open up the site all on his own. Calls for Bane. Calls for Spike. Meanwhile, Mako still opening a site in case he gets stopped on the entry. Look at this.
Mako with the luck, 24 to 8. Look at this guy go. Dude, they're big buy rounds. They walk contact down late.
Gets backed up
2.
by the blast pack from Saya and still feels like I probably have enough time to do this. They're trying to cover him. This didn't work. Buzz able to find both and then immediately just says,
he did so good to turn the flash though. We got to give him so much credit there.
Here. And Carpe trying to do what he can, but just not quite ready for that angle. Mako catches Rossi right as he's going for the TP. Unbelievable timing.
I mean, DRX is dialed in, and now just trying to pressure against this orb. Nice and fast. You've still got that showstopper already online from Buzz, thanks to that last round. The high tide default being respected by DRX, but nothing off of it for T1. They're holding close on guard, and Carpe gets spotted. This is going to be enough here for Izu. The pop flash comes through.
The combo is nice. Sky flash into the Gecko flash. We're going to see a lot of that this year. Well, some kind of flash into the Gecko flash at least.
T1 shutting down some of this early aggression, taking the showstopper out of the equation. Now you have a bunch of ults to work with if necessary. If DRX even gets to the plant, it's going to be potentially pretty tricky with Excurate sitting behind the tube. You got the elbow angle, now held by Carpe, who can throw a thrash in there as well.
And exploring over towards A as well, so could have a faster rotate.
Don't want to give over the info, trying to keep it quiet.
We'll see if they can get through unspotted. They're already in the entrance. Carpe senses something, perhaps a jumping, catching a glimpse on the way down the Dizzy, and then the thrash.
This guy peeked before the fish shot.
Foxy9 hiding in and out of the cyber cage, but that's going to be enough. The orb now picked up by Mako, recognizing that the round is already lost. Just wants to get closer to the Viper's pit. Look at the creds. Well enough for DRX, so Mako just looking to see if he can get a kill, and he does, and that's the Viper's pit now online for Mako. That's the best he can hope for.
I mean, it's just worth in terms of getting some damage done there. I love how they had a higher lower, then Rossi just instantly just swings and breaks it all up, and they have to kind of adjust.
Extra kills. Not sure what Carpe is going to be able to buy there, but a great flash timing from Izu to set him and Carpe up for those kills to make this essential execute untenable for DRX. Get everybody over, get those crossfires set up. Great patience from Carpe to wait things out. Good jiggle peeking there, uses the Dizzy, uses the thrash to make sure that there's no stabilization found at all. Now this round, big ultimates for DRX to play around with. Couldn't get the showstopper
and
to go.
Swing round at 11-6. So either done game or Entry will come back still online. Buzz close to his. I mean, Buzz has his ult. Stacks one away. He could just hold this the whole time.
It looks like DRX, they actually want to eventually pivot to A, so no need to rush it. They'll just go for a pinch on a timing. Put some pressure over to B.
Whoa.
Rossi wants to check for it. The trade's going to be there. Saya thinks it's the main force, but it's not. And now it's just going to be the showstoppers traded for each other.
16. Oh, that was sick.
He stays alive with 16 HP. Paint shells
so nearly got that. They get the plant. Dude, they're all over towards lamps. They have no map control. Okay, Viper goes in. Makes a lot more sense now. Harbor ult goes out, so they might be able to get some spams here. Carpe still has wingman.
Bouncing back and forth within their own Viper's pit. Izu couldn't find the kill onto Mako, and now it's all coming from one side. DRX well aware of this possibility. The spray's coming through, but it's just about keeping
wingman here and all on the plant, and then shows the gun. Oh man!
As Buzz secures the kill, stacks DRX, all of DRX coming through. They take down Saya player, and it's just one member of Excurate who could not find an opening in. Will have to be a save. And that will give match point.
Yeah, they handled this one really badly because it needs to be like everyone get ready, spam all of this, make sure no one's here in terms of this area, then get close, wingman in, then this guy can swing while wingman goes in, then you can push towards here. Like it needs to be a little bit like Icebox, right? You know when someone taps the spike or like Cove goes out on the spike or a wall and you create chaos? It needs to be the same thing here. It was really poor.
Over on the other side of A, and then DRX working it to perfection, in and around
it,
never giving
6 rounds. 6 rounds. Nicely done from DRX though. Again, obviously the ult was sick.
I didn't catch what
and their play in terms of
like the
how they handled just the ult to try and make sure they could get enough map control to do it.
It's just going to be DRX at match point now, and T1 6 rounds to go if they want to drag this out into a late night of overtime.
performance coach to improve their attacking side. It's not even performance coach, I don't think.
He's just trying to draw them out one by one. He will catch one.
It's just more like the actual attacking rounds.
Still in control by Rossi. This time the fast flank coming in from the rest of T1. All through a short.
25-9.
They've chosen to push all the way into the
Yeah, they just swap
positions. They know that Showers has
positions.
been given up. They know the flanks have been coming in. The hard pushes out of B, and the post plant is good from TRX. Trailblazer finds nothing. Stacks just looking to buy time and lamps. The rest of his teammates setting up in Evan. Stacks, if he can get a kill here, it might as well secure the entire map. And he
I'm
gets
seeing
it.
some
T1,
crazy
they still
stuff,
have
man.
so much to clear. They have to push out. Excuret will answer back, but it's just 2 members against 3. Util still in the hands of DRX. The Molly lands, and Rossi goes down. And Excuret, the last one standing.
Holy hell, they got annihilated on these two. 13-5 into a 13-6. Nicely done from DRX. That's way more convincing than I thought this was.
Buzz is letting them know it. I mean, just tremendous stuff on
Yeah, I mean,
split
Buzz
bind
was
from
insane.
DRX. Yeah, Breeze was a little shaky.
Wait, he's still going?
But Buzz is letting them know that this is still his stage.
Damn, he's still going at them.
DRX once again, immaculate reads, phenomenal stuff from the coaching staff preparing them for these 2 maps at every twist and turn. And that last round, a microcosm of this entire series where DRX just reads that T1 is going to get aggressive and they go to the other side and flip the map on its head to make themselves essentially the defenders in that post plant. Insanely good stuff.
Just a hard read.
T1 looking, dude, they're not in a good place, man. They got it. The likelihood of them making playoffs is not high. They got to win both their games.
Again in front of the home crowd. It's been a rough year as they finally fell to PaperX last year. Couldn't make it to Masters Madrid, but they now return rejuvenated. And now we have the Analyst standing by to break down TRX's rise.
Okay, someone give me someone who's streaming Polaris. I might be able to stream some of the other days, but not today.
This 2024,
Who's what's like Yinsu streaming at the moment?
Winning another precious championship point, this time against T1.
Well, maybe I could do the first map,
What a
first game.
Guys.
I mean, this was just dominant.
I could maybe do the first.
Absolutely insane once again here from the side of DRX. They come out swinging at 13-6. Just huge streak off the top.
Maybe do one map of Icebox.
I mean, we saw it on Breeze too, but they didn't drop the ball.
Let's do one map of Apex.
12 first kills.
I got time for one map.
This was just a fantastic performance. One of the things
maybe
that
2
they've
maps.
been saying
I got time for this
after
best of
not
3.
being able to go to Madrid was that seeing Gen.G there, seeing Gen.G make it to that grand final was the biggest kick in the rear that they have ever gotten in their careers, and right now they are absolutely showing it.
And it's another one of those things where they start out on the defense side half, and you have these. Actually, all 3 maps today have been 6-0 at the start, and it's all DRX getting these first kills, getting a lot of these plays. I really
what's the score in the Chinese games at the moment? There's so many games on right now.
It's at Spy Camera Placement, actually. It's actually
Praise Billy, but Billy won the fast. Oh my goodness, bro. There's too many games. I think we might have to catch China.
They're able to spray down through smokes with their Phantoms, DRX, getting all of these kills.
Now Buzz.
Let's switch to China for a little bit.
This ACS was incredible.
And then we'll watch one game of China, then we'll host Polaris or something like that.
To talk
It's the
to
easy way to do this.
About this particular matchup. She's a T1 fan. She's the lead singer of Against the Current. You've seen her on VCT Champions.
Where is this?
You've seen her everywhere. I think there's she does a D&D channel. She does a lot of stuff. It's Chrissy Costanza.
Hey,
welcome. Welcome. Hi. How's it going? Oh, how's it going? It's good seeing you. We saw you down in the audience. I was down there. It's hot down there. Yeah? Well,
we're going to switch over to China. We're going to catch the end of this map, and then I'll work out what on earth I'm doing.
More than life itself.
So if you want to catch the rest of this, I'll put. Do people want to put the link in stream? You guys can find it. I believe in you all.
Yeah, that was a better one. Yeah. How did you find the game today? You know, I wasn't even expecting map 1, so that was a
switching over,
surprise.
chat.
I was actually eating.
最后只剩峰峰战神为1打3，他是退不出去的，只能在点里金字塔侧翼。技能也空了，左边是一个双了，还有蛇吻。
Okay, so Billy, one map up. Trace.
从中路过来，但是也太容易被猜到了，因为位置完全被卡死了。
这个惨局我只能说 BOG 把尊重展现的淋漓尽致，完全没有给到峰峰任何的对枪机会，正面 落单的小 K 是一直在不停晃身去勾的，而想要去抓的两人，甚至还给了舌吻去逼迫峰峰的站位。但我觉得这波最大的问题是出在了 A 通道。
Let me change the YouTube channel.
而且是先开这个神武不绝加上狂烈之怒的一个组合技之后，还被接了2个人，确实是有点太伤了。
那现在反观 BLG 的终极技能是有领先了，因为主要上一分 TE 的终极技能没打出特别好的收益，不过 TE 胜在钱多。 就在整个上半场，他应该是不会再缺钱了。
不过对于 BLG 来说，上一分消耗掉了对面非常多终极技能，这是一个好消息。小开的进攻局架的是2楼。
They slow play this round. That's perfect.
没有对
Into the title.
没有对2楼有任何的想法。
TE 在整个上半场其实是非常重视于2楼管道的位置占领的。中路消遣无人机，虽然闪到了飞机，但是这一标还是标到了夜路的身上，
而且看到了传送回去之后的点位。 这样中路其实已经是被压迫的非常靠后了。
神鬼不绝，直接步入。
看到2楼是个狙了，想找狙。
哎，要杀吗？感觉这个位置现在杀不了了。
那只能是
Wait, what? Okay, this gets a bit of info, flashes, creates a lot of pressure. About a minute left on this one. Keep an eye on the luck that's coming in. Yeah, Molly hits this guy as well. Got anything crazy in terms of the comps? Not really. Very standard.
现在贝尔非常担心中路有人来压他。
不过2个人守底线还是比较安全的，加上有技能可以拖。
有舌吻，舌吻加半线。
这波要看小开的巨刃了。
中路有赛博囚笼掩护了一下，把黑贝打掉了。这一波还在操作，有赛博体，中路的对枪，但是 Locking 和正面的自己的队友小开是补枪到位，非常精准。本来是一个人少打人多，反而被正面强行突破了。BLG 只剩一个。
Yeah, I can't even remember how I predicted for this. I think I said Trace.
没有任何技能，还有明驹在支架，已经是。 很难操作了，
出不来啊！现在枪线加的非常死。
Hey, what is this? What is this Desp?
每一步都是很受限的。
直接被狙架住，8比3。
Wait, Desp, is that true? That's nuts, man. The spam actually crashed your phone.
不着急，他们这个慢控中路的打法导致。
Bro, you shouldn't be telling chat that. It's just gonna do it even more.
退无可退的境地了。虽然有3名这波通过赛博球的掩护，在点内接了2个人，但你可以看到 B 区还是一个被完全包夹的存在。 没有位置可以站啊，这是一个最大的问题。加上队友又第一时间赶不到，小开最终
现在非常明白一个道理，就是只要我是进攻方抱团去 rush 或者是夹击这种情况，不管你接几个，我人一定会
人数优势。局部的人多打人少，加上我控到了中路，你的回防是不敢走中路这种比较近的距离的。那绕远路的话，你第一时间肯定是支援不到的。
又是 A 点的前
Okay, last round.
而这分上半场的最后一分 ，BLG 的经济非常差。
The B split and actually.
把正义出门，里面说他
Let's see, because Sova gets hit pretty early.
半线一破。
No recon though. 1 kill trip on site. Bro, the Cypher's just entering here. Damn, and what an entry.
连续的双杀还以颜色，这边的远距离对枪
The commit. 20 HP, it's a little bit unlucky. Timing on this is wild. No chance he checks left, yeah? Oh, he hits the ult. Oh, bro's mid ult. 9-3.
哇，这里确实没办法，保镖没血啊。然后这个狂烈之怒的取消后摇又非常的长，尽管第一时间的反应已经很快了，但还是被对面抓到了这个举枪的 timing。但只能说峰峰这波。
Yeah, the duelist ciphers that we're starting to see are pretty fun, man. Cypher looks like a fun role in a team, not so much in ranked, but.
万一对方有1个人在看，他那个位置一颗就倒。
我觉得其实主要是因为他们在 B 区蹲的时间很长，完全。
You have to be pretty good at everything, though.
当时是一个。
Sometimes your first entry, if the duelist is splitting, sometimes you're lurking loads. Like you gotta be pretty good at understanding everything.
这一场是给了一个夜路的表情包。
Cypher in ranked, I mean the trips wreck everyone, so I'm sure it's fine.
对，上张地图是雷兹决定战局，而这张地图是夜路主导整个局面。
硬要说的话，感觉夜路好像。
夜路发出了疑问。
Is my camera blocking the picture, so it just looks like these guys are just randomly itching their head?
拿出来确实是让我有一点点惊喜的。他的夜路第一次出现在赛场上面，我觉得时间都还是很长的。可能那一波跟队友的狂烈之怒配合没有打到非常好以外，其他技能上的一个衔接还是很不错的。
并且我觉得他其实是完美完成了就是半个先锋的这样的一个作用。
对，
既打出了拉扯，然后又给到了正面一些闪光的辅助。确实还是打出了不错的效果。
但反而是BRG 这个
Thank you
单夜
for
路的
sending
棋
me.
有点难受，加上夜路拿狙还是会有一点点问题。他的这个锚点，如果你放得特别近的话，那其实就没有办法去实施这种我想要在人在 A 去转 B 这样的一个作用了。
BRG 在上半场的战术策略，它其实是重防 A1的，就 A 大正面。但是在整个上半场进攻阶段 ，T 也没走过几次正面，他全都是走管道或者走中路，然后转移到这个 A 小或者是 A 这个双向门或者是 B 点的连接 B 小位置。
我觉得其实主要两队在这个私下的训练赛里边打的有点多，对于对手的这个了解确实是很深的。那这一场我觉得上半场这个比分差还是有点大的，换边之后。单夜路的进攻阵容是蛮受考验的。
峰峰在这张地图
Yeah, chamber. Dude, they'll bring it out on a map. He's playing duelist again. They'll bring it out. They'll bring it out on a map like Sunset, maybe.
比分的优势也很明显的显示这一点。
Okay, must win pistol for Billy Billy, and we have the 1 TP for up for the Euro. It's already done.
他们下半场要面对自己的进攻分了。
Weird.
目前来看，这是一个管道加
What a weird wall.
这 timing。
马路中间烽烟很危险。
这样强行往里传，徐立健有反馈。
对，说的那个套路。
Yeah, and the Euro gets tagged, gets out of there. Got to keep an eye on the Cypher, who's just made a lot of spacing here.
比较有趣的是两个人
hitting in tube. Good plant. They get out of there. Low HP on site, trying to get one cheeky kill. Honestly, might work here.
峰峰其实是最受挑战的。哇！
可以先架住一个。 这个位置黑贝，他知道对手血已经不多了，直接想跟对方去近距离先磕掉一个，强行过来拉，好像小 K 吃到了这个独木的
时间已经不太多了，
还在拖，王浩哲先点掉一个，第二个补枪有点来不了了，有雷击剑，雷击剑给到了包点。
The trade of shock darts, big 1v1.
还能操作。
They got no time on this though.
确定对手拆不了就可以了，时间已经是。 不够了，
没办法，因为这波在2楼稍微拉扯的时间有点太久了，导致第二时间黑贝回到正面之后，尽管打掉对手也拆不了的。这波我觉得最大的问题还是出在了2楼这个点位上面。没有人，第一时间没有人盯防，导致有3匹摸得太快了。峰峰其实已经有一定的预警，2楼可能会有人了，但没有想到踢得如此之近，再加上第一时间。 BRG 是选择了全员退点，所以在清理这个 A 场的时候，还是消耗了很多时间。
这 BRG，
这枪械
来到第2分是一点都不含糊啊！
确实，而且
they had 4, they decided to go with 3.
要么聊拳，要么数位。
就他们现在起的这些枪是没有这种距离
3 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
而且他们这个起枪其实更大的考虑是为了下一分，跟对面的一个
掰长枪分了。
对，跟下一分对面的一个枪械强度不会差的太多，但这样也会有一个弊端，你掉一把枪都肉痛的不行。 所以这分的进攻要打得小心再小心。
They just relax on this one.
但是现在你看
Okay, so I think they misplaced their wall the round
而
before.
且有一个障云提前给在了这里。
It creates a lot of pressure over towards here. I think it had too much of a gap here earlier. Not entirely sure.
已经看到了。
传送也交了。 左右护法能不能打出一些收益？
3-person stack. They've gone past 2 of them. Yeah, this is kind of nice though. Omen smoke into the middle of site, TP in from double from the Omen and the Yoru. Pretty cool. And then they just go out of this together as they're going out of their smoke together to just pinch these. I think this, I do like the additional smoke with a Yoru. It does mean that you can do some of the normal TPs a little bit safer.
这小开和 Loki 应该是在等对手的绕后，不过我觉得在在这样的一个起枪以及正面进得很顺的情况下，有3分 T 肯定是不可能走得这么快来绕的。
并且这一分，我觉得作为 BRG 的角度去考虑的话，他们是不能接受再掉枪了。
没错，
分已经拿到，那就是。 尽可能的保证存活，但是现在 T 就是我得尽可能的找你的人，尽量再下一把，下一把就赚一把。
T 也很清楚，再往前走可能就会有人在，所以
漏脚步了。但是这个位置窗口这个位有人在看，
他们是想在这个极限距离送包吗？感觉是的，好像下枪已经有点难了，所以想要直接送包了，不给点数。
全是小标配啊，操作起来太困难。
所以直接送包了。 一个也比较理智的选择。
Using a Gentleman's Classic, yeah, they don't have any of their classics yet, right? So they just use all of the other ones. Probably just likes the look. She's a big Phoenix fan or something.
这全是传进来的。
是，但是其实这种传也会有一定的风险，就是如果近距离有藏人钻到烟里来的话，这可能就是两个
会有一个夜路的假神稍微给点压力，但是可能。
Alright, bonus is still decent because of the buy round that they got in terms of the 3 Guardians surviving. And they're going for another B hit. Is it literally going to be the same thing? And did this guy change his trip up to actually get the TPs of the smoke double entry that we're seeing? Yeah, he did, but this guy's on top of it as well.
是被假身破掉了，
所以不需要特别担心，因为你这个半线放不了特别前的位置，很容易被打掉。哦，黑贝这个位置吃黑了，而且被寻敌剑照出来，他的位置是个名牌。
What is this duel that is going on? It's insane. How is the Cypher still alive as well?
枪口直接就收到了一个击杀，而且死点位的位置是操作不了的，必小的一个前压。 洛 K 这个位置要尽可能的拖时间，因为这边的队友已经到了，最后给到了一个全图形的技巧性投掷，但效果好像并不是很理想。二楼窗口已经上人了，一个大拉出来，直接被架住。这一分记忆虽然点内，
I mean, the side hit was pretty cool again, and they tried to change it up by having the trip to deny this a little bit deeper. And then I have no idea how this Cypher's alive over towards side.
血线好像进不射不出挑战，差一点点玩糟了。没有，他应该是。
他已经拆一半，
没有拆到一半，
差不多。
他想拆到一半，但是好像血线有点不太行了，又站起来了。
OK。
但这波其实有看到，在对于这个传到烟里的位置，T 是有做一些针对性的部署，让峰峰踩在了这个柱子的背后。
One buy before this game is like fully done if they lose it.
你也不会有太多开放的角度可以去绕。
其实我还发现了一个细节，就是在 BLG 的教练席上，他们让自己的助教 Jackson 现在是跟自己的队员更多的去沟通。
Yeah, he doesn't play chamber when the season ends. Can we cast him into the depths for lying to us? Bro, I'm not. I mean, I have no idea. I have no inside info. I just think it would be mad to pick him up and not use him there. On the same page as a lot of people, I feel like.
没错。
这种沟通更方便的教练去在暂停时间多说一点。
Unknown, hello mate, how we done?
我觉得是一个非常好的事情。
没错，那这样战术暂停给了出来，这已经是 BLG 在这张地图上的第2个暂停了，比分还是不容乐观啊！加上刚刚这个长枪分，对面也是比较顺利的拿下来了。10比5，回来之后应该是自己的一个长枪分，这分如果拿不下来的话，这张图几乎已经是很难去追了。
现在对于 BLG 来说，容错率太低了。这个暂停我觉得是要解决一旦打进点内对手的回防问题。而 TE 其实，我觉得他现在就是有点没有太多的这种担忧的点，因为他只需要保证回防的过程当中是顺利的。
对，
即便前点他有点
I mean, they got an OP ult to work around.
就是更危险的位置了。
Big swing rounds, and they got one of the better ults to secure rounds. I'm looking at Trace, we don't seem to have... I mean, honestly, this probably is their anti. Does he just have a lineup for either site if they hit? Or is he just watching tube from here? This is interesting, but yeah, I'm pretty sure this is their anti-Yoru ult. 3-person stack, they fight it a little bit heavier. Then if they go B with the ult, we go back here and we join a teammate. This is like a buddy system. The Cypher get out? Cypher's gotta get it. There's no way, bro. They have a Yoru ult. We gotta be... Surely.
在这个神鬼不绝里边的夜路的，这是一个大家要谨记的小细节。
但是 Looking 在中路其实断掉了。
I thought it looked okay. I thought as soon as this ult gets pulled, he goes back towards here. And they just play retake with everyone. Got the wall.
中路的小开是吃了一个全白。
小开倒了之后。 从管道里 ，Looking 他知道想去拿下这一分，绕后这个点他必须是要去进行。
Well, at least the timeout came in. This was, I mean, this was a strong round from them. But this comes crumbling down, and we're still starting to see teams. And I know they're trying to like a little bit behind on a lot of their stuff, and they're just playing catch up. But it happens in all the regions as well. Still seeing teams that aren't having like anti-Yoru ult rounds. You have to. You get overwhelmed on sites if you play normal. We're still at like the opening stages of when KO used to get pick loads and people would just play normal against KO and then the Cypher would get hit and they're just like, wait, why do we lose this round? Like, we're just playing normal. Get in there. We get in there, but slowly.
只要拉出来，他那个峰峰一定是没有办法还手。
对，就算自己可能会被接吧，但队友一定是能补上枪的。
对，幸福来的如此突然。
What games do we have tomorrow, dude? I'm not even sure. I take it day by day. I pretty much wake up and just quickly check who's playing. I don't even know who's playing Americas tonight. G2 100 Thieves, Zen Lev. Oh, wait, really? Some absolute bangers. That's sick. He tried to shoot his own decoy because it had the Omen flash above it.
没办法，是3边受敌，让 A 区的一个防守已经是溃败。
点内这个半区 BLG 给到的技能太多了，两人的绕后，但是脸上有个锚点，
而且有半线。
G2 100 Thieves would be pretty fun. That could be very open. G2 looking nice.
BLG 知道，因为身后听到了很多个脚步，闪效果不错，神位已经给到了绕后的角度，并且正面2把长枪还在支架，3把。 点内已经肃清干净了，最后2个人的绕后全被接。
Right, just Nico on this one though, and it's getting a little bit close. I don't know if they want to time out and talk about some of the rounds they're
主要还
doing.
是第一时间，其实我觉得小开的尝试也是可以接受的。毕竟如果说你放对面太轻松进点，又会面临一个没有太多时间回防的这样一个窘境。
主要还是枪械差距比较大，所以小开知道他退了就没了。
而且还有个问题，如果你是2人
Always on schedule, yeah. I know when the games are meant to start. I know that much.
2个人你是很难去清点的。 所以很快点你就扛不住了，
Kind of just turn up and
所有的注意力就会放在自己的身后。
It's whatever's on.
不知不觉间 BLG 已经将分差缩小到了3分。
那现在轮到 T1 了，你刚刚叫完暂停拿了分，我立马接一个。
对
Tomorrow from Pacific is Team Secret Zeta lead RRQ. Oh no, man.
蚕食回来，现在最关键的就是我们刚刚在上一个暂停之
The
前
mods have to do like so much more when it's bleed playing.
他放你进点之后回防的效率非常高，但是在最近这几个回合里，回防的效率完全被抑制住了。
我觉得最大的问题就是找不到 Bear， 找不到这个蛇纹的主
Bleed
人，
and
所以
GE,
导致他
yeah.
们每次尽管很快能够把点内清干净，但这个技能的骚扰他们确实有点难以解决。
You might actually just have to have some games where it's just sub mode, and just so you guys can actually watch the game, man. Like Bleed and GE, it might not even be worth. It might not even be worth. Just put it on sub mode. Accept it.
绕后强行抓贝尔，还是我正面要在点内先顶一波，让对面的这个近点起码要付出一些代价才行。
It gets that bad, it gets crazy bad.
应该也布置了终极技能的一些交互方法。
We've never in the 2 years, and I think this is right. The mods can correct me. We've never in 2 years, apart from like this year, had to do. Well, I say 2 years, like a year and a bit. We've never had to do sub mode apart from GE and Bleed games. Every other game is manageable. Bleed, GE games, people are just savages. Some very rare games. Sen last year was pretty bad. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
高台现在是 BLG 所控制的，所以在信息获取方面 T1 很难受，他知道这里有人，
是
如芒在背，他还得一直留一个人来看。
YGE, people just love flaming them, man.
中路高台这个位置，
最大的问题是现在站位被分散了，他只能选择顶住点内，或者是顶住这个前点处。
这是个人能力的展现。 非常冒险的一波前压，直架架住了对方的王浩哲。这个时候再次进行后退，换一个点位。
Oh, he's go with the Omen ult. Creates a lot of pressure towards middle. Omen ult goes in to give the info to try and win this duel out.
王浩哲倒了之后没有闪。
Okay, and duel over towards site. They can't go into this crossfire. Actually, can't, surely. Yeah, then they got to cancel and go B. Yeah, cancel, go B. Early trip into camera, into kill trip, into crossfire. 15 seconds. Not a chance.
裁判线第一时间，小编就应声倒地。峰峰还在石头墙这里再架，有一个障云来隔绝峰峰的强线，但是你隔绝不了近点的路线。最后只剩一个小 K， 虽然他的幽影很灵活，但这一分小 K 也是没有办法继续保。
Good amount of damage, which means that these guns have to get rebought 3,000 on top.
他们这分其实是玩了一个阳谋，就是我要么能够进到 A 区，通过小 K 的这个控中路来断你的回防，要么我能够在你想补防的时候拿到这些人数优。但可惜的是，对面转点的是一个夜路，他是传过来的，他不是走过来的，所以导致小 K 其实在中路挂了非常长时间的机，而且中路而且正面这里一直没有打得进去点。
我觉得同步性 BLG 也没有办法做到特别的一致，因为小 K 那个位置真的动一下非常危险。
对。 而且第一时间想要通过离
合去 can they win 2 in a row? Oh boy. This combo.
的暂停也蛮有效果的，收效颇丰，并且他们手里还有4张牌可以用啊！狂烈之怒、神鬼不绝、巨刃已经是开启了，然后再加一个
Looks like Billy are pretty much just waiting in case they want to do an instant Euro ult server ult combo.
太难受了，这波选择贴到近点来听脚步声。 不过 BLG 开局也蛮谨慎的，全员都是进步往前挪，没有给任何的位置和脚步信息。
Pacific chat last year, yeah, Pacific was chill last year. Honestly, we got a lot more viewers since then. To be fair.
封了一颗蛇吻，点后的视野虽然是控制下来，
Did they have the perfect combo for breaking this? The Viper ult, so and we have a Sova ult and KO, sorry, and Yoru ult. Like they did this Viper ult so early before the plant goes down. You gotta try to take some map control. Yeah, look at this Yoru, man.
这一家可太难受了。贝尔虽然在自己的回复里面，但是
Okay, nicely done, and they saved a lot of ults, really.
以及标点，最后的蝰蛇也没有任何操作的机会。这一分 TE 打得非常的立体。
我觉得最关键的一个破点的击杀就在于 YOU 这波 timing， 哇，它是一个混烟穿板啊！ 啊，这个击杀一旦产生之后，就帮助 Locking 在点后立住了。这2个点一旦打不掉的话，你想要强装爆能其实不可能的。
Do you think Lev might have a chance of being Sentinels? Yeah, not as much as I would originally thought when you look at the rosters though.
对，刚好
25 maybe after what we've seen.
太伤了，那这样走到了第2张图的盘点，王浩哲也是孤注一掷。
Maybe a fight if we're feeling a little bit generous.
哇，抓到机会了，黑被倒了，那这样其实两边游走的一个关键人物没了。
对。 现在 T1 这个防守策略就是2A 2B， 然后通过等一下先看一下这波。
Oh boy.
Locking 好强硬啊
5 chances to end this one.
他不想放。
已经是推了，有枭雄无人机。哦，但是前点是根本不能放，放了前点那就，你让前点就是让 A 点。
没错。 他也很清楚，一旦你把明巨放到这样一个开阔角度来架枪的话，自己没有任何位置可以
25's generous.
所以这波
Yeah.
前抢得很
Not that bad. It's bad, but it's not that bad.
对于 TE 来说还有一个好处，明巨在架着中。如果 BLG
You can snowball so much in Valorant that you should always at least give a team like a 20-25.
对，就会定下这一分的基调，他架住了王浩哲，但是。 也算有所收获，他逼出了 BLG 的独木，贝尔把独木分割开来了，让你的狙没有第一时间比较好的架枪角度 ，YOU 退到了点后，现在还有牌，峰峰有大的
Locked in towards side, Sova ult if he gets close. And that was nice, just crossed in front of it as well. It's info, the jump spot.
他没有血量，扛不住一枪。
哇，这个神经去袭抛出来让。
He played this so well. The staying alive is way better on this. And then the Sova ult with the swing once they're dodging it. Good reposition from this guy. 26 HP though. Not a plant for him. Nicely handled. What on earth is the next map on this?
互爆选图，
哇！没有想到今天的2队交手是这样的一个局面。其实这次的一个
Alright, we'll stick around for bind. We'll stick around for bind and then I'm done because I need a bit of a break for Americas.
都是打满拉到第3张图才结束的。
我觉得互爆选图有一个非常
Maybe check how close Polaris is to ending. Maybe watch the end of it. Yeah, a lot of binds today.
打针对拓宽自己的地图池，这是一个非常积极的信号。
Use your ult to body block? Yes, you can.
而其实这个最后这个残局也是没有任何的办法。
Chat, I'll be right back. Go spam some ads.
他想要去拿分，就只能是强行去找机会了。
是的，我觉得最后一分 TE 他的战术执行思路异常的明确，他就是要我 我不管付出什么样的代价，我要把 A 大顶住。
是
这样的话，你不管打 B 还是打中路，你都会面对开的明车持架。
没错，我觉得这波 A 点是最为关键的一环。一旦 A 场让对手抢占到的话，这把明车会有一个非常舒服的架枪位置。而就是因为 A 场守住了自己的回防，也会有更多的角度支撑，点内其实站位是非常清晰的。
对。T 这一场比赛的上半场其实扩大了非常多的一个分数优势啊，也让他们在下半场有着一些容错。其实下半场 BLG 一度有机会将比分迫近，最近的时候甚至追到了7比10附近，但他们2个暂停回来之后啊 ，T 是稳住了局面。
是，而且我觉得上半场最关键的一个点就在于峰峰的游走，很多时候就正面是没有办法第一时间进到点内的，都是通过。
你看就刚才那个
对，这波是很关键的一个绕后，加上一个峰峰的注意力吸引，导致 Loking 也抓到了很多侧身的时机，再加上这种残局，其实很多次来到残局之后 ，T 都是一个人数劣势，但峰峰真的很敢打，也很敢去对枪，他个人实力也能够支撑自己的对枪。
对，其实峰峰现在有3个大家可能比较熟悉的英雄选择，一个是林，一个是雷兹，另外一个是猎枭。
对，现在目前3个英雄拿出来，都打出了非常爆发的表现啊，
非常稳定的一个表现。
其实还是蛮难得的，一个绝对位专精的选手，在上位和先锋去做切换，如此的丝滑。
对，除了不碰烟，其他都碰。那么也一起来了解一下，当他选出林的时候 ，TE 的队内语音是怎样的。
然后小蔡，你等我的分身先走，然后。
哎，你们双掰一下，然后你包给我黑边，你包给我，可以了吗？好了吗？好了，我们好了，你们呢？好了，来。有一个这，等一下，我射箭。
发了后闪光。
对，还有一个，把它吃了行吗？
我抢下了，
拉，加一个。
好。
我是8，推力，
中路一个，
加一个，
中路
好，别对了
，80。
等一下，我跟你双掰。右边一个，左边一个，左边。Nice。
好的，本场比赛的 MVP 是给到了峰峰啊，他的0。其实我们刚刚在解说的时候过程当中，其实感觉这一波是有点冒险的，但是从团队语音来听的话，感觉峰峰这一波拉其实它是一个必然的事情。
对，他部署的很细，我们同时看到至少有3个技能在给他铺路，一颗寻地剑，一颗闪光，还有一个在点后的蛇吻去封锁对手的一个站位。
所以他这一把 MVP 的数据也是非常的华丽啊。
没错。
团队给他创造了非常好的一个对枪机会，他也是完全把握住了这些机会。2支队伍在分差上面来说是有一定的这个6分的一个回合差的嘛，所以在数据层面上来说，肯定是 TE 的选手要整体更好一些。
其实你可以看到，在这个数据上面来说，击杀是没有差多少的，因为每一分几乎都是打到了一个残边，没有剩多少人数的一个获胜，甚至有的时候2边都无人生还。
对，打出了这种前期的2换2或者是2换3这种剩下一半人的时候 ，TE 明显是 hold 住场面的能力会更强一些，在这张地图上。
我们可以从这个进阶数据的呈现，可以明显直观感觉到，在进攻边 TE 打的是几乎没有任何阻碍的，12次的进攻回合装了11次爆能机，有9次的一个获胜占比。
没错，并且 TE 这就是我们所说的，在出现劣势刚开局的人数互换以及这种军事的时候 ，TE 总能把这个局面稳住。所以他们的这个首先率先击败率是比对手要低的，9比11，他们还是能拿到更多的分数。
对，而且这一场其实让我感觉到 Loking 在目前 TE 当中的一个作用是非常关键的，他能够很好的执行团队给到他的任务。我觉得最让我记忆深刻的可能就是最后一个回合，他对于 A 区的一个强行顶 A 区的这个决策真的是很果断，也非常的敢打。
对，但是今天我们也看到了 BLG 的一些改变的点。他们在王者选出夜路体系之后，他们确实是围绕夜路这个英雄有一些特殊的战术布置，比如说那个 A 大的前顶。那接下来对于 BLG 的考验依然是夜路，就他们之前打过一次的员工重镇。那比赛的结果究竟如何？我们稍事休息，马上回来。
I'm an animal, burst through like a flame cause I'm flammable. I'm taking off, I'm a radical. Hot rain fly down like a cannonball. I'm a renegade when I elevate. So sharp, cut through like a razor blade. I'm invincible when I stand tall. All hail to the king, I will not fall. All hail to the king. All hail to the king. That's right.
好的，各位观众，欢迎回来！你现在收看到的是5位契约私人联赛第1赛段的比赛直播，我是今天解说奶爸，
我是解说小 K。
那么在刚刚第2张地图 T1 对阵 BLG 的比赛当中，其实双方是战成了1比1平啊。在微风岛这张地图上，我们能看到 BLG 做出了一些战术上的改变和这种革新的内容在，但是在后续的处理稳定性上来说 ，T1 确实做得要更好。那么接下来将会来到双方的第3张决胜地图的较量。
而同样的是，我们在刚刚比赛结束的时候有说到，从来到图3还是要去挑战一下王浩哲他这个夜路的使用，因为之前的一个阵容上选择来看，他们还是一个单夜路的这个决斗体系，而且小编是一手盖克，没有太多的一个闪光技能的能够帮助到他吧。
对，上一次面对天路这张地图，BLG 是一个大比分的惨败
，3比13。
对，而且在那张地图上，这个王浩哲还是使用的夜路，就我们一直在考虑单决斗夜路究竟能不能给队友，就或者是在正面提供很大对对手的威胁和压力。上一张地图我们可以看到，确实有一些不错的效果，在这种技能的铺设、有一些设计的情况下，但是在回防的过程当中，其实我们可以看到其他人的位置都是相对比较固定的。
没错，
你很容易被预测到。
其实我觉得上一分他们在围绕这个夜路这个点位上面有非常多技能的投资，你可以看到幽影的单向烟是一直在围绕王浩哲去使用的。但我觉得如果对面一旦不走你这个点位出现的话，其实你的技能收效是比较少的，因为
可能不太稳定。
对，而且因为微风岛屿这张图偏大嘛，你单控到一个进口是不够的，它有非常多路线可以选择，因为它有一个独特的点位就是2楼。
那接下来决胜地图会来到员工重镇啊，这张地图它有着一个独特的机制，那就是传送门，并且这张地图是有点偏向于进攻方的一个胜率的，有53.5%的进攻方拿分率，在本次赛事当中。
好，那来看一下，我觉得还是期待一下两边的一个阵容有没有一些变化吧。之前的话，这张图 T 还是由峰峰来操刀雷兹一个，加上小开的解封双决斗，非常常规的一个双决斗双控场的打法。而 BOG 的话，就是我们刚刚提到的盖克配合夜路加上双控场的一个比较少见的阵容体系。
我很难想象能拿雷兹的地图，峰峰不拿。就我觉得这个就有点自己有点限制到自己的。
我觉得其实 T 唯一的变化可能会在于小开是到底要拿解封打双突，还是说要去拿0。而对于 BRG 来讲，他们的之前在3比13落败之后，这个单夜路的体系会不会做一些调整？是要让王浩哲回到以前的解封，还是说要坚持拿夜路，或者说再给他配一个1图？
但整体而言，我觉得
Last map.
这张地图
Full with Ryan. Yeah, let me lock you all one sec.
那确实，所以我觉得其实因为目前版本斯凯在这张图，它其实是有一个不可替代的作用的。但是加上再结合引入这种的削弱吧，所以现在斯卡的一个玩法蛮经受挑战的。你没有办法通过这种来回冲能的引入之损去拿一个信息了。
就引入之损，你现在打出来每一个闪都要付出一些代价，就是你要明白这个闪是为了什么而打的。
对，它一定要有些收益，或者你要拿到一些，比如说我一定要很强硬的要拿这波信息。看一下目前的一个阵容选择情况，好像没有太多变化，反而是小开从解封换到了盖克。
因为这张地图闪真的非常重要，一个斯凯的压力太大了。
而且我们可以从目前的一个地图胜率展示有看到 ，T 是有3次比赛67的胜率，而目前的 BOG 是2场全败。
Yeah, it's too strong.
Yeah, Trace were running double duelist before. Kai's on Gecko now instead of Jet. And BLG were running this before, I'm pretty sure. But this isn't new.
Does this not really struggle? Surely this Yoru struggles.
But you remember the series from kickoff where BLG like lost with a 0.014 time on a DP?
Yeah.
It was against Trace, so there's like hopefully if anything it's gonna be like that. Because that series was like 13-11, 15-13, and then like 16-14. So it was always gonna be like a really close series for both these like two teams.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't see the first map, so I just came in for the second. It didn't look great from Billy, but it's hard, but I don't want to judge from a map.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, it's also just a really good map for Trace.
Okay, last map for this one, and Trace on defense, Billy on attack. 4 ghosts, 3 ghosts, and I'm interested to see how a single Yoru can XXB, because it feels like the TPs are limited over to actually getting on towards the site. So I'm interested to see how often they go B, how they get B, and kind of what Trace is going to do for this. Gotta go long with Yoru, yeah, but then it's like you can only TP here and here, right? Unless you do a little TP here to get through the choke point. 4-person stack, wall to block this. They hear that it's a fake TP. We have one smoke to get this, and big duel on site. All down to this, I would imagine. Yeah. Great. Flash fast flood. 4 people here. Molly too late. Guy got killed tunnel visioning for Lil Bro, but honestly they didn't get the plant on this one, and yeah, like I said, it all came down to the big duel on site. In and out.
Triple
Spectre
3把害灵加1把燎犬，并且有1名选手峰峰他是没有起枪的。
峰峰是一个人顶到浴室去了，他想要去控能量球啊。防守方的雷兹其实想要去控球，这张图还是比较简单一些的。
哎，就是相同的配合，有舌吻，你传不传？传了。
但是会踩舌吻啊！
踩舌吻了，易损的伤害。这套体系上次对阵天路也用过，所以 T 明显是有所防备。
爆能器还被皮蛋带进去了，直接被打掉在原地。人是走了，但是爆能器怎么办呢？
这个好像真捡不了哦。
Oops。
YOU 这个闪问题不大，但是现在 YOU 被卡在了传送门里，不过他是不急的。
Yeah, just better off to just not even do anything here. Don't want to give him a kill.
反正你进攻方你是要进点的。
哎 ，BRG 要看 B 场，有人要做门了，抓紧 timing！ 哎呀，但是没打掉。
Gets the body shots on it as well. He's close to getting this spam. Finally, his help comes in over towards Showers.
但最后枪有点差。YOU 这个位置影响到对手的心态了。一个先走2步，
再拉对手。
Watching America's later, yeah, for sure.
来讲，这个击杀峰峰没有拿到，是少了一个能量点。
还是蛮关键的。 但我觉得这波 YU 打的还是非常聪明，有预判到对面可能要去走传送门抓自己了。
关键现在王者进 A 小遇到了一个非常难的问题，他们的这套技能组合是盖可的嗨宝丢在了这个小黑屋门口，然后让王者传到外面，但是脸上会被扑个舌吻。对，然后你踩着舌吻的话，你又没有办法去做一个比较灵活的选位。
Managed to keep many of these guns into this.
吃一点伤害就直接
We got a bulldog, we got 1 Spectre.
现在尝试一下 B 场吧，但 B 场其实一直是 T1 主控的方向，他们其实非常需要帮助自己的盖克来获取能量球的。盖克这英雄我们也知道，他的一个优势就是只有7个点的能量球，这个终极技能。
对他这个 pose 很特别啊，
And they're just expecting something aggro.
就一直掏着自己的闪，刚才等脸上的这颗空投烟幕结束。
I'm not including a B hit against Nico, by the way.
花园这个位置有人在勾，
If they decide to go B this round and it looks fine, I'm not accepting that. I want to see buy V buy B hits. Prove to me that this comp can work. Timing on that flash didn't work out great.
BLG 的耐心帮他们斩获了2个击杀。
Really
而且
did
这波
not.
很细节，让假身吃了所有技能。哎，这里峰峰是选择传到 B 区去支援队友的，但对面玩了一手回马枪，因为
最少有人啊听到了你做一个传送门的声音。
U17摸到了近一点处，但他们也
留
了后招，
直接清点里，因为远距离的对枪 BLG 是不怕的，手给的还不错，对方踩生活了，但是小 K 非常精准的
Yeah, they
点
would
射。
love to keep this one clean at the moment.
那现在2人的回防难于登天。
想要下枪都很困难啊！黑白还只有一把鬼魅。 就看峰峰这把聊天
agree with FNS that Pacific looks stronger than EMEA. It depends what context. If you did 1 to 11, EMEA would win. If you ask me how many teams, like what teams are more likely to win a Masters or Champs at the moment from EMEA or Pacific, I would say Pacific.
这个是真的。 假身还是真的有人来了。
Depends what the question is.
问题其实是2个人当时都是在捏技能的，没有说有一个人可以先打闪拉出去。就是
我觉得主要原因是因为首先枪太差了，他2个人要打协同；其次就是硬要说的话，那个闪其实是没有闪到人的反馈的。
对，
他人已经拉了，
有点太着急了。那这波黑北也是只能选择送包。我觉得可能在下一波防守 B 场的时候，双剑锋的这个要么站位，要么就是可能在交技能的这个时机点要做一下调整了。
因为夜路确实是一个非常能够去打这种突袭的英雄，因为他的这种闪太难防了，他不是常规那种闪，但是峰峰，因为在
America's fit in the ranking,
所以在第4回合
better in all of 111 and more teams that can win events.
但是其实我觉得作为防守方式来说，点数获取的不是很多。
Make up what you want from that.
尤其是峰峰这个点嘛，我觉得。
对，前面有看到他去浴室吸能量球，现在还只有2个点。
赛博囚笼加一个战术监控，逼你位置，有人来在勾，峰峰也把自己的踩雷飞剑交了。其实他是很希望对方有人偷偷 pick 一下的。
哎，来了，
有人的倒霉蛋啊，是王浩哲。
这里2边打了巨量的这个技能交换，然后把人吸引了过来。
Dude, they just
再做尝试吗
I mean, they weren't expecting the op, but then this one is like that one's a bit too far.
把技能全收回来了，现在这个人数差距已经是被拉开了。这一分 BLG 没有对对手的明居做出非常大的预警，但是有3匹在 A 小。
Wait, he might get this. Wait, shot. Good reposition as well. Oh, dude, what a round though. No matter what, even the trade was ready for this. It was a sick round.
哎，但皮蛋把包下了。
有无敌超杀1打3，我觉得打一个是有机会。
You wouldn't use Fischl though. Tell me there's no Fischl.
霍岩找一些机会。
Oi, the bait.
他把对方拆开了，2个人的位置好像明牌了。
Oh my god, he's gonna use it.
先丢一个嗨宝。 但是这个无敌超杀可能会被打掉，因为距离有点远。
1加1拆。
Ooh, I got a little bit nervous here though.
扛住了压力，
Actually played this pretty well.
过程当中，他是成功架住了对手强行拉出来的方向。
检狙很关键。这波其实最大的问题还是前期对于浴室的这个争夺上来说太亏了，
就是没有对狙有足够的预警。
而且主要是第一时间狙打掉一个人之后，小 K 有点太想去打开局面了。
敢狙我兄弟，那我一定打回来。
而U3P，我觉得这波其实他已经足够细了，他是想通过旋转跳再确定一下位置，但没有想到贴得太近了。
那现在峰峰的狙还握在手里，这对于 BLG 来说需要去见招拆招，他们的拆招方式就是我也起一把，
用魔法打败魔法。
Okay, the double ops. Double ops are here. Big round for everyone considering the money, right? We got 1, 2.
就是只能慢的。
That's it. 3 people that can buy next round. Lot of ults online, double op.
进一波的话，这个明狙可能要换一下。
Decides a lot. Still haven't been able to see Billy go over towards B, but maybe they know that their comp can't really go over towards B, so they just lean heavy A all the time.
不过
Probably means you got a comp issue.
让你可能会起进攻明狙来应对了。这分是全员都架后点了，没有任何人露身位的。
那现在对于 TE 来说，稍微有一点点隐患，就是黑背的终极技能进度稍微有点慢了。
不过这波2边都有无敌超杀的情况下，还是不好说的。
With that, they realized that hookah's clear and they create a bit of a question mark. We should take double angle though, so they're getting good info that no one's actually pushed into this. Zekas goes out, and this guy can kill all 3 of them. So Seekers was for nothing. Fishhawk goes in. No idea about the op in play here. Might have to save his teammate. Could satchel him away. Whoa! Uh-oh. Damn, he committed.
但是被对方的小 K 补枪收掉了，小 K 还在操作，小黑屋已经成了小 K 的囊中之物。那这还要打吗？
很伤啊，因为小开这里补枪太着急了，导致自己葬送在了小黑屋里边，无敌超杀也没了，没有回防的终结技能，想要去打开这个2打4的缺口是很难的。而且对面2次捡上了。
This one was a very clean round, really. I just don't get why Trace at the moment are 3-person stacking A, because this comp, sorry, 3-person stacking B, because this comp can't go B. But I think they haven't thought about that.
这样的话 ，BLG 非常舒服
Pretty
的
much
拿到这分，还把狙保了回来。
再看一眼，杜绝任何减局的可能。 那这一分拿下之后，对于 BLG 可以说是缓了一口压力。
That's so stupid. And then he pushes forwards with the molly.
差一点点是让他把这个小黑屋给守住，但很可惜，当时在吃了太多技能压迫之后，自己的位置太受限了。而这分打完之后 ，T 的经济好像也是耗不起了。
对，
只有保下来的2把长枪。而且因为风风起了明狙，这个消耗还蛮大的。这份亲家买了之后，连正义都起不了。 不过好歹是有晚安焰火了，这分可以有一些尝试。
直接踩着这份信标，硬过。
知道你枪不好啊，没有办法。
大角度直接冲了 ，A 小和浴室都有人断 ，B 小也有技能。
They disrespect the smoke and they just get all of this space. No way they keep walking in, right?
B 场已经是被攻陷了，而这个地上的能量球看起来很诱人。
峰峰是钻到了管道里面，手上有晚安焰火。而小 K 很聪明啊！他们第一时间是让小 K 一个人去看点的信息，就算小 K 倒了，也可能会引导出来这是一个单攻的假象。
这个海宝丢的很不错，
There's a nice mosh pit.
晚焰火装载想炸一个吗？没成功。点内小编的明狙直接是补。
How many ults am I going to see into low buy rounds? I've seen way too many ults into low buy rounds. They're going to turn into boaster soon. Like I agree, you don't have to be that strict with it, but I want people to be a bit more strict with some of this. This was a lovely shot, though, I guess, to at least kill him, but we gotta. There's been some really bad ones today.
捡把枪保了，这对于 Loken 来说也算一个好消息吧。
哎，我注意到哦，小编是在运枪。他把枪运回去。哎呦，2颗半线直接封死了 Loken 想去站的位置。
他本来想下一手传送器的，看有没有人做门过来。
对。
但这波我觉得其实对于 T 来说很亏。首先是其实。 BLG 今年一波技能给的太死了，没有位置可以站。
Loads of people surviving. One away from Brimall.
晚焰火轰炸没有起到很好的效果，这分其实还是有点伤的。正技技能也交了。再看一下这个。
I mean, in his fairness, they didn't know how close out they were, but.
好像也炸到了2楼下过来的一个人，但那个人好像是踩在。 稍微远一点的距离，没有吃到完全的伤害。
因为当时防护者只剩1点血了嘛。
对。
那现在这个晚焰火没有打出来收益，对于 T 来说投资失败了一波，现在又处在了一个经济非常差的阶段。但好在当下回合是有长枪的。
Loken 有魁父的，这波 A 小要强打的话，可能会叫魁父来守。
魁父加无敌超杀，他们有着很强的这个回防能力啊。
Yeah, might have to use another molly for this one. Double molly, they're going to tank a good amount of damage. Got a nade to stop the plan as well. Another 2-person hold over towards A though with a 3-person stack. And I mean, they went out to B, but they just walked B control. Not like they exec. Which wouldn't make... I mean, you just use the Viper wall here and then... Oh, man. Oh man, I gotta lose my mind.
这是有看到缝吗？还是说一个单纯的混烟？
峰，但是他在4箱这个位置站的还算比较全，这是一个非常经典的魁父开启的位置。
现在 BLG 也不太敢主动去装这个爆能器，没有皮弹之后可能会被混。
Oh.
大家在操作，两边开始混烟，地上有海宝，但是爆能器已经是被安装完毕了。那其实从战术目的的角度来说 ，BLG 已经达成了自己的愿望。
哎，哇，这看战术监控的 timing 差点被抓。
有3体在小黑屋里用短炮先收一个，贝尔还有自己的终极技能，这个位置，直接跳过来。
Oh my god, might take out some of his team here. Okay, nicely done from Billy again. Dude, Trace needs to just do a timeout, talk about the comp. I get that you like this wall on defense, but do the normal wall because they don't have anyone to get through the choke points apart from the Yoru. That's unlucky for this guy, to be fair. It looked bad from his POV, but it's like...
但这波还是有点伤啊，2个终极技能又都给了，依然还是没有拿到分数。
关键这一分没钱了，连续的丢分让现在 TE 的经济非常的拮据。
This doesn't... Everything about how Trace are playing against Billy's comp is... pretty much the complete opposite from how I would do it.
这波做了一个节奏的变动，一波快踢。
假身先出，假身果然拉到了枪线。BLG 这个快速的进点，虽然是走着进去的，
And all they're doing right now is we go A against buy rounds, we go B against the low buy ecos, making it look like they're constantly hitting both the sites, but actually they're only really hitting A.
但还好，因为对面毕竟没有枪嘛。
Against the buys, because B's weak, but they can make it look like it's a doable thing because obviously they just go there with the low buy.
先断你几把枪。
但其实从目前 BOG 的一个经济储存量来说，下枪的意义已经没有特别大了。
哎，短炮先开2发，再切成自己的狂徒。这一下确实勾进来一个人啊，那个倒霉蛋是小开。
Lokin 也是只能选择退后点，看能不能尝试再拿一些击杀。
Lokin 的位置被明牌了，拉提前枪，都打没子弹了，直接大脚步来，听到了你换弹的声音，但是小编。这被打掉2个，
还能捡把狂徒保了，真的还挺舒服的。又冲了2个
Right,
点
so
数。
big buy round. Do they go towards A? Let's find out.
我看到王浩哲长叹一口气。
Are we still going to use this wall on A? I think so.
一直在打这种闪身枪，你很难去打到一个很好的 timing。
但这波其实可以看出来 ，BOG 他们这套战术是有做一些战术的扩充的。
相比于打天路那个时候，确实有一些战术的改变和提升。
没错。
不光只有 A 点了 ，B 点的进攻还是挺犀利的。
Big timeout.
但我觉得这个
We've got 7 people here on the server.
首先他只能用一次，其次
Do they change up their Viper wall?
对。
不然太容易被技能反制，直接收太多过路费了。
我觉得小编的盖可技能放置的这个收益要比上一次高太多了。
没错。
我们记得我记得有一波峰在点里管道里面去防守，结果被小编的一套技能拉出来给骗。
Joel, you're talking to the biggest chamber believer.
对于 TE 来说，调整是非常必要的。其实前期他们也是通过3连得分啊。
Yeah, basically I'm the biggest chamber believer, man. I would try and make it work.
去给找到了一些节奏，现在也同样是一个连追3分的情况。
上一分没钱，如果上一分有钱，我觉得 TE 刚刚就交了。
对，但现在其实上半场已经。对于 BLG 来说，已经拿到一个非常满意的分数了，5分到手。他们换到防守边已经会，打得比较有容错率了。并且现在这个5分可能还不是结束。
Oh, hold up. We might have it. We have the wall over towards B. The issue is that we're now 4-person stacking it. So we're halfway there. We're halfway there. We're almost there. Okay, we get the attack. Yoru. Op getting showers control, and they decide to go aggro on this one. 3-person map control. They get a lot of info, though. This might work well. They can go fast behind. They're going to TP, aren't they? TP into the op.
狙一个直接溜跟自己的队友汇合，王浩哲这把狙果然起到了很好的效果。
现在小黑屋也被对手占领啊，前点位没有位置可以站。
Imagine clearing all of this within the first 5 seconds, and then you go take TP when your team's playing far back instead of pushing behind. Push any of this, even breaking this trip will be good. No one push behind.
关键 YOU 还没有闪。无敌超杀好像是被打掉了吧。
And then your team wasn't pinching over towards showers, so it didn't make much sense. He is straight up just defusing a lot of this to get half on this one. It's just gonna be a spam fest. This guy sits inside with the. Oh my goodness. Oh, this pause.
已经拆一半了，已经拆一半了，被打掉了。有3
Holy hell.
一颗混颜收掉了对手。
Managed to close this one out.
还是比较大 ，YOU 稳稳收下。
Maple Brown, thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
哇，这波没有办法，主要是因为皮蛋拆爆能器，它其实你不需要付出人力去，而且吸引了很多的注意力。最主要是把王浩哲这把明狙给强行逼到烟里来了，贴到烟里之后，自己血量被混残，没有打出任何的作用。残局1打3的局面留给队友也很难去处理了。
YOU 拿到贝尔的这个击杀非常的关键，他让他的这贝尔他是有这种技巧性投掷的，有火的。他们第一波手包的技能失效了，或者是没有人能够去第一波用技能去守。
而且最大的问题是，这里倒了之后，
Okay, 3 more rounds and they go back. What the? Is this wall? What is this wall? They can't get onto B. Use the normal wall.
两边在这里
下雨呢，搁这儿。
混了波大的，但2楼王浩哲以及神鬼不觉进来了。
整个 B 点3人全在王浩哲的视野里。
怎么说
？3个人，兄弟们，我们。
Yeah, they get in for the 3 people. I mean, they'll be. Let's see. Can they exec without the wall here? Probably, because they can just constantly take angels.
加上有2个先锋位，随时可能会反闪。这波强劲的话不一定好。
拼灵之火已经是侦测到了 B 场有人的信息，
但其实这种不停的施压也会去消耗防守方的这个空投烟幕。现在已经是最后1颗了，
并且峰峰他有玩焰火的，就。 以最坏的这个角度来考虑，就是 T1他接不住点内，他也可以放点，然后来去打回防。但是 B 点的回防确实不太好打。
而且 T 是提前一步
Alright, we get to see the B exec, but the issue is they don't have the wall here, so they can just take the angels, which just means that they can get out of the choke point. Not sure. It's just gonna work. We have a Raze that could potentially take TP early with Razor. Lovely flash on this one. Raze, yeah, Raze sends it through the TP with ult like we thought, and not too bad at all.
一个踩雷飞剑逼出了位置，直接炸死了吧？应该。
没有踩在台阶上了。一丝血。
Okay, nicely done. B on lockdown. Let's see. They keep 3 over towards A.
拉开的角度，你可能能够打掉一个丢丢，但是你一定避不了引路之损，这就是最大的问题。
小开的这个丢丢扔的太好了，再来看一下全摆，点点全摆。
因为这一侧 YOU 也打了闪，所以其实
runs away. Should I ask him about the wall?
获取到了一个去闪对手的机会。
Wait, let me see what wall they do first. We'll ask him about the wall.
对，所以其实是引路之损先出，让对面一定要要么去背这个闪，要么那你在背闪的同时你就没有办法处理丢丢了。
这个跟
Running them, paying attention to these defense walls on Viper.
Outside of like the first couple of rounds, no, not really. Why?
Killing me.
Is it that bad? I mean, like Billy were doing it on Breeze as well. Had some different ideas.
Yeah. I think they're still in like a lot of China is still in that period of like experimenting stuff when all the other regions have kind of gone through that and they've worked out like what is the best. Then while they're experimenting stuff, they maybe like miss why some of the teams are maybe using it or like what it's good against.
I don't think that's easy to do though with Viper stuff, especially.
Yeah, agree. Should be at least.
I think every team seems to go through that Viper stage of just no, let us cook.
Yeah, and then go back.
Like, oh, we've been through this already.
Yeah, exactly.
We've experienced this. So
I'm
I always
doing
feel like Viper walls, like less is more. If you could use the same Viper wall every single round and play around it differently, that wins out better than
yeah, for sure.
6 different walls.
DRX T1 VOD, let me see.
Because I saw that like Trace was using the like old wall that you do from outside a hoop that cuts across like showers and by the TP. This is like pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I like the same wall all the time. As long as it can have multis. Can his mate defend him? What a shot. Yeah, went super aggro on this one. I like this round though. It was cool. Just knowing that they shut down over towards B, most likely showers play is going to happen and they just pinch into showers. Visual. What has we got? Honestly, we have a pretty good timing on this.
哇，他甚至直接把点内清空了。 这给到了捡上爆能器的队友，有 Yosemite 非常利好的一个进点时间。
他应该是听到对面转点的脚步吧？刚刚没有看错的话 ，T 是大脚步走的。
Ambo's stuck in the 3v2, but obviously they can retake pretty well with this, and they have a smoke to block vision, so I'm relatively fine with them sticking together. We also have a Skydog as well, so they got a lot of good util. Okay, they hit the top of the spike. They got to be ready just in case there is a luck over towards it. And we should see this person get to this corner, then Skydog. And you could be tempted to smoke this because they have the Viper of this. Would be the best way to do it. Dog into smoke, into wall up, into send it.
已经漏枪了，已经漏枪了。
对，小 K 是漏过枪的，硬来。
They smoke off elbow and ult it. Honestly, they did their own way of doing it, and it wasn't too bad in the end. Yeah, as long as they were all playing together, I was kind of fine with it.
其实当时这个天津光寿没有完全把他的站位锁死，但我觉得其实他可能想的是，在这个对面想要去突点内的时候，给一颗手稳，帮助点内的小 K 有一个更好的击杀机会。但这个身位的露出也是给到了对面。
3把枪在架，这真的漏一点你就得死。
对，其实当时回放
Only Fins again, soon stuff will be going live in 15:30 CST. What's the time now?
清楚把3个人放到点内，小 K 最多接2个已经很不错了。
Yeah, I might be able to catch. Might be able to catch a map.
这样6比5 T 也是
Where I'm at. Maybe we watch a map and then we
以及中间技能拿到了关键1分。
上半场最后一个回合，
有狙了。
小编有无敌超杀。 而且这个烟其实封的很有意思，他就是骗你从这个烟里摸出来。
It's an hour ahead of me, right?
没有狙。
Too many time zones.
这个高处是不用担心无敌超杀的。
哎，传进来了，但这波不太确定是真传假传。听到打花车巡游的声音了，那确定小黑屋是真进人了。 所以峰峰也是换到了。
Yeah, I like this round though. This is a nice round on attack. All the pressure over towards short. The wall might save him. Wall's gonna save him. Yeah, nicely done, and the wall's good for the retake as well. So that's kind of why we do this against this comp. They can't really get out of here. They got a jewel in front of it.
他选择了先站 A 不
It was a prime example.
有人数优势的情况下没有着急。峰峰再绕一波大的，王浩就刚好走了。
没技能。 现在正面的人就需要等峰峰的绕后就可以了。
没错，而且对手的站位是其实比较抱团的，都集中在了点内这一块儿。背身是给到峰峰的。
先给一个海宝，丢丢再扔出来，高出的闪效果非常的不错，逼出了对方 BLG 加强角度的枪线，但是2个人已经成为一个犄角之势。不过贝尔打掉第一个之后，第一先自行收枪，不过
Not bad. They recovered so well. It was really bad at the beginning, but honestly, once they kind of leaned into the other stuff, it was good. And they started just grouping together way more.
绕后的角度是完全没有人可以去看的。
没错。
再加上当时装完爆能器之后，没有对手的站位信息，小编也没有。 小编的位置是稍微有一点点尴尬，他这里两边
What even is this emote through? What the hell?
我觉得主要还是这波在第一波的交锋上面，让 YU 拿到太多击杀的机会了。他那个独木给的也很有意思，他是一个
I feel alright. When's America? 6 hours.
你从烟里踩出来的话，你只有一个非常狭窄的角度可以站。
而且我甚至还可以。
Maybe we nap at one point today.
当老六。
Dude, I'm really hoping the hamster comes out tonight. The hamster's been, like when you get the hamsters anyway, they just kind of hide for 3 days. I'm hoping that the hamster's on like a nocturnal time zone.
这个率最高的一张地图。
对，为数不多的高光地图了。
而且确实，我觉得上半场两边炼狱的这个天机光束给的时机和位置都是很关键的。
Hello, Riv, how we doing? Amped as well, hello mate.
技巧性的投掷的燃烧榴弹。
是的。 上半场打完之后 ，T 也是通过一个暂停的调整，把局势给稳住了。7-5的分数，我觉得
Hamster's name Willow.
算是一个比较均
The hamsters are themed from Buffy.
其实是达到了自己进攻拿分的预期。
对，其实我觉得中间有几分拿的，从战术配合角度来说还是非常不错的。
Our bunnies are themed from like horror films.
现在换边之后，可能这个防守还是要经受住挑战才行，因为峰峰进攻边的雷子打的是非常强硬的。这张图其实相较于霓虹钉来说。 他没有那么多的先决条件，因为真的是比霓虹钉来说，它的没有那种高低的落差，你一定要走到一定。
I what do you mean it's that? Wait, what's going on? I just say what I see.
虽然可以做这种用自己步行自来回做 A 和 B 区的摇摆，但是如果他能给正面对手提供非常大的一个，就比如说闪啊或者这种枪线的压力的话，他在摇摆起来的收益会更高一些。
对，尽管你可以通过
I hate sleep? No, sleep is necessary.
一般是比较安全的点位，像 B 区的这个管道这一侧，或者是 A 点的靠近2楼这一边，他不会说是第一时间赶到正面做一个技能的支援。
好的，那双方下半场一边再战啊 ，T1 来到了进攻边 ，BLG 来到了防守边。
Wait, really?
让这个传送门做一些事情，尤其是 BLG 哦，这上来直接先把传送门给颗障云。
To be fair though,
给到好吧
the chat's been moving pretty fast.
夜路的情况下，他会非常
Hey, that might be one of my worst ones.
假身和真身的切换，加上步行自来
Do you know what it is? When there's, it's something about having the mod thing next to your name. I just don't see the messages somehow.
开路，峰峰找人，但是点后
Until I like, oi, this nade would have done everything.
两个人全逼在了小黑屋里面，但是王浩哲这个注意力非常的集中，
而且我觉得这个舌吻给的有些失误了，他应该是给到
更深一点的位置，
对，给到更深的位置才对的。
进起翻腾换枪，但是脸上
man, love this play.
没子弹的，哎呀，脸上吃了一颗丢丢的闪，没办法继续去操作，这边的补枪效率很高。
哇！
贝尔跳起来的一个标配右键。 斩获3杀
多的
小开位置是暴露的。
Not a chance.
3的局面，爆能器也没有办法装下来，那只能是被赶来了 Yosemite 完成收尾。这波其实开局我觉得 T1 的部署
I don't see yours at all. Yeah, I always see yours. Come on.
从后点扔出，然后炸点里，加上舌吻的双倍伤害，
弹深一点，
对，
我能把人逼到踩雷飞剑上面。
我感觉这波如果舌吻给深一点，这绝对是一个双杀到手了。那个角度给的其实是非常完美的。
但是好像雷
Just because you like to track them, BLG are 5-1 on pistols.
5-1.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Okay.
BLG won both of them on split and breeze.
Yeah, they lost the map with double pistol.
Yeah. Oh, don't watch the All Gamers game. For the love of God. They won all the pistols, won 2 bonuses, and they still lost the series 2-0. They were 11-3 up on Icebox and lost.
Whoa! Damn, dudes. Better buy the bulldog more.
这个还是有点难度的，对方扔了一个丢丢，想去找人，还是补掉了。那王浩哲这手里的4个终极技能，
Gotta buy the bulldog more.
对，感觉这波其实掉一把是不亏的，点数完全集中在了王浩哲身上，
并且队友还能捡回来他这把燎拳嘛？
是，相当于是只掉了一把害灵，下一分可以补一把像风刺之类的枪出来，或者是买一把手枪。
A 小其实也发生了一个击杀啊，2个蝰蛇的一个单摸。
感觉其实 T1 的这个eco局打的是比较简单的，没有看到他们只是在eco的时候有很多的部署，除非有一些比较强势的像玩一会儿这样的技能。
T1 的存钱分一般不起正义，为什么？因为起了正义，下一回合要半甲。
对，特别是打 BLG 的时候，大家其实不太愿意半甲出门啊。
Just one gun into it, but honestly, if he gets all, it might be worth, and then he could maybe play shotgun if that's what they want to do.
这么有担当。 因为这一分正常来说都是会存一下钱的，然后跟自己的队友经济同步。
但是他也很清楚，这分一旦 T1 的节奏断了的话，可能他们能有一波连续拿分的机会。
没错。
Wait, what are we asking me?
加上他下一分就是这分就算输了，下一分也一定会有神鬼不绝，可以说短炮出门跟对面强行打个1换1也能接受。这分 T1 打得很慢，其实也是想要通过去这种枪械的优势拿一些人数。
The mods? Oh yeah. Dude, wait, where is this posted though? I was looking for them at one point. I say I was looking. I clicked on Discord for like 10 seconds. Where are they actually? Wait, but who's messaged me though? The Discord? Which one of you? In my Discord. Okay, okay.
BLG 来说并不是很理想 ，T1 看能不能抓住这个 timing， 把爆能器先安装了。小编想去点内补枪，心比较急，所以给到了对手一些架枪的机会。峰峰连斩3人之后，
I mean,
只剩一个7刀
let's see the. Ooh, I was gonna say let's see what the bolt gun can do into this. Okay, really interested to see what he buys.
因为你的防绕后技能对于夜路来说是没有用的，他可以轻松的利用自己的步行自来绕过你的这种。
There's just too much going on.
啊，这样的话，这波
I wake up, I turn the games on.
而且
Hard for me to
他
check it
没有选择
sometimes.
去很快的跳到点内啊，等于其实是跟队友打了一个同屏。
There is a break between now and Americas though, so You would hope so.
现在就出现我们刚刚所说的那个问题，王浩哲这一分只能起到比较差的枪械。
但这里有神鬼不绝
It's the last message again.
1换1的交换啊。
但峰峰也差一个点有大。
Right, big buy round. We get the stinger for his ult, and what do we? Uh-oh. Whoa. Honestly, kind of sick. Yeah, TP's out. They wasted the. Wasted the. Wait, and still have ult. Wasted the raise ult for a TP. I actually thought that he was just gonna trigger discipline, but this might have worked better. They might come a little bit later. Oh boy. This X-Sec is nice though. Molly up towards here. Gecko Molly on top of the tube, and I imagine it leaks in, so you would get killed if you touch the sides. It's both, yeah, he saw the foot of the other guy, right?
又马上快4个点了，是的。但是他得先去拿到最后第4个点数。队友在手包，让他一个人去找人就行了。而有3分
It looks like they're going hunting because
没有太多的办法。
got a dude in spawn.
爆能器的爆炸时间还有很久啊，这有3分 T 这个点位可能马上就要被搜到了。
45秒，时间已经是所剩无几，但是已经贴到了脸上。
哇，好细节，让小开去露脚步，峰峰是进
Wingman
步在后点。
finds him.
峰峰大脚步来了，小河屋里，哎，有
看到人了，怎么说？这个5杀，
有人要去拉吗？
Yeah, ready for it. Nicely done.
5杀到手
They set him up.
B 场杀到 A， 这就是峰峰。
这波虽然说玩焰火第一时间是被神鬼不绝给规避掉了，但他进点真的是很果断，拉烟出一瞬间的定位，2楼下2个人是直接被横扫倒地。
对，关键就是他没有用玩焰火拿到击杀，只是用枪磕了一个5杀。
对，我觉得最关键的是他这波从 B 场出来是真的有点不讲道理，干拉的一个出眼一发把小编给带走了，
而且贝尔在前点也没有任何的操作机会。那这一分非常的提士气。
确实，
而且把 BLG 打进了存钱分，就是当时那一回合 T1是，先看下这个回合，一定要把 BLG
Force them down to an eco, and oh, I like this though. Double push fast behind. Well, no sentinel on this one. Oh my. That's sick. Do they expect these people behind? Doesn't look like it. Give me Brimstone. Brim goes down. 2 people behind, and this person's in a molly. This guy's in trouble. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, what? Bro, he's just absolutely fine. That was so fast.
但无奈枪械的差距还是让最后的2个1v1没有任何的操作机会。
枪械和护甲的差距吧，其实第一时间如果是一把正常的枪，或者是对手的护甲没有那么多的话，峰峰应该已经倒了。
Whoa.
这波跳点还是蛮危险的。
That's so snappy.
好像是技能的协同。
It's a good time for a timeout. Last timeout for them as well. Yeah, I mean they got to win this buy round. Otherwise it's eco, and it's 12.
因为其实现在刚刚突破2位数嘛，留给 BLG 的机会还是有一些的。但现在最大的问题就是经济确实不是非常的理想，长枪分赢输可能就会面临马上来到赛点的情况。
对，现在的 BLG 1分得当2分打，而对于 TE 来说，无论付出什么代价，尽可能的要把对手压到这种存钱分。
我觉得现在回来之后，可能还要关注的一个点就是两边的终极技能。现在其实已经到了一个终极技能攒蓄的强势期了。
但是该说不说，当时峰峰那个大交出来没收益，当然拿下那1分了，所以他第2个大还需要一些时间。
但对面其实神鬼不绝也交了嘛，相当于是做了一个交换，两边的一个绝对位技能交换，我觉得还可以接受。加上那分打完，峰峰拿了一个 ace， 点数得到了很多的补充。也是看一下暂停回来 ，BLG 要做怎样的调整？我觉得现在他们想要去接这种雷兹跳点的一波流还是有点难的。
峰峰这一把已经拿到了22个击败，并且他的 KD
2点。For the ult, so you imagine the ult is over towards long.
现在峰峰差2个点，而王浩哲的这个神鬼不绝又一次。
The big buy rounds, they decide as well to heavy stack over towards A, and they have a oh boy. Got early TP for Yoris go heaven if they want.
那这样的话，小黑屋是在 TE 的掌控之中。
Wingman to plant with the fish behind to cover it. That was pretty cool. Dude, the Wingman's a dueling on site. This was a sick round though. I like this a lot. Actually, that's actually something that other teams will probably steal, right? Wingman goes out, you go into the cubby, you ult, and you can fish ult here. They have to kill Wingman like as soon as the tap happens, else you're getting ulted.
甚至还有一颗单向烟，这一分确实宝枪是一个非常好的选择，因为点内想打回去已经
Yeah, what a nightmare for the big Byron.
时间给到他们了。
好像这波 Loki
Maybe get an ult for the others
的枪线掩护下面从小黑屋楼梯杀出去了，正好是抓了一个小开从烟里退出来的。
I love how there's this nice stuff sprinkled in though, like the gecko ult, make sure that no one can stop the Wingman from planting. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more of like the amount of smokes in the way that might stop you from getting a kill. At least both these teams are like looking good. I think like all of China from like kick off the stage 1 have like improved
loads. Yeah.
Yeah.
没错。那现在比分已经有点
危险了，但还
好上分是保存了自己的有生力量。
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels that there's some cases that like people take like who was it? I think it was Wolves that were doing like the Gecko KO on Icebox, and they were just trying to do a lot of like the setup little plays that Gen G do, but every time our game is just kind of like full contact walked into them. Took him by surprise. Like that was a very like EMEA thing from like a couple of years ago. Like so much utility focus that if you just walk into them before they get set up, like they just start panicking.
Yeah. There's a lot of panicking.
他就是来吸引你出来看的，小 K 果然上当了。这一波醉翁之意不在酒，要打的是 B 点。
This is a weird round with the spike over towards here. Oh boy. Wait, what goes on there?
因为你神鬼不觉开了，所以现在的
As in heaven. This guy is in heaven.
这个过点蛮危险的 ，Loki 也可能会漏身位给到这个。 就看这里不知道能接多少个了。
有燃烧榴弹，但是现在要打皮弹，皮弹不管，先接人吗？没接。
Yeah, Wingman, sorry, Dizzy on this one. Yeah, and this is great from him. Just want to fight heaven with your team. There we go, drops down. Yeah, and even on the floor they have a double setup. It's actually a strong attack half. They've been looking good. Oh. Yeah, so fine. Why didn't he shoot Wingman? He didn't wanna give away his position. And then he had to shoot Dizzy because Dizzy gave away his position, was about to flash him. He was trying to just make sure that he didn't shoot anything too early.
From lurking there, just your ults at him, and he's like, yeah, what? This is my site now.
Yeah, just yeah, I'm up in heaven. What are you gonna do? Their attack off's really nice.
I mean, it helps when you got Fung just
sending it.
Fucking yeah.
因为他知道对方一旦提速他不好接，所以他很担心对手提速，回防速度也比较快，这就给到了 T1一个更好的去拉扯对手的空间，而恰恰。 就趁着这个 timing， 蝰蛇已经是偷偷摸到对方的家里。
seven chances
已经来到了我们整个 BO3 的赛点，有5分的机会 T1可以结束这场比赛。但现在 BOG 其实终极技能是一个比较强势的时期，对，枪械会稍微有点。
Sorry, no, 5 chances. Where am I? Holy hell! Chat, I should go nap. I'm gonna nap after this. I'm napping after this. It's confirmed. I saw the 7 and I wrote 7.
还好是安全推到了后点啊，这分贝尔是一定不能倒的，这个天机光束对战局的影响太大了。
至少要把经济先打。
UK education. That's actually the one.
看能不能用终极技能去补偿一下。这个假身有点太明显了，这个偷闪的 timing。哦，被闪的情况下，峰峰打了2打出来大招，但是小编还能接。
Bro, what a shot!
还能接，但是 A 小塔没办法了，对方强行。
Not gonna change anything, right? Cypher? I think you gotta go for a hero play. Oh, I'm fine with it.
1v3， 爆下来的这把狂徒能否拯救队伍？燃烧榴弹直接扑在了包点。现在 T 心中就一个字：拖。
而且目前可以看一下。 小开手上甚至还有一个嗨宝 ，U17 没有任何的技能，只能选择去找人。
Damn. Yeah, that's one of the end here. Okay. I think I go to sleep. After that, after looking at the 7 and saying 7, I think I'm gonna sleep. What Who is streaming Polaris, or do we just raid the mainstream? I would love to stream it, but honestly, I think my brain's melting a bit. Raid the mainstream? Can you give me the... Can you give me the thing?
是的，那同样的，今天的 BLG 也是打出了非常多让我们眼前一亮的东西，包括他们的夜路体系。我们期待再过一段时间的磨合之后，他们能给我们带来更好的表现。
而现在，掌声要送给他们对手，也是今天的获胜者 TE。 在输掉图一之后的一个顽强的让一。
To the raid at the top. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all. We'll be back for Americas in. Oh, why am I trying to do maths still, man? Why is there so much maths in my life? 5 hours, right? 7 hours, right? Okay. I'll see you all in a little bit. See you all in a bit. Peace, peace, peace. Thank you for watching. 6. Alright, we'll be up there. Alright, take it easy, everyone.
不可能就没有办法
Thanks so
让
much.
你的一个跳点体系打得太舒服，想要通过在前点硬接来快速的去结束掉比赛。
YouTube chat, thank you as well. I'll see you all soon. I'll see you in about 6 hours. Peace.
关键就是峰峰他在这种对枪过程中突然打出来一些。